The ordinary villager Lizet, unexpectedly awakening the memories of his past life, discovers that he has been reborn into the world of Dragon Ball. However, the timeline appears to be somewhat premature, as it is only the year 500 of the AG era, with over 2 centuries yet to unfold before the original narrative begins. In his quest to encounter the beloved characters from his previous life, Lizet embarks on a journey of cultivation across the world, during which he gathers the 7 Dragon Balls and wishes for eternal youth. Time swiftly passes, and over 200 years later, Lizet, revered as one of the 3 legendary immortals known as the Dragon Immortal, senses a spherical spaceship approaching Earth from outer space. Perceiving the faint and diminutive aura within the spacecraft, Lizet smiles gently. Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Youth. A silver-haired boy gazes vacantly at the sky. This should be a familiar sight for him, yet at this moment, his golden eyes shimmer with brilliance, as if he is gazing upon a rare gem. The onset of everything comes without warning. One day, unexpectedly, a pair of azure-skinned individuals appear before him, murmuring incomprehensible phrases about history and launching themselves towards him without further ado. Immediately afterward, a silver-haired youth wielding a long sword materializes out of thin air, intercepting the pair. The alteration of history, correcting deviations, will become an obstacle in the future. As both parties exchange these bewildering phrases, they engage in a fierce battle. Their speed is so swift that the boy can scarcely discern their movements. After a brief entanglement, they both soar into the sky, vanishing from sight. Yet for him, in the present, these events may merely be trivial matters. Year 500 of the AG era. In a remote village, 9-year-old Lizet suddenly retrieves his so-called past life memories one day. Perhaps the catalyst for this awakening was the shockwave that knocked him to the ground during the clash between the azure-skinned pair and the silver-haired youth. However, he is no longer the him of the past. Regardless of how many memories he retrieves, he has become an entirely different person. In his previous life, Lizet's self was severed at the moment of his demise. The current Lizet is merely a new life imbued with the memories of his former existence. Among these memories, one term is deeply etched in his consciousness, compelling his attention: Dragon Ball. He recognizes this term. This recognition does not stem from his past memories, but rather from the present. He once heard this term in fairy tales, where gathering 7 would grant any wish, a miraculous gem. Approximately 40 years ago, this legend began to circulate quietly among people, akin to folklore, becoming synonymous with the miracle ball. There is also the term AG, used in this world to denote years, and the various beings encountered along the journey. Creatures that resemble neither dogs, humans, nor cats, but rather a fusion of beasts and humanity, such as demi-humans, beastmen, and dragon men. 40 years ago, the legendary martial artist Wu Taidu defeated the demon king Bika, bringing peace to the world. This tale is well known, a hero's story that resonates with all. Perhaps in a century, this legend will fade from memory, yet for now, it remains deeply ingrained in the collective consciousness. So this is indeed the world of Dragon Ball. Upon regaining his memories, Lizet's foremost task becomes enhancing his combat prowess. Since this is the world of Dragon Ball, the power to fight is the most authoritative existence. Lizet has never engaged in combat, but this is not a significant obstacle. While fighting techniques are indeed important, in this world, base stats are the core determinants of strength. Even without combat experience, a significant disparity in battle power can lead to effortless victories. Moreover, if Lizet's memories are accurate, characters like Felisa and Morinbu O, who evidently rely solely on their innate abilities in battle, are abundant. Even the Saiyan's systematic combat experience is questionable. Their techniques likely stem from practical combat, imbued with the instincts of a beast. Of course, this is the innate talent of a warrior race. For Lizet, a mere earthling, to emulate them would require an inordinate amount of time. Yet mastering these skills can be achieved gradually. Currently, the priority lies in enhancing his fundamental strength, arm power, and agility. The method to elevate his capabilities is hidden within his memories: weighted training. In the training system of Dragon Ball, to enhance one's base abilities, weighted training is indispensable. From the turtle shell on young Suin Ryukong's back to the heavy martial arts uniform bestowed by the gods, and the tenfold and hundredfold gravity training, imposing burdens on the body yields a tremendous leap in power once the burdens are lifted. This principle is logical, and similar training methods exist in reality. Marathon runners train in high altitudes, while boxers strap weighted sandbags to their legs. Such practices are hardly novel. However, the kind of training involving tenfold gravity can only be realized in this world. Attempting it in the original world would likely lead to death. After all, under extreme gravity, it is inevitable that blood cannot flow properly to the brain, and cells may even exhibit abnormalities, making it impossible to grow stronger. Yet, Lizet deliberately overlooks this point. The physical laws of this world are inherently different, rendering any speculation about what would happen in the original world utterly meaningless. Lizet began with a homemade weighted belt, filling it with iron blocks and fastening it to his limbs. Fortunately, his manual dexterity was commendable, and he even sewed specialized pockets for the iron blocks, gradually increasing the weight as his body adapted. He also attempted to add weight to his shoes and sewed iron blocks into his clothing. In short, he explored every conceivable method. For Lizet, the fortunate aspect of his life in a remote village is that everyone, regardless of age or gender, is required to perform arduous labor, which serves as his training. It was quite natural for him to be regarded as exercising his body for the sake of work, and no one questioned it. Had he been in the city, his mother would have chastised him long ago. In the fields, he insisted on completing his agricultural tasks with his bare hands. Initially, it was indeed strenuous, but as his body adapted, his speed in tilling the land even surpassed that of adults wielding hoes. A year later, the weight belt was no longer sufficient for his training needs, so Lizet began to carry stones on his back during his outings. The sight of a boy walking with stones, though somewhat absurd, illustrated humanity's remarkable ability to adapt. At first, the villagers cast curious glances his way, but over time, they grew accustomed to it, nicknaming him the Stone Boy. Lizet mused on how swiftly people in this world could acclimatize. Another year passed, and the stones on his back felt weightless. He could no longer find anything that posed a burden. Clearly, the effects of his weight training surpassed his expectations. He attempted to arm wrestle the strongest man in the village, and despite his opponent's full effort, he was no match for Lizet, who easily emerged victorious. At this juncture, Lizet had acquired the foundational strength and arm power necessary for his travels. Although his strength rivaled that of a gorilla, his arms remained proportionate, devoid of overly bulging muscles. Perhaps the muscle structure in this world inherently differed from that of his original one, Lizet privately concluded. After all, individuals like Klin, who possessed battle prowess in the tens of thousands, had not transformed into grotesque, muscle-bound creatures. It was possible that the humans in this world, while superficially similar in appearance and structure, were fundamentally a different species. What lay ahead was the journey itself. There was little left for him to gain by remaining in this village. At that time, Lizet was merely 11 years old, and for a boy, embarking on such a journey alone was indeed premature. His parents understandably opposed the idea, and though he had not forgotten their nurturing, he could not bear the thought of a mundane life in a small village, marrying and eventually passing away. He yearned to explore the world, to traverse a realm where one could venture anywhere if they so desired. After 7 days of persistent persuasion, Lizet finally secured his parents' reluctant consent, under the condition that he would return home once a year. Chapter 2. Lizet's Aspiration. 3 years into his travels, Lizet was utterly convinced of his newfound strength. Carrying massive stones had become routine, and he could effortlessly shatter rocks with his bare hands, sprinting 100 meters in under 8 seconds. Although his combat skills remained somewhat lacking, his foundational abilities had undeniably reached superhuman levels. Occasionally participating in local fighting competitions, he easily claimed victory and pocketed the prize money. The core purpose of Lizet's travels was to seek the Dragon Balls. The first challenge he needed to overcome was his lifespan, without the prospect of immortality. Traversing the world would ultimately be nothing more than a fleeting dream. Fortunately, in this era, no rivals emerged to contest him in the quest for the Dragon Balls. Though the legend of the Dragon Balls had circulated for 40 years, no one had ever managed to gather all 7 to fulfill their wishes, and indeed, many were unaware of the Dragon Ball's existence. After all, a legend of uncertain authenticity is hardly sufficient to inspire one to traverse the globe. At this juncture, the Red Ribbon Army had yet to be established, and while Tao Bai had already come into existence, he was merely a working citizen, and the gang led by Pilaf had not yet been born. Consequently, Lizet's quest for the Dragon Balls was remarkably unimpeded and progressed with unexpected ease. Of course, the journey was not devoid of challenges. The Dragon Balls were merely small orbs, and, lacking the convenience of radar, their discovery relied heavily on fortune. Yet Lizet was fortunate, for in this era, the enigmatic fortune teller who could locate anything and even foresee the future had long been alive. It was said that she had been practicing divination for over 2 centuries, truly a venerable crone. Even more fortuitously, the The trials she imposed upon him were significantly less arduous than he had anticipated, and the 5 warriors she dispatched were of mediocre prowess. Perhaps she had yet to recruit the likes of the demon clan, Lizet conjectured. He traversed the world, guided by the information provided by the fortune-teller, gathering the Dragon Balls one by one. Now, all 7 Dragon Balls were firmly in his possession. Had everything not gone so smoothly, it would have been impossible for him to collect them all within 3 years. In later times, Son Goku and his companions could gather the Dragon Balls in a single day, thanks to their extraordinary speed of flight. For Lizet, achieving this feat in 3 years was already an impressive accomplishment. State your wish, whatever it may be, I shall grant it, proclaimed the dragon, its divine radiance illuminating the night sky. Please grant me an additional wish, Lizet implored. That is impossible. I can only fulfill 1 wish, the dragon replied, curtly, rebuffing his attempt at negotiation. As anticipated, he quickly articulated his true desire. Please allow me to remain forever youthful and unchanging, never to age or decline, to preserve my peak condition indefinitely, and to continually grow stronger. The dragon fell silent for a moment, not responding immediately. Lizet had never aspired for immortality. Those who yearn for eternal life often meet tragic fates. His current wish, however, concealed a gamble. For within the same wish lay 2 requests, to remain youthful and to remain unchanged. By unchanged, he meant that both his appearance and physical state should remain intact. Even if injured, scarred, or maimed, he should revert to his original condition. Lizet felt emboldened to make such a wish because he recalled, in the original narrative, the dragon could indeed grant wishes encompassing multiple requests. For instance, reviving all those slain by a certain individual, excluding the villains, or restoring the earth to its former state. This indicates that the dragon was quite flexible. As long as the expression was crafted suitably, it was not impossible to fulfill wishes with multiple stipulations, even incorporating additional details. For example, if he wished to become younger and also return to his strongest period, the dragon would execute this precisely. If he specified the elimination of all evildoers, the dragon would accurately identify and eradicate them. In other words, the dragon does not distort wishes. As predicted by Lizet, the dragon provided a reliable response. It was quite simple. The dragon's eyes gleamed, enveloping Lizet's form. Although he did not perceive any immediate changes, this very absence of alteration perhaps served as evidence of the wish's fulfillment. The specific effects could be verified in due course. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. The dragon stated in a businesslike tone before vanishing, while the 7 Dragon Balls soared back across the globe. In any case, the wish had indeed been realized. The issue of longevity had been resolved, yet a lingering question remained. To what extent did the unchanging effect manifest? He must verify it personally, starting with his wounds. Lizet took a small knife and made a cut on his palm, blood seeping forth and leaving crimson droplets on the ground. A minute later, the wound healed completely, his palm returning to its original state without a trace. Excellent. No issues, Lizet sighed in relief, then casually snipped off a lock of his hair, which soon returned to its previous length. It seems my hair has grown a bit. I should have wished for a shorter cut, he murmured, running his fingers through his flowing silver locks. Nonetheless, he was gratified that the wish had been perfectly realized, aligning entirely with his expectations, without the slightest distortion. Truly remarkable. The ability to fulfill any wish is not an exaggeration. As long as it does not exceed the divine capabilities, the dragon can indeed grant any desire. Thus, he now possessed the ability of immortality and permanence. He would not age, decay, deteriorate, or suffer harm. As long as he did not seek death, he could live forever. Next, there was the matter of strength. Since the wish for permanence had been granted, no matter how he trained, he should not develop excessively bulky muscles that would hinder his agility. Lizet had always feared that overtraining would result in a cumbersome physique, but now the concern had vanished. He could finally enhance his power without reservation. However, he pondered, why, after such prolonged training, did his muscle definition remain so balanced? He could effortlessly lift boulders, yet had not developed exaggerated muscle bulk. Somewhat perplexed, he quickly reassured himself. After all, Krillin and Tien could lift buildings while maintaining their agile forms. It seemed that in this world, strength and muscle density were not necessarily correlated. In the decade following his acquisition of immortality, Lizet never ceased his training. He traveled the world, mastering various combat techniques. Initially, he considered these skills inconsequential, but upon delving deeper, he discovered their profound intricacies. Simultaneously, he honed his ability to sense the energy within him and at last, he could continuously manipulate his ki. Next, it was time to begin practicing energy blasts and flight. However, before that, Lizet had another paramount objective, to journey to Karen Tower and acquire the Nimbus Cloud. He recalled that ordinary clouds could only be ridden by those with pure hearts, yet at Karen Tower, there appeared to be a special black cloud designated for those with malevolent intentions. Indeed, his desire to ascend the tower stemmed from a sense of having reached a plateau in his self-directed studies. Although he had acquired numerous combat techniques, they were tailored for ordinary individuals and did not cater to the fighting methods suited for superhuman capabilities. These techniques were not without value, yet they lacked adaptability, preventing him from fully unleashing his potential. Thus, Lizet resolved to ascend Karen Tower. Have you climbed all the way up? Before Lizet stood a snow-white cat, balancing on its hind legs. It was none other than the Sage of Karen, or the Cat Sage. Despite standing on two legs, the Cat Sage retained its feline form. With short limbs and an inherent cuteness that compelled Lizet, an admirer of small creatures, to reach out and touch it. He succumbed to this impulse, scratching the Cat Sage's chin, fully aware of the impropriety of such an abrupt gesture. The Cat Sage emitted a soothing purr, only to suddenly react by grasping Lizet's hand. What are you doing all of a sudden? Im terribly sorry. I've loved cats since childhood, and I simply couldn't resist. Lizet quickly apologized, although he felt a twinge of disappointment at not being able to continue petting the Cat Sage. He understood the importance of not offending it. Bowing his head, he earnestly pleaded, "Oh, revered Cat Sage, please take me as your disciple." Incidentally, his secondary wish to continue petting the cat was ruthlessly denied by the Cat Sage, leaving Lizet rather disheartened for quite some time. Due to the wish of the divine dragon, the protagonist appeared to be merely 14 years of age. Furthermore, his mental age remained at 14, perpetually stuck in the throes of adolescence, which sometimes manifested in a rather immature approach to various matters. As for his past life, as previously explained, it felt more akin to watching a film, providing a retrospective on his existence that influenced his present personality, albeit marginally. Chapter 3. An Encounter with the Celestial Being. After a decade of training under the Cat Sage, Lizet, now nearing 35 in actual years, was informed by the sage, "I have nothing more to teach you," and was sent down the mountain. At this juncture, Lizet had not only mastered the art of combat, but had also learned all the supernatural abilities possessed by the sage, leaving no further lessons to impart. Fortunately, he had consistently practiced breath control throughout the years, ultimately mastering breath perception, manipulation, and even aerial techniques. The Cat Sage had intended to gift him the Black Cloud as a graduation present. However, due to his insufficient malevolence, he was unable to ride it, and thus, it was replaced with a yellow cloud instead. Am I still considered a good child? Lizet mused, somewhat astonished. He was well aware that he was not inherently pure of heart, yet the fact that he could successfully ride the yellow cloud suggested that perhaps even with minor flaws, he could still ascend. However, the next destination is the temple where the divine beings reside. Without the aid of the Nimbus Cloud, Lizet soared into the sky using his own strength, leaving the Nimbus Cloud in tears. Upon reaching the presence of the deity, Lizet had no intention of becoming the deity's disciple, for he had already mastered the manipulation of energy. Thus, he merely made a single request: "Please grant me a heavy garment," and nothing more. On the other side, the deity found himself in a state of bewilderment. Ever since he ascended to divinity, it was the first time a mortal from the lower realms had sought him out directly. Upon closer inspection, this mortal was none other than the first youthful figure in history to gather the Dragon Balls and realize a wish. In fact, apart from him, no one else had achieved such a feat for the deity. As long as the wish was not requested by a malevolent individual, it was of little consequence. However, the reason for this young man's visit was simply too absurd. A request for a heavy garment? Just for this? Indeed, it was just that. Could it be that this young lad mistook the temple for a clothing store? Such an item could easily be procured at the foot of the mountain. Was it truly necessary to journey all the way here? Was he foolish? Perhaps he truly was, to seek an audience with the deity merely for a piece of clothing. It seemed rather disrespectful, and he ought to beware of divine retribution. Of course, the deity would not genuinely act upon such thoughts. "I can teach you the ways of cultivation. Would you be willing?" "No, thank you. I have already learned to manipulate energy. My next step is simply to gradually enhance my strength." To the deity's astonishment, this young man had proficiently mastered the manipulation of energy through self-study. It was truly remarkable. Was he perhaps a genius? Moreover, he seemed to grasp the concept of energy control from the very beginning. What could be the origin of this phenomenon? Regardless, he bore the token bell recognized by Master Karen, making him a rare visitor. It would be impolite to let him leave empty-handed. Clothing? You seek clothing? Very well. I shall craft a unique piece just for you. Since he did not wish to become a disciple, at the very least, the deity sought to showcase his true abilities. For as a divine being, he yearned for the opportunity to demonstrate his craftsmanship. The deity examined Lizet's appearance, his silvery hair, translucent fair skin, and gem-like eyes. Adorned in pure, white attire that radiated a sense of sanctity, one might mistakenly perceive him as female at first glance. Thus, the garment should complement his aura, preserving his image while being aesthetically pleasing. Lizet's current attire, to put it bluntly, was rather shabby. While not dirty, it resembled that of a mere villager. It would be far better to provide him with something more dignified, something that would accentuate his divine presence. After all, he was the first human to utilize the Dragon Balls and encounter a deity, deserving of exceptional treatment. Here, how about this? The deity presented a newly crafted garment. I have additionally imbued it with a self-repair function. As soon as the words left his lips, Lizet's clothing transformed instantly. It became a flowing, pure white robe with a cloak, the hem fluttering gracefully, perfectly harmonizing with his own pristine image, exuding an air of elegance. The boots, designed to exude a glass-like quality, fit impeccably and promise comfort, possessing an extraordinary hardness. While they may not rival the universe's hardest material, the mythical Kachin steel, they certainly stand in contention with the hardest stone on Earth, the Destiny Stone. Adorning his head is a hairpiece that mimics angelic wings, further enhancing his ethereal and divine aura, while white gloves extend from his elbows. Those who encounter him for the first time might mistakenly believe he is a messenger of the gods or a celestial being descended from the heavens. However, this attire is not only exquisite but also remarkably heavy. The combined weight of the cloak, boots, and gloves exceeds 200 kilograms. The voluminous nature of this outfit renders movement particularly cumbersome. Yet this is an integral part of his training. Of course, this is but a fabrication. Even a deity may indulge in the occasional falsehood. The truth is that he suspects this young man has come merely for a piece of clothing. A mischievous jest at his expense. Lizet appears unconvinced, puffing his cheeks as he struggles with the cumbersome garment until he finally succumbs, shoulders drooping in resignation. But great deity, if an emergency arises, how can I swiftly shed this heavy attire? Fear not. The cloak is designed for easy removal, the deity assures him. Upon hearing this, Lizet attempts to disrobe from the cloak, only to erupt in discontent. But if I remove the cloak, my shoulders will be exposed. I am a man, and I cannot wear something that reveals my shoulders. The deity's mischief fully unfolds. Ah, humanity, behold the cost of insulting a god. Though Lizet had no intention of offending. From the deity's perspective, it was his first encounter with a visitor since ascending, and he had wished to assert his grandeur by proclaiming, "Welcome. I grant you the right to partake in divine training." Instead, the response was a dismissal, requesting merely a garment. Such a response felt excessively dismissive and disheartening. I am a deity, great and powerful, yet in the eyes of the other, he was merely a purveyor of clothing, a truth too cruel to bear. Years, even decades, passed since the deity's prank. After the death of Lizet's parents, he ceased returning to his hometown and began a journey across the world, at times punishing evildoers, dismantling criminal organizations, and liberating the oppressed populace. For instance, he once dealt with the tyrant King Grulums of the Grulums Kingdom and thwarted a demon clan's attempt to annihilate the sun. However, these actions were not motivated by altruism. Rather, they were driven by a desire for combat. He sought out adversaries he deemed manageable, accumulating practical experience, devoid of any intent to assist others. Yet despite this, he found himself surrounded by the weak and the oppressed. Unbeknownst to those he aided, coupled with his enigmatic appearance, Lizet gradually became regarded as a legendary immortal, earning the title of the Dragon Immortal. After all, he is the very first individual in history to gather all the Dragon Balls and fulfill a wish. Capable of riding the Nimbus cloud and recognized by the deities, all while being a strikingly handsome youth who rescues the weak. Yet in reality, he is a far cry from this idealized image. Upon learning that he was referred to as the Dragon Immortal, a title he deemed shameful, he felt his face flush with embarrassment, rolling around in a fit of humiliation. The primary reason for his being regarded as an immortal likely stems from his self-inspired or perhaps original techniques. As he honed his mastery over ki, Lizet began to entertain the notion. Could he also create his own techniques? The Kamehameha of Master Roshi, at its core, is an original creation, and there are numerous similar techniques. No matter how formidable a technique may be, it initially springs from an original idea. Thus, there is no reason he could not succeed. Strangely, instead of challenging techniques akin to the Kamehameha, he opted for amplification techniques reminiscent of the Kaioken, aiming to unleash a power far exceeding his usual capabilities by igniting the ki within him. If successful, he might even rival a Super Saiyan. This seemingly reckless endeavor, however, yielded unexpected success. One could only attribute it to sheer luck. He miraculously discovered the correct method for manipulating ki, perfectly aligning with the demands of such a technique. Yet, at its core, this was mere imitation and could not truly be considered a genuine Kaioken. Although it achieved the desired effect, it bore no resemblance to the Kaioken's fiery appearance. Instead, it manifested as a silvery luminescence, spilling forth in particles. Enveloped in a silver glow, he appeared both serene and radiant, with the silver aura drifting around him like snowflakes, reminiscent of the state of ultra instinct, shimmering with a divine quality. This was fundamentally not his style. To be candid, Lizet found the Kaioken far more appealing and attempted numerous times to adjust the form of his technique. But each attempt only intensified its sanctified aura, even adding glowing effects. Ultimately, he had no choice but to concede, nearly brought to tears. Subsequently, Lizet named this technique Explosive Limit. However, putting aside its appearance, the effectiveness of the technique approached perfection. Once utilized, his strength, speed, and ki output would all double, making it particularly suitable for training, maximizing the release of ki and imposing a burden on his body until utterly exhausted before resting. He had long been aware that methods involving gravitational training were viable, yet he had not anticipated such astonishing results. Thus, he endeavored to employ this technique in battle whenever possible, even against inconsequential foes, crushing them with its power, which ultimately led to complications. In the eyes of those who were hunted, oppressed, and yearning for redemption, Lizet appeared as a celestial figure, a boy clad in pure white robes, enveloped in a radiant light, seemingly extending a selfless hand, smiling as he rescued them, only to vanish quietly thereafter. It was akin to a scene from a fairy tale. Were it not for the knowledge of his true ambition to grow stronger, anyone would perceive him as a savior of souls. Nearly a century has passed, and by the time this slow-witted individual finally grasped the reality of his situation, it was far too late. Those who revered him had amassed into a mountain of admiration, even giving rise to peculiar religious fervor. Lizet found the entire phenomenon utterly chilling the moment he beheld his own statue prominently displayed within the temple of the deity. Disbelief washed over him. Confronted with this absurdity, the deity who had once gifted him clothing, inadvertently setting these events in motion, merely remarked, "It has been a long time since I have laughed so heartily." In response, Lizet remained silent and retaliated with a blow to the deity. Chapter 4. Lizet's combat prowess. Lizet's abode was perched atop a mountain, soaring over 5,000 meters above sea level. In the past, he roamed freely, staying at various inns. But now, clad in such ostentatious attire and perpetually mistaken for a celestial being, even this modest freedom had been stripped away. With no alternative, Lizet took matters into his own hands, crafting a sanctuary where he could rest undisturbed. Thus, he invited Mr. Bobo to assist him in utilizing their superhuman abilities to construct a dwelling. However, out of nowhere, the idle deity barged in, proclaiming that since he had nothing to do, he would lend a hand, instantly transforming the house into a lavish, resplendent sanctuary of white marble. Was this truly meant for him alone? The number of rooms was excessive. Even more outrageous was the deity's unilateral decision to assign him the role of the earthly deity's proxy without his consent. Naturally, Lizet declined, but the deity dismissed his objections, suggesting he merely put on a facade and communicate with him as needed. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Admittedly, he began to feel as though he might genuinely become the deity's priest. Moreover, within this sanctuary, there existed a passage directly linking to the temple of the deity. Those Namekians should refrain from carelessly connecting others' homes to the divine sanctuaries. However, setting those matters aside, Lizet murmured to himself, observing the inexplicably enlarged cloud above him. How has the nimbus cloud grown so large? When he received it from Master Karen, the nimbus was but large enough for him to recline upon. Yet over the years, it had evidently expanded, now stretching nearly 10 meters in length. The likely reason for this transformation was the dwindling number of individuals capable of riding the nimbus cloud. Incredibly, within this world, nimbus clouds were not considered rare. They were quite popular as a means of transportation, with many once utilizing them. However, in recent years, people's hearts had increasingly inclined towards malevolence, resulting in a diminished number of riders. The abandoned Nimbus clouds, bereft of their masters, gravitated towards him, the last remaining steward. Witnessing this spectacle, Lizet became convinced that the birth of son Wukong was imminent. When Wukong ventured across the globe, it seemed that few would remain capable of riding the Nimbus cloud. He had heard tales of a time when many could, and by this reckoning, the onset of the original narrative could not be far off, at most 60 or 70 years. Certainly not a century. It appears there is still quite a while to go. Reflecting on the years he has lived, this brief span of time seems insignificant. After all, since his birth, he has already experienced a century and 80 years. He feels both anticipation and trepidation. While it cannot be said he has ever truly rested, he has never neglected his training. He has assimilated the strengths of various martial arts, honing them through practical combat to forge a distinctive fighting style of his own. Whenever he finds a moment, he pushes his limits to the brink of collapse, thereby enhancing his aura's upper threshold and physical endurance. His mastery of aura manipulation has become increasingly refined, enabling him not only to sever, control, and track his aura, but also to create energy orbs with a rudimentary sense of autonomy. In his leisure, he has even collected Dragon Balls, wishing for the ability to survive in any environment. Now, his physical form can soar into the cosmos, although his speed remains insufficient. He can merely venture beyond the atmosphere and return. At that time, he employed a clever tactic. When a Dragon Ball scattered, he leapt up to seize one that was hidden. He contemplated the possibility of needing the Dragon Balls in the future. Having one from the outset would certainly alleviate some troubles. He had grasped the 5-star ball, which sufficed as long as it was not the 4-star one. He had no intention of taking the 4-star ball. If he were to cling to it, the future of this world could very well descend into chaos. Lowering his gaze, he then lifted his eyes to the sky, as a white aura slowly emanated from his back, not dissipating but rather solidifying into radiant, pure white wings that lifted him into the air. This was the culmination of 180 years of training, a manifestation of his perfected aura control. It was a flight assistant skill he had meticulously developed to enable him to traverse the cosmos, enhancing his speed in flight, which delighted him immensely. If there were a drawback, it would be that the color should have been red. That would be reminiscent of the fabled Gundam, exuding a certain charm. With white, however, the color palette of his attire seemed rather limited. Soaring through the sky, wings unfurled, he glided freely across the horizon, resembling an angel or celestial being. When pondering, he often preferred to fly this way, breaking free from the constraints of gravity, allowing his thoughts to flow more clearly. He never doubted his own strength, firmly believing in his prowess. Thus, he looked forward to discovering the limits of his capabilities, whether he could touch the cosmos or would remain confined to Earth. Once Goku matures, he will inevitably encounter the barriers of the universe, the escalation of power beyond the Saiyan saga. The cosmos is teeming with formidable beings, and it is his ambition to explore the very ends of the world, to push the boundaries of the known and ascertain his own strength, which is the most fundamental goal. If he cannot surpass even the Saiyans, then forget about the universe. He might not survive even halfway through. Yet, all of this lies in the distant future. As he reassured himself, he immersed himself in training, unaware that the countdown had already begun. 70 years, a span ample for an ordinary person to enjoy a full life, now dwindled to mere moments for him. Can I truly reach the cosmos? The thought of weakness involuntarily escaped his lips. He lacked the convenience of a combat power detector, rendering him incapable of quantifying his strength, leaving him utterly unaware of his true capabilities. Although he could sense the aura of a deity and make rough estimations, they were far from precise. If the power of a god were to be considered as a baseline of 1, then his current strength might be around 50. Recalling that the power of a deity was approximately 300, he surmised that his own might be around 15,000. Alas, this realization struck him hard. He was even weaker than Vegeta. Lizet appeared disheartened, murmuring to himself. Yet, he had long been aware of this, having made similar conjectures before. However, he remained undeterred, for he possessed the potential for explosive limits. After considerable physical adaptation, he could effortlessly elevate his combat power to 5 times its base, and with great effort, it could reach 7 times. Thus, a power level of 75,000 seemed a certainty. How strong he felt. In the context of Earth, he might be considered extraordinary. albeit still inferior to Captain Jinyu. Nevertheless, he mused, with this level, he would easily surpass that threshold in a few years. Given the rapid escalation of power witnessed during the Namek saga, it was conceivable that he could catch up in a day. Saiyans experienced tremendous surges in strength even when near death. As for Frisia's first form, such aspirations were futile. He stood no chance. Earth-S scientists, with a modicum of effort, could create androids with power exceeding 100 million, while he, after 180 years of existence, could muster only this meager strength. Such thoughts brought him to the verge of tears. It seemed he must strive harder. Yet, even with the desire to accumulate combat experience, he found no worthy opponents. The disparity in strength was too great. Any confrontation would merely amount to bullying the weak. He might as well spar with stones. Earth was hardly an ideal environment for growth, lacking challengers who could match his prowess. If only he had an adversary of comparable strength, his training efficiency would soar, and his capabilities would advance rapidly. Unfortunately, Lizet was too formidable. The only contender worthy of facing him was himself, leaving him to train in solitude. He had even participated in the first World Martial Arts Tournament, only to be met with no worthy foes. Each battle concluded with a mere flick of his hand, leaving him profoundly disappointed. Indeed, being too strong could sometimes be a burden. Yet, he had to amend his perspective. Strength was essential. Otherwise, he would be incapable of addressing even the troubles that came his way. Spreading his wings, he cautiously gazed downward, where an unfamiliar elder stood, accompanied by 5 creatures that were unmistakably inhuman. The atmosphere suggested ill intentions. They were undoubtedly approaching him with malicious intent. Visitors to the sanctuary were rare, and these were clearly uninvited guests. Lizet did not retract his wings, instead gently descending to the ground. "It is an honor to meet you, revered dragon sage." "Who are you?" Chapter 5. The world's most powerful master. "Who are you?" "My name is Dr. Quinn, and I am here to welcome you, the world's most powerful master." Dr. Quinn. This name was unfamiliar to the original narrative, yet Lizet recognized it. He was a figure embroiled in forbidden research, ostracized within the academic community. Moreover, he vaguely recollected that in the movie titled The Strongest Warrior, which follows the Saiyan saga, there exists a character bearing that name. Regardless, it is certain that the individual is not a friendly one. "Follow me. Dr. Willow is awaiting your arrival." "No problem. Just lead the way." "What?" Lizet's gaze suddenly sharpened. Simultaneously, the monstrous creature beside Dr. Qin was instantaneously shattered into fragments, and his right arm vanished. Upon glancing back at Lizet, one would notice that, at some point, her finger had extended, smoke still wafting from its tip. In truth, it was nothing of great consequence. She had merely launched an attack at a speed imperceptible to Dr. Qin, shattering the guard with her energy and obliterating Dr. Qin's arm. Nothing more than that. "I am unaware of your intentions in taking me away, but you have mistaken the person. Repent for your ignorance and rest eternally." Truly deserving of a legendary dragon sage, my biological warrior was utterly defeated in a single blow. In that case, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lizet sensed a formidable aura encroaching from her surroundings, yet she remained unfazed, directing her gaze towards the new adversaries. 3 inhuman aberrations surrounded her. A diminutive creature with green skin, a rotund monster with yellow skin, soft and pliable like rubber, and a pink-skinned entity sporting a red mohawk and clad in spiked shoulder armor, reminiscent of a ruffian from a post-apocalyptic world. Lizet recalled their names. Seemingly akin to fried shrimp and meat patties, quite appetizing in sound. "These are my ferocious warriors. Seize the sage." With Dr. Qin's command, the 3 aberrations lunged at Lizet, yet she remained entirely unperturbed. She deftly evaded their incoming fists, grasped one of their arms with her left hand, and with a gentle punch from her right, sent it flying. She then seized the corpulent creature and hurled it towards the diminutive green one, causing them to collide. In the blink of an eye, Lizet effortlessly dispatched all 3 aberrations. "No, this cannot be. My ferocious warriors." Lizet casually approached the astonished Dr. Qin, a smile gracing her face as she requested, "Very well. Lead the way to your master, Dr. Willow." Situated in the far northern expanse, a colossal iceberg, impervious even to the sun's warmth, is aptly named the Eternal Ice Wall. Venturing deeper into the mountain reveals a mechanical research facility that starkly contrasts the icy wilderness. With Dr. Qin in her grasp, Lizet soared through the sky, leaving a trail of white light in her wake, and launched an energy orb towards the research facility. As smoke billowed, a gaping hole was blasted into the roof of the establishment. She had never intended to enter through the front door, unaware of the myriad traps that might lie within. Breaching the enemy's stronghold, there was no necessity to traverse the entrance they had prepared. Lizet flew through the self-created opening and silently descended within the research facility. Welcome, bearer of the world's strongest physique. You must be Dr. Willow? At the depths of the research institute resides a grotesque creation of science, a container obscured by a mask, filled with a transparent liquid, within which a brain floats, supported by a mechanical body. This body is indescribably bizarre, resembling both an insect and a fish. I am aware that this may be a futile endeavor, yet I must inquire, what is it that you seek from me? I possess the most exceptional intellect in the world and desire to seize the strongest corporeal form. Surrender your body to me. Are you jesting? If you covet a body, why not utilize your esteemed scientific prowess to create one of your own? I believe that would entail far less trouble than usurping another's form. Lizet quickly surmised that this dialogue could yield no favorable outcome. In truth, when the adversary, Dr. Packer, arrived with those ferocious warriors to provoke him, he had little hope for a fruitful negotiation. Now, that hope had dwindled to nothing. You lack the right to refuse. This immortal and indestructible body, capable of thriving in any environment and both powerful and beautiful, can only find meaning in my possession. Regrettably, my body belongs to me alone. I implore you to relinquish your pursuit. As Lizet conversed, he assessed the potential strength of his opponent, which proved remarkably formidable, far exceeding his expectations. He had assumed that since the adversary was an enemy from the Saiyan saga, their might would at most rival that of Vegeta. Yet their actual power was evidently much greater. If we consider the strength of the Supreme Kai as one, then the opponent possesses at least 130, translating to a numerical value of approximately 39,000. In essence, the opponent is stronger than himself in their normal state. It was truly astonishing to discover such a powerful foe on Earth, and an involuntary smile crept upon Lizet's face, his fighting spirit surging. This is not up for debate. This body shall be mine. Are we to engage in battle? Willow activated his mechanical form, swinging a massive arm. He paid no heed to Dr. Packer, standing beside Lizet, who was tragically crushed into a heap of scrap metal by the very figure he once revered. Lizet swiftly retreated, concentrating his energy at his fingertips, and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, each one precise and powerful, akin to a machine gun, relentlessly targeting Willow. However, the damage inflicted was negligible, as the disparity in strength rendered his attacks almost entirely ineffective. Moreover, Willow immediately launched a counterattack, his robust arm striking Lizet with tremendous force, driving him into the wall. Cough. It seems I cannot prevail in my normal state. When the gap in power is so vast, technique becomes nearly irrelevant, despite his unwillingness to accept this. Lizet understood he could not win through conventional means. Nevertheless, if victory eludes him, he would resort to unconventional methods. Let S unleash the limit break. Triple. The limit break. A technique of his own invention modeled after the Kaioken amplifies his combat prowess. Thus, while the name differs, its effects are equivalent to a threefold Kaioken. Lizet's body radiated a silvery luminescence, particles of light spilling forth in abundance. With this augmentation, his combat power theoretically reached approximately 45,000, surpassing Willow and finally gaining the upper hand. In the next instant, Lizet's figure vanished, delivering a kick that sent Willow flying at an inconceivable speed. Damn it! Willow retaliated with a punch, yet Lizet effortlessly caught the blow with his left hand, then glided beneath Willow's arm, striking upward with his palm aimed precisely at the joint mechanism of Willow's arm, an attack designed to shatter joints. Long spear. Lizet then initiated a breath fixation technique, retaining the aura that would have dispersed, molding it into a weapon. Besides the wings still unfurling from his back, he could even condense weapons such as long spears and great swords. He thrust the formed spear forward, piercing through Willow's knee joint. Reaper Scythe. Next, Lizet conjured a massive scythe of aura, its blade capable of expanding and contracting at will, akin to a tool wielded by a reaper. He swung the colossal scythe, severing the remaining mechanical arm of Willow. Oath of the Victory Sword. Finally, he materialized a grand luminous sword, releasing it to be manipulated remotely with the tip of his finger. Do not underestimate this technique, as it is one of Lizet's specialties. This beloved sword did not disappoint, precisely severing Willow's last leg. Thus, Willow was left in a state of dismemberment, with arms and legs rendered useless. Oh, you bastard! Willow was consumed by rage, activating his propulsion device to soar into the sky. Choosing to fly after losing his limbs was indeed a strategic decision, but in this world, the right tactics do not always guarantee victory. Gathering energy in high altitude, was he intending to obliterate the Earth along with me? Were his plans after destroying the very planet he seeks to dominate? Lizet sensed Willow's final intent to attack and began to concentrate his energy in preparation for confrontation. He gathered all his aura into his right hand, clutching the condensed orb that radiated a brilliant white light, waiting for the moment of Willow's aerial explosion. Go forth. Radiant impact. This technique fundamentally involved casting out the concentrated aura and triggering an explosion, an elegantly simple maneuver. Yet in this realm, the simplest techniques often wield the greatest power. The white orb shattered the sky, forcefully countering the destructive rays emanating from Willow and suppressing them, ultimately redirecting the blast back at the pitiful scientist. The white light erupted with a thunderous explosion, and seizing the opportunity, Lizet unfurled his wings, soaring into the cosmos. Higher, higher, and ever higher, transcending the heavens. Breaking through the atmosphere, departing from the embrace of Mother Earth, Lizet finally caught up with the now near-death Willow in the vastness of space. At this moment, Willow, devoid of limbs, had his mechanical body shattered and short-circuited in multiple places, with a protective container for his brain cracked, transparent liquid seeping out incessantly. Yet even so, he remained like a specter, extending his mechanical limb, devoid of forearms, emitting a vague, haunting howl. Body, my body, lightsaber. Lizet closed his eyes and gently waved his arm. In the next instant, hundreds, even thousands of ethereal lightsabers materialized behind him, all their tips aimed squarely at Willow. Farewell, tragic genius. 1,000 lightsabers surged forth, piercing Willow, culminating in an explosion that utterly obliterated this sorrowful man, leaving not a trace behind. The mad genius Willow had been vanquished. All that remained was to entomb his research in darkness. Lizet cast a cold gaze upon the research facility, feeling an involuntary pang of regret for this genius. Without a doubt, he was a true prodigy, whether in the realm of biological warriors or his own mechanical form. Had he been directed toward the right purpose, he could have become the guardian of this planet, even possessing the power to counter the Saiyan that would inevitably arrive in the future. Lizet conjured a colossal iron hammer, which slipped from his grasp and plummeted toward the research facility. The violent impact triggered an avalanche, causing the eternal ice walls to collapse, completely entombing the entire facility. Subsequently, Lizet unfurled his white wings, leaving behind a trail of light as he ascended into the sky, gradually vanishing beyond the horizon. Chapter 6. The Gears of Fate begin to turn. Year 737 of the Age of Elysium. Lizet's keen perception detected the approach of something toward Earth. The aura was by no means formidable. It felt weak and timid, imbued with a sense of insignificance. Nonetheless, to be prudent, he stepped outside to ascertain the source of the energy. Soon, he beheld a spherical spacecraft, poised to descend upon Earth. At last, it has arrived, Lizet murmured to himself, shedding his usual anger. Over 240 years had passed since his birth into this world, and the memories of his previous life astonishingly remained vivid. The destined child of fate was finally reaching Earth. Lizet had harbored secret concerns that countless auras had faded from the far reaches of the universe, perhaps indicating that he would not come. He had even sensed an overwhelmingly powerful presence, one he could never hope to rival, most likely Frisia. Thus he had long anticipated the crucial moment was at hand. Yet, as the time of arrival drew near, an inescapable tension surged within him. You knew all along? Divine being, when did you arrive? Oh, I just got here as well. After all, the entity from the cosmos is indeed worth noting. The usually playful deity of Earth could not conceal his seriousness at this moment, his sharp gaze fixed upon Lizet's profile, as if demanding an explanation. I sensed countless lives extinguished from afar. Along with an unprecedentedly potent, malevolent energy, a planet has been annihilated by that very force. I cannot perceive such distances, but since you assert it, it must be true. The valiant warrior, who bravely confronted the forces of evil until the very last moment, is the heir to a bloodline now manifested as the destined child arriving upon Earth. From this moment forth, the fate of the planet shall revolve around him. One might liken this to the musings of an oracle. Could it be a prophecy? No, it is merely an intuition. To describe it as a memory from a past life would be more accurate. Yet he ultimately refrained from voicing this thought, choosing instead to remain silent. The divine murmured in understanding and then cast his gaze towards the horizon. Are you truly unable to vanquish that malevolence? Not at present, replied Lizet, shaking his head. That being's power exists in an entirely different dimension. It was difficult to fathom that even he could not best such an adversary. This is the truth. The universe is far more expansive than we can conceive. He had acutely sensed Frisia's aura, trembling in response to its overwhelming strength. I'm incapable of victory now. I lack even the qualification to contend. Over 240 years of cultivation have yet to bring me closer. Given this reality, only one course of action remained: to grow stronger alongside Sun Wukong and his companions. However, he continued, we still have time. That immense evil will not cast its gaze upon this planet for the time being. I have sufficient opportunity to develop into a formidable warrior. What if time is not on our side? In that case, I shall strive to buy us time. As long as that evil does not arrive, I shall find a way to cope. Sun Wukong will become the beacon of hope for this planet. Although his arrival may plunge Earth into peril, without him, no one could thwart Frisia, let alone confront threats such as Majin Buu. The heroic saga of Sun Wukong is essential for this universe. Sooner or later, Lizet too will embark on a journey across the cosmos. He will not permit this universe to fall to ruin by anyone's hand. Thus, he needs Sun Wukong. For this world yearns for such a hero. The wheels of fate begin to turn as the protagonist finally descends upon Earth. Everything is set in motion, and the story officially commences at this very moment. Subsequently, 12 years pass quietly. In the year 749 of the Age of the Dragon, the next Dragon Ball, yes, it must be here, exists in this very place. Bulma, the heiress of Capsule Corporation, confidently declared while holding her homemade Dragon Ball radar. The magical orbs, which can grant any wish upon gathering all 7, have seen her locate 5, and she is now tracking the signal of the 6th. However, challenges soon arise. The mountain, where the legendary immortals are said to reside, is exceedingly high. At an altitude of 5,000 meters, one cannot help but question the sanity of dwelling in such a lofty location. Travel becomes exceedingly inconvenient. Bulma, already exhausted, is being carried by her companion, the wild youth Sun Wukong. His remarkable strength and stamina are invaluable. Without him, this journey would likely have faltered long ago. Accompanying them is another companion, more accurately, a pig named Oolong. He possesses the remarkable ability to transform into anything, yet has never utilized this talent for anything of substance. Furthermore, he is exceedingly lecherous, always seeking opportunities to catch a glimpse of Bulma's missteps. Thus, Bulma, alongside her 2 peculiar companions, painstakingly ascends the mountain peak. The immortal must surely be extraordinarily beautiful, right? Are you foolish? Such beings do not exist. Eventually, the trio reaches the summit, where a strikingly ethereal sanctuary comes into view. The entire temple is immaculate and pure, seemingly constructed solely from pristine snow, devoid of any other hue. Surrounding them are several ghostly women, exuding a faint glow, some tending to the fields while others gather fruits. These are, in fact, autonomous energy orbs created by Lizet's imitation of Gotenks Super Ghostly Dan, though Bulma and her companions remain oblivious to this fact. Astonishingly, they truly exist. Look, it appears to be real. The atmosphere here is palpably different, imbued with a sense of divine presence, not to mention the illogical nature of the specters around them. Bulma and Oolong feel a twinge of trepidation, while Goku, unperturbed, engages the ghostly figures in conversation. Excuse me, do you have anything called Dragon Balls? Ah, yes, indeed. The esteemed one possesses them. The addressed specter replies amiably, inviting Goku and his friends into the sanctuary. It seems this immortal has an open disposition towards visitors. The trio steps into the imposing interior of the temple, ultimately arriving at the sanctum. At the center of the sanctuary sits a youth upon a majestic throne. The boy appears to be around 14 years of age, with hair that glistens like silver rather than pure white, and skin as pristine as freshly fallen snow. His golden eyes sparkle with an uncanny light, as if they can penetrate the depths of Bulma's and the others' hearts. Clad entirely in white, he dons a royal cape and an ethereal robe, its hem gently unfurling like that of Sprite. Most strikingly, he radiates a sacred luminescence, shimmering with a soft silver glow, surrounded by particles of light. One glance reveals the truth. This is the genuine article, a true deity or a being closely associated with divinity. Even Oolong is rendered speechless, his lecherous thoughts entirely vanished. Chapter 7, Son Goku. The boy's demeanor is so exquisitely perfect that it starkly highlights the disparity in their ranks, leaving no room for irreverence. Faced with this unprecedented and imposing presence, Bulma and her companions feel utterly lost, yet the youth smile serenely. Welcome, seekers of wishes. It is a laborious journey to arrive here. To be frank, Bulma initially harbored a sense of luck, having heard tales of the formidable Turtle Hermit, who turned out to be merely a lecherous old man. She presumed this dragon hermit would be of a similar ilk. Never did she anticipate encountering such an authentically divine being. Ah, haha. Well, may I inquire about your well-being today? Bulma was so anxious that her words tumbled over each other, her tongue almost unable to keep pace. In contrast, Oolong was completely petrified. The only one maintaining composure was undoubtedly Sun Wukong. Without a hint of hesitation, Sun Wukong approached the young boy, reaching out as he typically would to touch the boy's waist. Having never encountered a female before meeting Bulma, he lacked the ability to discern gender through appearance alone. The boy's silver-white hair cascading over his shoulders, paired with his androgynous looks and pure white attire, made it all the more challenging for Wukong. Relying on instinct, he attempted to determine the boy's gender by feeling for a tail, devoid of any malicious intent. However, Sun Wukong's hand missed its mark, inadvertently brushing the boy's head, who had somehow slipped behind him. What mischievous child! Yet, such antics are ill-advised, for they could evoke genuine ire. Oh! Sun Wukong was taken aback. Having failed to observe the boy's swift movements, he hastily turned around only to find nothing but emptiness behind him. Glancing back at the throne, he saw the boy had already returned to his seat. You are quite remarkable. Do you possess magical abilities? I can wield celestial arts. But what you witnessed was merely swift movement. With diligent practice, you too shall achieve such feats, the boy replied with a cheerful laugh, his demeanor radiating joy. Though surprised, Sun Wukong did not linger in astonishment. He excitedly addressed the boy without a hint of restraint. Incredible. You are truly powerful. Haha, it's not that impressive. The boy floated up from the throne, his gaze sweeping over the three. A smile remained etched on his face. Yet none could discern the potential consequences of provoking his wrath. One thing was clear. Sun Wukong could not prevail against him. Thus, the notion of having Wukong engage in a fight was utterly impractical. Well, the wish orbs you seek are indeed in my possession. However, this orb is a universal wish-granting device capable of stirring chaos in the world. It must not fall into the hands of those with malevolent intent. Therefore, I must inquire, why do you desire the Dragon Balls? His icy gaze pierced through the trio, seemingly forbidding any deceit. Bulma thought to herself that it was unfortunate. In such an atmosphere, admitting her desire for a handsome boyfriend would be exceedingly awkward. I have no desires. I only came because Bulma asked me to accompany her. Truly devoid of yearning, how admirable. It seemed the boy held a favorable impression of Sun Wukong, as his tone conveyed delight while conversing with him. Bulma silently regretted her choice. Had she known, she would have let Wukong come alone. Now, it was too late for any words. As she nervously struggled to speak, the boy suddenly softened his demeanor, gazing at her and Oolong, who remained silent. All right then, do not be so stiff. Having aspirations is not necessarily a bad thing. I sense no overwhelming malice from you, so it would not be an issue for me to entrust the Dragon Balls to you. The boy's gaze was gentle, as if capable of healing one's heart. His words meandered slightly, yet the meaning was clear. He did not oppose handing over the Dragon Balls to Bulma and her companions. At this moment, the young man in white shifted his tone and added, however, an unconditional offer seems rather dull. How about this? Tonight, you shall accompany me in recounting tales of your travels. Shall we? He gently clapped his hands, as if struck by a brilliant idea. Although he appeared sacred and untouchable, his demeanor was surprisingly amiable. Bulma naturally could not refuse. The prospect of sharing adventure stories in exchange for a Dragon Ball was simply too enticing. She nodded eagerly and began to narrate her journey thus far. At that moment, Lizet was filled with joy. Never before had he felt so vividly that he was immersed in the world of Dragon Ball, a realm that had previously existed only in memory. There was Son Goku, Bulma, Oolong, and he could even sense that Yamcha and Puar were stealthily following them outside the sanctum, even though he was already aware of their journey. Hearing them recount their experiences filled his heart with exhilaration. From the context, it seemed they had just encountered the Ox King, holding a Dragon Ball in his hand. Bulma's 2 original Dragon Balls had been reduced to 1, leading them to this very spot. Bulma's wish was to have a handsome boyfriend, and Lizet thought that given her attributes, even without the Dragon Balls, such a desire would be easily fulfilled. She was beautiful, had an enviable figure, came from a well-off family, and possessed both talent and intellect. Truly a prime catch. Even without taking the initiative, suitors would inevitably gravitate towards her. As for Oolong's wish for a girl's underwear, well, perhaps it was best left unspoken. However, he had not expressed a desire to gather all the girls of the world into a harem, indicating that his nature wasn't irredeemably corrupt. He was merely a slightly lecherous little rascal, which could hardly lead to any significant trouble. As for Son Goku, he had no particular wishes. If one were to insist, it might be that he simply wished to have his fill of food, a desire that Lizet promptly satisfied. Thus, for Goku, it was akin to having no wishes at all. However, this also resulted in Lizet's stock of provisions, enough to feed 50 individuals, being entirely consumed by Goku. Lizet did not deny that his extra care stemmed from their status as protagonists in the original narrative. Had they been mere strangers, he would not have been so affable. Regardless of right or wrong, Lizet had always been candid about his own desires and preferences, not exactly a paragon of selflessness. The next day, Son Goku and his companions embarked once more on their quest for the Dragon Balls. Lizet, fully aware of their impending fate, had no intention of significantly altering it. At this moment, he simply wished to be a quiet observer. Yet, following them from a distance should pose no issue, right? Clearly, Lizet found it impossible to remain entirely inconspicuous. Ultimately, he resolved to stealthily trail behind Son Goku and his companions. Chapter 8. The Stalker Lizet. Several days had passed since Goku and his friends visited Lizet. He suppressed his aura to nearly zero, silently observing their journey from above. It goes without saying that this was driven by a near-fanatic desire to observe. The journey that once existed solely within stories was now unfolding vividly before his eyes. Under his whimsical judgment as a devoted fan, this breathtaking spectacle continues to unfold. It is somewhat regrettable that Goku and his companions have already gathered 6 Dragon Balls, leaving only 2 major events in this journey: a confrontation with the Rabbit Army and their subsequent capture by the Pilaf gang. Witnessing the capabilities of the Rabbit leader once more, Lizet acutely feels that the ability to transform individuals into carrots is undeniably unfair. However, facing an opponent with such a vast disparity in fighting strength, this tactic may prove ineffective. Although Goku has hurled the Rabbit Army to the moon, considering their pitiable state, he might contemplate rescuing them later. Despite being villains, the Rabbit Army does not seem to have suffered any mortal injuries. Furthermore, the punishment of being cast to the moon is rather severe. After all, once the moon is destroyed, the Rabbit Army will likely drift aimlessly through the cosmos, which is undeniably tragic. The ensuing confrontation with the Pilaf gang unfolds much like Lizet remembers. Upon entering Pilaf's castle, Goku and his friends find themselves ensnared, as anticipated. Subsequently, the Dragon Balls are easily seized, ultimately leading to the legendary wish, "Give me women's underwear." Upon reading this, Lizet cannot help but burst into laughter. Yet a thought lingers. Whose underwear is it? Given the explicit specification for women's, it is highly improbable that it is new. Let us offer a moment of silence for the individual whose underwear was taken by the dragon. Nevertheless, Goku and his companions' misfortunes often carry a glimmer of hope. The day of their capture coincides with a full moon, allowing Goku to transform into a great ape and escape, thus turning calamity into fortune. Next, all that remains is for Yamcha and the others to sever Goku's tail. This was Lizet's initial thought, but for reasons unknown, the Pilaf gang, instead of fleeing in their private jet, returns to engage in a gunfight, taunting the transformed Goku. He privately wonders if this scenario exists in the storyline, but quickly recalls that these are memories from a past life, and such gaps in recollection are to be expected, perhaps believing that machine guns would not inflict substantial harm. Pilaf's aircraft surprisingly launches missiles, while Lizet thinks that Goku, in his current state, should be capable of handling it. An inexplicable sense of unease wells up within him. What if Goku were to perish as a result? This concern is not unfounded. At this moment, Goku's normal fighting power is merely 10, and even after transforming into a great ape, his power would only reach around 100. To be struck directly by a missile with a power level of 100 could indeed lead to his demise. A lightsaber. Lizet concentrates his energy, forming a white lightsaber beside him, deftly manipulating its blade with a flick of his fingertip. This seemingly slender lightsaber is, in fact, a condensed energy projectile in the shape of a lightsaber and should not be underestimated. He directs the lightsaber towards a missile, piercing it and causing it to explode just before reaching Goku. The shockwave from the explosion sends the Pilaf gang flying, yet with their tenacious vitality, it is likely they will not meet their end. Considering that they would later resurrect the Demon King Piccolo indirectly causing countless deaths, and in Dragon Ball GT, would utilize the ultimate Dragon Balls to bring Earth to the brink of destruction. It seems that eliminating them at this moment might truly serve the greater good. Lizet found herself nearly overwhelmed by this perilous thought, quickly shaking her head to dispel it. Characters like Pilaf were inconsequential. The paramount concern was Goku. Lord Dragon Sage. Bulma's exuberant voice echoed. Indeed, once one intervenes, even from a lofty height, exposure is inevitable. Although Lizet had no intention of interfering, she instinctively acted. While regretting her impulsiveness, she descended gracefully to land before Bulma and the others. "You're here to save us, right?" Yes, more or less," Lizet replied. She couldn't confess the truth, that she was merely a spectator, akin to reading a comic book, observing their journey. Moreover, being addressed as Lord Dragon Sage felt particularly awkward. While being called such by strangers usually elicited mere shyness, hearing it from characters in the original story was distinctly unsettling. It seemed imperative to have them address her differently. "I am Lizet." "Huh, that's my name. Please refrain from calling me Dragon Sage. Just use my name directly. No need for formality." Lizet smiled at Bulma and the others, discreetly gauging their reactions. Bulma, with some hesitation, murmured, "Oh, is that so?" It appeared she would adapt quickly. Yamcha stood frozen, recalling that he seemed to have a fear of women. "I'm sorry if I resemble a girl." Oolong blushed furiously, muttering something incoherent. "You're blushing like a bubble, Oolong." Puar's eyes sparkled with childlike wonder, making her rather endearing. Overall, the group seemed to accept the situation reasonably well. Lorji, no, Lizet. There is something you might find hard to believe, but Goku, could you find a way to change him back?" Observing Bulma's urgent plea, Lizet lowered her gaze. In truth, she had already discerned this. After all, she had been observing the entire time. Of course, such spoilers must not be revealed. She merely replied nonchalantly, "I understand," feigning just now to have realized the situation. From the energy signature, it appeared that the full moon's power was concentrated in Goku's tail. If she could sever the tail, perhaps he could return to his original state. This statement was half-truth. She had indeed discovered this upon observation. In the original narrative, Krillin and the others overlooked this detail. But Lizet's centuries of energy cultivation were not in vain. She could sense even the distant energy of Frisia from the far reaches of the universe, allowing her to detect such nuances effortlessly. With a wave of her arm, Lizet condensed her energy into a massive chain, subsequently controlling it remotely. In an instant, the chain ensnared the great ape, swiftly binding its movements. Even in his transformed state as a great ape, Goku's battle prowess barely exceeds a mere 100, rendering him utterly incapable of matching Lizet's strength. To break free from the chains, he would require an aura of power comparable to that of Lizet. However, even if a miracle occurred and he ascended to Super Saiyan, such a feat would remain unattainable. Lizet glanced at Yamcha, who was momentarily frozen in astonishment at the unfolding scene, gently urging him, "Now is the time to act." Chapter 9. A New Method of Training. Lizet turned to the still-stunned Yamcha, softly reiterating, "Now is the time to act." "Ah yes, Puar. Understood, Master Yamcha." With a resounding declaration of transformation, Puar morphed into a pair of scissors, deftly severing the great ape's tail. Lizet couldn't help but admire Yamcha's partner's remarkable abilities. Not only could Puar transform into any object without time constraints, but he also exhibited unwavering loyalty to his master and possessed an adorably feline appearance, truly a paragon of excellence. Beyond reproach, Lizet had contemplated the notion of raising Puar alongside Master Karen as a pet, but quickly dismissed the idea. Returning to the matter at hand, once the tail was severed, Goku effortlessly reverted to his human form. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that Saiyans are rather unreliable. It is said that Goku was originally dispatched to conquer Earth, intending to transform into a great ape under the full moon to facilitate this conquest. Yet, considering the strength of the great ape at that time, it could at best contend with ordinary individuals, and against an army, it would likely face immediate annihilation. Even though Earth's inhabitants possess relatively weaker combat capabilities, their technological advancements are not to be underestimated. Such a plan for conquest is sheer folly. Moreover, the Saiyans had thoughtlessly placed infant Goku in a solitary space pod without provisions, casting him away with reckless abandon, an act of utter foolishness. Had it not been for Gohan's discovery of him, Goku might have perished from starvation. Reflecting on this, Lizet let out a soft sigh. Ultimately, the Saiyans likely never regarded the conquest of Earth with any seriousness. Not to mention the lengthy timeline of the plan, coupled with its woefully low feasibility, suggested that they merely viewed the offspring of lower-tier warriors as inconsequential, casually discarding them on Earth. In fact, had Raditz not later recalled Goku, it is probable that no one would have remembered him, thus making this assumption seem quite plausible. Phew, thank goodness, it's finally over. Indeed, had Lord Lizet not arrived, I shudder to think of what might have transpired. Lizet genuinely wished to convey that even in his absence, they would have been capable of resolving the matter independently. However, he swallowed his words and instead gestured toward Goku. In the next moment, Goku, who had been entirely unclothed, was instantaneously clad in a martial arts uniform identical to his previous attire. This was a fundamental skill of material generation he had mastered over 50 years from the leisurely earth deity, seemingly based on the principle of transforming surrounding elements into tangible matter. It appears that Jibito, the attendant of the Kaioshin, possesses a similar skill, indicating that the difficulty is not particularly high. Wow, the clothes appeared in an instant. This is the art of celestial beings. After all, the title of Dragon Immortal is not one bestowed lightly. Having lived for 260 years, I have naturally acquired a plethora of diverse knowledge. Yet, Lizet cannot shake the feeling that the persona of the Dragon Immortal is deliberately crafted by the deities of Earth. Unbeknownst to me, I have unwittingly become a proxy for these celestial beings. How desperately this deity wishes to remain within the temple, Lizet mused inwardly. The following evening, the group awaited further developments. A series of events transpired. Upon awakening, Goku discovered his tail was missing. Initially, he caused a commotion, but soon regained his spirits. Meanwhile, Yamcha, at an unexpected moment, overcame his fear of girls. The ever-hopeful Bulma, desiring a dashing boyfriend, found a kindred spirit in Yamcha, who secretly favored girls. And together, they exuberantly danced, showcasing their fervent affection. However, Bulma is destined to marry Vegeta, and Yamcha, I wish you luck. Observing Yamcha's blissful demeanor, Lizet felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. Ultimately, he found himself with little purpose here, with the Dragon Balls unable to grant another wish for a year. Goku and the others resolved to part ways. Bulma and Yamcha, along with Oolong and Puar, planned to return to Bulma's residence in West City, while Goku intended to seek training under Master Roshi. Each of them set forth towards their individual aspirations. Lizet bid them a brief farewell and returned to the sanctuary atop the mountain. Upon returning to the sanctuary, Lizet's life resumed its previous rhythm, dominated by training. He consistently carried a heavy load to enhance his foundational abilities, relentlessly pushing his limits and continually igniting his explosive potential. He aimed to increase both his overall energy and his body's capacity to endure high-intensity burdens. The significance of the latter is self-evident, as Lizet is a mere earthling, devoid of the extraordinary transformation abilities possessed by Super Saiyans. The so-called explosive limit is essentially akin to a transformation that alters only one's appearance, with a multiplier far inferior to that of the Super Saiyan, and the physical strain cannot be overlooked. Thus, Lizet must forge a body capable of enduring high stress to pursue a greater multiplier than his baseline. If he could reach a multiplier of 50, he would rival a Super Saiyan, and at that point, he would become a Super Earthling. However, currently, Lizet's limit stands at merely 7 times. Considering his combat power at approximately 20,000, a 7-fold increase is indeed remarkable, yet it is far from sufficient. After decades of adaptation, he has only reached this stage. This is untenable. By the time of the Namek Saga, such strength would be easily surpassed. New training methodologies must be conceived. With eyes closed, Lizet sank into contemplation within the sanctuary. What can I do? What viable options exist? The first thought that came to mind was the hyperbolic time chamber, where a single day equates to a year in the outside world and can impose 10-fold gravity, a perfect setting for rigorous training. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that each individual can only access 2 days of time throughout their lifetime, and he wishes to reserve this opportunity for a more critical moment when he is in dire need of power. Therefore, would it not be prudent to request Bulma to construct a gravity chamber? This indeed presents a viable option, as long as adequate compensation is provided. She would likely be willing to assist, preferably in a capsule form for ease of transport. As for the near-death breakthrough, it is better to forego that notion, as even if Earthlings experience near-death situations, they cannot enhance their combat abilities to the same extent as the Saiyans. The Saiyans are undeniably overpowered, a thought that elicited a bemused remark from Lizet. If he were a Saiyan himself, he would have undoubtedly achieved formidable combat strength through near-death revivals long ago. The mere contemplation of the Saiyan protagonist he had observed in his previous life effortlessly surpassing combat powers of several 100,000 left him feeling disheartened. To be frank, it is quite demoralizing. In any case, he resolved to procure the gravity chamber first. With determination, Lizet made his way to the Capsule Corporation, intending to simultaneously develop new techniques. There remains much to accomplish, and he cannot afford to squander time. Chapter 10. The World Martial Arts Tournament. Lizet purchased a gravity chamber capsule from the Capsule Corporation. Rather than a mere purchase, it was a special custom order. He promptly installed it beside the sanctuary and commenced his training. When he initially placed the order, Bulma had expressed her curiosity, wondering why a martial artist would desire such a contraption. Yet Lizet paid little heed to her inquiry. This gravity chamber can reach a maximum of 300 times the normal gravity. Naturally, given Lizet's current strength, enduring such immense gravity would undoubtedly overwhelm his physique. But considering the necessity for prolonged use, it is prudent to set a higher maximum value. Presently, his short-term goal is to conquer approximately 150 times the gravity before the impending battle, specifically prior to the Saiyan invasion. Recalling that Goku had surpassed 100 times the gravity with a combat power of around 90,000, if he could manage 150 times the gravity, his power might ascend to approximately 130,000. How splendid that would be. In any case, it is wise to proceed with caution. He shall commence with 10 times the gravity. Should he recklessly set the gravity too high and end up crushed, it would spell disaster. For safety's sake, Lizet initially adjusted the gravity to 10 times. He was acutely aware that with his current power, enduring 10 times the gravity posed no issue. This was merely a precaution. At around 10 times, there appears to be no significant burden. So let us increase it to 20 times, and then to 25 times. Lizet gradually adjusted the gravity dial, seeking the threshold of exertion that would be suitably challenging for him at present. 10 times felt too effortless, likely failing to yield the desired training effect. 20 times presented a noticeable burden, yet remained within acceptable limits. However, upon reaching 30 times, his body instantaneously felt as though it had been encased in lead. It seems that the appropriate gravity intensity for training lies within this range. After discerning this, Lizet fixed the gravity at 30 times and promptly began his foundational training. He refrained from utilizing his explosive limits, as the purpose of this training was to enhance his foundational strength. Employing such limits would be utterly futile. Moreover, should he recklessly activate his explosive state, his body would be deprived of the sensation of weight imparted by gravity, rendering the training ineffective. Conversely, if he were to set a gravity that allowed him to feel burdened while in an explosive state, once he reverted to his normal condition, the sudden increase in weight could potentially lead to catastrophic consequences. Thus, there was no rationale for amplifying his combat prowess here. It was a splendid opportunity for this training to genuinely allow him to perceive an improvement in his strength, a feeling he had not anticipated for quite some time. Lizet firmly believed that through this training, he would undoubtedly grow stronger. With this conviction, he began to move his body as if rehearsing martial arts. He had previously underestimated the efficacy of gravity training. A year had passed since he acquired the gravity chamber, and Lizet had tangibly experienced the remarkable efficiency of this training. Specifically, his strength had surged over threefold in that year. If quantified, it would equate to approximately the level of 200 celestial beings, nearing around 60,000. Reflecting on it, Sun Wukong had managed to elevate his battle power from 8,000 to 90,000 in just 1 week, illustrating the profound impact of gravity training. Indeed, the mere burden of gravity could significantly fortify the body, and Lizet finally comprehended why Vegeta had come to favor gravity training. Nevertheless, upon calm reflection, a threefold increase in a year paled in comparison to Sun Wukong's ability to amplify his power tenfold in merely a week. Such a disparity was disheartening. Despite understanding that Sun Wukong's speed was attributed to his near-death breakthroughs, the vast difference still weighed heavily on him. Lizet genuinely admired the Saiyans for their remarkable prowess. Although he desired to concentrate on gravity training today, he ultimately resolved to pause, as it was the day of the World Martial Arts Tournament. This was a rare opportunity to witness the classic battles depicted in manga firsthand, one that he could not afford to miss. To Lizet, at this moment, while the skill level of the tournament participants may not be high, it did not imply a lack of interest. To draw an imperfect analogy, Even a world champion in mixed martial arts would find a contest between a shovel beetle and a rhinoceros beetle fascinating. His current mindset mirrored this sentiment. Furthermore, certain techniques could not be measured merely by numerical values, and attending Master Roshi's matches would undoubtedly prove rewarding. Upon arriving at the tournament venue, Lizet immediately soared to the front row, perching himself upon the barrier of the audience. His entrance clearly astonished those around him, particularly Bulma and her companions, who were seated in the front row and reacted fervently. However, Lizet seemed entirely accustomed to drawing attention and paid it no mind. Lizet, how did you come to be here? I had some free time, so I came to cheer for Wukong. Leisurely, with nothing to occupy his time? How could that be? Bulma found herself at a loss for words in response to Lizet's casual explanation. Yet, Lizet spoke the truth. He was indeed rather idle. While he occasionally sought out the divine in the temple or sought guidance in celestial arts, he primarily found himself alone on that mountainside. Day after day, he engaged in an endless cycle of rigorous training. Although he did not resent the tangible progression of his strength, a sense of monotony inevitably crept in. Thus, attending the tournament served as a much-needed reprieve for him. As he watched the first round of the match between Yamcha and Jackie Chan, Lizet felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. He chuckled upon witnessing Nam's hesitation against Lan Fong, and when the pungent odor emanating from the bacteria man wafted his way, he had to momentarily retreat. The sight of Krillin, despite lacking a nose, launching nasal debris in the midst of a frenzied battle took him by surprise. In this manner, as he observed the competition, Lizet inadvertently began to reminisce about the unfolding storyline. The finals would feature a duel between Sun Wukong and Jackie Chan, and as an ardent fan, he yearned to witness this confrontation up close. He recalled that during the match, Sun Wukong would transform into a giant ape, allowing him to witness Master Roshi unleash the full force of the Kamehameha. But alas, he had forgotten all about the Rabbit Legion. Chapter 11. The Rabbits on the Moon. Oh no, he had intended to assist the Rabbit Legion, yet he had been so preoccupied that it had completely slipped his mind. Had he not attended the martial arts tournament today, he might have forgotten entirely. Lizet floated up from the railing, ascending higher into the sky. Wait, Lord Lizet. Where are you going? The finals are about to commence. I just remembered something of utmost importance. I can still make it in time. Although it is regrettable to miss the impending match, I cannot turn a blind eye to those in need. Lizet soared beyond the atmosphere, landing upon the surface of the moon. Before long, he spotted his objective, the rabbit leader, accompanied by two subordinates, diligently crafting rice cakes in bulk. Had they been engaged in this task since their arrival on the moon? You must be the rabbit leader? Indeed, I'm the rabbit leader. How extraordinary to have a guest here on the moon. Please, take a seat. All I have to offer is rice cake, but I hope you won't mind. Thank you. I shall not be rude. The rabbit leader appeared somewhat delighted, serving freshly made rice cakes on a plate, along with a cup of tea for Lizet. In that moment, he bore no resemblance to the fearsome leader of a notorious band of thieves. He was simply a rabbit devoted to making rice cakes. Perhaps the continuous crafting of rice cakes had softened his once menacing demeanor. Lizet took a bite of the proffered rice cake and proceeded to introduce himself and his purpose. I apologize for the tardiness of my introduction. My name is Lizet, though among the people, I am also known as the Dragon Immortal. Perhaps that title is more familiar to you. Oh, indeed. It appears that you are indeed one of the legendary three immortals, renowned alongside Master Roshi and Master Crane. Truly, your reputation precedes you, and your beauty is unparalleled. To behold you is an honor. Please indulge in this delicacy, as it is enhanced by a touch of yellow soybean flour. Thank you. I shall partake in a taste. By the way, I have come to inform you that soon, this moon shall be obliterated. What? The usually composed leader of the rabbits suddenly displayed an expression of shock. It is no wonder, as being exiled to such a place is already dire enough. Now, even their dwelling is to be destroyed. Anyone would be overwhelmed by despair. Although the Rabbit Brigade is unaware of the reasons behind the moon's impending destruction, Lizet is acutely aware that Master Roshi is about to commit an act of great excess. Thus, if you promise to refrain from further misdeeds, I shall return you to Earth. What do you say? Of course, that is entirely agreeable. We have long since reformed. Right, you two? Yes, indeed. The leader speaks true. Absolutely. We shall never again engage in wrongdoing, though the Rabbit Brigade has essentially renounced their malevolent ways. One cannot guarantee that they might not revert to their old habits under certain circumstances. However, Lizet's gentle threat should suffice to deter any further criminal inclinations. He nodded and, utilizing his powers, levitated the three individuals, along with several genuine rabbits inexplicably found on the moon, and soared towards Earth. By the way, how is it that these beings can survive in the vastness of space? It is truly astonishing. The comedic style of earlier chapters is not to be scrutinized too deeply. Lizet brought the rabbit brigade to his sanctuary on Earth. They now resembled ordinary rabbits, utterly defenseless. If left outside, their chances of survival would be grim. Given their notorious past as a band of thieves, no one would dare employ them. Therefore, Lizet resolved to care for them for a while, until they could establish a stable means of livelihood. He felt a sense of duty to ensure they did not return to a life of crime out of necessity after rescuing them. He conveyed his thoughts to the rabbit brigade, stating that aside from the sanctum, they were free to utilize the other areas of the sanctuary. The sanctum, being both Lizet as private chamber and a passage to the divine palace, must remain off-limits to outsiders. As for the rabbits brought from the moon, he would construct a special abode for them. After arranging accommodations for the rabbit brigade, Lizet returned to the venue of the martial arts gathering. Just as he arrived, a tremendous roar erupted, accompanied by a dazzling flash. Master Roshi had evidently chosen this moment to annihilate the moon. While it was regrettable not to witness the full display of Master Roshi's power, Lizet nonetheless returned to the front row of the enclosure. Ah, Lord Lizet, in such an urgent situation, where did you go? Sun Jun had transformed, and the scene was particularly chaotic and fraught with peril. Bulma exclaimed, I went to the moon and brought back a few rabbits. Oh, it seems there were some beings on the moon, so I just brought them back. Oh, I see. Both Bulma and Oolong seemed to have vaguely deduced something and chose not to pursue the matter further. It appeared that even those who had once committed misdeeds did not believe that their counterparts should be obliterated along with the moon. Afterward, Lizet focused intently on the match between Sun Wukong and Jackie Chan. Before long, as if forgetting the previous interlude, he began to cheer enthusiastically for the contest. The outcome of the match mirrored his recollections. Both competitors were utterly exhausted, and in the end, they delivered simultaneous kicks. Due to Jackie Chan's longer legs, he sustained less injury and ultimately triumphed. Lizet found this result quite reasonable, had it not been for Sun Wukong's unexpected transformation into a giant ape. Jackie Chan would have likely secured victory with his formidable universal shock palm, a testament to the disparity in their strengths at that time. Regardless, the experience of watching the match live was entirely different from viewing it on a screen. The contest was not only filled with the clash of titans, but was also exceptionally entertaining. The only regret was not witnessing the event from start to finish. Lizet lamented having forgotten about the Rabbit Brigade earlier. The next World Martial Arts Tournament would take place in 3 years. He resolved that he must witness every moment next time, vowing never to miss it again. As he contemplated this, he unabashedly applauded the champion. Chapter 12. Lizet's Spirit Bomb. Following the conclusion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, the Rabbit Brigade ultimately chose not to descend the mountain. They expressed a desire to repay Lord Lizet's life-saving grace, thus deciding to remain in the sanctuary. In truth, Lizet felt a tinge of loneliness in his solitude. Previously, he had employed the self-thinking energy orbs he created to manage menial tasks, yet he always felt an emptiness within. Therefore, he welcomed their presence. He temporarily delegated household chores, cleaning the sanctuary and receiving guests, though there were hardly any, to the Rabbit Brigade. With the domestic responsibilities lifted, Lizet was able to concentrate more fully on his cultivation, which, in retrospect, was not a negative turn of events. He knelt within the sanctum, closing his eyes, bowing his head, and placing his palms together. He focused all his consciousness in the space between his hands. This was the position in which he could most clearly perceive the energy and concentrate his spirit. While an ordinary person might believe that meditation would be appropriate in such a moment, for Lizet, sitting still would only lead to restlessness. His current posture resembled a prayer in a temple. This ethereal demeanor, combined with his clear and luminous visage, made him appear as if he were an ancient celestial being descended to earth. Indeed, the term prayer was not entirely misplaced. In truth, he was indeed praying, seeking guidance, yearning for a response, even if just a sliver, hoping to be accepted. He made wishes to all things in existence, to every living being on this planet, be they human, animal, or plant. Qi is the very essence of life energy. If one were to share their qi with another, even those on the brink of death could rise anew. Given this, it stands to reason that borrowing qi should not be entirely impossible. Thus, he finds himself in prayer. Yet, he never considers the audacity of demanding a portion of the qi possessed by others. Even the slightest fraction would suffice, just enough to sustain a healthy adult male for a single step, which would be ample for him. He does not seek to forcibly draw upon it, but rather to borrow a minuscule fraction from the chi that unconsciously spills forth during the daily existence of living beings. He communicates not through words, but by transmitting his wishes into the collective unconscious of every life form, pleading for assistance. This is precisely what Lizet is engaged in at this moment. Should this endeavor succeed, even the most diminutive amounts of chi, when amassed, would undoubtedly coalesce into a formidable force. The technique Lizet seeks to create draws inspiration from the Genkidama, or spirit bomb, and could perhaps be aptly named the Lizet-style spirit bomb. When Sun Wukong employs the spirit bomb, he invariably calls upon the earth, the oceans, and all living beings, beseeching them to share a modicum of their life force. This indicates that the spirit bomb cannot be conjured solely by the will of its user. In fact, when those willing to share their chi raise their hands, the amount of chi provided fluctuates. This suggests that the execution of this technique likely requires the unconscious consent of others. Consequently, it is utterly ineffective against those harboring malice, for the simple reason that if the other party does not agree, the gathering of chi will falter at the outset. Lizet believes that the essence of the spirit bomb lies in the act of wishing, communicating, and beseeching the collective unconscious. Therefore, the strength of the chi required for this technique is not paramount. What matters is the ability to transmit one's will to the unconscious, akin to telepathy. This is precisely why Sun Wukong often displays abilities such as mind reading and clairvoyance that other warriors lack. These skills are cultivated through the use of the spirit bomb, enhancing his connectivity with chi. It is this very capability that enables him to perform feats akin to superpowers. Of course, all of this remains merely Lizet's conjecture, communicating with the collective unconscious, making wishes, and receiving even the most trivial of gifts. Perhaps it is for this reason that Lizet unconsciously assumes a posture of prayer. In an inadvertent moment, he has grasped the most suitable stance for wishing and beseeching, realizing that this is the form he ought to embody at this juncture. Moreover, he is confident that he has not erred, for he has sensed a response. Though faint, it is unmistakable that the life around him is sharing its chi with him. This technique is still far from complete, merely a nascent form. Yet Lizet has already glimpsed a clear path to success. Over the past 3 years, Lizet has devoted all his time to introspection. He has not involved himself in the affairs of the Red Ribbon Army, for he sees neither reason nor necessity to intervene. His interest lies solely in Penguin Village, where he occasionally meanders under the pretense of a stroll, and has even encountered a Rawl by chance. As in my memories, Alale is an exuberant little girl, so lively that she can be somewhat noisy. If we were to speak of the remarkable events she has experienced recently, it would likely be her capture of a small machine darting through the vicinity, resembling a flying insect. Although its purpose remains unclear, Lizet has an unsettling feeling that it harbors malevolent intentions. Convinced that it should not be left unattended, he placed the machine within a glass enclosure, sealing it deep within the warehouse. The machine lacks any air, yet retains fragments of a certain thought. Recently, Lizet has noticed a burgeoning ability to perceive such phenomena, which may signify a higher stage of his perceptual capabilities. He can distinctly sense that he has unwittingly stepped one foot into this new realm. Through his perception, he can visualize distant scenes, gaining insight into the actions of people even when he is not physically present. This ability is likely a form of distant sight attained after refining his perceptive skills to their utmost. His entrance into this new phase can undoubtedly be attributed to 3 years of unwavering devotion to prayer. The daily practice of prayer alongside his training in the gravity chamber has propelled Lizet's perceptual abilities to remarkable heights. The act of sending thoughts to distant beings, borrowing their essence, is inherently a challenging skill. As he approaches this domain, his perceptive faculties naturally enhance. Intriguingly, the ongoing prayer does not feel burdensome to him. As he draws closer to the collective unconscious, he can increasingly sense the world of his birth, the world in which he lives, and the essence of those who inhabit it. Never before has he felt such a tangible connection to the pulse of life, experiencing its resilience, preciousness, gentleness, and strength, which evokes a profound appreciation for the value of existence and a desire to protect it all. Perhaps this is due to the sustained prayer that has ushered him into a peculiar state of reverie. Yet, it is undeniable that this state is indeed propelling Lizet toward higher realms. No, I'm not that kind of person. Whenever he awakens from this reverie, Lizet invariably feels an overwhelming sense of shame. How could I ever act like that? It is simply not my style. He tosses and turns on his bed, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Ultimately, The mere thought of prayer causes him to blush. Chapter 13. It seems I botched it. While the posture of prayer is most conducive to perception, what should one do when faced with the need to employ this skill in the presence of adversaries? Should he clasp his hands together and bow his head in supplication before his foes? Such an action would resemble a monk begging for alms. Amitabha, noble benefactor. This humble monk comes from the eastern Tang, passing through this blessed land, and finds himself hungry. I beseech your compassion to offer some sustenance. How foolish! He would undoubtedly become a sitting target. As a skill, this approach is fraught with flaws. If he were to resort to such behavior in front of enemies, he might as well summon a statue of Guanyin to smash down upon them from behind, although he is utterly incapable of doing so. Nevertheless, setting aside this concern, the distant sight bestowed by prayer is indeed a pleasant surprise. Without the need to be physically present, one can behold distant vistas. In other words, he can savor delicacies within the sanctuary while witnessing the remarkable feats of Sun Wukong. For Lizet, who yearns to grasp the grand tapestry of the world, this ability is worth its weight in gold. Recently, he has become enraptured by the notion of using his distant vision to explore the depths of the ocean, not relying on mere sight, but rather on the ability to sense the essence of all existing life forms, including microorganisms and plants, thus capturing intricate details and perceiving the whole, entirely unaffected by light. Even in the sunless abyss, he perceives his surroundings with a clarity akin to daylight. The deep sea teems with peculiar fish that resemble monsters, making for an ideal pastime. Lizet cannot help but marvel at the fascinating evolution of life. Moreover, with this remarkable ability, he can remain informed of the movements of figures like Sun Wukong without stepping outside. For instance, Yamcha is currently leaning on his cane, accompanying Bulma, Master Rashi, Launch, and Tien Shinhan at the martial arts tournament venue, while Krillin's presence is utterly undetectable, akin to that of a lifeless corpse. Lizet clasped his head in despair, instantly losing interest in observing the fish. Clearly, he has missed the boat. One cannot help but be exasperated with oneself. Despite his firm resolve to never miss the next opportunity, he has not only overlooked the entire World Martial Arts Tournament, but is now even amidst the saga of Majin Buu. This hardly qualifies as a jest. The immediate priority is to locate Sun Wukong. He promptly employed his distant vision to search, and soon enough, results materialized. Sun Wukong lay prostrate in a forest. His energy significantly diminished, appearing grievously injured. Wait, could he be dead? Is his heart still beating? This cannot be ignored. Lizet's complexion turned as pale as booze, and he abruptly leaped from his bed, stumbling towards the exit. There is no recollection of Sun Wukong meeting his demise here. Such an occurrence is utterly unacceptable. He burst out of the sanctuary, disregarding the astonished gazes of the Rabbit Brigade, and soared toward the direction of Sun Wukong's lingering energy with all his might. Energy surged from his back, transforming into luminous wings, and in an instant he traversed thousands of miles, pursuing that nearly dissipated essence. Found him in the forest. Sun Wukong lay motionless, his gaze vacant as he stared at the sky. Opposite him stood Majin Buu. Lizet dashed between the two, positioning himself in front of Sun Wukong. Confronting Majin Buu, clearly startled by this unforeseen turn of events, Majin Buu was taken aback. The disparity in their speeds was overwhelmingly vast, and in his perception, a mere flash of white light heralded the arrival of an unfamiliar foe. He could not fathom Lizet's true nature, nor could he gauge the depth of his strength. Who are you? There is no necessity for me to disclose that. Lizet cast a fleeting glance at Sun Wukong. His energy was alarmingly faint, his breath and heartbeat ceased. The situation dire indeed. Immediate action was imperative, for without it, he would truly perish. He hardly had the time to engage in combat with King Piccolo. Moreover, if he were to eliminate King Piccolo here, the future incarnation of Piccolo would never come into existence. However, he found himself devoid of the surplus time and energy necessary to spar with King Piccolo while managing his own strength. Thus, addressing the battle-ready King Piccolo with an assertive tone, he declared, "You wish to fight? With your frail old bones, do you truly believe you can contend with me?" King Piccolo, having aged and weakened, was no longer a match for his prime self. Furthermore, having recently battled Son Goku, his stamina was already depleted. Faced with an opponent of uncertain strength, coupled with his own exhaustion, he could not arrive at the most favorable conclusion. Gritting his teeth and suppressing his humiliation, King Piccolo retorted, "Consider yourself fortunate to live another day, boy." With this remark, he turned to depart. Yet before leaving, Lizet deemed it prudent to issue a warning to the Pilaf gang aboard their flying craft. He lifted his gaze to the vessel and spoke in a voice loud enough for them to hear. Pilaf gang above, heed my words. Cease such actions, or one day you shall reap the consequences of your misdeeds. He could hear the sharp intake of breath from Pilaf. Although he understood that this warning might hold little weight, he felt compelled to speak, as the Pilaf gang's behavior had far surpassed the limits of tolerance. He only hoped they might harbor some semblance of regret. As the flying craft took off, Lizet immediately rushed to Son Goku's side. His energy had not entirely dissipated. A flicker of life still remained. He pressed his fingers against the center of Son Goku's chest, infusing him with energy, an instinctual attempt, merely hoping to spark his heart back to life, perhaps saving him. To his astonishment, Son Goku truly awakened. The vitality of the Saiyans was indeed formidable. Lizet couldn't help but think, perhaps even had he not arrived, Goku would have revived on his own. Once he regained his composure, he vaguely recalled that this sequence of events had indeed transpired. Son Goku had once experienced a cessation of heartbeat, falling into a state akin to death during his battle with King Piccolo. This implied that all of this was merely the design of fate. He had no reason to rush in such a state of panic. Moreover, he remembered that Son Goku was subsequently rescued by Yajirobe. Glancing to the side, he indeed spotted Yajirobe hiding behind a tree, clandestinely observing the scene. Hey, you there, hiding behind the tree? No, that's not it, esteemed master. I did not abandon him. I merely happened to pass by. Farewell. To his surprise, Yajirobe fled. Lizet stood frozen, watching as Yajirobe's figure diminished into the distance, ultimately vanishing from sight. The reason Yajirobe fled stemmed from his guilt. He was fearful of engaging in battle with King Piccolo, forced to watch from afar, unable to intervene, which in essence equated to neglect in a time of need. Of course, Lizet bore him no ill will. Prioritizing one's own life is not inherently wrong, and feeling fear is a natural human response. However, from the perspective of a Kairabai, it was evident that a celestial being, a companion of Sun Wukong, had appeared. While he himself had failed to save Sun Wukong in his time of need, he must have felt a sense of impending blame, perhaps even the possibility of accountability for his actions. Consequently, the man who was meant to become Sun Wukong's ally at this moment ended up fleeing instead. I think I've messed up. Lizet stood there in a daze as a crow flew overhead, seemingly mocking him. Chapter 14. Assisting Wukong in his training. Lizet cradled Wukong as they soared into the sky, their destination being the Tower of Karen, a place that a Kairabai was originally supposed to scale to deliver Wukong. However, due to Lizet's blunder, which caused the Kairabai to escape, it fell upon Lizet to personally transport Wukong. Although it was futile to lament the situation now, he recognized the necessity of remaining calm in the future. Reckless intervention only leads to disastrous outcomes, a lesson he had learned profoundly this time. A Kairabai's flight was undoubtedly a costly lesson for Lizet. Sorry, Lizet. One day, I will repay you. Is that so? Well, if I ever find myself in danger, you'd better come to my rescue. Leave it to me. Though Lizet spoke these words in jest, his heart was genuinely earnest. The intensity of future battles would escalate beyond imagination, and by the time of the Majin Buu saga, humanity itself could face annihilation. If he could establish a future pact with Wukong, perhaps he would survive when that time came. Of course, Wukong was entirely unaware of this earnest wish nestled within Lizet's heart. Yet regardless, the promise shared with Sun Wukong brought a sense of comfort that was distinctly different. However, those matters lay far in the future. For now, Lizet remained focused on rescuing Wukong. Upon reaching the summit of the Tower of Karen, Lizet called out to Master Karen, Master Karen, please provide Wukong with the Senzu beans. You idiot, you got it all wrong. Don't refer to the Senzu beans as if they were the essence itself. Master Karen retorted, tossing the Senzu beans. Wukong caught the beans and promptly chewed and swallowed them. In the next instant, his wounds healed completely, and his face regained its luster. The effects of the Senzu beans were as astonishing as ever. Although Lizet had imitated many things, he felt that the Senzu beans were something he could never replicate. According to the original storyline, Wukong would soon consume the super divine water in pursuit of greater strength. He would do so because at that time, there were no other means to gain power in such a short period. He had already surpassed Master Karen and had nothing left to learn, forcing him to risk using the potent super divine water. Yet this world was different. Even having surpassed Master Karen, there were still beings of greater strength present. Thus, confronted with Goku's yearning for strength, Master Karen refrained from suggesting the super divine water. Instead, he uttered an unexpected statement. Goku, why not train with Lizet? This lad is an unrivaled powerhouse on this planet, and he will undoubtedly elevate you to greater heights. How curious that this cat would proffer such advice. Lizet, maintaining a frozen smile, found himself engulfed in internal turmoil from the unforeseen turn of events. How did it come to this? I had not anticipated such a scenario. He had never instructed anyone in training, nor did he possess the slightest idea of what to teach. Silently, Lizet lamented within himself. Yet Master Karen paid no heed to his reaction. Could it be that Lizet surpasses even Master Karen? Indeed, he was much stronger than I. On the surface, Lizet continued to wear a smile, but his mind was consumed with an urge to flee at once. Admittedly, given the current circumstances, he might be the strongest individual on this planet, yet possessing strength and the ability to teach others are entirely distinct matters. Unbeknownst to Goku, who gazed up at him with unbridled excitement, the atmosphere no longer allowed for any dissent. Reluctantly, Lizet surrendered to the situation in a bid to vent his frustration. He waved a cat toy in front of Master Karen. To his surprise, the master immediately leaped forward, meowing and playfully engaging. His former authority completely dissipated. Serves him right. Training, is it? That said, there surely exists no method to effortlessly attain strength in a short span. Or is there? Well, indeed there is. Can this cat truly read minds? Ah, but of course, this feline possesses such an ability. Though easily forgotten, Master Karen can indeed perceive the thoughts of others. According to him, Lizet's thoughts were somewhat elusive. Thus he had never accessed his past life's memories, yet he could still discern surface-level intentions. As Lizet recalled this, he crouched before Goku. It was an undeniable truth that he had never taught anyone nor possessed relevant experience. However, he harbored knowledge that should not have been his to possess. He remembered countless training methods existing solely in the realm of the two-dimensional, some of which he had even practiced himself. Therefore, he was not ignorant of ways to enhance Goku's strength within mere days. Goku, extend your hand. All right. Lizet placed his fingers upon Goku's outstretched wrists, infusing them with energy, then proceeded to do the same at his ankles, leaving traces of his essence. He then spoke. Chains. In an instant, Goku's hands and feet were ensnared by a brilliant white light, his wrists and ankles magnetically drawn together. Clearly, in such a state, he could not move normally, rendered as motionless as an arrested prisoner. This binding of the limbs is achieved through the restraint of one's aura. Given Goku's current prowess, it is utterly impossible for him to forcefully break free. His freedom has been thoroughly stripped away. Initially, Goku struggled, attempting to use sheer brute strength to escape, but soon realized the futility of his efforts and turned his gaze towards Lizet. Lizet, what is happening? I cannot move. The shackles of light are absolutely unyielding to physical force. I will reveal to you the keyword to unlock them, but you must wait until before your battle with King Piccolo to utter it. Now is not the time. In a hushed tone, Lizet whispered the unlocking word into Goku's ear. Simply open. This set of handcuffs and leg shackles had indeed proven effective in Lizet's previous attempts, becoming one of his proud achievements. When I mention the liberation of one's aura, you may not comprehend. Just envision the flow of power when launching the Kamehameha wave, and concentrate that energy into your hands and feet. My hands are manageable, but my legs are exceedingly strenuous. But wait, I can move. During the time you wear these shackles, you must constantly practice controlling this power, not only while training, but also while eating and sleeping. Initially, it will be quite arduous. Yet once you adapt, the strength you will possess upon removing the shackles will surpass your current capabilities by several folds, allowing you to unleash the Kamehameha with greater speed and fluidity. Goku, drenched in sweat and clearly struggling, felt his expression change upon hearing that his strength would magnify significantly. True to his Saiyan nature, his instinct to pursue power is insatiably strong. He displayed a fierce grin, trembling with determination as he stood upright, facing Lizet. From now on, you will undergo training while wearing these shackles. Your first goal is to run 100 laps around this square while swinging your arms vigorously and engaging all your muscles. All right, I understand. It is worth noting that Lizet himself also wore the same shackles, cleverly concealing them from view, engaging in his daily practice of complete aura liberation. The notion of always being in a state of battle is not mere rhetoric. Lizet never ceases his self-discipline. Whether walking, reading, or playfully teasing Master Karen with a cat toy, he consistently liberates his aura, ceaselessly challenging his limits. However, Once one's strength reaches a certain threshold, the effects of such training become less pronounced, which is a source of considerable frustration for him. Regardless, this unforeseen and impromptu role of embodying the main character from the original work, as the future Cosmic Heroes master, marks the commencement of a rather punitive episode. Yet, Lizet mused that his superiority over Goku might only be in this moment. Such an experience may not be without its merits. The prospect of joining Master Karen, Master Roshi, and King Kai among the ranks of masters who Goku effortlessly surpasses in the future seems rather intriguing. No, since it has come to this, I must at least strive to be the master who endures the longest before being surpassed. As Lizet pondered, he watched Goku sprinting with great determination. Chapter 15. Goku's Overwhelming Power. The Saiyan truly is formidable, Lizet murmured in bewilderment, while the nearby Master Karen stared in astonishment. The two found themselves atop Karen Tower, their gazes fixed on the distant viewfinder, observing the struggling King Piccolo writhing helplessly on the ground. Piccolo, in agony, spat blood, staining the surroundings with a deep purple hue. Overlooking him, Goku's face was etched with shock, while Tien, slumped on the ground, was utterly dumbfounded. To put it plainly, the battle was decided with a single blow. After merely a few days of training with Lizet, Goku was already able to walk effortlessly while shackled. With spirited confidence, he challenged King Piccolo, releasing his restraints before delivering a fierce flying kick. That was all Goku did, yet it encompassed the entirety of the confrontation. With just one strike, he rendered Piccolo incapable of rising again, leaving him to struggle in utter disarray. Lizet's heart raced with cold sweat. It seemed he had perhaps overstepped his bounds. Goku's strength had surged to the point where he could utterly annihilate King Piccolo, rather than simply defeating him. In the original tale, the iconic technique of the Spirit Bomb was notably omitted, as the fight had not truly commenced. Hey, Lizet, has he become a bit too strong? I think so too. The current situation was evidently precarious. King Piccolo had no opportunity to lay an egg, which meant that the second incarnation of Piccolo would not come into being. If King Piccolo were to perish here, even the Supreme Kai would meet his end. Lizet had once again miscalculated. He had underestimated Goku's rate of growth. He intended to calibrate Goku's power to be on par with King Piccolo, but Goku's advancement had far surpassed his expectations. Regardless, King Piccolo could not be allowed to die in this manner. Suppressing his headache, Lizet leaped from Karen Tower, taking flight towards the battlefield at the royal castle with great speed. With his white wings unfurled, he descended gracefully from the sky, enveloped in a brilliant white light as he activated his maximum potential. Notably, his arrival dispelled the dark clouds, allowing sunlight to stream through once more. In truth, his urgency had compelled him to unleash his full power, and the shockwave from his rapid movement had cleared the clouds, yet to onlookers, the spectacle was imbued with an air of mystique. Even more perplexing, however, was Goku. Although he could deliver the finishing blow to King Piccolo, he remained frozen in place with his fist raised. This was hardly surprising. If the two were evenly matched, it would be one thing. But the present scenario was akin to a powerful giant trampling an ant. There was no difference between mere bullying and outright slaughter, indicating that King Piccolo was utterly defenseless. At this moment, the formidable demon King Piccolo appeared pitifully weak before Goku, akin to slaying an utterly defenseless infant. It was precisely this realization that rendered Goku hesitant to strike. Although this was a matter of the future, Goku, by nature, was a compassionate individual. He found it difficult to even harm his former ally, Nappa, and had once contemplated sparing Frieza. Lizet gently enveloped his fist with her hands, redirecting his attention back to her. It's all right, this is sufficient. This was no longer a battle. It had devolved into a one-sided act of slaughter. When the disparity in strength is so vast, the essence of combat dissipates, leaving behind only the dismal sensation of unilateral assault. While Goku was certainly capable of delivering blows, should it merely involve vanquishing an opponent, he would experience no hesitation. Indeed, he had previously defeated numerous adversaries far weaker than himself without any remorse, often celebrating his victories with a smile. However, the prospect of extinguishing the life of one entirely devoid of resistance was an entirely different matter. He might inadvertently slay an opponent in the heat of battle, yet he would never deliver a fatal blow once the fight had concluded. Such is the nature of Son Goku. Were he akin to Vegeta, perhaps he would relish the act, but Goku's heart is inherently too kind to commit such an act. Thus, Lizet felt it was time for her to take the stage. This situation had arisen from her own miscalculation, and therefore, it was only fitting that she should rectify it. Let me deliver the final blow to the Demon King Piccolo. Gently, she nudged Goku backward and stepped forward toward the Demon King. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, she advanced with an apparent lack of defense. As if untroubled by the prospect of counterattack, Tien couldn't help but shout a warning, danger, and Goku held his breath. Yet, Lizet did not falter. Naturally, the Demon King would not squander this opportunity, attempting to seize her as leverage for a counterstrike against Goku. He reached for her delicate wrist, but suddenly his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Oh, what foolishness! It was Piccolo who initiated the assault. He indeed grasped the slender wrist of this formidable opponent, aiming to restrain her movements. However, the one ultimately confined was the Demon King himself, as an overwhelming weight bore down upon him, rendering him immobile. Worse still, despite having secured his grip, he found himself unable to release her. This was a technique akin to sorcery, employing ki to neutralize the attack. It was this very maneuver that led to the utter collapse of the Demon King Piccolo, who found himself thoroughly subdued. Lizet maintained her stance, as if unfazed, and reached into her garment to retrieve a small vial inscribed with a seal. With a deft motion, she uncorked the bottle and flicked it with her finger, causing it to stand upright upon the ground nearby. Difficult, isn't it? You guessed correctly. Lizet delicately moved her fingertips, manipulating her breath, and in the next moment, a tempestuous gust of air surged forth, utterly engulfing the Demon King Piccolo. This was the very technique that the martial arts master had employed to seal the Demon King, restoring peace to the world, the Demon Sealing Wave. This move was tremendously taxing on one's breath, and using it against an opponent of significantly greater power could even pose a mortal threat. The outcome was utterly unexpected, yet despite this, the source of evil had not been eradicated. As the Demon King Piccolo roared, he expelled an egg from his mouth. Lizet had been anticipating this moment. She had been contemplating how to facilitate the birth of the second-generation Piccolo, and this unforeseen event was nothing short of fortuitous. With her objective achieved, Lizet hesitated no longer and completely absorbed the Demon King Piccolo into a bottle, sealing it tightly. Although the narrative had deviated from its original course, the outcome remained favorable. Goku had grown stronger, which, overall, could be seen as a positive development. At least that was how Lizet perceived it. At this moment, Goku's battle power stands at 580. Chapter 16, The 3-Year Pact. After sealing the Demon King Piccolo, Lizet escorted Goku to the Heavenly Temple. Although she disregarded the bell, symbolizing Master Karen's recognition, and didn't even utilize the Nioibo, there should be no issues. As the proxy of the deity, more accurately, one who had been forcibly appointed, Lizet was qualified to bring individuals into the Heavenly Temple, regardless of Master Karen's involvement. Master Karen had lamented about his missed opportunity for an appearance, prompting Lizet to present him with a small box as an apology. Some might find this gesture rather perfunctory, but upon entering the box, he appeared elated and thoroughly satisfied. Subsequently, Lizet entrusted Goku to Mr. Bobo and departed swiftly. However, it was not long before she received complaints from the deity. Although Lizet had preemptively informed Goku that the deity bore an uncanny resemblance to the Demon King, thereby averting any potential aggression from Goku, the issue arose from an earlier encounter. Mr. Bobo, seeking to help Goku recognize his own limitations, had engaged him in combat. Unexpectedly, Goku, now possessing overwhelming strength, disregarded Mr. Bobo's attempts at guidance and instead overpowered him, leaving Mr. Bobo incapacitated for quite some time. It is worth noting that at this time, Mr. Bobo had not yet achieved the battle power of 1030 from the Saiyan saga, rendering him no match for Goku. In any case, Goku would soon take the deity as his master, and the Eternal Dragon would also be revived. Goku continued to pester Lizet about donning the breath-restraining shackles once more, but Lizet gracefully declined, citing that Goku had become so powerful in just a few days that if he wore them for the full 3 years, the second-generation Piccolo would likely be obliterated. Ultimately, Lizet entrusted Goku's training entirely to the deity and swiftly returned to her own sanctuary. While Goku diligently trained under the deity and the second-generation Piccolo fought valiantly to grow stronger in his own way, Lizet embarked upon a new realm of exploration. He had long regarded gravity training as a daily routine, and now he had finally transcended the realm of 100 times gravity, stepping into the phase of 150 times. Although his progress seemed painfully slow compared to Goku's rapid growth, he could still take pride in the significant enhancement of his foundational abilities. The truth was, the slow advancement in gravity training stemmed from his attire. The cloak he wore for training weighed a staggering 200 kilograms, more than 4 times his own body weight. This meant he had effectively imposed an additional weight of 500 times upon himself, making slow progress entirely reasonable. Moreover, he had always been shackled by breath restraints and leg irons, somewhat overconstraining himself. At that moment, a curiosity sparked within him. Just how strong was he now? Firstly, considering the weight he bore, he estimated that his actual strength was reduced to about 70 of its original capacity, coupled with the limitations imposed by the breath restraints. He feared that his true power might be further diminished by another 30. Even so, his current combat prowess should exceed 100,000, roughly equivalent to 350 celestial beings. And this assessment seemed undeniable. However, measuring his strength in terms of celestial beings had become increasingly difficult, and he felt an urgent need for a combat power measuring device. Assuming his current combat power was 100,000, once all restrictions were lifted, it could potentially rise to around 400,000, thanks to the long-term adaptation to his physical burdens. His explosive limit had now been elevated to 10 times, which provided a clearer picture of his peak combat potential. When fully unleashed, it would approximate 4 million. Although this would put considerable strain on his body, forcibly pushing his explosive limit to 20 times, reaching 8 million was not out of the realm of possibility. How wonderful it was. He felt incredibly powerful, strong enough to defeat Frisia's third form. Long live gravity training. My combat power is an astonishing 120 million. In a fleeting moment, he seemed to hear someone proclaiming this, though it was merely an illusion. Before Frisia reached his final form, he was nothing more than trash. Reflecting on it, the power inflation during the Namek saga was truly absurd. Back then, Goku's combat power was merely 8,000, yet upon his return, it astonishingly reached 150 million. What a farce. No wonder Dr. Gero, who previously claimed that given Goku's age, it was impossible for him to rapidly enhance his strength as before, was left in tears. It was hardly impossible. Goku's strength had multiplied by an astonishing 18,750 times. Yet, Dr. Gero had clearly not anticipated such an outcome. And yet he created androids stronger than Goku. How did he accomplish that? That old man was indeed the true cheat code. Could it be that he possessed a system? Ultimately, with his current strength, it was only a matter of time before Goku surpassed him, so he had no choice but to continue his training relentlessly. Additionally, while training, he would occasionally visit the Celestial Temple, somewhat coercively imparting to Goku the knowledge and foundational education he lacked. From the notion that marriage was not merely for sustenance, he taught him to read and write, and even the simplest arithmetic at a primary school level, ensuring that Goku could at least proficiently recite the multiplication table. He also encouraged Wukong to read children's picture books, thereby helping him fill in the gaps in his knowledge. One should not underestimate children's literature. It is meticulously designed to impart knowledge to children in an engaging manner, devoid of dullness. Thus, 3 years passed by smoothly. The time for the long-awaited martial arts tournament had arrived. Naturally, Lizet would not miss this opportunity. He calculated the moment Wukong would set off and joined him on his journey. Of course, just to be safe, he brought along plenty of senza beans. Over the course of these 3 years, Wukong had grown into a tall and striking young man, which took Lizet by surprise, although he had anticipated Wukong's rapid development. Witnessing such a transformation firsthand was astonishing. He was nearly a head taller than Lizet. This was hardly surprising, as Lizet had made his wish for eternal youth at the tender age of 14. It is worth noting that Saiyans possess a unique trait to mislead their adversaries. They maintain a youthful appearance until a certain age, after which they experience rapid growth. Unfortunately, Lizet was unaware of this fact. Alas, perhaps it would have been wiser to wait until he matured before making his wish. Lizet sighed inwardly in resignation. While he could now seek a wish from the dragon to increase his height, the thought of being ridiculed for wishing such a thing as the esteemed dragon immortal was quite embarrassing. As Lizet engaged in light-hearted banter with Wukong, they arrived at the venue, where they joined Bulma and the others. With no intention of participating in the tournament, he opted to join Bulma as support team. Bulma playfully teased him, calling him a celestial being who frequently descends to the mortal realm. However, remaining atop the mountain had proved to be exceedingly dull. He then introduced himself to Krillin, Tin, Kaiotsu, and Master Roshi. Although they were familiar with one another, they had never formally exchanged greetings. In particular, Master Roshi, who had once been renowned alongside the Crane Hermit and the Dragon Immortal as one of the 3 greatest masters, had never interacted with Lizet before, and their conversation flowed effortlessly. During their dialogue, Master Roshi, intrigued by Lizet's appearance, attempted to cheekily touch his chest for confirmation. But this was merely the playful jest of an old rascal, and Lizet took no offense, especially since Bulma had already given Master Roshi a good thrashing. In the audience, before Launch could unleash her gunfire, the crowd instinctively parted, granting Lizet a position in the front row. The powerful aura of his elevated presence lingered around him, as always. In such moments, this aura proved particularly advantageous, though it had the minor drawback of causing some audience members to kneel in reverence, which could be somewhat bothersome. "Are you not participating, Lord Lizet?" "I prefer to observe from the sidelines." He casually evaded Bulma's inquiry, turning his attention to the match. In the previous 2 tournaments, he had missed the finals, so he was particularly invested this time. At that moment, he was no longer an immortal but merely an ordinary spectator, experiencing the emotional highs and lows of the competition and cheering like a child at exhilarating moments. He felt immense joy when witnessing Wukong and Chi-Chi's engagement during their match. Upon witnessing Yamcha being struck down by the deity, he could not suppress a laugh. Observing Tien's gallant performance against Tao Pai Pai, he instinctively applauded. As he watched Krillin valiantly resist in his match against Piccolo, he generously offered his praise. Lizet was utterly immersed in the joy of the spectacle. "Ah, the dragon, the esteemed dragon, Shenron, seems to be enjoying this immensely. I had thought you were of a more composed disposition. What a delightful surprise." Upon hearing the banter between Oolong and Bulma, Lizet mused to himself, "Even with the gift of immortality, I am still fundamentally human. It is only natural to feel exhilarated while watching a match or to experience joy in moments of happiness." Yet, this bliss was abruptly shattered by the contest between the deity and Piccolo. Chapter 17. Mr. Piccolo truly exerts himself. As the deity was about to be sealed by Piccolo's Mafuba, he uttered superfluous words in his final moments. "So, defeat this fiend and save the world. And Lizet, you shall be the next deity. The responsibility is now yours." "Ah, I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you." Lizet feigned ignorance. Although he vaguely perceived the elder's calls, he was certain he had misheard. The more he ignored it, the more the deity struggled and shouted, "Lizet, did you hear me? I appoint you as the next deity. The future rests in your hands. Oh, dear elder, do hurry and get sealed. I promise to rescue you later." Lizet thought helplessly. Even Piccolo was sweating profusely from the deity's astonishing tenacity, yet the deity continued his incessant shouting. Finally, as the deity's body was largely drawn into the vessel, he stubbornly kept his upper half outside, continuing to exclaim, "Lizet, don't cover your ears. The next deity is MMPH." Piccolo, unable to endure any longer, firmly pressed the deity's head and forcefully shoved him into the bottle, sealing the cap tightly. "Well done, Piccolo. Splendidly executed." Lizet could not help but give a thumbs up to Piccolo, who was supposed to be his adversary, expressing his admiration. Piccolo then cast a sympathetic glance and quietly remarked, "It seems you have your struggles too. Indeed, it is quite the ordeal." Piccolo's concern reaffirmed Lizet's belief. The essence of the reborn Piccolo was far from that of a villain. After all, the malevolent heart that had once separated from the deity belonged to the previous king Piccolo, not to the one before him. The Namekian race was inherently kind-hearted. Even with the entirety of memories and powers inherited, even in a state akin to rebirth, they could never transform into pure evil. Lord Lizet, what the deity just mentioned was, regarding this matter, I have something to discuss with everyone. So I kindly ask you all to accompany me and Goku to the back of the venue. Lizet pressed his forehead, deciding to gather everyone first to clarify the current situation. The deity had certainly left him a troublesome mess. How had the next deity position shifted from Dandy to himself? So, what exactly is going on? "Please, enlighten us," inquired Master Roshi among the gathered crowd. At this moment, present were Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Master Roshi, Bulma, and Chi-Chi. Under the watchful eyes of the 7, Lizet pondered before speaking. Let me state the conclusion first. The contestant known as the Demon's second generation is, in truth, King Piccolo. What did you just say? Don't joke around. King Piccolo was sealed by you. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Tien Shinhan was the first to rebut upon hearing the true identity of the Demon's second generation. Lizet nodded, recalling that Tien had been present at the time, and explained, "Indeed, I did seal him. The vessel containing the Demon King is still securely stored deep within the Supreme Kai's temple." But why is this happening? Are you suggesting there are 2 King Piccolos? You are correct, Lizet affirmed nonchalantly, leaving Tien momentarily speechless. Not only Tien, but the faces of the others, save for Goku, were etched with disbelief. The notion of two King Piccolos was unprecedented. Their skepticism was entirely justified. Before being sealed, the Demon King left behind an egg, entrusting all of himself to it. Thus, the demon's second generation, born from the egg, is both the son of King Piccolo and King Piccolo himself. It appears we are in trouble, Master Roshi murmured, having grasped the situation first. As expected of a man revered as the god of martial arts, his insights, though seemingly casual at times, surpassed those of ordinary individuals in critical moments. But I clearly saw the demon seal wave emerge from the contestant's body, yes. A figure resembling Piccolo flew out from the contestant and was drawn into the vessel. Moreover, he spoke some peculiar words, claiming that Lord Lizet is to be the next Supreme Kai. Yamcha and Tien raised reasonable questions in succession. Lizet had hoped they would disregard the Supreme Kai's extraneous remarks. But evidently, the opposite occurred. That was merely a peculiar old man, befuddled by age, spouting nonsense. Did not take it to heart. That explanation is rather far-fetched, Tien interjected. Indeed, Lizet attempted to deflect, but was unrelentingly exposed by Master Roshi. He cleared his throat, adjusted his demeanor, and decided to explain earnestly. That individual was not the Demon King. He was the Supreme Kai who borrowed a human body to battle Piccolo. What? The Supreme Kai? The Supreme Kai and Piccolo were originally one and the same. Many years ago, in his quest to become the Supreme Kai, he relinquished the evil within his heart, which then manifested as King Piccolo. Thus, should either of them slay the other, they too would perish. Which fundamentally explains why the Supreme Kai was unable to completely thwart the Demon King. I see now. No wonder the Supreme Kai employed the Demon Seal Wave, as it was indeed the optimal choice to defeat him without taking his life. It was Master Roshi who understood first. Lizet sighed inwardly. If only Master Roshi could maintain a more serious demeanor, he would command greater respect. It is truly a pity. At that moment, Yamcha suddenly looked at Lizet and exclaimed, as if a light had gone off in his head. Wait, so does that mean Lizet-sama is the god now? Didn't he, the previous god, say something like that before being sealed? Lizet immediately averted her gaze, feeling caught. Being the god isn't that easy. She thought, back then, the previous god had to sacrifice his evil heart and put in so much effort to become a god. It can't just be decided with a verbal appointment. But thinking carefully, Dandy seemed to have gotten it that way too. Brought over by Goku, and just like that, from today, you are the god. But even if I'm not evil, I have ordinary human desires. Is this really appropriate? After pondering, Lizet decided to skip over the topic for now. The god is sealed by the Devil-S seal wave, but as long as we get the bottle back from Piccolo, we should be able to save him. Goku, I'm counting on you. Don't worry, god, Lizet. I'll definitely save the previous god. Lizet felt like crying. What's going on? Am I trapped in this? Already assumed to be the god? Fine. The question of the god's succession can be discussed later. Goku, I'm counting on you. Piccolo came to the martial arts tournament exactly because he's wary of you. That's true. As soon as Lizet finished speaking, Piccolo's voice came from behind. Lizet had already sensed his approach, but everyone else jumped in surprise. Piccolo crossed his arms and stood with confidence, saying, Son Goku really is my biggest obstacle. Stronger than the previous god who slacked off in training. Wait, you're already calling him to the previous god too? Lizet's protest was ignored. Piccolo even openly acknowledged the god's succession and smiled. Being recognized as the current god by the Demon King didn't exactly thrill Lizet. But this time, I will definitely kill you. Once I grow stronger, I'll take down the god over there too and conquer the world. A wonderful demon realm awaits me. Watching Piccolo analyze the battle strategy so seriously, Lizet felt both a bit of admiration and some guilt. All because I trained Goku too hard 3 years ago. Now Piccolo's originally great lines sound so lame. Looking over, both Krillin and Yamcha were staring. Their expressions seemed to silently ask, well, if anything happens, this new god can handle it, right? For the record, Lizet thought, Piccolo's power this time cannot be compared to his father, who got one shot 3 years ago. I'm also better at using ki now. I won T lose. His lines are so lame. Lizet felt an inexplicable frustration in her heart. All because Goku had been overtrained 3 years ago, Piccolo's lines now sounded so pathetic. And Goku, over these 3 years, mostly just trained the basics. His power hasn't improved much since 3 years ago. Lizet could sense that both individuals possessed strength approximately double that of the former deity, equating to a numerical value around 600. At that moment, Lizet felt a genuine admiration for Mr. Piccolo, who truly exerted himself. Chapter 18, Dealing with the Black Star Dragon Balls. The battle between Goku and Piccolo ultimately concluded with Goku emerging victorious, although the fight instilled moments of tension. The outcome was predestined. When Piccolo was left with no recourse, the beam he unleashed was deftly dodged by Goku, marking a decisive and unquestionable victory. Perhaps it was due to Lizet's constant reminders to Goku to remain vigilant until the very end that he did not develop the habit of becoming complacent in future encounters, which was an unexpected boon. After the battle, the crowd dispersed, and the crisis on Earth was temporarily averted. While this was undoubtedly a positive outcome, Lizet was met with the announcement, "From this day forth, I shall retreat under the guise of the former deity. The Dragon Balls will remain, you need not worry." Wait a moment. Since you have safely returned, there is no need to pass the mantle of the deity to me, Lizet protested. No, the former deity insisted. Through this experience, I have come to profoundly recognize my own inadequacies. The Earth now requires a powerful deity such as yourself. Ultimately, Lizet could not escape the fate of assuming the role of the deity. Consequently, the former deity took residence in the sanctum that Lizet had previously occupied, resulting in Lizet relocating to the Divine Palace. Initially, Lizet had thought the palace excessively opulent. Had the former deity intended to reside there from the outset? As Lizet pondered this, the predecessor continued, "First, I shall transfer the authority of the deity to you. This will enable you to teleport at will on Earth, traverse the realms of Yin and Yang, and even transport others across the Earth." This ability was indeed quite practical. Lizet recalled how the predecessor had once sent Goku to the underworld and gestured for him to continue. Next came the inauguration ceremony. "You must accompany me to the underworld to meet King Enma. Only then can you be officially recognized as the deity of Earth." What a hassle, Lizet thought, suppressing the urge to kick the predecessor from behind as he followed along. Although he understood that this position would eventually be passed on to Dandy, it was prudent to cultivate a favorable relationship with King Enma in the meantime. Upon reaching the underworld, King Enma complained, "You, the Earth deity, possess an outrageous level of strength. A deity from a border planet stronger than the King of Worlds is quite enough." Nevertheless, Lizet successfully completed his initial presentation. Following this, he began the process of moving, transferring the gravity chamber and personal belongings from the sanctum to the Divine Palace, while summoning the rabbit army to oversee the tasks within the palace. The ordinary rabbits remained in the sanctum, and the predecessor appeared to have no qualms about caring for them, suggesting it would not pose any issues. Lizet had anticipated that Mr. Bubbles would comment on the situation, but he calmly accepted the transition of the deity position, merely stating, "The new deity has arrived, and Bubbles is very pleased." Lizet couldn't help but wonder, did it matter to Mr. Bubbles who assumed the role of the deity? Subsequently, Lizet informed the immortal Carlin about assuming the mantle of the deity. Faced with this unexpected reversal of identity, Carlin displayed an expression that was difficult to articulate. Lizet presented some catnip as a gesture of goodwill, which prompted Carlin to immediately roll around in delight. Observing this, Lizet chose to disregard it and returned directly to the Divine Palace. Upon settling into the Divine Palace, Lizet's first order of business was to address the Earth-destroying bomb stored deep within, the Black Star Dragon Balls. These were created during the tenure of the previous deity, before their separation from Piccolo, possessing power far exceeding that of ordinary Dragon Balls. Even Goku from the GT era would be reverted to childhood by its might. Its power was certainly beyond Lizet's full control. Moreover, the dire consequence of its wish-granting was that the planet would face destruction a year later, with the Dragon Balls scattering throughout the cosmos, rendering them nothing short of a mischievous artifact, a superfluous entity in the world. Currently, the Black Star Dragon Balls appeared merely as ordinary stones, but should Piccolo merge with the previous incarnation, they would inevitably be revived. Thus, Lizet retrieved 3 of the 7 Dragon Balls and entered the Room of Spirit and Time, exerting all his strength to cast them away. The room, vast like Earth but enveloped in an endless, unchanging expanse of white, would conceal the Dragon Balls so effectively that even Lizet himself could never trace them again. Should Pilaf and his gang attempt to intrude, they would either fail to find the Dragon Balls and perish in the harsh environment or survive, yet remain trapped inside, forever unable to escape. In essence, this act ensured that no one could wield the Black Star Dragon Balls. Lizet intentionally discarded only 3 to prevent any chance of someone fortuitously gathering them. With 3 in the room and 4 outside, the likelihood of accumulation was nearly impossible. A year later, Lizet finally completed his long-researched pseudo-spirit bomb. This technique allowed him to siphon minute energy from all living beings and plants on Earth, storing it within himself. Strangely, While employing this technique, he felt no hunger, having even experimented with several days of continuous activity without food or sleep, experiencing no fatigue, almost akin to a plant. Moreover, this technique extended beyond Earth. By merely absorbing a hint of solar energy, he could gain sustenance, although he still required water. Since mastering this technique, he no longer needed to eat and seldom required the restroom, marking a notable gain. Yet upon reflection, this was hardly a genuine spirit bomb. Lizet was thoroughly perplexed. Indeed, having never witnessed the actual phenomenon and relying solely on memory for mimicry was futile. He had previously made the same error while attempting to imitate the Kaioken, and here he was repeating the same mistake. Truly, this 260-year-old youth was not learning from experience. Nonetheless, he could at least concentrate energy upon himself, akin to Goku in the theatrical adaptations, utilizing self-absorption to enhance his strength, which could be regarded as a form of stimulant use. In simple terms, this was the extent of his ability. As for how to concentrate one's breath into a sphere and launch it, he found himself utterly perplexed. Perhaps it would be wise to consider traversing the serpentine path to consult with the King of Worlds? While pondering this, Lizet resolved to first enhance his proficiency in this technique. In the 4th year of his ascension to divinity and residence in the Divine Palace, Lizet occasionally found himself mentoring the visiting Goku in his training, gradually coming to appreciate the place's merits. The gravity chamber had been relocated, and the training environment remained unchanged. In fact, being in the Divine Palace afforded him access to unique training methods, one of which was the House of Time. Although its name bore similarity to the Room of Spirit and Time, the two were entirely distinct. The House of Time allowed the mind to travel through time independently, sending one's spirit into the past to engage in combat with previous adversaries. Lizet was uncertain how mere mental traversal could manifest physical form in the past, speculating that it perhaps recreated the strength of his body, producing an illusion of mass. He had amassed considerable experience in simulated combat through this technique. Even if it did not constitute training per se, the ability to traverse time was inherently alluring, enabling one to travel across planets. For Lizet, who yearned to explore the cosmos, the House of Time was the ultimate source of entertainment. By simply closing his eyes and allowing his mind to flow with the passage of time, he could instantaneously embark on a temporal journey, without any time elapsing in reality. Even if he were to perish in the past, he would sustain no injuries in the present, truly a myriad of advantages. In contrast, he had scarcely utilized the Room of Spirit and Time. The last time he entered was merely to dispose of a Black Star Dragon Ball, spending a mere 30 seconds within the confines. Enter, throw the Dragon Ball, and exit, nothing more. To an outsider, it appeared as though he had scarcely entered before he emerged again. Lizet understood that one day he would employ the Room of Spirit and Time, but that moment was not yet upon him. At least for now, there was no threat on Earth compelling him to resort to such measures. Of course, minor threats that could be dealt with without resorting to such tactics seem to have already emerged. Chapter 19. An enemy with a faint presence. Lizet, former lord, what troubles you? The sanctum in which Lizet had previously resided connected to the Divine Palace, allowing the former lord to visit at any time, and vice versa. However, during Lizet's 4-year tenure as the Divine Ruler, he had never witnessed the former lord burst into the Divine Palace with such a pallid visage. The former lord clutched his chest, drenched in sweat, his steps unsteady, as though he might collapse at any moment. Notably, the emblem that once signified divinity upon his chest had transformed into the character for preceding. Baiku has been defeated. The past has come knocking once more, Baiku, you say? From your appearance, it seems he has not been slain, but rather gravely injured. In any case, let us find a place for you to rest. You appear in dire need of repose. Mr. Popo, please assist the former lord to the bedroom. Yes, Divine Lord. The essence of the former lord's words could be summarized thus. Approximately 300 years ago, which was 40 years prior to Lizet's birth, there was a man named Carrick who vied for the position of Divine Ruler, but ultimately fell short against the former lord. This man was said to harbor immense ambition. However, the former deity must have perceived his ambition, ultimately opting for the predecessor to assume the mantle of the new god. Naturally, this was not the end of the matter. Carrick rebelled against the former deity and seemingly met his demise. Before his death, he left a proclamation, 300 years hence. I shall surely return. Are you suggesting that the one named Carrick has been resurrected? Lizet inquired while tending to the predecessor. 3 centuries for a resurrection. How remarkably patient. But why specify a duration of 300 years? Could there be a particular rationale behind it? It is likely so, on this present Earth. Aside from you and Sun Wukong, no one possesses the ability to injure Piccolo. Lizet couldn't help but ponder that the android project must have commenced, and Majin Buu remains sealed somewhere on Earth. Previously, there was the matter of Dr. Willow. Surely, there are many who could triumph over the current Piccolo. Moreover, the mass-produced bioengineered beings created by Dr. Willow possess combat power exceeding 1,000. His technological prowess is indeed astonishing. In any case, I shall investigate further. I beseech you. Lizet closed his eyes, activating his farsight ability. He swiftly sensed 4 distinct and formidable auras on Earth. Among them, 3 were weaker than Piccolo, with Tien Shin in strength. A confrontation should yield victory. The final aura, however, evidently surpassed both Piccolo and Wukong. Lizet concentrated on the strongest presence, and his vision soared. He beheld a diminutive figure resembling a demon, or perhaps more akin to a relative of Pilaf, joyously clutching the Dragon Balls. It is he. Is this not the antagonist from an earlier theatrical release? Lizet finally recalled this rather inconspicuous foe. Indeed, such a being exists. It felt akin to a change of antagonist, replaying the narrative of the Raditz battle. Yet, in reality, for Lizet, this adversary was hardly significant, merely a passing curiosity, no different from an insect. Should he desire, he could effortlessly crush the opponent. The true concern lay with the Dragon Balls. Lizet was acutely aware that excessive use of the Dragon Balls would accumulate negative energy, ultimately giving rise to the malevolent dragons. Although the negative energy from his previous wish had long dissipated and required a century for purification, the future would be different. Wukong and his companions, even the antagonists, would frequently utilize the Dragon Balls. The 100-year purification cycle would prove woefully inadequate. It is important to note that the narrative of Dragon Ball GT encompasses original animated content and elements from certain theatrical releases, resulting in a staggering frequency of Dragon Ball usage. Particularly in the films, nearly every installment employs them at least once. At times, individuals have even used the Dragon Balls to restore forests ravaged by wildfires, only for the forest to remain devastated, a sheer waste of wishes. No wonder the evil dragons came into existence, Lizet mused. Upon assuming the position of the celestial deity, he had previously gathered the Dragon Balls, sequestering them within the hyperbolic time chamber for a duration of 100 days to cleanse them of negative energies before returning them to Earth. However, even with such precautions, should individuals recklessly utilize the Dragon Balls for foolish reasons, the emergence of the malevolent dragon is inevitable. Indeed, there exists a group of such fools. 4 imbeciles are in the process of collecting the Dragon Balls and have inexplicably kidnapped Goku's son to deliberately lure Goku into their trap. The names I've noted are Carrick 2, Jaga, Ricky, and Sanzu. It appears that it is not Carrick himself, but rather his offspring. Has ambition truly been inherited by his son? It seems that the adage like father, like son holds true. Lizet, while employing his telescopic vision, discreetly delved into the thoughts of Carrick 2 and his cohort, simultaneously noting their distinctive techniques. Most of these techniques are unique to the demon race and are rather ineffective skills, such as transforming one's body into a sword. However, Carrick 2's Hell Vortex is quite a formidable technique. This ability can banish an opponent to a dimension devoid of light, akin to a black hole, from which even the user cannot escape once ensnared. It appears to be a skill designed for self-destruction, particularly suited for the immortal. How generous of you. Lizet promptly reconsidered his stance. No, it would require some modification to be usable, especially the self-destruct aspect, as it poses too great a risk if left unresolved. What do you intend to do? Naturally, I must put an end to this past enmity. Lizet, are you willing to accompany me? Upon hearing the request from the former deity, Lizet thought to himself that he was indeed being drawn into this affair, yet he acquiesced. At the very least, he sought to prevent them from squandering the Dragon Balls. Carrick 2 was of little concern, but should an evil dragon come to fruition, it would spell significant trouble. Chapter 20, The God of Battle. To the south of Korin Tower, a palace rises majestically in the heart of the Red Sea. This is the abode of Carrick 2, the son of the former deity who had once opposed the previous celestial god and vowed vengeance against him. He is accompanied by 3 subordinates, Jaga, Ricky, and Sanzu. Their paramount objective is to gather the Dragon Balls and achieve the wish for immortality. The irony of utilizing the very Dragon Balls crafted by the celestial deity to vanquish the previous god is unparalleled. Currently, they have amassed 6 Dragon Balls, with only one remaining to fulfill their desire for eternal life. Once he attains immortality, he shall eliminate the detestable former deity as well as the current one, claiming dominion over the entire world. Just one more Dragon Ball, and I shall possess all 7, granting me everlasting life. At that moment, I shall no longer face death and shall eternally reign over this world, engulfing everything in hellish chaos. Carrick too proclaimed his ambitions loudly, while his 3 subordinates knelt in submission beside him. The era of the demon race's dominion over the world seems to be drawing near. Although the current celestial deity possesses extraordinary power among his predecessors, Carrick too remains confident that he is no match for one who has attained eternal life. However, King Carrick too committed a fatal error. If his sole purpose was to gather the Dragon Balls in pursuit of immortality, he should have devoted himself entirely to this quest and refrained from confronting the Demon King Piccolo. Indeed, Piccolo and the previous Supreme Kai were once one and the same. Thus, killing Piccolo would result in the demise of the former Supreme Kai as well. Yet precisely because they were intertwined, any event affecting Piccolo would be conveyed to the previous Supreme Kai, and should Piccolo not be eradicated completely, a catastrophic retaliation would inevitably ensue. King Carrick too overlooked this crucial detail, and at this moment, he was on the brink of paying a grievous price for it. Eternal damnation? That hardly sounds tranquil. A beam of light descended from the heavens, piercing the ground before King Carrick too and his entourage. Emerging from this radiant column was their most familiar adversary, the former Supreme Kai. Accompanying him was a man clad in a flowing white cloak, emanating a soft, ethereal glow, the current Supreme Kai, Lizet. The 2 Supreme Kais breached the palace before Goku could arrive, ahead of the Dragon Balls being gathered. The former and current Supreme Kais. How unfortunate. Just a hair's breadth away, and I could have attained eternal life. Aige, Ricky, Shansu, engage. In obedience to King Carrick too's command, the 3 subordinates lunged forward. Yet, the former Supreme Kai remained utterly motionless, while Lizet stepped forward alone. He adopted no battle stance, merely delivering a chilling command. Death shall descend upon the 3 of you. In an instant, the 3 subordinates fell silent to the ground, their faces devoid of life, eyes rolled back, motionless, having perished solely due to a command to die. To unravel the truth behind this magic is, in fact, quite simple. It is merely a widely recognized psychic ability that proves ineffective against the strong, telekinetic binding. Akin to a paralysis spell, Lizet applied his telekinetic force not only to their entire bodies, but directly to their brains and hearts, forcibly halting their vital functions. The specific phrasing of his command held no practical significance. It was akin to Goku silently unleashing the Kamehameha wave, yet deliberately elongating the syllables of Kame. Sometimes even taking minutes to do so. It was merely Lizet's personal quirk. He believed that such an utterance was both cool and infused with the aura of a Supreme Kai. A spontaneous whim. Nevertheless, for those ensnared, this was undoubtedly a shocking display of power. In truth, King Carrick too was utterly bewildered, trembling in fear. At a loss for what to do. It is futile, King Carrick too. The current Supreme Kai possesses an unmatched power that neither I nor any of my predecessors could rival. He is a deity of battle, born to confront the cosmic crisis. A mere being like you, no matter how hard you struggle, is no match for him. Despite taking no action, the former Supreme Kai maintained an air of superiority, speaking with an authoritative tone. Moreover, he audaciously referred to Lizet as the god of battle, whereas in truth, Lizet preferred the title of god of travel. Enough of this trifling chatter. Indeed, Carrick too would not easily capitulate. His muscles surged, transforming his once diminutive frame, akin to a mere pilaf, into that of a towering giant. Alas, the disparity in strength between the two was insurmountable. The robust arm he swung was effortlessly thwarted by Lizet, who merely employed a fingertip. With a gentle flick, Carrick too spun like a top several times before collapsing to the ground, utterly humiliated. How infuriating! How could this be? He must have finally comprehended the vast chasm in their powers. Yet, even so, he remained unwilling to concede, a testament to either his tenacity or his obliviousness to the futility of his efforts. His eyes brimmed with loathing as he fixated on Lizet, then raised his hand towards the heavens. As his emotions intensified, an expanse of black void materialized in the previously empty space, as if intent on devouring all existence. This was Carrick too's ultimate weapon, the abyssal vortex. Witnessing it firsthand would reveal its nature akin to a black hole. If wielded properly, it could indeed provide a glimmer of hope against an overwhelmingly superior foe. However, it was futile. To Lizet's surprise, He locked his gaze upon Character 2, who unexpectedly unleashed a blast of energy. This was a technique that required no movement, merely the act of staring to activate its power. The invisible pressure of energy propelled Character 2 away, hurling him directly toward the abyssal vortex he had conjured. Indeed, the vortex possessed the potential to conquer the strongest of adversaries. If it successfully ensnared its target, even Lizet could face annihilation. Yet, this did not imply that Character 2 would grow stronger through its use. As long as a disparity in strength existed, Lizet could strike Character 2 into the vortex before he himself was consumed. You wretched scoundrel! Ultimately, this may very well be his fate. Character 2 was engulfed by the abyssal vortex amidst his desperate wails, and with the demise of its conjurer, the vortex dissipated. In the end, only the remnants of a masterless palace remained. Lizet brushed aside the strands of hair that had fallen across his face and let out a soft sigh. Subsequently, he utilized his powers to distribute 6 Dragon Balls across the globe, effortlessly erasing the palace's remnants and returning the site to barren land, before scattering a handful of plant seeds and infusing them with life essence. In a matter of months, this place would transform into a lush forest, destined to nurture countless life forms. Having concluded his tasks, Lizet cradled the still sleeping Gohan and reunited with Goku, who had arrived at the scene, safely returning his son. Chapter 21. The Unknown Existence. 5 years had passed since Lizet ascended to divinity. During this time, Earth had enjoyed a reassuring peace. As he diligently learned the responsibilities of the celestial deities, he simultaneously balanced and regulated the weather, steadfastly pursuing his training, leading a life that was both fulfilling and stable. Once accustomed to these tasks, they were not particularly challenging. Even the Hell's Whirlpool, inspired by the teachings of King Character 2, has undergone continuous refinement and has now become quite practical. The technique has been aptly named the Gate of Heaven. This move is a synthesis of the Hell's Whirlpool and the magic sealing wave, capable of drawing the target into a pre-prepared sealing vessel. However, it cannot merely be labeled as a non-tool magic sealing wave, as considerable thought and effort were invested in its creation. The sealing vessel was specially crafted by Mr. Bobo using Destiny Stones, making it not only resistant to shattering, but also designed so that except for those with malevolent intentions, even if sealed, they could escape instantly. This ensures safety in the event of unforeseen circumstances. Furthermore, after modifications, this technique can also function as a means of spatial movement. Any location visited by Lizet, provided the coordinates are remembered, can be traversed freely, akin to a portal. Nonetheless, it lacks the instantaneous effect of teleportation and cannot be used for evasion in combat, which is a significant drawback. However, as a means of transportation, it remains quite useful. Simultaneously, Lizet began to cultivate warriors capable of addressing potential crises on Earth. Currently, his chosen candidates are limited to Mr. Bobo and Big Rabbit. Although he considered others, such as Namu and King Chiba, he ultimately abandoned their recruitment due to their advanced age and the inevitable decline of their strength. Presently, the abilities of Mr. Bobo and Big Rabbit are comparable to those of Sun Wukong and Piccolo. With further training, they may prove invaluable in battles against the Saiyans. Particularly, Big Rabbit possesses the unique ability to transform opponents into carrots upon contact, ensuring victory against those whose fighting capacity is only marginal. In the distinctive combat style of Dragon Ball, the outcome is often decided by a mere touch. As for a Kairobe, Lizet has long surrendered that notion. Upon reflection, his presence would only lead to the excessive depletion of the Senza beans, making the current state perhaps more favorable. The Senza beans from Karin Tower remain intact. A remarkable feat considering the original fate that would have seen their numbers dwindle to merely 2 within a year. Ultimately, the root cause of the Senzu beans consumption in the original narrative was indeed a Kairobe, who, given the beans' rich nutrients, could sustain a person for 10 days with just one. However, during the nearly decade-long span from a Kairobe's arrival at Karin Tower to the onset of the Saiyan arc, he would have consumed a staggering 365 Senza beans, making their depletion quite reasonable. Lizet's intervention has altered this fate, resulting in a world where Senza beans are abundantly available. Even when Karin occasionally indulges in the beans as a snack, there is no indication of a decrease. It can be confidently stated that all preparations have been thoroughly completed. At this moment, the pivotal figure propelling the wheels of destiny, Son Goku's brother, seemed to have arrived on Earth. Lizet momentarily suppressed his aura, opting instead to observe from shadows. He witnessed Raditz first visiting Piccolo's dwelling, only to subsequently arrive at Son Goku's abode, where he abducted Gohan. In response, Son Goku resolved to join forces with Piccolo to combat Raditz. And thus far, the unfolding events aligned perfectly with the fate Lizet had anticipated. However, the ensuing battle began to take a bizarre turn. Raditz exhibited extraordinary strength, overpowering both Son Goku and Piccolo, effortlessly evading even the furious onslaught of Gohan when he unleashed his anger. It was worth noting that, at this juncture, both Son Goku and Piccolo were significantly stronger than their counterparts in the original narrative, yet Raditz still maintained the upper hand. This was both perplexing and disconcerting. If Gohan could not inflict harm upon Raditz, Son Goku would be unable to restrain him, rendering their victory against Raditz virtually impossible. Was it my very existence that caused fate to deviate from its course? A chill coursed down Lizet's spine, for it was evident that the gears of destiny had subtly misaligned. He had never acted against Raditz, but as demonstrated by the butterfly effect, even the slightest action could yield monumental consequences for the future. Regardless, remaining a mere observer was not a prudent course of action. Lizet immediately activated his psychic abilities, endeavoring to bind Raditz's movements from afar. Despite Raditz's enhanced power, Lizet believed he possessed ample capability to seal him. Though I harbor some regret towards you. It is time for you to fall. Lizet's golden eyes shimmered, and an intangible force began to constrict Raditz's heart. His intentions were unmistakable. Raditz had already disclosed the threat of the Saiyans to Son Goku and the others, informing them that even stronger Saiyans would arrive in a year. This sense of impending crisis would inevitably catalyze the warrior's exponential growth. As for Son Goku's training on King Kai's planet, it need not come at the cost of death. He could simply be transported there using the Dragon Balls. While King Kai's planet is connected to the afterlife, it does not exist in an alternate dimension. The ability to reach it via instant transmission attests to its status as a celestial body within the universe. Thus, there is no need to stand idly by and witness Son Goku's demise. Eliminating Raditz here and then utilizing the Dragon Balls, which were meant to resurrect Son Goku, to transport him to King Kai's planet in advance was a feasible strategy. In his capacity, Lizet could obtain permission to travel to King Kai's planet while alive, even without the Dragon Balls. However, since Son Goku was not a deity, he would likely require the Dragon Balls to reach it alive. Based on this assessment, Lizet was preparing to intensify his telekinetic force to decisively end Raditz's life. Just then, a crimson energy wave surged unexpectedly from the ground. In a moment of haste, Lizet could not completely evade it and was struck directly by the energy wave. The impact sent him flying, and after spinning in the air several times, he barely managed to regain his composure. On the ground, Son Wukong had firmly locked onto Raditz, while Piccolo unleashed his Mekanka Sappo, piercing both Son Wukong and Raditz. Everything seemed to revert to its destined course. Yet, Lizet found himself unable to concern himself with Raditz's fate. His attention was ensnared by a different spectacle. Not far from Son Wukong and the others stood an unfamiliar figure, emanating an aura that suggested an affiliation with the demon clan. She was a striking woman, adorned in a red restrictive outfit, with white hair and a greenish complexion, wielding a staff. Beside her stood a robust man, also clad in red. The man raised his hand towards Lizet, clearly the source of the earlier energy wave. Almost immediately, a masked man with a hairstyle reminiscent of Son Wukong appeared from nowhere, lunging fiercely at the demon man. The two engaged in a rapid and fierce battle, subsequently vanishing from sight. Who were these two? Although they left no impression on Lizet, he was certain they were no ordinary beings. Was it truly an absence of recognition? No. He felt an unsettling familiarity with the two demons. The green-skinned woman seemed to sense Lizet's gaze. A subtle smile graced her lips before she vanished in an instant, as if she had never been there. Undoubtedly, Raditz's extraordinary enhancement of power was orchestrated by her. But what could her intentions possibly be? Why act in such a manner? Something felt amiss. Lizet had no recollection of such a figure. What had transpired? He had always believed himself intimately acquainted with the world of Dragon Ball. From the original series, Dragon Ball Z, theatrical releases to Dragon Ball GT, and various games, he was well versed in nearly every aspect. Though his memory of the animated original details was somewhat hazy, he recognized all the characters that made an appearance. Lizet had perished in 2012, and his knowledge of Dragon Ball ceased at that point. Nevertheless, it had been 15 years since the conclusion of Dragon Ball GT. Such knowledge should suffice for comprehending the Dragon Ball realm, unless during the years following his demise, the Dragon Ball series had experienced a resurgence. Introducing new animations or games, there was no conceivable reason for him to be unaware of those two demons. Yet, the The reality remained that even with his understanding, he had no recollection of them. The sudden emergence of these enigmatic figures left Lizet's unease unresolved. Chapter 22. Sending Wukong to the underworld. Following the defeat of Raditz, Lizet retrieved Wukong's body and made his way to the underworld. Considering the circumstances ahead, it was imperative for Wukong to undergo training under King Kai. Setting aside the King Kai fist, particularly the spirit bomb, it was essential for Wukong to learn this technique. Otherwise, complications would surely arise in the future. If Lizet could vanquish all foes, such convoluted measures would be unnecessary, yet he feared he might not reach such heights. After all, Lizet was a mere earthling, incapable of becoming a Super Saiyan. Enemies of Friesia's caliber may be capable of defeating him before he transforms into his ultimate form. But when it comes to facing Cell and Majin Buu, he genuinely lacks confidence in his ability to confront them. Thus, as a precautionary measure, it is by no means a misguided choice to empower Goku, if he were to continue inadvertently stealing the limelight, creating a spectacle that leads others to believe he is extraordinarily formidable, thereby depriving them of the opportunity to showcase their own strengths and grow. It could ultimately result in the destruction of a universe, rendering him a mere laughingstock. However, according to the original plan, Goku was not meant to perish. Lord Enma, might you permit Goku to challenge Snake Way? Ah, son Goku, this lad's accomplishments are indeed remarkable, but is it truly acceptable? If he were to obediently comply, he could ascend directly to the afterlife without needing to undertake the challenge of Snake Way. The answer, of course, is that it is acceptable. In fact, had Goku simply gone to the afterlife, not only Earth but the entire universe would ultimately face annihilation. This future hero remains entirely oblivious to Lizet's intentions, still inquiring of Lord Enma about Raditz's situation. Excuse me, sir, prior to my arrival, was there someone named Raditz causing trouble? Oh, that lad is your brother. Isn't? Indeed, he was causing a ruckus, but I managed to subdue him. Really? A formidable character like that was subdued by you. You are truly impressive. By the way, Lord Kami, may I have this gentleman teach me the ways of training? Upon hearing Goku's request, Lizet silently shook his head. While Lord Enma is certainly no weakling and possesses sufficient strength to handle enemies of Raditz's level, his prowess is merely slightly superior to Raditz's. He lacks the extensive techniques of King Kai and cannot provide Goku with the power necessary to contend with the Saiyans a year from now. Training in such an environment would yield little to no results. That won't do. Lord Enma is usually quite occupied and lacks the spare energy to personally guide your training. According to the plan, Goku, you shall seek out King Kai as your master. What a pity, but that is indeed the case. I am quite busy. By the way, Kami of Earth, if training is required, could you not instruct him? Your guidance should suffice against the Saiyans, should it not? Just as Lord Enma was close to persuading Goku, he inadvertently interjected. Indeed, Lizet may prove to be more effective than King Kai in strengthening Goku, yet he cannot teach the spirit bomb. There will always be ways to enhance combat power in the future, and King Kai has similar techniques that can yield comparable results. However, the spirit bomb can only be learned from encountering King Kai. Moreover, establishing a connection between Goku and King Kai at this juncture is of paramount significance. Lord Enma, you flatter me. I still have much to learn. Lizet deftly sidestepped Lord Enma's inquiry, bringing the conversation to a close. Subsequently, he deliberately ignored Goku's musings regarding whether Kami was significantly stronger than he had imagined, merely smiling in response. Then Goku, please do your utmost. When the day of your revival arrives, I shall come to retrieve you. Oh, all right. The quickest way to evade further questioning is to bring the dialogue to an end. Lizet did not afford Wukong the opportunity to ramble on, firmly propelling him into the snake path before returning to Earth. Upon his return to the temple, Lizet immediately set about preparing for the next course of action. In a year's time, 2 Saiyans would launch an assault on Earth. To counter this impending crisis, he instructed Mr. Popo to bring Krillin and the others to the temple for training. Ordinarily, such matters would fall under the purview of the previous deity, but the divine throne now belonged to Lizet. Previously, he had approached the situation with a somewhat detached perspective. However, from this moment forth, he could no longer remain an observer. The intensity of the forthcoming battles would escalate continuously, and even the slightest misstep could lead to Earth's annihilation. This struggle, marked by an inflation of power, was set to commence at this very moment. Should he persist in his role as a bystander, he would soon find himself left behind, and when the time came to act, he would only be ensnared in the predicament of wanting to intervene, yet being powerless to do so. Thus, from this point onward, he must stand shoulder to shoulder with everyone else, striving for collective strength. Yet, concurrently, he needed to avoid overshadowing others, which was indeed a vexing predicament. Lord Deity, as per your instructions, I have brought the warriors, Mr. Popo announced. Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Popo, Lizet replied, turning to face him. Standing behind Mr. Popo were Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Dend, just as he had requested. As for Yachirobe, well, it was perhaps best left unmentioned. After all, since the battle against the Saiyans, he had scarcely contributed, and when it came to dealing with Vegeta, Lizet could manage on his own. As long as he remained vigilant, at least Earth would not face defeat. The odds of victory were already quite favorable. For Lizet, the crux of this conflict lay not in triumph, but in the cultivation of his comrades, enabling them to navigate the crisis without loss of life. If he merely sought victory with their current strength, he could simply charge in and eliminate Vegeta and Nappa. Nevertheless, contemplating the battles ahead, he hoped everyone could strengthen themselves as much as possible. Moreover, as a fellow Earthling, witnessing his companions exert themselves to keep pace with Wukong filled him with a desire to cheer them on. Welcome, everyone. I appreciate your special effort to come here. You are too kind, Krillin stammered, his face flushing as he quickly lowered his gaze. He suddenly recalled that Krillin had always aspired to gain the favor of girls. However, alas, he was a man. If memory served correctly, Krillin had even mistaken UPA for a girl in the past. Nevertheless, it could be said that Krillin was destined to marry a beauty like Android 18 in the future, making him a winner in life. Such youthful reactions would likely only be witnessed in this moment. I trust you have all been informed of the situation. In a year's time, extraterrestrial beings endowed with formidable powers, known as Saiyans, will attack Earth. Therefore, I kindly ask everyone to remain here for training over the next year in preparation for the battle ahead. The Saiyans, are they not the monstrous beings that Goku and Piccolo barely managed to defeat together? Moreover, it is said that Goku even sacrificed himself to vanquish that creature. After listening to Lizet's explanation, Tien wiped the cold sweat from his brow and added, Son Goku and Piccolo, indeed, are the two most formidable forces on Earth. Just a few days prior, it was unimaginable that these two would join forces, let alone engage in such a fierce battle, culminating in Goku's tragic demise. This was, to many, simply unbelievable. Furthermore, the Saiyans arriving in a year's time are expected to be even stronger than that monster. You are correct in your assertion. However, mere words may not adequately convey the extent of their power. Thus, before we commence formal training, I wish to allow everyone to experience firsthand what it feels like to battle a Saiyan. Lizet's unexpected proclamation set the four into a flurry of excitement. The absurd suggestion of fighting a Saiyan in preparation for facing them was bound to elicit both surprise and skepticism. This way, please follow me. Without further elaboration, Lizet led the four towards the House of Time. Rather than engage in lengthy discussions, it would be more effective for them to witness it directly. Following Lizet deep into the temple, they eventually arrived at a dimly lit room adorned with a pendulum clock. What is this place? One inquired. This is known as the House of Time. In this space, past, present, and future intertwine. I will now enable your consciousness to traverse back in time to engage in battle with the Saiyans. Rest assured, even if you perish there, you will sustain no injuries in reality. It was only when Krillin voiced his curiosity that Lizet began to explain what was to come. He intended to allow them to personally experience the might of the foes they were about to face. Only by doing so could they truly comprehend the inadequacy of their current strength. Understanding the enemy's power is, in itself, of paramount importance. How intriguing. Lord Kai, send me over at once, exclaimed Tien, with Yamcha echoing his enthusiasm. Their spirits were buoyed by an unwavering confidence in their own abilities. Perhaps because they had yet to be overshadowed by the forthcoming surge of power. Krillin and Kaiotsu then stepped forward, indicating their willingness to participate. Once Lizet confirmed that everyone was in agreement, he instructed the four to position themselves at the center of the room. Please, close your eyes and surrender your bodies to the currents of time. This temple will guide you to the past. Lizet planned for them to battle a lower-class warrior of comparable strength to Raditz, accompanied by a training partner, a vegetable creature, believing this intensity would be just right. Even in order to clarify the disparity in their strengths, he could not assign them an opponent that was too formidable at the outset, lest they lose all confidence. An adversary of Raditz's caliber would not only ensure the battle's validity, but if fortune favored them, they might even succeed in defeating one of the foes. Next, they merely awaited the return of their consciousness. Chapter 23. The vegetable beings reveal themselves. Upon awakening, Klin and his companions found themselves on an unfamiliar planet. The sky was a bizarre shade of violet pink, reminiscent of poison, while the ground displayed a dark crimson hue. The plants, resembling trees, contorted grotesquely, their surfaces bearing the rusted color of iron. Scattered across the terrain were the lifeless bodies of extraterrestrial beings, each appearing monstrous in Klin's eyes. They resembled cockroaches walking on two legs, or grotesque creatures with human-like features forcibly amalgamated with those of cockroaches. These beings were completely naked, their skin glistening as if coated in petroleum jelly, and they lay motionless, devoid of life. What on earth are these repulsive entities? Are they the natives of this planet? Klin grimaced at the sight of these physiologically unsettling beings, while Tianjin Fan remained vigilant, cautiously scanning their surroundings. The deity had warned them that their adversaries were Saiyans. Yet, should these cockroach-like beings suddenly launch an attack, it would not seem strange to them. Indeed, they might consider these creatures to be even more formidable foes than the Saiyans. Tian Yi. Dumpling's voice, tinged with panic, instantly heightened the tension among the group. Following Dumpling's gaze, they spotted a cockroach being moving not far away. It staggered towards them with unsteady steps. Greebly, alien language. No one comprehended its words, but it was evidently attempting to communicate in its native tongue. The cockroach being extended its hand, seemingly pleading for help from Klin and his companions. Greebly, it appeared eager to convey more, yet even if it completed its message, Klin and the others would remain oblivious to its meaning. Its fate had been sealed from the outset. A projectile shot from behind, instantly shattering the grotesque alien skull. With a splash of unknown liquid, the cockroach being collapsed, lifeless. In its place stood a tall man clad in battle attire. His appearance was similar to that of Earthlings. Yet the most striking distinction was the tail resembling that of a primate protruding from his back. Beside him stood a diminutive, green creature, glaring at Klin and his companions with palpable hostility. Oh, how unexpected. I did not anticipate that this planet harbored other extraterrestrial beings apart from the cockroach folk. It seems you have come for a visit, but what unfortunate luck you possess. This Saiyan, with an unkempt hairstyle and a corpulent frame, bore a scruffy appearance. His face adorned with a beard that gave him a disheveled look. He grinned widely, his expression reeking of malevolence. I bear no grudge against you, but Lord Frisia has commanded the extermination of all the unsightly natives on this planet. Do not hold it against me. Frisia? Wait. You don't even know who Lord Frisia is? From which remote planet do you hail? The corpulent Saiyan feigned astonishment with a sigh. Subsequently scanning Krillin and his companions with a device affixed to his eyes, presumably the much-discussed battle power detector. It was said that this apparatus could discern the combat capabilities of others. The readings were 206, 250, 177, and 120. How amusing it was to be regarded as mere tourists. What did you say? Upon hearing the corpulent Scion's remarks, Yamcha's expression immediately shifted to one of impatience. Not only him, but Krillin and Tien also displayed faces marred by indignation, albeit to varying degrees. They were among Earth's most formidable warriors, and to be considered mere travelers was an affront to their dignity, utterly intolerable. How audacious your words are! If you think we are mere travelers, allow us to demonstrate otherwise. Yamcha, Krillin, and Tien shouted in unison as they charged forward. Meanwhile, Kaiatsu distanced himself, preparing to lend his psychic abilities for support. Yamcha and Krillin swiftly advanced towards the green creature, while Tien confronted the corpulent Saiyan, igniting an intense clash of offense and defense. Their strategy was clear: eliminate the seemingly weaker green creature first, then unite to besiege the Saiyan. Ha! Yamcha moved with the agility of a wild wolf, decisively launching an attack against the green creature, referred to as the Vegetable Man. His palms neither clenched into fists nor spread wide. Instead, they resembled a beast revealing its claws. With fingers slightly curved, coupled with his swift movements, his assault was ferocious, akin to that of a wild predator. Yet, inexplicably, the seemingly unremarkable Vegetable Man effortlessly dodged, parried, and neutralized the strikes, not out of leniency, negligence, or underestimation, but because Yamcha's attacks posed no threat whatsoever to the Vegetable Man. The answer was simple. The Vegetable Man was vastly superior to Yamcha. Krillin joined the fray, flanking Yamcha in a pincer maneuver. The two launched a barrage of rapid punches and kicks at a speed that left afterimages in their wake. Nevertheless, the vegetable man continued to respond with ease, deflecting, evading, and neutralizing their onslaught with a single hand. Moreover, he seized the opportunity to counterattack, landing a blow squarely on both their faces. Ugh! Ugh! The impact felt as if they had been struck by hundreds of kilograms of iron, and the two staggered backward, struggling to regain their footing and avoid collapse. However, the vegetable man offered them no respite, swiftly delivering a kick to Krillin's abdomen. Guh! Blood trickled from the corner of Krillin's mouth. His ribs shattered with a single blow, the fractured bones piercing his internal organs. Krillin collapsed to the ground, clutching his injured abdomen, writhing in agony. The severity of his injuries blurred his consciousness, as if his abdomen were being torn apart by excruciating pain. At that moment, the vegetable man leaped into the air, landing a crushing blow upon Krillin's neck. This was no mere step. It was a strike imbued with overwhelming force. The ground beneath Krillin fractured, resembling a spider's web, emitting ominous sounds. As consciousness began to fade, his mind and body felt as if they were being severed. His neck felt as though it might snap, and an overwhelming sensation of death enveloped him. With wide, hollow eyes, he convulsed violently like a fish out of water, only to fall still thereafter. Caitlin, Yamcha cried out in a blend of sorrow and rage. He clasped his wrists together, turning sideways, and pulled his hands back. This was the initial stance of the Turtle School's ultimate technique, the Kamehameha. He concentrated immense energy in his palms, and then unleashed it. A wave of azure and white energy engulfed the vegetable man, sweeping him into the debris. Yamcha, disregarding the fate of his adversary, immediately prepared for another attack. He grasped his right wrist with his left hand, channeling all his energy into his right. First, he condensed a sphere of energy the size of his palm, then continuously infused it with power, expanding it to 3 meters in diameter, allowing it to maneuver deftly through the air in accordance with his fingertips. Receive my colossal energy sphere. Perish! Yamcha directed the energy sphere towards the vegetable man, who barely managed to evade in a frantic attempt. However, Yamcha had anticipated this and swiftly redirected the sphere, relentlessly pursuing his foe. This was a controllable tracking energy sphere. One could either withstand it or defeat its wielder. Yamcha, for evasion, was not an option. Yamcha seized the vegetable man's moment of vulnerability, striking the sphere at the opportune moment. The vegetable man, unable to defend in time, was struck directly, crashing to the ground. Immediately thereafter, the sphere exploded, creating a large crater and causing the earth to tremble violently, as flames and thick smoke quickly engulfed the vegetable man. Is it over? As the smoke lingered, Yamcha remained vigilant, cautiously advancing forward. Was the vegetable man still alive, or had he perished? He swallowed hard, moistening his dry throat, and took careful steps closer to the center of the explosion. The vegetable man lay motionless on the ground. Had he been killed, or merely knocked unconscious? Regardless, a finishing blow was necessary to ensure absolute certainty. Yamcha thought to himself, continuing to close the distance. He had clearly inflicted significant damage upon the vegetable man. Even if the latter still lived, his movements must surely have slowed. Could it be that the vegetable man was not invincible? Yet, such a notion was profoundly naive. The vegetable man may not have been invulnerable, but Yamcha failed to recognize that he was up against an opponent who could not be defeated, even in a weakened state. The vegetable man retained the power to kill him, and Yamcha should have been far more cautious. Just as Yamcha approached within striking distance, the vegetable man suddenly summoned all his strength and lunged forward, embracing him tightly. It executed but a singular motion, embracing Yamcha, pouring all its strength into this act. Utterly disregarding the aftermath, Yamcha was completely unprepared for the vegetable creature's unexpected vigor, caught off guard and firmly enveloped. In that very moment, everything came to an end. An explosive conflagration surged into the sky. The vegetable creature utilized its own body as a weapon, launching a final assault, a strike of mutual destruction. As a disposable soldier, it chose self-detonation. This strike seized upon Yamcha's momentary lapse, wholly consuming his form. As the smoke cleared amidst the rubble, the vegetable creature had vanished without a trace, leaving only scattered remnants of flesh. Yamcha lay in the center of this grim tableau, eyes rolled back, breathless, bearing an expression of unyielding discontent, no longer able to stir, nor to rise again. Yamcha's spiritual journey concluded with a somber finality in death. Chapter 24, Lizet's Hellish Training. The Kikaho. Tien Shinhan expended every ounce of his strength. Unleashing the Kikaho, a technique demanding an immense amount of energy, its toll on the body perilously close to life-threatening. Even if one were to survive, it would undoubtedly shorten their lifespan, a technique deemed strictly forbidden. Yet, one could not deny that its power was commensurate with the dire consequences it wrought. In this moment, Tien Shinhan, resolute in his conviction of mutual destruction, released this technique at full capacity. A thick cloud of smoke billowed upwards, the earth itself torn asunder, obliterating everything in the trajectory of the Kikaho. Tien Shinhan lowered his trembling arm, his blurred vision fixated on the other side of the smoke. A sudden jolt startled him, yet the rotund Saiyan still stood alive. His battle attire was tattered and far from unscathed, yet he remained upright, even exuding an air of composure. Tien Shinhan gazed at this scene in disbelief, collapsing to the ground in utter exhaustion. A pang of frustration coursed through him. The disparity in strength between him and the Saiyan was far greater than he had anticipated. However, this defeat was not devoid of significance. This experience would ultimately serve as nourishment for future growth. He cast a glance towards the distant battle, where Dend had presumably already returned, and slowly closed his three eyes. He resolved to transform this failure into motivation, vowing to harness this power in the future. Thus, his spiritual journey, too, reached its conclusion. They are all dead. Yet these peculiar individuals possess a certain intrigue, employing such bizarre techniques. The plump Saiyan, Pabujin, surveyed the unmoving Earth warriors. Despite their seemingly low combat power, they could erupt with sudden brilliance, sometimes radiating a light akin to the sun, at other times splitting into 4 doppelgangers, sprouting additional limbs, and even unleashing beams from their eyes. Truly a band of utterly incomprehensible foes, especially with their final moves, given the disparity in combat prowess between the two sides. There should have been no harm inflicted. Yet, inexplicably, his body bore the marks of battle. This group of adversaries was truly enigmatic and mysterious. "Hey, Pabuzin!" A voice calling out to him echoed from above, prompting Pabuzin to look up. He beheld a companion clad in a sleeveless, lightweight combat suit, distinguished by a unique hairstyle. Hovering in the air, this companion was tasked with assaulting another sector and was the most formidable among all his allies. "Just how much time do you intend to squander on conquering this city? We've already annihilated all the indigenous inhabitants of this planet." "Wait, it's not what you think, Bardock. I just encountered some rather intriguing individuals." "Oh, intriguing individuals?" Bardock, a man resembling Goku, looked at Pabuzin with curiosity. Pabuzin hastily pointed to the corpses of Tianjin and others. Yet the bodies had vanished. The remains that had been there moments ago were now nowhere to be found, as if they had never existed at all. "Huh? Where did they go? What on earth are you talking about? Hey, wait, what's going on? They were just here, Bardock." Bardock seemed to somewhat believe Pabuzin's words and scanned the vicinity with his detector. However, predictably, there was no response. He sighed in resignation, displaying an expression of mild exasperation. All right, I get it. Let's just assume they existed for a moment. We need to conquer this planet quickly so we can return." "No, I'm serious. There was a bald guy with 3 eyes right here." Fine, a bald guy with 3 eyes, huh? But that must be an Namekian. Honestly, how could such a being possibly exist on this planet? No sooner had Bardock spoken than the other companions began to gather around Pabuzin. Though they were all lower-tier warriors, they had fought alongside each other through countless battles. Among them, the only female, Celiba, with her short hair, patted Pabuzin on the shoulder. All right, let us wrap this up. Bardock has been eager to return. He has been impatient since earlier, especially since today marks his wedding anniversary with Miss Kine. Enough of the chatter. Let us hurry and conquer this wretched planet." In response to Celiba's teasing, Bardock shouted rudely. It was unclear whether this was his true nature or a veil for his shyness, but the other Scions couldn't help but chuckle at his demeanor. Terizit. All of this transpired in a mere few seconds. Closing his eyes and journeying back to the world of the past, Krillin and the others suddenly opened their eyes simultaneously. It seemed that everyone had returned safely. They each touched their bodies and glanced at their companions' faces, confirming that they were all unharmed. Judging by their expressions, it was likely that they had faced utter devastation in that realm. Lizet approached the warriors, determined to first soothe their spirits. "You have all worked tirelessly. How do you feel about the journey thus far?" From within her garment, she produced a small bell and gently shook it, producing a melodious chime. At that moment, Rabbit, the chief, appeared seemingly from nowhere, carrying a tray with 4 cups of red tea, which he presented to Krillin and the others. Yamcha's expression reflected surprise. suggesting he recognized Rabbit. Lizet briefly explained, "By the way, Rabbit is no longer our enemy. We suffered a crushing defeat. Those Saiyans are indeed the adversaries we must confront." Tien's voice was laden with reluctance, and both Krillin and Yamcha lowered their heads in silence. They appeared to have been thoroughly beaten, unable to muster a single protest. Even Kairatsu looked dejected, causing Lizet to worry that she may have been too harsh. However, Tien soon lifted his head, determination glinting in his eyes as he implored Lizet, "Lord God, I have come to recognize my shortcomings. I yearn to grow stronger. I beseech you to train me." "Oh, I feel the same. I refuse to be vanquished again by that mysterious green monster's self-detonation," Yamcha exclaimed, seemingly inspired by Tien. It appeared that he too had been defeated by the vegetable creature's explosion. What sort of enmity did he share with those vegetable beings? Or perhaps, in a certain sense, it was a peculiar compatibility? "I wish to join as well. If this continues, I will only be a hindrance to Goku." Krillin and Kairatsu echoed, each expressing their desire to participate in the training. Lizet nodded, appearing quite satisfied. With a snap of her fingers, the four warriors suddenly felt their limbs grow unbearably heavy, nearly immobilizing them. This was the same key restraint she had previously used on Goku, now employed upon herself. "What is this?" Tien gasped, bewildered. "This is a forced key control restraint, which I refer to as the key spirit lock. By maximizing your ki and concentrating it in your limbs, you shall regain your freedom of movement. For the next year, while you train in the sanctuary, you must wear this at all times. By the time you remove it, your maximum ki capacity should increase at least twofold, perhaps even threefold." Lizet recounted nearly verbatim what she had told Goku previously, not out of indifference, but rather due to her own annoyance at having to repeat herself. Begin by mastering ki control and sensing your ki. However, time waits for no one. Goku took 3 years to grasp these concepts, yet you must accomplish this within 6 months. In other words, you must master it in 1/6 of the time Goku took. "No problem. It suits my intentions perfectly. If this challenge proves too trivial, you may find it impossible to keep pace with Goku's training under Lord Kai." In the face of the deadline set by Lizet, Tianjin Fan revealed a smile brimming with determination, although beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. This indomitable spirit was precisely what Lizet sought. The four had already managed to harness sufficient ki to move, as it bore a resemblance to the techniques required for executing the Kamehameha and the Dodon Ray. Otherwise, Lizet would not have equipped them with such abilities. While Master Roshi could enhance their maximum combat power, the challenge lay in the nuanced control of ki, enabling them to sense their opponent's position and movements, something they had yet to master. Thus, it was imperative that they first acquire these skills. Without this, they stood no chance against the Saiyans, who possessed overwhelming foundational strength. "Let us commence," Lizet announced with a clap and a smile, signaling the beginning of their training. However, Krillin would later recall that behind the beaming visage of this celestial being, he perceived the shadow of a devil. In that moment, Krillin was convinced that the year of training ahead would be a torturous ordeal, and indeed, his prediction proved accurate. To the casual observer, Lizet appeared as a benevolent deity. But one should not be deceived. His true nature was that of a war god, utterly devoid of mercy. At the conclusion of the year of training, Krillin remarked, shivering involuntarily, Chapter 25, The Saiyan Strike. A year is neither excessively long nor excessively short. During this interlude, Lizet endeavored to accomplish everything within his capacity. He forcibly placed a key restraint on Piccolo and engaged in playful antics with Karen. He also encouraged Mr. Popo and Master Roshi to join the training, amusing Karen in the process. Concurrently, he intensified his own training regimen, affectionately ruffling Karen's fur. In essence, he acted on every thought that crossed his mind. Additionally, he facilitated a telepathic connection with Goku, Bulma, and others, reminding Goku to account for the return journey upon his resurrection, lest he arrive late as had occurred in the original storyline. This would hopefully avert any significant delays. Moreover, Lizet visited the location of Majin Buu's egg and sealed it along with its container using the completed Heaven-S Gate. He was apprehensive that any misstep might result in Buu's premature revival, which would pose considerable complications. Thus, he secured the egg to ensure that no one could tamper with it. Ultimately, he placed the sealing vessel within the hyperbolic time chamber, ensuring that even if Buu were to awaken, he would remain confined. With the egg, the vessel, and the hyperbolic time chamber forming a triple seal, the plan was foolproof. Additionally, upon sensing the approach of the demon race's homeland, the Demon Star, towards Earth, Lizet obliterated it with a ki blast. This troublesome star had the capacity to amplify the powers of the demon race, and any oversight could potentially lead to the resurrection of Carrick. More worrisome was the possibility that Dabura, who would later emerge, might be influenced by the demon star, with dire consequences to follow. Dapula possesses formidable strength. Should he gain further power, Lizet would have no confidence in confronting him. Thus, he deemed it prudent to strike preemptively and obliterate the demon star without delay. Estimates suggest that if left unchecked, the demon star could collide with Earth in a few years, making this decision undoubtedly sound. At last, as the year-long deadline approached its conclusion, and with only a week remaining until the fateful day, Lizet concluded his training. After all, relentless dedication to training would only exhaust the body. It was time to grant everyone a respite. Dear friends, I appreciate your endurance through my rigorous training this past year. I have imparted all the knowledge I possess. In 1 week, the Scions will arrive on Earth. Is it finally upon us? My hands are already itching for action. In response to Lizet's words, Tianjin Fan and Yamucha exhibited no fear. Instead, they revealed a combative spirit. They are warriors at heart, and though they may not rival the Scions, they possess an ardent desire to test their own strength. The remaining week shall serve as a vacation. Let everyone rest well and prepare themselves in optimal condition for the impending battle. Yes, the four responded in unison before dispersing. Logically, their combat abilities should have significantly improved. Perhaps this time, diverging from the original narrative, more than just Krillin might survive. Yet, even so, considering Vegeta's prowess, the likelihood of their demise could not be dismissed. Thus, Lizet hoped to allow them a week of enjoyment. However, to his surprise, upon returning to the surface, the four continued their unrelenting training. It seemed Lizet's goodwill was in vain. Even Goku, who returned on the final day, did not rest but immediately resumed training. Were they all training fanatics? At last, the fateful day arrived. Earth was greeted by the invasion of 2 extraterrestrials. Lizet sensed 2 powerful energies descending upon the planet and promptly used his telekinesis to send the small spacecraft hurtling away. According to the original plot, these vessels would crash in the city center, resulting in numerous casualties, an outcome Lizet would never allow. Caught off guard by the sudden impact, the aliens within the spacecraft were powerless as they were forcibly directed towards the wilderness. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Gohan had long awaited their arrival. Lizet merely facilitated the aliens' delivery to the predetermined battleground. Upon confirming the precise landing of the spacecraft, Lizet gently levitated. Very well, let us proceed. Follow me, Master Rabbit, Mr. Bubbles. It was finally about to commence. Understood, Lord Kami. Lizet, accompanied by Master Rabbit and Mr. Bubbles, personally flew towards the desolate terrain. Given that this was an invasion by the Scions, even Lizet, who had previously remained composed, knew he must intervene directly. Upon his arrival, the 2 Scions were just emerging from the spacecraft, and Lizet descended before them at the opportune moment. Welcome to Earth, esteemed extraterrestrials. Let us graciously embrace your arrival on our planet. It appears you have been anticipating us for quite some time. As the 2 emerged from their spacecraft, they wore expressions of unassailable confidence, despite their somewhat disheveled appearance. They stood upright, dusting themselves off, and surveyed Lizet with an air of arrogance. Observing this, Rabbit Boss Mr. Bobo, Piccolo, and Gohan swiftly positioned themselves beside Lizet, ready to confront the Scions. Allow me to pose a question. What is your purpose for visiting Earth? This voice. So you are the one who defeated Raditz? In response to Piccolo's inquiry, Vegeta retorted with a question of his own. The detector not only served as a scanner, but also functioned as a communicator, and he evidently recognized the voice of Raditz's killer immediately. Hey, Vegeta. This individual is a Namekian, one of them remarked. It was hardly surprising that Raditz met his demise. The term Namekian clearly referred to a particular extraterrestrial race, and Piccolo, learning for the first time that he was indeed an alien, displayed a look of astonishment. Is that so? I have heard whispers of mystical orbs on Namek that can grant any wish. It seems there is truth to that. Besides their formidable combat prowess, Namekians possess unique abilities. Do they not? Were you the one who created the Dragon Balls? Thank you for the information. Thanks to you, I have a clearer understanding of my origins. However, regrettably, I am not the creator of the Dragon Balls. My proficiency lies in combat. Piccolo assumed a battle stance, and Gohan promptly prepared for confrontation, while Lizet remained relaxed in her posture, her gaze sharpening. Witnessing her demeanor, Nabo wore a contemptible grin. Oh, I initially thought this was merely an inconspicuous planet. Yet I find such a striking woman here. Or is she the only attractive one on this planet? Regardless, Selling her to those with peculiar tastes would surely fetch a handsome price compared to this wretched sphere. Hey, Vegeta, would it be feasible to take her back? Naba, when did your spacecraft accommodate 2 passengers? Ah, right, TSK, it seems we shall have to exhaust our time here before discarding her. Upon hearing their exchange, Lizet's expression softened, and she smiled, a gentle grin that belied the impending battle. Maintaining that serene smile, she unleashed a key blast, precisely targeting Naba's groin. Ugh! Naba's face contorted in agony, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene as he crumpled to the ground, clutching his injured region, writhing in pain. Even a robust Saiyan physique has vulnerable areas that cannot be fortified. The groin, encased in a thin layer of skin, is an undeniable weak spot that cannot be fortified. A fatal flaw that every male must contend with. Observing the curled and convulsing Nappa, while Vegeta scrutinized him with keen interest, Lizet maintained a smile, albeit with a tone that was frigidly resolute. I am a man. Should you err again, I shall crush you without hesitation. Do exercise caution. Despite appearing composed, beads of cold sweat began to form on Vegeta's forehead. The combat prowess of his warriors was as follows. Lizet, with weighted spirit shackles, stood at 120,000. Goku at 8,500. Piccolo at 9,000. Mr. Popo at 5,700. Tien at 5,400. Krillin at 5,100. Yamcha at 4,960. Tiancha at 4,300. Kaiatsu at 4,000. And Gohan at 985. Chapter 26. The battle begins. It was not only Lizet and his companions who sensed the Saiyans' arrival. Though Goku, Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, and Kairatsu lacked the ability to perceive energy signatures from interstellar distances like Lizet, they were nonetheless aware that the moment the Saiyans touched down on Earth, their presence would be undeniable. Thus, it was only natural for the group to converge in this desolate wilderness. Ultimately, the 9 Earth warriors and 1 deity gathered here, totaling 10. The disparity in numbers was glaring, yet Vegeta remained unperturbed. He did not lower his arms crossed before his chest, showing no concern for the still cowering Nappa beside him, instead wearing a haughty smile. Ah, everyone has arrived. So these are the Saiyans? Lizet welcomed the warriors without even turning to face them. Goku, too, did not divert his gaze from the Saiyan, engaging him in conversation. The battle had already ignited, and they were acutely aware that even the slightest lapse in focus could be detrimental. Although Nappa was entirely defenseless at that moment, out of camaraderie, they refrained from launching an attack. Ah, it seems we have a collective assembly. Perhaps we should muster a few more on our side. Vegeta remarked with an air of nonchalance, his eyes sweeping over the warriors. According to the readings on his scouter, the only one worthy of caution was Kakarot, with a power level of approximately 5,000. However, he understood that these Earthlings could manipulate their power levels at will, rendering the readings entirely unreliable. The individual who had inflicted such pain upon Nappa was currently registered at a mere 1,000, yet Vegeta was acutely aware that this was far from the truth. Indeed, he suspected that this individual could potentially be more perilous than Kakarot himself. Yes, Vegeta had an inkling of this through instinct. Nappa, you should still have 6 seeds of the Vegeta race left, correct? Produce them. Wait, I can't move. Enough, I'll handle it. Vegeta seized a bottle containing the seeds from the crumpled Nappa, only to suddenly realize something amiss. The quantity of the Vegeta seeds was conspicuously greater than anticipated. He distinctly heard that Nab only had 6 seeds left, yet the bottle clearly contained more than 10. Even mixed with the seeds of the superior vegetable beings S and X. The vegetable beings S and X are advanced, improved varieties of their kind. Particularly, the vegetable being X possesses astonishing combat capabilities that could rival Nab's strength. To acquire just one such seed, one would need to sell 5 planets of decent quality. When did Nab procure these items? Never mind, it works out perfectly. Nab, I shall borrow them for my use. The enemy's strength exceeded expectations. Vegeta, of course, did not believe he would be defeated, but Kakarot's power level of 5,000 indeed surpassed his estimations. That man in white was an unknown factor, and dealing with all of them simultaneously could prove troublesome. Therefore, if he could weaken their numbers with minions, the subsequent battle would be considerably easier. With this thought in mind, Vegeta planted the seeds into the soil of Earth. The growth rate of the vegetable beings is remarkably swift. Within mere seconds of being planted, they would take form. The artificial warriors Vegeta cultivated matured instantaneously, emitting eerie howls as they emerged from the earth. 10 green vegetable beings, 5 pink vegetable beings S, and 2 white vegetable beings X, totaling 17 entities. Thus, the Scions had already gained a numerical advantage over the Earthlings. Krillin, gazing at the grotesque appearance of these creatures, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Wow, these guys are absolutely disgusting. Everyone, stay vigilant. We must all give our utmost from the very beginning. In response to Lizet's command, Piccolo and the others echoed their readiness. Simultaneously, everyone except Goku instantaneously boosted their combat power, prompting a rare glimmer of approval for Vegeta. He would typically propose a one-on-one duel at this moment, but it was evident that the opponents did not intend to play by his rules. Was it because Goku was present from the outset, or was there another reason? Including Vegeta and the barely risen Nab, a total of 19 launched a surprise attack. Their eyes turned crimson in an instant, their bodies erupting with dark energy waves. This scene was enough to cause even Lizet, who was aware of the plot, to feel a sense of dissonance. Something was amiss. There was something not right. Moreover, everyone's aura was noticeably intensifying. TCH, I'll handle 7 of them. The rest is up to you all. The opponent's combat strength and numbers far exceeded expectations, and even the warriors strengthened through training could fall. Lizet quickly made a judgment, raising his index finger towards the sky. At his center, the atmosphere suddenly erupted, launching 2 vegetable beings X and 5 vegetable beings S into the air. His plan was simple. First, to eliminate these unknown variables. Spirit Wind Fist. By solidifying his energy, he transformed the aura he released into a human form. This is an autonomous energy sphere developed based on the Super Phantom Kamikaze Fist, essentially a transformed version of the same technique. The manifested white war deities even wield long swords, poised with the practitioner's command. Scatter. The 7 war deities launch themselves toward their respective targets. No matter where the enemy attempts to flee, they will relentlessly pursue. Should the adversary attempt to defend, they will detonate immediately. This is an unexpected, autonomous tracking energy sphere, far from a trivial child's play. Although it is a technique unleashed casually, Lizet ensures its potency. A single strike is sufficient to be fatal against such foes. Meanwhile, the vegetable men S have unwittingly fallen into this unforeseen trap. They frantically attempt to defend or counterattack, only to trigger the autonomous energy sphere, the Phantom Kamikaze Fist. The sound of explosions reverberates, shaking the sky with flames and shockwaves. How is this possible? The vegetable men S have been so easily vanquished. Where are you looking? That Ba displays astonishment at the effortless annihilation of the vegetable men S. Yet in the midst of battle, there is no time for shock. His momentary distraction leaves him vulnerable, and Piccolo's elbow strike shatters his cheek, even breaking his teeth. Piccolo immediately launches a counterattack, striking Ba's chin with a kick that sends him spinning in the air, face down toward the ground. Damn it, you Namekian, how dare you do this to me? Enraged, Ba envelopes himself in a black energy wave and charges at Piccolo. Simultaneously, Piccolo meets him head-on, their fists and feet clashing violently in the air. Block, dodge, deflect, evade. Amidst the flurry of attacks, Piccolo seizes an opening and lands a punch on Ba. Blood spurts from Ba's nose, yet he remains standing, displaying remarkable resilience as he steadies himself and retaliates with a punch aimed at Piccolo. Too slow. At the moment Ba's fist is about to collide with his cheek, Piccolo firmly grasps it and tightens his grip with all his might. Ba groans in agony, as if caught in an iron vise, and Piccolo takes the opportunity to deliver a powerful knee strike to his jaw. Following that, Piccolo ruthlessly brings an elbow down upon Ba's head, causing even Ba to momentarily lose consciousness. Die for me. Without a moment's pause, Piccolo channels all his strength into a punch aimed at Ba's tailbone. Ba's body bends grotesquely. Finally, Piccolo seizes Ba's arm and hurls him into the air, where he is rendered immobile, unleashing a destructive beam from his mouth. Damn it, you bastard. Ba is engulfed by the torrent of the destructive beam. His arms, legs, face, and entire body are incinerated. Even with his formidable physique, he cannot withstand an assault of such a magnitude. This unfortunate Saiyan crashes to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Piccolo observes this spectacle with a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. Impressive, indeed, Piccolo. The mere thought that he might revert to being an adversary sends chills down my spine. Witnessing the once formidable Dark Lord so effortlessly vanquish a Saiyan fills Krillin and Tien with awe. Yet, they too are elite warriors of Earth. And beneath their feet lie the lifeless forms of 3 vegetable beings, testament to their hard-fought victory. What is there to fear? Should that day come, we shall unite to thwart him, shall we not? It matters not. Tien is formidable as well. Krillin and Tien turned at the sound to find Yamcha and Kaiatsu had also disposed of their opponents, standing there with an air of composure. Soon after, the Rabbit Master, Mr. Popo, and Gohan gathered as well. Mr. Popo stood over the two vegetable beings he had dispatched, while Gohan appeared to have barely defeated one. In the hands of the Rabbit Master were 2 carrots, which he gnawed on with delight, the fate of the vegetable beings already evident. Yet, even in the belief that the enemies lay slain, one must not grow complacent. They are far from trivial foes. Suddenly, the vegetable being beneath Gohan stirred and lunged at him. This unexpected assault caught Tien and the others off guard, and Gohan, wide-eyed and filled with despair, could scarcely react. The combat prowess of the Saiyan team was as follows. Vegeta, transformed 18,000, 23,400, Nappa, transformed, injured 4, 500, 5, 700, 3, 500, vegetable being X, transformed 4, 200, 5, 500, vegetable being S, transformed 2, 403, 200, vegetable being, transformed 1, 200, 1, 600. Chapter 27. The Early Transformation of Vegeta. Wolfang Fist. Yet, Yamcha had anticipated this scenario. He swiftly advanced, employing a technique reminiscent of the Wolfang to shatter the vegetable being S cranium. Immediately after, he unleashed a ki blast upon the still intact corpse of the vegetable being, obliterating it completely. Having confirmed the total annihilation of the foe, Yamcha remained vigilant, exhaling softly. I anticipated your little trick. Your self-detonation is not new to me. Thank you for saving me. It was nothing. I have fallen victim to such tactics before. It is nothing to be proud of. As Yamcha responded to Gohan's gratitude, a contemplative smile graced his lips. The spiritual journey they undertook prior to their training was not without purpose. It was precisely because of that humiliating experience that Yamcha was able to foresee the vegetable being's self-detonation, thus safeguarding his comrades. Though the vegetable being before him was not the same as before, he had finally redeemed himself. It seems everyone is unscathed. After vanquishing the 7 adversaries, Lizet descended to the ground, confirming the safety of all, despite the enemies seemingly gaining inexplicable enhancements. They ultimately proved to be no match for the warriors bolstered by Lizet's influence. Lizet let out a slight sigh of relief, only to immediately retract her smile. For there remained a pivotal figure yet to make an appearance. Goku seemed to be engaged with the Saiyan known as Vegeta. That fellow. I can sense that his power is on an entirely different level compared to the others. Even with Goku having undergone the training of King Kai, I fear he may not stand a chance against him. Lizet's murmurs were promptly met with a response from Piccolo, whose keen perception of enemy strength was indeed exceptional. At that moment, he had already begun to assess the disparity in power between Vegeta and Goku. Although Goku possessed the Kaioken technique, the actual gap was not as vast as Piccolo had envisioned. Nevertheless, even with the Kaioken, Vegeta remained the stronger of the two. Moreover, Vegeta had inexplicably gained a boost in power, far exceeding what was originally anticipated in the storyline. Goku was certainly no match for him. Indeed, we must act swiftly. Even Goku cannot endure for long. At that instant, Lizet, and indeed all the warriors present, simultaneously sensed an anomaly. Vegeta's energy began to surge at an alarming rate. This was no mere release of energy. It was clearly escalating at a magnitude of 2, 3, even 4 times its original level. Though Goku's energy had also risen to 2 or 3 times its base level, it paled in comparison to Vegeta's surge. How could this be? It's happening too quickly. The first to perceive this unusual development was Lizet. More precisely, aside from him, who possessed knowledge of the storyline, no one else could fully comprehend the peculiarities unfolding before them. Vegeta would indeed transform into a great ape during his battle with Goku, but not at this early stage. The fight had barely begun, and he had already bypassed the expected combat sequence to transform directly. This was hardly in line with Vegeta's character. Hey, what is that floating in the sky? Is it a full moon? Nonsense. I destroyed the moon. Krillin pointed towards the luminous orb in the sky, and Piccolo immediately dismissed the notion. They could not possibly know of the existence of an artificial moon. Even Lizet, who was aware of the storyline, could not have anticipated that Vegeta would release an artificial moon so prematurely, especially since he had not yet been cornered by Goku. It was utterly perplexing for someone in a position of strength to suddenly transform. Something was amiss. What went wrong and why? At that moment, Lizet distinctly beheld the scene. Utilizing his far-sight ability, he caught sight of a figure in the distant sky. A woman observing them, her lips curled into a mocking smile. It was that woman, the demoness who had been present when Raditz appeared. She was mocking everything that transpired here. Lizet swiftly turned to face that direction, raising his hand towards her, only to find the space utterly vacant. It was as if she had executed a technique of instantaneous movement, vanishing without a trace. How could this be? Who exactly is that woman? I do not recognize him. I am entirely unfamiliar with such a person. Tianjin Fan, upon witnessing the tremor on Lizet's face, cautiously inquired. War deity, what do you mean by too fast? Were you already aware that the Saiyans possess such power? We shall discuss the specifics on our way. In any case, we must hurry immediately. As soon as Lizet's words fell, he soared into the air, closely followed by the warriors. If it were only Lizet, he could reach Goku in mere seconds. However, he was compelled to synchronize his speed with that of the other warriors, which filled him with an overwhelming sense of urgency. Especially with Dumpling, I implore you, fly faster. Once the Saiyans behold a full moon, they transform into colossal apes. Based on Goku's previous condition, it is speculated that their combat power after transformation is approximately tenfold that of their original strength. Moreover, I am aware that to complete this transformation, they must retain their tails. Yet you, Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha must also be cognizant of these facts, correct? Indeed, that is why I destroyed the moon in advance. However, even so, he still transformed. Lizet, you were already aware that he could transform without a full moon, weren't you? Yes, I was aware, Lizet confessed, not concealing anything in the face of Piccolo's inquiry. Since he had already misspoken, further concealment was futile. Elucidating the situation and advancing the subsequent plan was of paramount importance. Certain Saiyans can independently generate energy spheres from their ki, combining them with the planet's oxygen to create artificial miniature full moons. The name Vegeta originates from the Saiyan homeworld, planet Vegeta, indicating that he belongs to the Saiyan royalty. From the very beginning, I was convinced that he possessed the ability to create an artificial moon. Then why did you not inform Goku? Because I deemed it unnecessary. With all due respect, given the disparity in strength between Vegeta and Goku, I anticipated that Vegeta would not transform. Even if he did, it would likely occur only in the final stages of battle. According to my plan, we were to rendezvous with Goku before Vegeta transformed, sever his tail, and then collectively defeat him. Lizet paused before continuing. Moreover, when Goku was a child, he transformed into a giant ape and inadvertently trampled his beloved grandfather. If he could forever remain unaware of this event, it might be for the best. So, the current situation was unforeseen by you as well. Piccolo's words pierced Lizet's heart like a needle. His gaze seemed to condemn Lizet, relentlessly probing his conscience. He had naively believed that Goku need not know of that painful past. Thus, even if the narrative deviated from its original course, he desired to defeat Vegeta as swiftly as possible. Indeed, he had never intended for Vegeta to transform. Yet, all plans had now crumbled. Why would Vegeta transform while in a position of dominance? And why would Goku be aware of the truth? It was likely the doing of that demon woman. But what was her objective? Who exactly was she? This entire situation has exceeded my expectations. I never anticipated that Vegeta would transform so early. Indeed, the developments unfolding before me should not have occurred. Given Vegeta's pride, his transformation into a great ape was meant to be his last resort, a humiliating admission of inferiority to his opponent. To employ such a tactic while holding a position of strength is utterly illogical. The Saiyan's inexplicably bizarre aura clearly surpasses the originally established combat power and the abnormal number of vegetable people, including the enigmatic vegetable person S and vegetable person X. Alongside Vegeta's illogical transformation and that woman from the demon race, all point to a conspiracy. It is unlikely to be coincidence. Perhaps that woman has altered the original course of events. Is she a fellow traveler like myself, possessing knowledge of the storyline? Or is she akin to future Trunks, an interventional figure in history? Or could she be an original enemy from an anime or game unknown to me? I am uncertain. The clues are far too sparse. We must leave quickly. I have a foreboding sense of dread. Despite possessing knowledge of the storyline, this very knowledge leaves me utterly bewildered by the current circumstances. Lizet clenched her teeth and accelerated her flight speed. Chapter 28, Supreme Treasure Technique, Hand of the Heavens. Upon their arrival, Goku was barely clinging to life, tightly grasped in the hands of the great ape, subjected to its merciless squeezing. In such dire circumstances, even someone as strong as Goku could not endure for long. Based on the weakening of his aura, It seemed that all his bones had likely shattered. This is bad. Goku's energy is almost gone. He may not last much longer. Dad! Krillin and Gohan quickened their pace out of anxiety, only to be halted by Lizet's outstretched hand. Regrettably, the disparity in combat strength was painfully evident. Even if these two rushed in, it would only result in needless sacrifice. Lizet assessed that, at present, only she could contend with the great ape. I will confront the great ape. You two wait for the right moment to sever its tail. The power of the transformed Vegeta exceeded that of Lizet at this moment. However, the gap was not insurmountable, and perhaps it would not even require her to release the spirit restraints or remove her heavy equipment. Yet, given the unpredictable nature of this battle, one must not let their guard down. Thus, to ensure thorough preparation, Lizet activated her maximum burst, doubling her combat strength. Supreme Treasure Technique, Hand of the Heavens. She solidified her aura and, in midair, conjured a straightforward yet formidable fist. Though the technique was simple, its size far exceeded the norm. A colossal fist capable of propelling the great ape back, measuring 100 meters long. Truly a divine punishment. As for the name of the technique, it speaks for itself, a natural treasure technique of the Celestial Emperor. Lizet tightened her fist and struck at the empty space before her. Naturally, this strike could not reach the great ape, as the distance and size disparity were far too great. As Lizet executed her movement, a condensed aura manifested into a fist that struck fiercely from the side, sending the colossal ape hurtling through the air. With just a single punch, the atmosphere erupted, causing the surrounding rocky terrain to collapse. And even the recently arrived companions were swept away by the force of the punch. The giant ape, hit by the blow, was in no better state. It released Goku, its body scraping against the rocks as it soared into the distance. Observing this, Lizet deftly prepared to pursue with an uppercut. In the next moment, another massive arm suddenly emerged beneath the giant ape, forcefully thrusting upward against its jaw and lifting it into an upright position. Immediately after, Lizet stomped her foot. In an instant, a colossal foot, approximately 10 times the size of the ape, descended from the void, crushing the giant ape beneath it as if it were a mere insect. Ironically named the Hand of the Heavens, the attack was executed with a foot, which could certainly be considered a deceptive nomenclature. So powerful, truly the might of a deity, exclaimed Krillin and Tien Shinhan, their astonishment evident as they marveled at Lizet's overwhelming assault. In stark contrast, Piccolo's expression darkened. He realized that in his quest to conquer the world, he now faced an immensely formidable obstacle, and he couldn't help but click his tongue in frustration. You dare to kick me, the Saiyan Prince Vegeta, the giant ape, thoroughly enraged, lunged at Lizet with surprising agility for its massive frame. Yet, Lizet merely extended her slender arm forward, effortlessly catching the ape's fist, which was several times larger than her own body. The impact shattered the surrounding rocks once more, and Lizet's silvery hair billowed in the wind, her skirt fluttering slightly. However, that was all. The vital punch never grazed Lizet in the slightest. The boy's seemingly delicate wrist adeptly blocked the full force of the ape strike. What? Do you think my true form is weak? This strength is quite suitable for a scratch, Lizet remarked, concealing any discomfort from the impact, and instead leaped towards the giant ape, exploiting their size difference. He then raised his palm, disregarding the disparity in their dimensions, and delivered a blow to the ape's jaw, forcefully lifting it into the air. Following this, he once again solidified his aura, conjuring a gigantic fist. The white aura manifested into an arm robust enough to grasp the giant ape, clutching it tightly in his grasp, recreating the scene that Goku had previously encountered. Gore! Damn it! Lizet hovered above the struggling Vegeta, gazing down upon him with no hint of a smile. Only the cold indifference one might display in the face of an aggressor. Now Krillin. All right. In response to Lizet's command, Krillin unleashed the Kienzin. This newly debuted, formidable technique sliced through the air and flew toward the immobilized Vegeta, effortlessly severing his tail. Vegeta emitted a pained grunt as his body began to rapidly diminish. The transformation into the great ape form relied heavily on the presence of his tail. Once severed, the transformation would be instantly revoked. Subsequently, it would only require the combined efforts of the others to confront the reversion of Vegeta. However, at that moment, Vegeta executed an unexpected maneuver that took Lizard by surprise. In the fleeting instant of his shrinking, he broke free from the restraint of the immense ki that bound him, a gap that lasted barely a second. Seizing this ephemeral opportunity, he unleashed a beam towards the ground. Of course, such a beam posed no threat to Lizard. The disparity in their powers was already pronounced. and this attack was directed towards an irrelevant area, with the aftershock failing to even inflict a scratch. Yet Goku lay on the ground, and there were other companions. Lizet immediately escalated his power to the maximum once more, dashing to Goku's side in an instant to lift him, then teleporting before the other warriors to erect a barrier, shielding them all from the impending attack. The explosion generated a thick cloud of smoke, obscuring vision. Lizet waved his hand, conjuring a gust of wind to disperse the haze, allowing everyone to finally comprehend the scene before them, and they instantly grasped Vegeta's true intent. Where did Vegeta go? Upon hearing Piccolo's exclamation, the group fell into disarray. Vegeta had escaped, utilizing the explosion to mask his movements. He had successfully fled the scene during the moment Lizet was preoccupied with protecting his allies. Such a strategy was entirely uncharacteristic of his proud nature. It was likely that even Vegeta himself regarded it as a humiliation. Yet he ultimately recognized the reality that he was no match for Lizet. He understood all too well that once he reverted to his original state, he would have no chance of victory, which is why he had decisively retreated while still in the Great Ape form. This astonishing adaptability and decisiveness were the true prowess of the combat genius, Vegeta. Even when at a disadvantage, he had successfully outwitted Lizet. Nonetheless, given Lizet's capabilities, pursuing and eliminating Vegeta was far from a daunting task. He could even teleport ahead to destroy his spaceship. Yet, Lizet chose to deliberately allow Vegeta to escape. Despite their enmity at present, Lizet was acutely aware of the significant role Vegeta would play in the future, one that could not be easily eradicated. Moreover, considering the birth of Trunks, he was even less inclined to slay Vegeta at this juncture. In truth, from the very beginning, Lizet's plan had been to defeat Vegeta, rather than to kill him. He intended to toss Vegeta into the spaceship after defeating him, allowing him to leave on his own. Now that Vegeta had fled voluntarily, it spared him the trouble of having to explain himself to the others. However, appearances still needed to be maintained. At the very least, he had to feign a pursuit. With this thought in mind, Lizet deliberately slowed his pace and pursued the direction in which Vegeta had escaped. Chapter 29, Vegeta's Escape. Damn it. How could I be forced to retreat by a being from such a primitive planet? Vegeta clenched his teeth, advancing towards the spacecraft while desperately suppressing the humiliation swelling within him. Though proud, he was not a fool incapable of accurately assessing his own combat strength. He fought with all his might to quell the raging anger inside, fixated on a singular thought: retreat first. No matter the circumstances, he was certainly no match for that silver-haired boy. The one referred to as the god by many was likely the deity of this planet. His power was extraordinarily absurd. Vegeta had never contemplated that, beyond Frieza, there existed another being he could not conquer, a humiliation unprecedented. Damn it, it was infuriating. Vegeta often proclaimed himself the strongest in the universe, yet he had long included his great ape form in that consideration. He had believed that by transforming into a great ape, he could surpass even the members of the Ginyu Force, with Frieza being the sole opponent he could not defeat. Yet now, he faced yet another insurmountable adversary, a monumental disgrace. Just wait. I will make you understand that I, Lord Vegeta, am the strongest in the universe. For now, retreat was the only option. After retreating, he had but one destination left: Namek. It was rumored that the mystical Dragon Balls on Namek could grant any wish. In the past, both Vegeta and Frieza regarded this as mere superstition, dismissing it as a common myth, never taking it to heart. However, the existence of Dragon Balls on Earth was undeniable. Even the deceased Kakarot could be resurrected, and the creators of these Dragon Balls must surely be the Namekians. Thus, as the origin of the Dragon Balls, Namek must also harbor similar treasures. He needed to acquire the Dragon Balls of Namek to fulfill his wish for immortality, after which he would return to Earth and personally slay that silver-haired scoundrel. This retreat was merely a strategic pause in pursuit of that goal. Although his spacecraft had been forcibly brought down by an unknown force upon entering Earth, it had fortunately remained intact and still capable of flight. In retrospect, this crash was likely the handiwork of the deity of this planet. One infuriating little brat. Lord Vegeta, please save me. Upon reaching the wilderness, Vegeta was astonished to find Nappa still alive, crawling on the ground with great difficulty, pleading for assistance. Witnessing Nappa's pitiful state, Vegeta felt neither sympathy nor compassion. To him, Nappa's predicament evoked only disdain, a pure embodiment of what it meant to be a Saiyan. I can't move. Please lift me into the spacecraft. Useless. What did you say? I said you're an eyesore. By all rights, I should have killed you myself, but I lack the time for such trivialities. You may perish here. With that, Vegeta discarded his words, not sparing Nappa another glance as he boarded the spacecraft. He swiftly set the destination, and the spaceship immediately erupted in flames, soaring into the depths of the cosmos. He harbored no ounce of compassion for his kin. Observing Vegeta's callous silhouette, Nappa trembled with fury, relentlessly pounding the ground with his fists. Yet he had forgotten that he, too, had once been this way. He had mocked Raditz as a coward, abandoning him in his time of peril, and even after Raditz's demise, he had continued to heap scorn upon him. Now, it was simply his turn to face the same fate. Moments later, Lizet abandoned the other warriors and hastened alone to the wilderness. Vegeta had evidently departed, leaving no trace of his presence. Even the spaceship had vanished, surely having ventured into the vastness of space. Left behind were only the barely living Nappa and his spacecraft. Abandoned by his comrades, how pitiable. Lizet approached Nappa, raising his palm. Without a moment's hesitation, he recognized Nappa as an adversary, a ruthless Saiyan, devoid of any inclination towards repentance. His very being was saturated with a desire for destruction and slaughter, rendering him utterly unworthy of sympathy. Thus, Lizet cast aside all distractions, solidifying his energy to forge a guillotine of ki. He aimed for Nappa's neck, intending to deliver a swift and merciful blow to alleviate his suffering. However, just as the blade of the guillotine was about to make contact, a voice suddenly interjected. "Please, wait a moment, Lord Kami." Lizet paused, a look of confusion crossing his face, yet he communicated his inquiry through telepathy to the voice's owner. He needed to discern the reasoning behind the interruption before he could resolve to strike. "Goku, what exactly do you wish to achieve?" "Why, yes, I apologize, Lord Kami. Could you please spare him? Have you lost your senses? He is one of the invaders who seeks to annihilate this planet. Even if you let him go now, he will undoubtedly repeat his transgressions in the future. Surely, you cannot be so naive as to believe that sparing him will lead to his reformation?" Lizet was already well aware of Goku's capricious nature. Indeed, he recalled a similar scenario from the manga, though it was Vegeta who had been spared, not Nappa. Nonetheless, regardless of the target, Goku's essence remained unchanged. He was a reckless warrior during battle, yet once the fighting ceased, his inherent kindness would prevail. It was precisely for this reason that he would share Senzu beans with Piccolo, spare Vegeta, show mercy to the Ginyu Force, and even once let Frieza go. What left Lizet utterly exasperated was that he found himself inexplicably drawn to Goku's character. Undoubtedly, others such as Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan were equally captivated by this trait in him. Goku was indeed reckless and impulsive, sometimes even hindering progress with his combative nature. Yet he possessed an undeniable charm that made it impossible to dislike him. If Nappa himself had begged for mercy, Lizet would have said without hesitation, "Even if you once saved a shivering puppy by the roadside, you still have to die today," and finish him off on the spot. But when faced with Goku's plea, he could no longer act without restraint. I know, but Nappa is just too pitiful right now. Please, give him one more chance. I know he is a completely irredeemable guy, but to be discarded like trash and die like this, even if he is an enemy, I just can't bear it. Fine. I'll spare him this once. If he dares commit evil again, I'll wipe him out completely next time. Can you accept that?" "Yes. Thank you, Lord God. Sorry for causing you trouble." Lizet let out a soft sigh, dispersed the ki guillotine, and instead injected a small amount of ki into Nappa's body. Of course, it was only enough for him to barely move, just enough to keep him alive. Nappa looked utterly confused, clearly unable to understand why he had been killed. Suppressing the disgust in his heart, Lizet forced a polite, professional smile and delivered his final, and only, warning. "I'm giving you a chance to live. If you use this borrowed life to live peacefully, that would be best. But if you refuse to repent and dare to commit evil again, I will personally cut off your head." "Why are you really going to save me?" "Save me? A Saiyan who tried to invade this planet? Yes. I expect you to make the right choice." Lizet maintained a smile and spoke gently. Of course, none of this reflected his true feelings. The smile was only to hide the revulsion in his eyes, and the softened tone served the same purpose. What happened next, however, far exceeded Lizet's expectations, and veered sharply in the worst possible direction. "I can't believe it. Ever since I was a kid, my parents said I was a disgrace to a noble bloodline. After following Vegeta, everyone called me the princess lackey behind my back. Frieza, Zarbon, Dodoria, they all call me a bald monkey errand boy. Even Raditz joined in calling me bald. And in the end, even Vegeta abandoned me. And yet someone is actually willing to save me, huh? Lizet froze, completely at a loss. Why, you are my goddess. How did things turn out like this? Staring at the sobbing, incoherent Nappa, Lizet had absolutely no idea where he'd gone wrong. He could only stiffly maintain the smile on his face. Oh right, one more thing. Nappa, you blind idiot. I'm a man. Chapter 30. Bardock and Tull's encounters between people are sometimes born of pure coincidence. To use a blunt, cliché, and utterly unoriginal example, bumping into someone at a street corner. Perhaps the two people involved are a man and a woman. Perhaps that collision becomes the starting point of their acquaintance, which then develops into friendship. If the relationship deepens further, it might turn into romance, and if all goes well, even marriage and children. Although the probability may be as low as 1 in 10,000 or 1 in 100 million, it is conceivable that among their descendants, someone might rise to greatness, etching their name into the annals of history. Yet, had time deviated even slightly, or had one person been distracted by another, this encounter would never have transpired, and the course of history would have diverged dramatically. Admittedly, this is an extreme example, and not every meeting bears such weight. However, it is certainly not impossible. The turning points of history often begin with serendipity. What should not have existed has sent warriors back in time for training. Consequently, the Saiyan Pabujan found himself unable to conquer a city that should have been easily captured, squandering precious time. That said, it may be a bit excessive to dwell on this now, for the ensuing tale bears no relation to Pabujan. The true connection to the subsequent narrative lies with another Saiyan, the lower-class warrior Bardock, who was ensnared by Pabujan's delays, missing the opportunity to return to their home planet. Despite being a lower-class warrior, Bardock's combat prowess far exceeded that of elite warriors, and his bravery was unmatched. The mere fact that some elite warriors, and even the Saiyan King remembered his name, speaks volumes of his exceptional nature. The story unfolds as he hastens to the supply station, eager to reunite with his wife. Perhaps in his haste, Bardock accidentally knocked over a child while en route. Of course, it was unintentional, devoid of malice. Nevertheless, the collision was a reality, and the responsibility lay with him. Fortunately, Bardock possessed a conscience uncommon among Saiyans. Upon seeing the child sprawled on the ground, he reluctantly extended his hand. Hey, I'm sorry, I'm in a rush. Can you get up, kid? As he spoke, he glanced at the child's face, and in the next moment, Bardock's eyes widened slightly. The child on the ground bore an uncanny resemblance to him, especially that hairstyle, which his wife had once remarked was quite distinctive. At this moment, it was identical. If the two were placed side by side, many might mistakenly believe they were father and son. The only discernible difference was that the child was perhaps a shade darker than Bardock. Uncle, is my appearance really that strange? It's not unusual, is it? We lower-class warriors have a limited range of looks. It's quite normal for such doppelgangers to occur. The youth remarked with a defiant smile, brushing aside Bardock's hand and rising to his feet. It seemed he not only resembled Bardock, but also shared his indomitable spirit. However, Bardock felt no aversion. Saiyans were meant to embody such vigor and tenacity. He grinned and jested at the youth. That is indeed the case. But to resemble someone to such an extent is rather uncanny. You must be Dales, right? I've heard tales of a kid who looks just like me. Huh. So you must be Bardock. I've heard there's a particularly formidable fellow among the lower-class warriors, and it turns out to be you. I'd love to have a match with you. The Saiyans were, after all, a race born for battle. They possess an extraordinary trait of growing stronger with each combat, capable of transforming into colossal apes, and their average battle prowess far exceeds that of other races. The foundation of these attributes lies in their shared, boundless fighting spirit. If there exists a Saiyan with a feeble fighting spirit, it would likely be an exception like Bardock's wife, Jine. However, she is a spirited little one. All right, but I have matters to attend to today and cannot fight you. How about tomorrow? The venue will be the 5th training room. Dare you come? Interesting. All the youngsters of your age are mere weaklings, utterly tedious. Even your son Raditz falls into this category. I am eager to see how you, as a father, measure up against your son. The outcome was all too predictable. Dallas suffered a crushing defeat. This was hardly surprising. Although Dallas displayed commendable talent, he was still a child, while Bardock was already among the elite of adult Saiyans. The victor and vanquished were determined from the very beginning. Yet, Dallas did not allow a single defeat to dishearten him. On the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th attempts, he relentlessly challenged Bardock, seeking him out for combat whenever the opportunity arose. Perhaps in his eyes, that man, who was far superior to him, represented his ultimate aspiration for survival. He fervently declared that one day he would overthrow Bardock, forcing him to kneel in submission. Despite Bardock's habitual display of annoyance, he never once declined Dallas's challenges. At times, he would even defy orders and take Dallas along for planetary invasions, allowing him to accumulate invaluable combat experience. Unbeknownst to them, they became inseparable, resembling a genuine father-son duo. Though they incessantly traded barbs, their camaraderie mirrored that of the closest of friends. "Hey, Dallas, where are your parents? I've never seen them." One day, at the supply station, as Bardock chewed heartily on the meat Jine had brought, he casually inquired about Dallas's family. While others might have approached the topic with subtlety, Bardock was never one to beat around the bush. Dallas, unfazed by the question, continued to gnaw at his meat. "They're dead, killed by the local natives during a planetary invasion. It was quite an embarrassing demise. Are you saddened by it?" "Not at all. That guy died because he was too weak. In the end, he was merely a low-ranking warrior, meeting a disgraceful end." Dallas took another hearty bite of meat and then slammed his hand on the table. "But I am different. I will become incredibly strong. One day, I will usurp Frisia, and the entire universe will kneel before me." Bardock and Jine instinctively glanced around. If such words were to reach the ears of Zarbin or Dodoria, Dallas would be signing his own death warrant. Such a statement was tantamount to courting disaster. Fortunately, the absence of their presence allowed them to exhale in relief. "Oomph. What grand ambitions for a little punk who cannot even surpass me. Do not speak as if it does not concern you, perhaps. I share a connection with you after all." Bardock and Dallas, lacking any blood relation, pondered the meaning of such a connection. Dallas should have been well aware of this. Yet his words left Bardock momentarily stunned. "Do you know, there are rumors that I was switched at birth with your son, Raditz, given that our nursery pods were adjacent. I too find such rumors implausible, but look, who could deny the resemblance between us? Whether in temperament or the extraordinary combat prowess that far surpasses that of lower-tier warriors. It's undeniable. That unfortunate man who perished bears no resemblance to me whatsoever. He was merely a lanky figure with thinning hair at the forehead. Perhaps, just perhaps. Nonsense." Upon hearing this, Bardock firmly grasped Dallas's head, ruffling his hair, which was nearly identical to his own. "Who needs a little brat like you, with absolutely no charm as a son? Someone like you is fit only to be a disciple, and a particularly unappealing and ineffectual one at that. If you understand, stop spouting nonsense." "Ow, take it easy." Dallas impatiently pushed Bardock's hand away, glaring at him for a moment before breaking into his usual smile. "Is that so? A disciple, huh? I am your disciple. Haha, that works for me." With that, Dallas revealed a satisfied grin. Chapter 31, Dallas's Past. "Hey, Bardock, I heard your second son has been born." It was Dallas speaking. "I've heard that the little fellow has a combat power of merely 2, while that kid next door, Broly, boasts a power level of 10,000. Your son is rather underwhelming." Years passed, and Dallas had grown stronger than before. He leaned closer to Bardock, their appearances still strikingly similar, save for slight differences in their features and skin tone. However, Bardock still stood a tad taller. "Indeed, how could he not be my son? Truly a waste. But I heard he made that little brat next door cry. Though his combat power is low, he certainly possesses spirit. No doubt, Kakarot is your son. That little one will surely grow stronger. How about I, the great Dallas, train him?" As he spoke, Dallas glanced toward the infant in the nursery pod. The baby slept soundly, his cherubic face bearing a resemblance to his mother, Jine. Yet his iconic hair was an exact match for Bardock's. Dallas rudely tapped the nursery pod, teasingly saying, "Oh, Kakarot, you certainly chose an opportune moment to be born. You should take pride. Your father's a man, even I acknowledge. Hurry and grow up, Kakarot, so you can join me in revelry. Destroy any planet you desire. Eat whatever you wish. Drink as much as you like. There's no greater joy than this." "Hey, Dallas, what nonsense are you spouting to my son?" Bardock delivered a merciless punch toward Dallas. Their combat powers had become nearly equivalent, and Bardock did not hold back with his strike. Of course, this was also a testament of trust. He knew Dallas could withstand it. Though unspoken, Dallas understood the sentiment behind it. Those days were a time of bliss for Dales. He had aspirations to transcend and attachments he wished to preserve. As was customary, he sought challenges from Bardock. In defeat, they would share a meal, fighting side by side, safeguarding one another. When disagreements arose, they would exchange sharp words, sometimes escalating to physical confrontations, yet he invariably emerged the loser. While losing was undoubtedly a source of shame, deep within Dales harbored a desire for such days to endure eternally. How he longed for the constancy of those moments. Yet, in this world, permanence is but an illusion. An end inevitably arrives when least expected. On that fateful day, Dales was engaged in an assault on a border planet, one Bardock had specifically recommended. Initially indifferent, he ultimately complied, only to find, as he had anticipated, that the planet was populated by easily vanquished foes, rendering his victory devoid of any sense of accomplishment. On the very day he conquered the planet, his scanner malfunctioned. Rather than a mere malfunction, it was evident that the communication system had been deliberately interfered with. It was only after he had subdued the planet that he discovered the anomaly and resorted to using spare parts to repair the scanner, attempting to contact Bardock. At last, the connection was established. "Hey, Bardock, I've taken the planet you mentioned, but I fail to understand its worth." He paused momentarily. "However, I stumbled upon something intriguing on a planet I passed through. It seems to be called a spirit tree, reputed to enhance one's combat abilities. Are you listening, Bardock?" Dale spoke for an extended period, yet received no response from Bardock, which prompted him to sense something amiss and cease his chatter. The scanner had been repaired. How could there be no reply? He verified the frequency. It was indeed set to Bardock's. There was no reason for silence. Could it be that Bardock was not wearing the scanner at all? As his confusion mounted, a familiar female voice emanated from the scanner, although it was not Bardock's. "Is this Dale's? Jine? How come it's you?" "Bardock, he is no longer with us. He set out to confront Frisia." "Confront Frisia? What is happening?" A chill of unprecedented intensity coursed down Dale's spine. It was an ominous premonition, as if in the next moment he would lose everything precious to him. A foreboding fear that was all too palpable. "Frisia betrayed us. I heard that Toma and the others have been killed. Bardock was shouting about it in the cafeteria. I just learned of this. It seems the others do not believe it. Toma and the others. Bardock charged at Frisia alone, but it appears he has failed." Jine's voice was tinged with sorrow, fragmented and quavering. Dales could envision her in tears, and he thought he heard something else, an ominous sound drawing nearer, as if a tremendous flame was approaching. "Hey, Jine, what is that noise? What is happening over there?" "Jine, Darius, I wish to share my fate with him, for he shall surely be lonely on this planet alone. Ah, by the way, Bardock proposed sending Kakarot to Earth, and you must take good care of that child." Jine's words abruptly ceased. Before she could finish, a deafening noise erupted from the direction of the probe, engulfing everything. The thunderous sound lasted but a moment, leaving only the static of a disrupted communication. "It is likely that Jine's probe has been destroyed." "Hello? Hello, Jine? Please, do not jest. What is happening? Are you and Bardock playing a trick on me?" Darius repeatedly adjusted the frequency, striving to re-establish the connection. Time and again he attempted, yet he could no longer hear Jine's voice nor Bardock's. Despite his inner turmoil, the composure of a warrior compelled Darius to contemplate. That ominous sound must have signified a colossal energy blast approaching planet Vegeta. The coordinates Jine relayed in her final transmission pointed unequivocally to planet Vegeta. It is feared that the energy blast has struck the planet, and Jine has vanished along with it. From Jine's last words, it can be inferred that the perpetrator is Frisia. No one else, save for that self-proclaimed emperor of the universe, possesses the capability to commit such an atrocity. Bardock must have sensed Frisia's nefarious scheme, which led him to send Kakarot to the planet called Earth before challenging Frisia alone. As for the outcome Frisia, anger caused Darius's fists to bleed. He clenched his teeth, consumed by fury. Every drop of blood within him seemed to boil. The image of Frisia's arrogant visage haunted his mind relentlessly. Merely contemplating that face enveloped him in a murderous intent. Frisia, with a furious roar, the ground shattered beneath him. In an attempt to quell the uncontrollable rage within, Darius hurled energy blasts wildly into the surroundings. To unleash such attacks upon a planet already laid to waste was utterly futile. Yet, if he did not vent his fury this way, he feared he would be devoured by his own wrath. How infuriating! He understood full well that this action bore no significance. Frisia might be laughing uproariously at this very moment, while Bardock had been defeated, and alone, he could not exact vengeance for Bardock. How infuriating! How infuriating! But he would never relent. How could he possibly give up? The Saiyans have not been eradicated. He and Kakarot still live. One day, he shall drag Frisia down from his throne. He shall rule the entire universe, trample Frisia's head beneath his foot, crush him against the rocks as one would a mere insect, forcing Frisia to kneel in supplication. Then, in utter humiliation, he would compel Frisia to take his own life. How infuriating! From this day forth, Dales has completely transformed into a cruel and malevolent Saiyan. He had always leaned towards wickedness, and this event has rendered him the very embodiment of evil. Driven by an obsession to one day slay Frisia, he relentlessly grew stronger, conquering one planet after another, transforming them into sustenance for his power. 20 years later, his gaze finally fell upon a particular planet, Earth. It was the very celestial body to which Kakarot had been dispatched in the past, at the edge of the galaxy. Chapter 32. The Devout Naba. Is this Earth? Within the spacecraft, a massive man with braided hair and a ruddy complexion gazed at Earth, murmuring in awe. Beside him stood a man with long blue hair tied at the back, who with his arms crossed, sincerely expressed his thoughts. What a beautiful planet it is. The border planet is not without its merits. Surely, Earth must be the very planet where Kakarot was sent. Logically, it should have been annihilated by now. No sooner had the blue-haired man's words left his lips than another voice interjected. Should anyone familiar with Goku hear this voice, they might mistakenly believe it belonged to Goku himself. Emerging from the shadows was a figure resembling a darker-skinned Goku. Clad in a black battlesuit with a scouter over his left eye, and draped in a white cloak, he peered through the spacecraft's window, gazing at Earth. Indeed, this planet is extraordinarily beautiful. Kakarot, have you forgotten your Saiyan heritage? This man is named Dales, a leader among Frisia's legions. Although he serves Frisia, loyalty is a foreign concept to him. If one were to inquire whether he had sworn allegiance to Vegeta, the answer would be a resounding no. He has long since disregarded Vegeta and his ilk, and his feigned obedience to Frisia is merely a facade, harboring sinister ambitions. He aspires to one day usurp Frisia and dominate the universe. To fulfill this ambition, his sights are set on Earth. I have heard that you repelled that boy Vegeta. However, I am not like him. I have fought on the front lines for years, surviving countless brushes with death, much like Bardock. The Dragon Balls, capable of granting wishes. The fertile lands of this planet, all will belong to me. As for Kakarot and your son, you shall both submit to my will. A twisted smile, born of ambition, curled at the corners of Dale's lips. The man once taught by Bardock is destined to encounter Bardock's son. Their fateful meeting is imminent. Subsequently, Naba, following Lizet's instructions, soared towards a designated location. Lizet initially believed that Naba would inevitably resort to violence, requiring her to clean up the aftermath. Yet to this day, Naba has committed no wrongdoing. Furthermore, he has joined the long-thought extinct Dragon God sect, devoutly praying day after day, to the point of becoming somewhat bothersome. To speak honestly, I am quite astonished. The outcome has vastly exceeded my expectations. How did it come to this? If I were to enumerate the reasons, it would largely stem from Naba being at a nadir in his life. Initially, he was mercilessly beaten, subsequently abandoned by Vegeta, and even derided as worthless, suffering a triple blow that left his spirit utterly shattered. It is akin to a world-renowned boxer, brimming with arrogance, who provocatively challenges a local boxing gym that he could never possibly lose to, only to be brutally overwhelmed, followed by a coach's scornful remark, "Is this all you can do?" Truly useless, thereby severing all ties. Such a blow is sufficient to dismantle a person's will. Adding insult to injury, Naba had never experienced the gentleness of others. Following the death of Raditz, who was the only individual weaker than himself, Naba found himself relegated to the lowest rung of existence, devoid of a place to belong, amid a growing multitude of responsibilities and an ever heavier psychological burden. He was teetering on the brink of his limits. Indeed, he had truly reached his breaking point. The stress was so overwhelming that he lost all his hair, a clear sign of being at the end of his tether. It was then that he heard soft, soothing words. He beheld the smile of a beautiful maiden and felt enveloped in an atmosphere imbued with a divine radiance. Furthermore, there was an innate leadership quality within Lizet that he himself had scarcely recognized, which had begun to take root the moment he was referred to as a sage. This quality blossomed as the number of followers increased, ultimately reaching its zenith when he was revered as a deity. It emanated an aura that compelled others to bow in submission, akin to the presence of a divine being. All of this struck Naba, who was already in a fragile state, like a fatal blow, serving as the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. Thus, the current situation unfolded, though Lizet remained blissfully unaware of its implications. Regardless, this development successfully averted a confrontation with the Saiyans, sparing them from casualties. Although Goku had previously sustained grave injuries, he had fully recovered thanks to the Senzu beans and was now in a condition even more formidable than before. The surge in battle power following a near-death experience felt exhilarating. From his vantage point in the other world, Lizet began to contemplate the forthcoming events. According to the original narrative, the next arc should revolve around the Namek saga. To resurrect their fallen comrades, the group would need to journey to Namek, It seemed that such a necessity had dissipated. However, what would become of Namek if they chose not to go? Firstly, Vegeta would certainly not attain immortality. He might gather 6 Dragon Balls, yet the final one would remain with the Grand Elder. Given Vegeta's strength, he would be utterly incapable of defeating Nail and would certainly fail to obtain the last Dragon Ball. Subsequently, the Ginyu Force would make their appearance, leading to Vegeta's demise, thus concluding the matter. However, Frieza, too, would be unable to fulfill his wishes. The Grand Elder's lifespan would eventually expire. And even if Frieza managed to amass the Dragon Balls before the Grand Elder's death, he would be unable to comprehend the Namekian language. Perhaps he would threaten Dandy, compelling him to summon Porunga. Yet ultimately, it is Dandy who grants the wish. This implies that there will undoubtedly be a turning point for the Namekians. And whatever wish Dandy articulates here, Frieza will be utterly oblivious to its meaning. Therefore, as long as the wish is made to transport everyone except Frieza to another planet, the predicament can be resolved. Given Frieza's nature, he might indeed pursue the Namekians, but by that time, the Grand Elder should already have perished. If this is the case, where will Frieza set his sights next? Continuing down this path, it won't be long before Frieza arrives on Earth. Setting aside personal feelings and analyzing the situation with a cool head, the most favorable outcome would be for Frieza to annihilate Namek and subsequently disregard Earth. However, Lizet harbors doubts that matters will unfold so smoothly. The existence of the Dragon Balls on Earth has likely already reached Frieza's ears, and he will inevitably turn his attention here. Furthermore, failing to establish amicable relations with the Namekians bodes ill for the future. The most pressing concern remains how to enhance combat prowess. Merely training on Earth can indeed bolster strength. If Lizet guides everyone in their training, Goku and his companions might evolve to a strength comparable to that which they possessed on Namek. But what are the Super Saiyans? Can they awaken without engaging Frieza in battle? No, wait. Upon further reflection, perhaps the criteria for awakening as a Super Saiyan are not as stringent as presumed. People are often swayed by the iconic scenes of Goku's awakening, yet such dramatic moments are not necessarily a prerequisite for transformation. Gohan awakened through imagined rage, suggesting that the essence lies not in emotion, but rather in achieving the minimum combat power required for awakening. Conversely, if one meets this baseline, even an imagined fury could potentially trigger the transformation. Nonetheless, the paramount issue remains the inability to establish contact with the Namekians. Until this is resolved, future complications are inevitable, particularly during the Buu saga. Is it truly the right choice to allow Piccolo and the others to perish? No, that cannot be correct. Turning a blind eye to their suffering is impossible. Reflecting further, my greatest advantage is my foresight into the future. How can I secure a favorable position? How can I safeguard this planet? Firstly, 2 critical points must be emphasized. 1. Frieza or Vegeta must never acquire immortality through the Namekian Dragon Balls. 2. We must prevent the extinction of the Namekians, which would lead to a deterioration of the future. In summary, if I focus on these 2 aspects and implement adequate precautions, I can safeguard our interests. Transferring all Namekians to Earth using the Dragon Balls is out of the question. Such an action without their consent would not earn their trust. I must first communicate with the Grand Elder. I will have Goku relay the impending crisis through King Kai, thereby securing their agreement. Thus, the narrative unfolds. Chapter 33, The Spirit Tree. On the surface, Lizet maintained a calm demeanor. Yet within, her mind was racing to formulate a subsequent plan. First and foremost, would it be feasible to utilize the Dragon Balls to relocate all Namekians to Earth? The opposition would undoubtedly be perplexed, but the Namekians are inherently rational beings. Once the situation is elucidated, they should comprehend. Consequently, Frieza and Vegeta would likely find themselves in disarray on Namek, perhaps even turning against one another. Though Frieza would inevitably seek to return to Earth, this strategy would at least afford some preparatory time. If the Namekian Dragon Balls could be harnessed, it might even be possible to obliterate Frieza's fleet in the vastness of space. This would result in the demise of all beings incapable of surviving in the cosmos, significantly diminishing the strength of Frieza's forces on their journey to Earth. With a stroke of fortune, it might even lead to Frieza losing his way in the universe. However, this method is ultimately unviable. The Earth-S Dragon Balls were recently employed to resurrect Goku, and the next use would necessitate a year-long wait. By that time, the Namekians would have perished, indicating that remaining on Earth to resolve this predicament is not an option. It seems the only recourse is to venture to Namek. But how to convey this to everyone? it would be unreasonable to suggest a journey without valid justification. No one would be inclined to accompany her. Going alone would certainly mean certain defeat against Frisia. What if she were to candidly disclose that Namek is currently under threat for Vegeta and Frisia? This would undoubtedly elicit inquiries regarding her knowledge, to which she could truthfully respond that she sensed their energy and observed Frisia targeting Namek. This would not constitute a lie. In truth, if Lizet were to focus her energy perception and employ her foresight ability, even Frisia, who was galaxies away, would be visible to her, and indeed, Frisia was preparing to head to Namek. Lizet closed her eyes, pondering for a moment, but her contemplation was abruptly interrupted as she snapped her head up, startled as if by some unseen force. She sensed something peculiar writhing beneath the ground, and upon closer inspection, discovered an anomaly in the nature of the energy emanating from it. Hastily, she directed her gaze downward, her eyes drawn involuntarily to a bizarre tree that was growing in an unsettling manner. This tree was still in its developmental stage, yet once fully matured, it would siphon all nutrients from Earth. This was hardly a time for idle reverie. Could this be the Tree of Might? The Tree of Might, a fabled fruit only to be enjoyed by deities, was said to exist. Moreover, within the Temple of Earth, a seed of the Tree of Might was preserved. However, Lizet had never utilized it, nor had she ever contemplated employing it on Earth, though she had once mused that if she could locate Frisia's planet, she might use the seed against him. She would never commit such a grievous act on the very Earth she was sworn to protect. This implies that the seed must have been brought here from elsewhere in the cosmos. Just then, an unfamiliar voice suddenly resonated in Lizet's mind. "O deities of Earth, can you hear me? I am the king of the Northern Galaxy. Why, you are the esteemed king?" Although Lizet was aware of the king's existence, it was the first time he had heard his voice. Suddenly contacted by the divine of the galaxy, he found himself somewhat discomposed, his voice trembling slightly. "The Earth is on the brink of a grave crisis. You are surely aware of the spirit tree. Its seeds have already been sown upon the Earth." "Indeed, so it is. Goku and his companions have journeyed to the source of the calamity, yet they alone cannot resolve the issues posed by the spirit tree. Only you, the divine of Earth, can confront it. Please assist Goku and his allies. At your command, esteemed king. I am grateful for your aid in averting the crisis facing Earth. Rabbi, come. We shall descend to the surface. Yes, I shall obey your orders." After expressing gratitude to the king, Lizet flew down from the heavens with Rabbit. He unfurled his wings from behind, accelerating in a dive. During his descent, he observed Karen sharpening her claws, that cat always so whimsical. Lizet's speed was such that even Goku and the others could not perceive him, swiftly closing the distance to the spirit tree's location. He saw where the troubles were unfolding. Goku, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu were already confronting the extraterrestrials. Piccolo had not yet arrived, and as for Gohan, he was likely detained by Chi-Chi. Lizet slowed his descent, stirring a gust of wind as he landed behind Goku and the others. His sudden appearance startled both Goku and the aliens, all eyes immediately fixating upon him. "Lord Kami, I apologize for my tardiness. The king has already informed me of the situation. I will handle the spirit tree. You must focus on defeating the enemies." Lizet offered no further explanation, directly entrusting the task to Goku. Addressing the spirit tree was inherently troublesome, and interruptions would complicate matters further. While it was feasible to deal with the spirit tree after vanquishing all foes, such a delay would incur greater losses for Earth. The optimal choice was to wither and destroy the spirit tree before it could sprout. Thus, he hoped to circumvent all unnecessary conflicts. "Hey Goku, did you hear that? Lord Kami said he can handle it. Truly, our Lord Kami is remarkable. Indeed, this allows us to concentrate on these foes. Currently, there were 5 enemies, while our side had 6, excluding Lizet. We had the numerical advantage, but aside from Goku, the energy levels of the others were slightly inferior to that of the enemies, whose combat power likely hovered around 8,000. The ideal strategy would be for Goku to eliminate the enemies one by one, while the others held them at bay. Once some were freed up, they could collectively confront the remaining foes. I leave this to you. Hey, do you think I will let you leave so easily?" Just as Lizet prepared to take flight, a red-haired giant suddenly obstructed his path, but this minor hindrance was of little concern to Lizet. He paid no heed and soared forward. The giant hurled away as if struck by a truck. Thus, shortly after the celestial being made its entrance, it departed from the battlefield, leaving the defenders of Earth to confront the invaders. It appeared that dealing with that lad would necessitate the combined efforts of us all. However, we must first address these foes before pursuing him. A blue-haired man adorned with earrings and a necklace was the first to realize that to thwart Lizet, everyone must engage, prompting him to shift his mindset and prepare for battle. The leader of the rabbits stepped forward to obstruct, his sunglasses reflecting rays of light. This implies that the victor of this clash would gain the opportunity to address the spirit tree and dictate the subsequent course of action. It indeed seemed that way. Two diminutive aliens, strikingly identical in appearance, stood side by side. They were named Rez and Lakaz, cosmic beings endowed with unknown technology. Yet, the adversaries numbered two. And so did they, as Tianjin Fan and Dumpling stepped forth to confront them. I shall pummel you all. If you possess the capability, then come and test it. The giant, previously sent flying by Lizet, rose and gazed down upon the warriors. Clint advanced a step prepared for combat. This debt shall be settled with you. MHM. Finally, Yamucha uttered cryptic phrases while striking a combat stance, facing off against a fully mechanized being that could only respond with MHM. In truth, it was a trivial matter. The energy waves emitted when the aliens planted the seeds of the spirit tree had inadvertently damaged Yamucha's newly purchased car. Naturally, the aliens were entirely oblivious to this fact. And even if they were aware, it would matter little to them. Very well then. Consequently, the additional Goku resolved to first assist his comrades. In this battle, overwhelming advantage could be achieved by merely defeating one opponent. After all, the extra individual could lend support to others, creating a 2-on-1 scenario. Thus, choosing to aid a companion was certainly not a misguided decision, provided there was no sixth foe in ambush on the enemy side. You seem rather idle. Allow me to be your opponent, Kakarot. The voice resonated, eerily reminiscent of Goku's, yet imbued with a chilling edge. Goku turned toward the sound, momentarily mistaking it for his reflection in a mirror, but quickly realized it was not. Before him stood a figure strikingly similar to himself, exuding a far more potent aura. You are. My name is Darius. You likely do not know me, but I am intimately familiar with you. Indeed, you resemble your father precisely. Your face. Ah, are you implying that we share a likeness? It is hardly surprising, as we discarded lower-tier warriors tend to have limited variations in appearance. A slight smirk graced Darius's lips as he spoke with a casual tone. Even upon observing Goku's combat power displayed on the scanner, his composure remained unshaken. However, even if our faces bear a striking resemblance, you and I are entirely different beings. What did you say? Come on, Kakarot, indulge me in a little game. Let me witness the true capabilities of Bardock's son. Dallas twitched his fingers, provoking Goku. In his gaze, there flickered a terrifying light, intermingled with a tinge of melancholic nostalgia for the past. Chapter 34. The Defeat of the Z-Warriors. Energy Sphere. Yamcha concentrated his energy in the palm of his hand, forming a sphere that he could manipulate at will. This energy sphere appeared unchanged from its previous form, yet its power had amplified significantly due to his training. He aimed at the enemy android warrior, Kakarot, and unleashed the energy sphere. The sphere danced and twisted, soaring upwards in a dazzling trajectory, taunting Kakarot. Should Kakarot attempt to defend, the sphere would maneuver behind him. If he sought to evade, the sphere would preemptively reach his landing spot. Such precise control, unattainable through automatic tracking, was effortlessly mastered by the energy sphere. Hit! At last, Yamcha seized upon Kakarot's opening, striking the energy sphere forcefully into his unguarded abdomen. This clean and unpreventable hit dealt a significant blow, sending Kakarot hurtling backward, rolling along the ground. Yamcha immediately pursued his advantage, launching another energy sphere that exploded upon impact. The sensation was unmistakable. A premonition of victory lifted the corners of Yamcha's mouth as he gazed into the smoke before him. However, the sight of Kakarot bursting through the haze and charging at him caused Yamcha's smile to instantly transform into astonishment. He had presumed that the energy sphere's impact had incapacitated his opponent, leaving him in a moment of vulnerability. Seizing this opportunity, Kakarot collided with him, forcefully pinning Yamcha against the rock wall. Yamcha found himself wedged between the cyborg's body and the wall, akin to a sandwich, unable to withstand the tremendous force. He coughed up blood, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. Energy disc slash. In a battlefield slightly distanced from Yamcha and the others, Krillin was condensing his energy, compressing it into a thin disc. This was his energy disc slash, a technique that, through rapid rotation, could slice through enemies. In terms of lethality, it stood as his most formidable skill. The launched energy disc slash, even when facing a disparity in combat power, would effortlessly sever anything it touched. In response, the crimson-haired giant, Amando, spun his body at high speed. If you wish to win, this is how it must be done. Maintaining his rotational momentum, he released a scarlet energy sphere, perhaps akin to the energy disc slash. The two attacks collided at the center, canceling each other out. They rebounded, each returning to their respective users. How could this be? In a frantic moment, Krillin dodged the ricocheting energy disc slash, while Amando likewise evaded the energy sphere he had unleashed. In terms of technique alone, both sides are evenly matched. Even the weaker contender can offset the other's energy. However, when it comes to Kellen's chi round slash, it may indeed be superior. Yet, the failure of this technique is a devastating blow to Kellen, signifying that he has exhausted all means to triumph over Amando. Alright, it's time for the next move, Amando declared, his voice carrying a peculiar tone as he charged forth. Kellen, summoning all his strength, engaged in a fierce battle of offense and defense. Nevertheless, in terms of fundamental strength, Amando clearly held the upper hand. His fist connected with Kellen's cheek, and his knee struck Kellen's abdomen. Seizing the moment as Kellen winced in pain, Amando aimed and brought both hands crashing down upon Kellen's head. The force of the impact rendered Kellen unconscious, causing him to fall heavily like a marionette with severed strings onto the unyielding ground. Confirming that Kellen could not rise, Amando finally felt assured of his victory. Tianjin Fan was engaged in a solo battle against the twin foes, Riai's and Lacoste. Not long ago, Chaozi had fought alongside him, but now there was no trace of Chaozi's presence, indicating he had likely been defeated. Despite the twins' seamless cooperation, Tianjin Fan struggled to defend himself, which was no small feat. However, his limits were inevitably approaching. He could distinctly feel their fists and flying kicks landing upon him, and with each blow, his movements grew increasingly sluggish. Damn it! If only I could confront them one-on-one, he mused, fully aware that such a scenario was impossible. Riai's fist struck his jaw, lifting his head sharply, while Lacoste's kick landed forcefully on his chest. Ugh, cough. Tianjin Fan's vision began to blur as his knees buckled uncontrollably to the ground. Though his will to remain standing persisted, his body no longer obeyed him. Amidst the fading consciousness, he could hear the triumphant laughter of the twins before finally collapsing. Huh? Is that all you've got, you little brat? The green-haired fighter, Dao-Ai's, launched a ferocious assault while Rabbit Boss struggled to withstand the onslaught. Dao-Ai's speed was astonishing, leaving Rabbit Boss no time to defend. He had no opportunity to even touch Dao-Ai's, forced instead to endure the punishing blows and kicks, rolling helplessly on the ground. So, you're nothing but a complete weakling, Dao-Ai smirked, a victorious grin spreading across his face as he approached Rabbit Boss. Just then, Rabbit Boss unexpectedly rose, extending his palm towards Dao-Ai's. However, Dao-Ai's merely maintained a calm demeanor, effortlessly deflecting the attack. Is this your final resistance? You didn't make contact. In the next moment, Dao-Ai's inexplicably transformed into a carrot. Rabbit Boss possessed the terrifying ability to turn anyone he touched into a carrot. With this power, he skillfully defeated Dao-Ai's, who was supposed to be far superior in strength. The rabbit leader swiftly trod upon the carrot that had fallen to the ground, crushing it into a fine paste until it vanished from sight. Had it merely transformed into a carrot, the opponent might still have had a chance to revert to their original form. However, once reduced to such a state, there was no hope for revival. At last, he had succeeded in defeating a member of the Darius Legion. With a sigh of relief, he pondered the fate of the others, raising his gaze to the heavens. There, for members of the Darius Legion, recently vanquished by him, hovered ominously in the air, their eyes filled with murderous intent, fixated upon him. It appeared that everyone else had succumbed to defeat as well, he murmured despondently. Alas, it seemed all hope was lost. The four, clearly witnesses to the recent events, hesitated to approach, their expressions indicating a desire to eliminate him from a distance using a barrage of energy blasts. As he beheld the tempest of energy orbs descending upon him from all directions, the rabbit leader resigned himself to his fate of defeat. He was struck again and again, as the energy blasts ravaged his body and shattered the ground beneath him, showing no signs of abating. His sunglasses shattered, his hair stained crimson with blood, and his consciousness began to wane. Should this relentless assault continue, it was likely that the rabbit leader would meet his demise within 10 seconds. Yet, whether by fortune or misfortune, he was rescued just before his final breath. Stop it, he cried out. The combat prowess of the Darius Legion members was as follows. Amando, 9,100 Dao-Ai's, 8,400 Cacao, 13,000 Riai's, 8,000 Lacoste, 7600. Chapter 35, Gohan's Torment, Piccolo's Arrival. Amidst the cries, Gohan descended from the sky with fervor. It appeared that he had stealthily slipped away while Chi-Chi was distracted. Fueled by rage, Gohan sent Rize flying with a powerful kick. Despite his reckless charge, his combat power was the lowest among all warriors, even less than that of Chaozu. The reason lay in the fact that, during the year of preparation for the arrival of the Saiyans, he had not donned the energy-restraining cuffs. When Lizet had equipped the warriors with these cuffs, Gohan was merely a child, unable to even control his energy, let alone possess any combat skills. Thus, Lizet had not fitted him with the cuffs. Even had he received them, they would have served merely as a standard restraint. This disparity had now manifested as a glaring gap in strength between the two sides. This little brat, a nuisance. Gohan's sudden intrusion momentarily shifted the Darius Legion's focus from the rabbit leader to him. However, this was merely a change of prey, akin to a zebra recklessly charging into a pack of carnivores. Under the relentless assault of the Darius Legion, Gohan was soon left battered and bruised, ultimately hurled against the rocks. With his combat power, he could scarcely comprehend the nature of the attacks he was enduring, perceiving only the multiple, swift-moving figures before him as relentless aggressors. "Let me take over." Rize, the one who was just sent flying by Gohan, lunged towards the immobilized Gohan, targeting his neck. A swift strike could spell doom for Gohan, even as a formidable Saiyan. Yet, just as the lethal blow was about to descend upon Gohan, a green arm abruptly intervened, seizing Rize's arm and saving Gohan's life. Gohan, in a daze, looked up to see a white cape billowing in the air. Piccolo's fist struck Rize's abdomen with tremendous force, followed by a grip on his chest, yanking him back with brutal strength. Ultimately, Piccolo unleashed a powerful energy wave before Rize, obliterating everything above his head. "Gohan, are you alright?" It was his esteemed master, Piccolo, who stood protectively in front of Gohan. Piccolo's entrance caused the previously composed Dale's Legion to instinctively distance themselves, their expressions betraying a newfound wariness. Having witnessed Rize's swift demise, it was evident they recognized Piccolo as no ordinary adversary. Amando swiftly activated a scanner, measuring Piccolo's combat power. Combat power, 9,000. "I see, this fellow might be quite troublesome. However, together the three of us should have no trouble with this figure." Though Piccolo's power surpassed that of the other warriors from Lake's perspective, the disparity between their sides was negligible. In fact, Amando and Kakao possessed combat powers that even exceeded Piccolo's. They believed Rize's swift defeat was likely due to carelessness. Upon reaching this conclusion, the three immediately surrounded Piccolo. "Oh, is that so?" Even faced with their encirclement, Piccolo remained unfazed. Not only that, but he wore a provocative smile, his entire being enveloped in a deep crimson aura. This was the Kaioken, a unique technique that could instantaneously elevate combat power, burning like flames. The aura billowed Piccolo's cape as his combat power surged dramatically. Wow, how is this possible? A combat power of 18,000. Impossible. Amando, Kakao, and Laques stared in disbelief at the readings on the scanner. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo's figure erupted forward like an explosion. His flying kick impacted Amando's chest with such force that Amando could not help but regurgitate bile. In a moment, Amando doubled over in agony. Piccolo seized his head and delivered a brutal knee strike. Just as Amando began to lean back, Piccolo swiftly followed up with a straight punch to his jaw. As Amando teetered on the brink of collapse, Piccolo's elbow struck hard against his abdomen. "Scoundrel!" Laques, in a bid to save Amando, hurled a punch at Piccolo. Though it appeared to land precisely, piercing through Piccolo's cape, it was merely a hit to the fabric itself. In an instant, the cloaked Piccolo appeared above Laques, delivering a fierce elbow strike to his head. At that moment, the detector had briefly displayed a combat power of 22,000, yet alas, Laques would never witness it, for this blow rendered him utterly unconscious. With a resounding crack, Piccolo showed no mercy to the incapacitated Laques, landing a fatal blow. The energy wave obliterated Laques' defenseless body, and without sparing a glance, Piccolo shifted his focus to Kakao. He braced himself against the force of Kakao's jet-propelled assault, the ground beneath him scarred by the impact. Yet he steadfastly resisted the onslaught. Just as Kakao's speed began to wane, an unusual light emanated from Piccolo's eyes, searing Kakao's face and eliciting a scream of agony from him. However, Piccolo's offensive showed no signs of abating. Grasping Kakao's head, he yanked it forward and delivered a vicious knee strike, then spun his body with force. Utilizing centrifugal energy, Piccolo hurled Kakao towards Amando with great intensity. Clearly, even with Kakao's artificial body, such a violent collision was too much for Amando to bear. Both were wounded from the impact, tumbling helplessly on the ground. Piccolo then unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, his hands continuously firing ki blasts, forming a dense curtain of projectiles that enveloped both Kakao and Amando. Even as they sought refuge, their bodies intertwined, obstructing each other's movements, leaving them no choice but to endure Piccolo's relentless assault, unable to mount any semblance of defense or evasion. Demon Flash Cannon. Yet, such an attack ultimately failed to completely annihilate them. Piccolo intensified his energy, unleashing a lethal technique with a significantly reduced launch speed. A beam of light shot forth, swiftly followed by another, spiraling closely in pursuit. This was a technique akin to a drill, specifically designed for penetration, the very same that had pierced through Raditz and Son Goku. The beams accurately penetrated the barely conscious Amando and Kakao simultaneously, extinguishing their lives. Once he confirmed their demise, Piccolo dissipated his crimson aura. Uncle e Piccolo. Just what was that move? It's the Kaioken learned from Son Goku at King Kai's, a technique that doubles strength, speed, and endurance when employed. Piccolo turned to Gohan, a faint smile gracing his lips, tinged with an inexplicable hint of self-mockery. Being left behind by Son Goku was a humiliation, yet to emulate him was equally shameful. In the previous battle against the Saiyans, Piccolo had come to a profound realization of his own impotence. This sense of helplessness was something he could no longer ignore. As Sun Wukong trains under the guidance of the King of Worlds, although his foundational strength is comparable to that of Piccolo, the latter, who has been discreetly observing Wukong's fluctuating energy, perceptibly notes that at times, Wukong's aura expands to more than double its original magnitude. This signifies that Wukong can effortlessly create a disparity in power exceeding twofold, rendering Piccolo unqualified to regard Wukong as a rival. Yet, even such a formidable Wukong finds himself powerless against the transformed giant ape form of Vegeta, who, in turn, crumbles before the might of the contemporary Supreme Kai. How pitifully weak I am. To what extent am I diminished? To still harbor ambitions of world domination is indeed a grand jest, akin to a feeble individual desperately attempting to project strength. How absurd, how tragic. What semblance of dignity do I possess to dare call myself the Dark Lord? Consequently, Piccolo momentarily sets aside his pride. He proactively seeks to spar with Sun Wukong, engaging in continuous battles, each time suffering defeat. Through these repeated confrontations, he diligently observes the flow of Wukong's energy, ultimately mastering the Kaioken technique. Undoubtedly, this process is fraught with humiliation. Although he never vocalizes a request for Wukong's instruction, his actions are tantamount to seeking guidance, and merely contemplating this fills him with a desire for self-annihilation. Yet, to remain stagnant would only lead to greater despair. Thus, he must endure. He swallows his humiliation, resolves to grow stronger first, for without such resolve, he shall never attain even the Supreme Kai, let alone conquer the world. I yearn for strength. Driven by this singular conviction, the Dark Lord fights valiantly. One day, he shall seize his opportunity and bring the world under his dominion. Piccolo, inweited clothing de 9000. Piccolo, normal state 11,000. Chapter 36. The Predicament of Lizet. At the very moment when Piccolo and his companions engage in fierce combat with the Drellis Legion, Lizet is wholly absorbed in tending to the spirit tree. A soft luminescence emanates from his being, with crystalline white particles swirling around and gradually merging into his form. His silver hair and flowing garments flutter gently, akin to a scene from a dream, reminiscent of a celestial deity descending to the mortal realm. At this moment, Lizet is performing the pseudo-energy sphere he completed days prior, drawing energy from the spirit tree. The vitality that this divine tree has siphoned from the earth is being absorbed by Lizet, stored within him without loss. The earth, now parasitized by the spirit tree, is continuously losing its life force, gradually descending into desolation. To restore the earth to its former glory, the stolen vitality must be returned. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that as long as the spirit tree exists, the returned life force will be reabsorbed, entrapping it in a senseless cycle. Thus, the first step must involve gathering all of the Earth's vitality into Lizet's being. Once he has sealed away all the plundered life force, he must then destroy the spirit tree and ultimately return the vitality to the Earth. Only through this process can the salvation of this planet be achieved. Lizet's countenance twisted in agony as he clenched his teeth tightly. Sweat cascaded down his forehead. His cheeks flushed from the surging energy within, and his hands trembled incessantly. The gravest issue with this method lay in the immense burden it placed upon Lizet himself. To compel one's body to simultaneously absorb and contain the entirety of Earth's vitality was undeniably a reckless endeavor. At this moment, the energy of the Earth raged violently within him, the weight of which was unimaginable. Unlike a true spirit bomb, the technique Lizet devised could not retain its form as an energy entity. It was solely applicable for augmenting his own prowess, rendering it fundamentally flawed. He could effortlessly return vitality as he would bestow energy upon others, yet he was incapable of condensing energy into a spirit bomb to remain in place, as Goku could. Provided the energy did not exceed Lizet's capacity, it constituted a formidable self-enhancement technique, potentially enabling him to vanquish foes far superior to himself. Akin to Goku's triumph over the formidable android 13. However, should the energy breach his limit, only self-destruction awaited him. The excess energy would manifest as a torrent, capable of devastating his body, and it would come as no surprise if his form were to be torn asunder. The narrative frequently recounts the demise of those who seek energy beyond their limits, and Lizet was gradually ensnared in such a dire predicament. Pain and torment enveloped him, as if his entire being were on the verge of being shattered, his consciousness teetering on the brink of collapse. He had reached his limit. He yearned to obliterate the spirit tree immediately, to release the energy within back to Earth. Yet at present, he had only reclaimed approximately 90% of the vitality the spirit tree had ravaged. Should he destroy it now, the remaining 10% would be forever lost to the planet. Certainly, such an act might save Earth and allow it to continue its course. Yet the unreturned vitality would inevitably pose a risk. Portions of forest would succumb to desertification, and numerous flora and fauna would face lifespans shorter than normal. It was precisely because Lizet understood this that he was compelled to desperately maintain the energy within him amidst the agony. Nonetheless, the limit was ultimately insurmountable. Alone, Lizet could not possibly contain all of Earth's vitality. He was already at his breaking point. If this persisted, he would be the first to shatter. He could only destroy the spirit tree now. Lizet was on the verge of collapse, having long surpassed his own limits. It was akin to attempting to draw water with a bucket, forcibly expanding it to hold more, sealing it once full. This was Lizet's current plight. Once beyond the limit, the vessel would fracture from within. At this moment, his body emitted creaking sounds under the unbearable strain, unable to endure any more influx of energy. With no other recourse, he could only release the energy within him. Just then, a tall figure suddenly materialized behind him. Lizet was wholly absorbed in dealing with the spirit tree, utterly oblivious to all else. He remained unaware of the progress of Wukong and the others in their battle, nor did he notice the approach of someone nearby. Was the newcomer an enemy? Or perhaps one of Wukong's companions who had come after defeating the foe? He silently hoped it was the latter, gradually shifting his gaze over his shoulder, only to find a Saiyan standing there. "Oh, you seem to be in quite a predicament," he mused. The stranger's head shone brightly. Saiyan hair ceases to grow after birth, and this individual had long since lost his hair, presenting a clean and polished bald head. Beneath his thick brows were fierce eyes, and his bearded face seemed to boldly declare, "I am a villain." His sturdy neck and muscular physique were evident signs of hard-earned strength, and he wore a set of black athletic attire, likely acquired locally to avoid raising suspicions among Earthlings. Though it was casually chosen clothing, it fit him surprisingly well. This self-proclaimed elite Saiyan, known as Naba, stood leisurely behind Lizet. Lizet thought to himself in alarm. Although he had anticipated Naba's eventual retaliation, he had not expected it to occur at such a critical moment. He could not help but curse his past self. Look, I knew I would regret this. Yet I still let my guard down. It dawned on him that Naba's previous seeming obedience had been nothing but a facade, a web of lies. In retrospect, this was entirely reasonable. How could Naba truly be loyal? Wait, why did I feel a sense of relief? Regardless, the current situation was exceedingly precarious. He was not incapable of defeating Naba, but any conflict could easily disperse the energy he had painstakingly gathered, a risk far too great to ignore. "Ha. It appears I might be able to defeat you now," Naba taunted. Damn it, Lizet instinctively wished to deal with Naba first, yet his body remained motionless. The excessive energy within him bound his movements, and even the slightest shift would provoke excruciating pain. Naba placed his rough hand on Lizet's shoulder and spoke, "Lord God, leave it to me. I shall assist you. When it comes to resilience, I have a bit of confidence and can surely offer some help." Chapter 37, Dale's Persuasion. Lizet instantly questioned whether he had misheard. He had braced himself for a barrage of insults, yet instead, he heard this unexpected declaration. To be honest, it was more surprising than being verbally abused. If he understood correctly, Naba's words conveyed a willingness to assist. Confronted by Lizet's bewilderment, Naba continued, "What is the matter? You look utterly astonished. Did you think I would repay kindness with malice? It seems you genuinely believe that. It's not your fault. I am indeed a rogue, having destroyed countless planets and slaughtered innumerable inhabitants. I have long grown weary of being labeled as a demon or a fiend, and I have indeed committed numerous misdeeds that warrant such appellations. Yet, no matter how wicked I may be, I possess my own boundaries. Certain principles must remain intact." With a wry smile, the corners of my mouth curled beneath my beard. A debt of gratitude for salvation must be repaid with one's life. Throughout my existence, I have shattered countless rules, regulations, and the diverse laws of various planets. But this particular tenet is one I cannot forsake. I'm a rogue. Yet if I fail to uphold even this, I will be less than a rogue. Moreover, at this moment, my faith in you is unwavering. For your sake, I would traverse the very backside of Frisia's planet. Are you truly willing to assist? Must you even ask? It was you who rescued me from the clutches of Vegeta's disdain. My life is inherently yours. Should you desire my demise, I shall meet it willingly. Should you call me to battle, even against Frisia himself, I shall rise to the challenge." This revelation exceeded Lizet's expectations. While it was a delightful surprise, his predominant emotion was confusion. Yet, this was undoubtedly a providential opportunity. He had no choice but to rely on Naba. His skepticism lingered, but at this juncture, he lacked the energy to harbor doubts. Merely suppressing the ferocious energy within him had drained all his strength. "I understand now. Thank you for your assistance. Are you prepared? I have long roamed the battlefield. Saiyans are always ready to fight. Your inquiry regarding my preparedness is rather superfluous." Naba urged him to commence without delay, and Lizet nodded, promptly channeling the immense energy within him. Little did he expect reinforcements to arrive at this critical moment. At last, he could reclaim some vitality from the spirit tree. The hope of saving Earth was rekindled. Now, they merely awaited Goku and the others to vanquish the invaders. "I cannot leave this place just yet. I implore you, Goku. Everyone, come fort, Kakarot." Dallas taunted Goku, who responded with readiness for battle. A surge of crimson energy erupted from him, amplifying his combat prowess as he launched a punch at Dallas, only to have it effortlessly intercepted by the latter's palm. Dallas grasped Goku's fist firmly, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. A power level of 30,000. Not bad at all. In the past, on Vegeta, that would have been deemed formidable. But alas, this meager strength cannot harm me. I have long feasted upon the fruits of the spirit tree. The disparity in our power is akin to that between heaven and earth. With a slight lift of his foot, Dallas struck Goku in the abdomen. And before Goku could even be propelled away, he delivered a crushing blow to his head. Goku had no time to defend himself before being violently slammed into the ground. Dallas refrained from pursuing the opportunity, opting instead to patiently await Goku's rise. "How is it, Kakarot? Care to join me? W, what did you say? By collaborating with me, you could become stronger. If you consume the fruit of the spirit tree, your power will soar. Who knows, you might even surpass me." Dallas implored Goku with an unexpectedly gentle tone. He did not launch a full-scale assault. Rather, he deliberately left room for negotiation, evidently aiming to win over Goku. Yet, Goku resolutely declined, exclaiming, "Do not jest. I shall never conspire with you. We are the surviving Saiyans, a dwindling number of kin. Do not be so heartless. Let's collaborate earnestly." Goku charged forward once more, unleashing a barrage of attacks against Darius. Yet he consistently failed to land a hit. His strikes were either evaded or blocked effortlessly, as if Darius were toying with a child. To drift freely through the cosmos, to obliterate favored planets, to indulge in delectable cuisine and savor exquisite wines. Does such a life not bring joy? I find no joy in it whatsoever. It appears you truly did suffer a blow to the head in your youth. You hardly resemble a Saiyan. Darius easily grasped Goku's swinging fists, restricting his movements, and then delivered a powerful kick. The force of the impact caused Goku to momentarily hold his breath, as Darius seized his hair. which bore a striking resemblance to his own. Shall I smash your useless head once more to restore your senses? Kakarot, a Saiyan ought to live as a Saiyan should. In fact, I consider it fortunate you suffered that head injury as a child. Otherwise, you might have turned into a wretch like yourself. Fortunate? Goku's words caused Darius's expression to shift dramatically. The previously calm smile vanished, replaced by sheer fury, as though he were on the brink of eruption. He tightened his grip on Goku's hair and lowered his voice. Have you forgotten your name, your home planet? Have you even forgotten the parents who brought you to this world? And you dare claim this is fortunate? You fool. Brought here? What nonsense are you spouting? Raditz clearly stated that I was sent to invade Earth. That was merely an excuse. Had you not been so valuable, you would have been slain by Frisia's minions long ago. Listen closely, Kakarot. You were sent to this planet to ensure your survival. Your father foresaw the doom of planet Vegeta. To preserve your life, he cast you away as a pawn, sending you to this remote world. Goku had learned from his elder brother Raditz that he was sent for the purpose of invasion. Yet now, the truth had been utterly overturned. He was not dispatched as an instrument of conquest, but rather to be safeguarded. He had not been abandoned by his parents, but was instead cherished deeply. It was precisely for this reason that he was sent to this planet, one devoid of valuable resources and formidable warriors, yet boasting a remarkably hospitable environment, an ideal sanctuary. After dispatching you, he engaged in a solitary, desperate struggle against fate. He is your father and my master, Bardock. He is the only warrior I have ever truly respected in this world. The blood of Bardock flows within you, and I shall not allow you to forget this. In an instant, unfamiliar yet inexplicably familiar images of a couple flashed through Goku's mind. His younger self, placed within a solitary space pod. In the vast expanse, there stood a man strikingly similar to himself, and a woman with a gentle smile. Kakarot, do not gaze at the moon on a full moon night. Make sure to tell Raditz, and stay alive. We will come for you in the future. They were strangers, yet Goku instantly comprehended their identities. Surely, these were the parents that Dallas spoke of. This was not the fabrication of Raditz, but a vivid recollection. Dallas forcefully shoved Goku, who was lost in memories, and bellowed in a furious tone. Come on, Kakarot. I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of Bardock, so you may understand how a Saiyan ought to fight. I was raised on Earth. My name is Son Goku. Is that so? Then defeat me and prove it. The fighting spirit of the Saiyans blazed fiercely. Even knowing that his opponent's strength far exceeded his own, Goku felt an inexplicable thrill. Perhaps it was because in confronting Dallas, he seemed to glimpse the specter of his father. Goku forcibly elevated the Kaioken to tenfold, launching himself at Dallas. Dallas chose to meet him head-on, their figures intertwined, resembling playful sparring between brothers. Chapter 38, a mere 10 seconds. Although it was only a brief exertion, the tenfold Kaioken was an overwhelming burden for Goku at this moment. His limit was barely threefold. The intensity of tenfold was beyond his capacity to endure. Forcing an increase in strength would damage muscle fibers, rendering his body as heavy as lead and nearly depleting his energy, an endeavor fraught with peril. Yet, Goku chose to employ the tenfold Kaioken, fully aware that without doing so, he would lack even the qualification to contend with Dallas. As Dallas had stated, the disparity in their combat power was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Without elevating to tenfold, victory was utterly unattainable. Goku's judgment was astute, yet the reality remained. Even so, his strength was still insufficient. Oh, a combat power of 150,000. How surprising. Dallas spoke with delight, his expression remaining composed as he effortlessly neutralized Goku's attacks. Goku was no mere amateur. He interspersed feints amid his onslaught, exerting every ounce of energy to unleash attacks that surpassed his limits. Yet his strikes could never connect, perpetually out of reach, as his fists, entwined with a fiery aura, struck only air. Howa! Goku roared, hastening his punches once more. Their fists and feet intertwined at high speed, colliding hundreds of times per second. The sound of flesh against bone echoing continuously. Suddenly, their figures vanished, and in the next instant, the air erupted explosively. Perhaps due to their tremendous speed, onlookers could no longer perceive their forms. Only the delayed sounds of their strikes reverberated throughout the surroundings. The ground crumbled, rocks shattered, and fleeting shadows danced as the air crackled with frequent explosions. If an ordinary person were to witness this battle, they would likely only perceive the air shattering and the thunderous sounds echoing like cannon fire. Yet, it was still insufficient. Darius's elbow strike connected with Goku's cheek, sending him flying. Goku's consciousness momentarily wavered, but he managed to stabilize himself, rotating in midair to adjust his posture. He once again summoned the Kaioken, enveloped in a crimson aura, propelling himself forward like a jet engine. The red streak traced through the air as he executed a sharp turn, approaching Darius with an almost impossible trajectory. However, Darius still managed to catch Goku's nearly imperceptible movement, countering with a fierce kick to Goku's back. The energy abruptly extinguished, and Goku crashed heavily to the ground. Even the desperate use of a tenfold Kaioken proved futile. This reality, coupled with the backlash from the Kaioken, robbed Goku of the strength to rise. It was clear that sheer power alone would not secure victory. The man named Darius possessed strength that even surpassed the great ape form of Vegeta. Even Earth's deity, Lizet, would likely struggle against him. Just as Goku felt on the verge of despair, he fought to rise, perhaps a testament to the Saiyan's instinct. At that moment, Piccolo, having just repelled Darius's forces, landed beside him. "Son, use the Spirit Bomb. It's our only chance to defeat him. Use the Spirit Bomb you learned from King Kai." "Be Piccolo, I can't. I want to have time to gather energy in front of that guy. Then I'll buy you time until you can gather it." Piccolo unleashed a deep crimson aura, confronting Darius. The disparity in their strengths was painfully evident. Piccolo's power barely reached 30,000, while Darius exceeded 500,000. Yet, he could no longer afford to dwell on such thoughts. Surrendering to defeat and allowing the Earth to perish was an excuse without merit. This was not merely a question of ability, but rather a matter of necessity. A power level of 22,000 is not insignificant. "But do you truly believe that such strength can defeat me?" Darius remarked with impatience, effortlessly blocking Piccolo's fierce assault with one hand. Goku observed this scene, slowly raising his hands to the sky. Gathering the Spirit Bomb would take approximately 10 seconds, yet in a battle where every second felt like an eternity, that duration was excruciatingly long. After all, in battles of this caliber, multiple exchanges could occur within a single second. Even Krillin could manage such feats in their childhood. To hold out for 10 seconds under such intensity was akin to exhausting every ounce of energy. "Goku, Piccolo, close your eyes," came Tien's voice from above. Though he had been defeated in his battle against Darius's forces, he still retained the strength to fight. Goku felt a mix of relief for his companion's safety and immediate understanding of Tien's intent, promptly closing his eyes, followed closely by Piccolo. Only Darius, oblivious to Tien's objective, remained wide-eyed. Solar flare. The blinding light illuminated the surroundings like the scorching sun. Unfamiliar with the sun fist, Dale stared directly into the brilliance, instinctively shielding his eyes and stumbling backward. Regardless of how powerful a Saiyan may be, the eyes remain a fragile part of the body. When confronted with light akin to that of the sun, anyone would instinctively seek to protect their vision. This is an innate biological defense mechanism, nearly impossible to evade. At that moment, the rejuvenated Krillin launched a key slice. Despite the vast disparity in their combat prowess, should it connect, even someone as formidable as Dale's could potentially be severed. Yet, even without sight, Dale sensed the impending attack through sound, instantly discerning the subtle form of the key slice merely by the rush of air. "Oh, quite an intriguing move," he remarked, delicately pinching the incoming key slice between his fingertips and casually tossing it aside. This scene left Krillin, the assailant, frozen in shock. Seizing the opportunity, Dale's eyes closed, gauged Krillin as positioned through sound, and unleashed a ki blast. Krillin, unable to react in time, was struck and sent hurtling away. Yamcha immediately took his place, charging forward with the Wolf Fang fist to challenge Dale's. However, even with his vision obstructed, Dale's effortlessly blocked Yamcha's strikes, countering with a single punch that left Yamcha sprawled on the ground like a marionette with severed strings. Yet, the brief moments Yamcha bought were sufficient for Piccolo to gather his energy, directing his fingertips toward Dale's. Special Beam Cannon. Piccolo unleashed the devastating attack. In an instant, his combat power surged over threefold, and with the enhancement from the Kaioken, it rivaled a concentrated strike of 60,000 in power. Dale seemed to register a hint of caution. As his eyes recovered from the blinding effects of the Sun Fist, he promptly raised his hand to block. The brilliant flash erupted, with the beam focusing on penetration striking Dale's palm, yet he remained unscathed. A smile lingered on his face as he absorbed the blow without a hint of damage. That had a bit of effect, he noted. How could this be? In the face of Piccolo's astonishment, Dale's maintained his defensive stance and retaliated with a ki blast. Under normal circumstances, this attack would have spelled doom for Piccolo. Fortunately, he was utilizing the Kaioken, and the temporary boost from the special beam cannon allowed him to endure the searing energy, narrowly preserving his life. Frustrated, Tien launched a desperate assault. However, such an attack could scarcely harm Dales. With a casual counterpunch, Dales rendered Tien unconscious, leaving him to roll helplessly on the ground like a broken doll. In a mere 10 seconds, the warriors of Earth faced consecutive defeats before a single Saiyan. Nevertheless, this time was not wasted. It was precisely the time they bought that allowed Goku to complete the Spirit Bomb. Oh, how unexpected, Dales mused. I never anticipated that you still possessed the strength to condense such a technique. Moreover, your stance, perhaps by mere coincidence, bears an uncanny resemblance to his. Sun Wukong, 15,000. Darius, 520,000. Chapter 39. Similar stance and techniques. Observing Wukong's right hand cradling the Spirit Bomb, poised for a throw, Darius felt as though he were witnessing the past incarnation of Bardock. Indeed, at this moment, Wukong's posture astonishingly mirrored that of Bardock. It was precisely like this. As he spoke, Darius assumed an identical stance to Wukong's, gathering energy in his elevated right hand, concentrating power into a singular point. Although Wukong's technique involved the amalgamation of his own energy with that of the surrounding environment, while Darius relied solely on his own power, the principles differed vastly. Yet the stances were remarkably alike. Such formidable energy, Darius exclaimed. Come forth, let's clash our ultimate techniques and see who emerges victorious. Even the mere fluctuations of their energies before the strike caused the surrounding debris to levitate. The ground trembled, and the very earth quaked in anticipation of their impending confrontation. In Wukong's right hand resided the Spirit Bomb, infused with the energy of the earth, even drawing from the Tree of Might. In Darius's right hand was a concentrated strike, embodying all the power of a Saiyan spirit. Spirit Bomb, the final soul cannon. This shall be the ultimate strike. The strongest techniques of both warriors collided at the center, each resisting the other. A violet lightning erupted, and the air shattered. The residual shock wave sent Wukong sprawling to the ground, while Darius fought against the pressure of the winds. The two spheres of light pushed against each other repeatedly, seeking to devour one another. After several moments of stalemate, the Spirit Bomb ultimately triumphed. Ugh, TSK. Darius crossed his arms, attempting to shield himself from the encroaching Spirit Bomb. The explosion engulfed him, unleashing a tremor more intense than before across the earth. Did it succeed? Wukong lay on the ground, inwardly praying for victory. He could no longer rise, nor even move. The recent Spirit Bomb had drained him of all remaining energy, even siphoning some from his fallen companions. This was undoubtedly his final and most powerful strike. Should this technique fail, he would have no recourse left. At that moment, Darius emerged from the smoke. Well done, Kakarot. You truly have become as formidable as I anticipated. Darius still stood, though his body was battered, his battle suit torn, and bloodied, yet he remained steadfast. The outcome was clear. Wukong, unable to move, faced Darius, who, though wounded, could still act. Anyone could discern the result of this battle. Wukong clenched his fists in frustration. Yet Darius offered no mockery, instead revealing a genuine smile of delight. Kakarot, come with me. I am convinced that only you can vanquish that wretched Frieza. Only you can avenge the Saiyans, Kakarot. Frieza? He is the one lurking among us Saiyans, the mastermind hidden behind Vegeta. It was he who commanded us to annihilate countless planets, the very root of all evil. Of course, I do not claim that we Saiyans are blameless, but even so, my malevolence pales in comparison to his. In comparison to him, both I and that rascal Vegeta are but minor players. Frieza. This was the first time Goku heard that name, and it sent a shiver down his spine. This tremor could stem from fear. Or perhaps it was the innate Saiyan thirst for strength igniting his warrior spirit. This matter is not one that concerns Earth alone. He is currently en route to Namek, and Vegeta is also on his way there. Do you grasp what this implies? That Namek, could it be? Indeed, it seems your mind is quite sharp. Precisely, Kakarot. They intend to exterminate the Namekians, seize the Dragon Balls, and thereby attain immortality. Just imagine the consequences if one of them were to achieve eternal life. If it were Vegeta, he would undoubtedly return to obliterate Earth. And when he comes back, he would be immortal, leaving you with no chance of victory. Dariusu's words cast a grave shadow over Goku's expression. Indeed, he could not fathom defeating the immortal great ape Vegeta. Merely contemplating it was enough to instill despair. Should Frieza attain immortality, It would herald the end of the world. From that moment forth, the entire universe would live in perpetual dread of him, and this Earth would be his first target for destruction. After all, he could not allow a planet harboring the Dragon Balls to exist, jeopardizing his hard-won immortality. If I were in Frisia's position, I would undoubtedly do the same. Do you understand, Kakarot? Time is running out for this universe. Someone must eliminate Frisia before he achieves immortality. Dariusu extended his hand toward the fallen Goku, as if urging him to grasp it. Come, join me. Let us together vanquish Frisia. Yet in the face of this invitation, Goku found himself unable to move. Come with me, Kakarot. In doing so, I shall abandon my plans to destroy Earth. You possess qualities that transcend mere combat prowess. If you accompany me, you will surely become the one who slays Frisia. Moreover, at this juncture, a malevolent smile suddenly graced Dariusu's face, twisting his expression. Once Frisia is slain, the universe shall belong to us, and we will establish a Saiyan dominion. Were it not for that final remark, it might have been a commendable proposal. Wah! As Dariusu extended his invitation to Goku, a sphere of light descended from the heavens. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the god of Earth, Lizet, enveloped in a brilliant radiance. Having absorbed excessive energy from the spirit tree, Lizet now harbored immense power within, with excess energy overflowing and transforming him into this luminous orb. With his arrival, the device Dariusu wore shattered in an instant. You are the god of this planet. What impeccable timing to be a nuisance. The spiritual tree you planted has been taken care of. Now, the energy stored within the spiritual tree is nearly all within my body. You should understand the implications of this, don't you? Dale's expression changed abruptly at Lizet's words. This indicates that the deity of Earth has nearly absorbed all the vitality collected by the spiritual tree. If this is indeed true, his condition would be akin to having consumed all the fruits of the spiritual tree. How formidable would his combat power be? Dales had witnessed Lizet defeat Vegeta, during which his power level had reached 240,000. If one were to add the energy of this planet to that, would it be 1 million, 10 million, 100 million? Perhaps even more. Such an entity is beyond Dales' ability to contend with. You have lost. It is best you leave this planet obediently. How infuriating. Faced with the expulsion of the Earth's deity, Dales found himself with no means of resistance. Lizet's combat power, gravity, suit energy limit, 120,000. All restrictions lifted, 450,000. Maximum 20-fold explosive limit, 9 million. Earth's energy state. Chapter 40. The battlefield is set on Namek. The battle has concluded. If one were to solely consider the outcome of the combat, it would not be inappropriate to declare Dales the victor. He had defeated Goku, taken down Piccolo, and crushed Krillin and others. Although he himself had sustained significant injuries and his army was utterly annihilated, he was still the one standing on the battlefield. However, from a broader perspective, he had, in fact, lost, regardless of how he vanquished Goku and others. The destruction of the spiritual tree and the fact that the majority of Earth's energy ultimately fell into Lizet's hands rendered him powerless to recover. Moreover, having been severely injured by Goku's spirit bomb, left Dales with no choice but to conclude that retreat was his only option. Kakarot, what are you doing? Dales cast his gaze towards Goku, who had fully recovered thanks to the Senzu Beans. The plan to take Goku away had completely collapsed. The spiritual tree could not be rebuilt, and he had lost all his subordinates, suffering heavy losses. Yet, this endeavor was not entirely fruitless. He had witnessed the growth of Bardock's son and the potential he harbored. For this reason alone, Dales was convinced that coming to this planet had been worthwhile. Do not forget my words. As long as Frisia learns that this planet possesses Dragon Balls, you are destined to confront him sooner or later. I shall await you on Namek. Dales' tone conveyed a certainty that Kakarot would indeed come. Upon finishing his words, he boarded the spacecraft. The hatch closed, and the ship ascended into the sky. Goku looked up at the ship, his expression complex, even revealing a hint of reluctance. Subsequently, the spacecraft carrying Dales soared into the distant cosmos. Upon sensing the spacecraft leaving Earth's bounds, Lizet let out a sigh of relief. However, the matter was not yet concluded. He still needed to restore Earth to its former state. Lizet soared to great heights with Naba, landing at the temple, where he promptly raised his hand to the void and released a vast reservoir of energy stored within him. He evenly dispersed the immense energy of the Earth, showering every corner of the globe with a cascade of white energy reminiscent of falling snowflakes, enveloping the world in a blessing. The parched land and withered plants gradually began to regain their vitality. Following this, he utilized a pseudo-chi blast to reclaim the life force he had previously lent to Naba and returned it to the Earth, thus allowing the planet to restore its original state. You worked hard, Naba. Indeed, the energy on a planetary scale is truly remarkable. With the life force returned to the Earth, Lizet's mission was successfully accomplished. Although this battle had exceeded his expectations, it proved to be a fruitful endeavor, particularly due to the significant intelligence brought by Dales to Goku and others. With this intelligence in hand, Lizet could seamlessly propose a journey to Namek, alleviating any concerns about persuading Goku and the others, an opportunity from the heavens to venture to Namek. However, it also became undeniably clear that, in this world, characters from movies and original animated series genuinely existed. This implies that the likelihood of encountering adversaries, such as Slug and Gula, in the future would greatly increase. Slug was manageable with Lizet's current strength, but Gula was beyond his current capacity to contend with. Without becoming stronger, he would be unable to face such foes. It seems that embarking on a journey to Namek to awaken his latent abilities has become imperative, and he must find ways to enhance their overall combat strength. In the original storyline, one merely needed to remain vigilant against Frieza, the androids Cell, Bu, and the like. However, with the addition of cinematic characters, they must also be wary of Slug, Gula, androids 13, 14, and 15, Broly, Bojack, the evil spirit wave, and Hildegarn, among others. This is truly a source of great concern. Fortunately, it appears that the only one likely to actively target Earth at this time is Slug. Relying solely on himself and Goku, they might struggle to contend with so many enemies. Perhaps after locating Paragus, they could seize the control device to recruit Broly. But then again, Broly would instantly go berserk if he got too close to Goku. Lizet shook his head, casting aside his swirling thoughts. With problems piling up like mountains, it would be more prudent to focus on the journey to Namek rather than indulge in wild speculation. The next day, Goku and the others gathered before Capsule Corporation and were earnestly discussing their plans to venture to Namek, so Lizet need not exert himself to facilitate the process. What puzzled Lizet was that Naba had brazenly joined the discussion. He blended seamlessly into the crowd, participating in the meeting without a hint of awkwardness. But was this truly acceptable? Lizet mused internally, hoping someone would voice a critique of Naba's presence, only to find that no one raised any objections. More absurdly, Naba was clad in a floral shirt today. Was this bald-headed individual mocking everyone? I believe we must go to Namek, although I am not well acquainted with the character of Frieza. Should Vegeta attain immortality, we would undoubtedly be at a loss. The first to ardently advocate for a journey to Namek was Goku, having personally clashed with Vegeta and Dabura. He has experienced firsthand their formidable strength and terror, lending weight to his words. I wish to go as well. I yearn for battle upon my homeland star. Following this, Piccolo clenched his fists in agreement to venture to Namek. His resolve was so steadfast that, even if Goku and the others were reluctant, he would likely embark alone. While he did not wish to be led by Dabura, he could not allow Vegeta to gain immortality. Thus, he declared, if Tien goes, then I shall go too. Subsequently, Tien and Kaiatsu volunteered. Kaiatsu appeared to follow Tien more out of loyalty than personal desire, yet this brought the count to 4 supporters. Though I harbor some fear, I will also join, uncertain of my ability to assist. Of course, let's not forget about me. Finally, Krillin and Yamcha expressed their consent, unifying the warriors' opinions. They collectively turned to Lizet, seemingly seeking his perspective. This was precisely the outcome Lizet had hoped for, and naturally, he would not oppose. However, since no one had addressed it, he felt compelled to highlight a critical concern. I have no objections, but the issue lies in the distance between Earth and Namek. Distance? Upon hearing Lizet's words, Krillin's face contorted with anxiety, clearly unable to conceal his apprehension. This premonition would soon be validated. I attempted to sense the energy of the Namekians and discovered that the distance from Namek to Earth was insurmountable. The coordinates are SU-83, position 9045YX. With our current technological capabilities, it seems utterly unreachable. Oh, is that so? Krillin, bewildered, turned to Bulma for clarification. Bulma, already equipped with a calculator, was pale as she calculated. Do notiest. Even with my father's spacecraft, which boasts the most advanced engines in the world, it would take 339 years to arrive. What? Is there truly no other way? Even Goku, who was not well versed in science, was taken aback by this figure. Rather than wait for 339 years, it would be more prudent to remain on Earth, awaiting Frisia or Vegeta's arrival. Just as the group succumbed to panic, an unexpected ally extended a helping hand. You can use my spaceship. Moreover, the vessel Kakarot arrived on Earth, which should still be somewhere. That was Naba. The desponding group turned their gaze toward Naba. Although he feigned indifference, he ignited a glimmer of hope for their journey into the cosmos. Certainly, with merely these 2 spacecraft, it is insufficient to transport everyone to Namek. The Saiyan vessels are designed for single occupancy, and at most, they can accommodate 2 individuals. However, we have Earth's foremost genius, Bulma, with a sample in hand. Even if it is a spacecraft crafted with alien and unknown technology, she can analyze and study it to construct a vessel with comparable, if not superior, performance. Thus, a solution is at hand. We must swiftly recover the spacecraft. The next step involves selecting the members for the journey to Namek. Bulma, that spacecraft was originally intended for single use. How many people can it be modified to carry? Well, it's difficult to ascertain without seeing the actual vessel, but rest assured, I will ensure it can accommodate everyone. Bulma replied confidently in response to Yamcha's inquiry. Generally speaking, even upon direct observation, comprehending alien technology is no small feat, akin to presenting the most advanced modern machines to individuals from ancient times who would be unable to grasp their intricacies. To draw a parallel with Liza's past, it is akin to showing an 18th century individual a 21st century airplane and expecting them to analyze and replicate it. This is not an exaggeration. The technological disparity between Earth and planet Vegeta is immense. For Earth's civilization, which would take 339 years to reach Namek, the Saiyans require merely 7 days, creating a speed differential of approximately 220,000 times. To bridge such a chasm is an audacious notion, far beyond the realm of current technological limitation. Yet Bulma can achieve it, for she is a genius who has entirely transcended conventional understanding. While Bulma often critiques Goku and others for their irrational antics, Lisa perceives her as the true embodiment of the illogical, a being who transforms folly into reality. The magnitude of the 220,000-fold technological gap is unfathomable, even to someone like Lisa, who is not versed in scientific fields. However, he is certain that it is far more complex than simply presenting a spacecraft to individuals from the era of the Wright brothers. Given this, if it is indeed possible to carry everyone, then it poses no issue. Rabbit Leader, you should join as well. Me? Lisa deliberately decided to include Rabbit Leader, a character absent from the original narrative, as the original storyline has already fragmented, and with so many variables now at play. Adhering strictly to historical developments would only heighten the danger. It is evident that a deficiency in combat power will arise, as the adversaries multiply. So too must we augment our strength. Can I also go? I can't feel at ease without giving that Vegeta a good beating. Shortly thereafter, Nappa also volunteered. It seems he has yet to overcome the rejection by Vegeta. Although Nappa was recently an enemy and an invader, Goku and the others did not oppose his inclusion. After all, in the context of this world, Nappa appears more as a subordinate of Vegeta. He has not killed anyone and was easily repelled by Piccolo, leaving little negative impression on the group. What about Lord Kami? To be honest, just thinking about enemies like Vegeta and Doriasu makes me wish Lord Kami could join us. Klin gazed up at Lizet with a pleading expression. Setting aside the uncertainties of the future, in terms of current combat prowess, Lizet was undoubtedly the strongest. He had never fought with his full strength, and many believed that if he were to engage seriously, he could contend even with Frisia's third form. Moreover, Lizet had already resolved to journey to Namek, as the Grand Elder's ability to unlock latent potential was irresistibly enticing to him. However, Lizet was not obligated to travel by spaceship, should he choose. He could immediately utilize the Gate of Heaven for spatial transfer, embarking on his solitary journey to Namek. For him, taking a spaceship was of no consequence. I shall not join you. Furthermore, while you are aboard the spaceship, Earth may not remain unscathed. Oh, is that so? But fret not. Once you arrive at Namek, I shall hasten to join you. Wait, I can use spatial transfer. I need not board a spaceship. I can go to Namek directly on my own. Lizet offered a reassuring smile to Klin, who appeared troubled and elaborated on his abilities. This is one of my powers, known as the Gate of Heaven. Originally designed to banish foes to subspace, with a slight modification, it can also transport targets to Namek. Wow, great deity, how impressive! Klin exclaimed, marveling at this mode of travel beyond the spaceship, while Piccolo interjected, it's not that the deity is extraordinary. Rather, this fellow is simply abnormal. In any case, The method of reaching Namek was settled. The warriors would travel by spaceship, while Lizet would employ spatial transfer, each embarking separately to rendezvous on Namek. Just as this arrangement was about to be finalized, Gohan, who had remained silent, hesitantly interjected, with your powers, great deity, can we all go to Namek together? Gohan's words awakened both the group and Lizet, and in that moment, the spaceship's significance evaporated. In any case, I do possess the ability to transport you to Namek, but the issue lies in the timing. We cannot depart just yet. Why not, great deity? Let us hurry. In response to Gohan's seemingly reasonable inquiry, Lizet paused for a few seconds, realizing that their previous discussions had been in vain. He mustered a semblance of composure and declined the request for immediate transport. Goku, naturally, could not remain indifferent and immediately expressed his dissent. There is still one major issue yet to be resolved. Issue? Indeed, let me state the conclusion first. With your current strength, even if you were to reach Namek, it would merely be a journey to your demise. Lizet's words essentially conveyed that they were too weak, striking a blow to their pride. Yet, no one could refute this. They had been defeated by Vegeta and, subsequently, by Duralis, and had long since come to terms with their own limitations. At this moment, the crowd could only clench their fists in reluctant determination. Thus, I grant you a month's time. Everyone must exert their utmost efforts in training to at least acquire the minimum combat prowess. If my perception serves me correctly, Frieza and Dallas will not arrive on Namek for at least another month, although it is perilous to replicate the original storyline precisely. The timeline of Frieza's arrival remains consistent with the source material. Judging by the energy I sense from Frieza and his speed of movement, he still has considerable time before reaching Namek. The same applies to Dallas. At present, they have nearly 30 days to prepare. Since we can utilize the Gate of Heaven to eliminate travel time, there is no reason not to take advantage of this opportunity. First, aside from Goku and Piccolo, the others will journey to King Kai's planet to train. The process may be arduous, but please strive to grow stronger within this month. Chapter 42, a month's time. With this in mind, Lizet concentrated his thoughts, adjusting his wavelength to connect with the distant King Kai's planet. Subsequently, he attempted to reach out telepathically, inquiring, is it possible to send the warriors from Earth to your location? I have no objections, but how do you plan to manage this, Earth's deity? Do you intend for them to exhaust themselves along Snake Way? No, that is unnecessary. Lizet raised his hand toward the void, unleashing his energy. Instantly, a white portal tore open in the sky, forming a gateway to far-off realms. This was the Gate of Heaven he had crafted by mimicking the death spiral of King Carrick II, officially unveiled for the first time. Goodness, how terrifying! Is this truly the Gate of Heaven, O Divine One? By passing through it, we shall reach King Kai's planet, correct? Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the portal, Krillin felt a twinge of trepidation, while Tien, though trembling, spoke with a tone of longing. Lizet nodded, addressing the warriors aside from Goku and Piccolo. By traversing this portal, you will automatically arrive at King Kai's planet, where you shall train under his guidance. I will return to fetch you in a month, so there's no need to worry about the journey home. That is incredibly unfair. It took me half a year to traverse Snake Way, Krillin exclaimed, recalling the grueling effort he had expended. Why didn't you assist me with this technique back then, Divine One? That skill had not yet been perfected at that time. I was not acquainted with King Kai, even had I suddenly employed it. I cannot have guaranteed that King Kai would allow you to remain for training. This arrangement is possible now because of our established connection, Lizet explained, musing internally that it would have been quite pleasant to retrieve Goku upon his return, as the skill was completed by then, rendering his arduous journey unnecessary. All right, everyone. If you wish to grow stronger, please proceed. However, Goku and Piccolo, with their solid foundations, shall remain on Earth to advance to higher stages. He clapped his hands, steering the conversation forward. Beside him, Bulma remarked that he had managed to evade the question, yet Lizet feigned ignorance. After all, even deities are prone to error. Shall we not seek out Lord Kai? Indeed, you both have mastered the Kaioken technique. What remains is to cultivate a robust physique capable of sustaining its power. At the very least, to adeptly wield the tenfold Kaioken. Others, if possible, should also endeavor to learn the Kaioken. Lizet stated this aloud, yet internally added a caveat. It would likely prove exceedingly difficult if they were truly capable of mastering it. Tien and the others would have already done so within the original narrative. However, no such depiction exists, and he recalled that even the Kai had previously stated that before Goku's arrival, no one could wield the Kaioken. Even he himself had taken considerable time to develop the limit break. Yet, there was no need to express this explicitly. Moreover, it was entirely possible that someone like Piccolo might learn in an unconventional manner. Upon hearing Lizet's words, Krillin and the others, unwilling to be left behind, promptly leaped into the doorway. Gohan too broke free from Chi-Chi's grasp and jumped in. Just as Tien was about to follow suit, Lizet called out to him, handing him a piece of paper. Lord of the Gods, what is this? Upon meeting Lord Kai, recite the contents of this paper verbatim. This will enable you to pass the first test. Huh. I suspect you will find this the most laborious among us, so do try not to waste time. Lizet gently pushed the bewildered Tien through the grand entrance. He then stopped Chi-Chi, who was intent on following Gohan, and turned back to Goku and Piccolo. Now, let us proceed to the other world. You two follow me. Lizet guided Goku and Piccolo to the other world, where they would utilize the gravity chamber he had purchased from Bulma, which had served him well until now. Lizet's plan was for them to first conquer the gravity of 100-fold. He also hoped that if they grew stronger, they might even become worthy sparring partners. In any case, it was imperative for them to become powerful enough to repel the Ginyu Force within this month. Otherwise, the prospect of defeating Frieza would be sheer folly. The tomato was struck by a car and turned into ketchup. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, Tien opened with a corny joke, a departure from his usual demeanor. Truly, he was not one to indulge in such humor, but the paper handed to him by the deity contained those very words, leaving him no choice. He harbored little doubt, believing it might be a code or a password of sorts, and thus blurted out the joke. The humor was so simplistic that anyone could conceive of it, lacking in originality. Yet the impact was unexpectedly profound. King Kai collapsed in fits of laughter, rolling on the ground, clutching his belly. The secret of boogers lies within the nose. Continuing on, Yamcha, whether in a competitive spirit or otherwise, shared a rather corny joke. The King of the Worlds laughed so heartily that tears streamed down his face, clutching his belly in agony from laughter. A bald man went to get a haircut. A matchstick was walking down the street, felt an itch on its head, scratched it, and then died. Following suit, Krillin and that bald duo, Nappa, quickly chimed in with two more frosty quips. Even Dumpling and Rabbit Leader joined in mercilessly. Why is mathematics always so melancholic? Because it has too many problems. Why is instant noodles always curly? Because it got a perm. With 4 consecutive cold jokes bombarding him, the King of the Worlds was nearly laughing himself into unconsciousness. Of course, these were all dreadfully mundane puns, hardly worthy of mirth. Yet, residing on this tranquil little planet, even the slightest amusement could evoke his joy or sorrow, rendering him particularly susceptible to humor. Thus, even such base jokes struck a chord with him. As for Nappa's rivalry with Rabbit Leader, it was of little consequence. The blanket flew away. At that moment, Gohan delivered the final blow. The King of the Worlds doubled over as if struck, collapsing to the ground, clearly gasping for breath. He was on the verge of asphyxiation from laughter. After struggling for a few seconds, he began to convulse, frothing at the mouth, and became motionless. A few minutes later, Krillin and the others sat before the king, who had only just managed to recover. They had nearly committed the absurd crime of slaying the god of the galaxy with cold humor. Although it was Lizet who provided Tien with the paper filled with these jokes, the ensuing ruckus from the group was their own doing. Yet, the King of the Worlds was not angry. Rather, he was quite pleased. Well, you all qualify. I shall take you as my disciples. Although they nearly laughed him to death with their corny jokes, they had nonetheless fulfilled the requirement of amusing him. The king thought to himself, despite the fact that they had jumped the gun on sharing their jokes without waiting for him to present a topic, which was somewhat against the rules, it was hard to criticize them for bringing him such joy. However, first, they must capture Barbarous and Gregor. Thus, Krillin and the others successfully became disciples of the King of the Worlds and commenced their training. Meanwhile, under Lizet's guidance, Goku and Piccolo also began their training, continuously enhancing their combat abilities. Chapter 43, The Power of the Group. A month later, the warriors gathered once more at Capsule Corporation on Earth after a month's interval. Krillin and the others had persevered through the King of the World's training, while Goku and Piccolo had also overcome the challenges of gravity training. Everyone's strength had undergone a remarkable transformation compared to a month ago, their faces aglow with confidence, as if they had nothing to fear. For Lizet, it was a stroke of fortune that this past month had been devoid of any unforeseen incidents. Frieza, Vegeta, and Door's energies had yet to reach Namek, and no other external foes had appeared on Earth. He had initially feared that perhaps Shrag and his ilk would come to cause trouble. Shrag should indeed exist. Just a few days ago, Lizet sensed the presence of an aura reminiscent of Shurag approaching Earth. However, for reasons unknown, that aura suddenly changed its trajectory and headed toward another planet, Namek. A lingering sense of impending trouble enveloped the air. Very well, Almighty God, let's embark. Goku, completely oblivious to Lizet's concerns, exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. He eagerly anticipated encountering a formidable opponent to test the fruits of his month-long training. Wait, before we depart. Allow me to assess your combat powers, said Bulma, as she donned the newly modified detector, an advancement beyond what was used in the tournament. Lizet was unaware of when she had retrieved and enhanced it, yet he had long ceased to find anything impossible for Bulma. The detector emitted mechanical tones as Bulma confirmed each individual's combat strength. Wow, everyone is incredibly strong. Krillin, 16, 400, Yamcha, 16, 210, 17, 500, Hyaochu, 12, 000, Hohan, 18, 000, and Master Roshi, 15, 800. Nappa, 24, 000. She first measured the combat strength of those returning from King Kai's planet, praising their remarkable advancements. Though, aside from Nappa, the others had yet to reach the levels of Dodoria or Zarbin. They should be able to cope once their latent abilities were unlocked. This could tentatively be considered meeting Lizet's minimum expectations. Next came the measurements for this group. Wow, Piccolo, 75, 500, Goku, 95, 000, Almighty God, 240, 000. However, unbeknownst to Bulma, Piccolo was clad in heavy garments, and his actual combat power was merely slightly inferior to Goku's. As for Lizet, not only was he wearing even heavier attire, but he also bore the spirit lock, with his true combat strength having long surpassed 900, 000. Even more astonishing was the remarkable progress demonstrated by the other warriors, aside from Lizet. In terms of raw numbers, while Lizet still held a significant advantage, the gap in combat power from a month prior was far wider. Ultimately, Lizet had only doubled his strength in that time, whereas Piccolo had increased his power by nearly eightfold. Other members had also tripled their strength, a development that was both amusing and bewildering. Truly, the original characters proved to be the most formidable. During this time, Lizet had not been idle either. He had practiced simultaneously sparring with Goku and Piccolo, summoned Kuririn into the gravity chamber for training, and crafted claw tools for Kuririn using the Destiny Stone. Yet, his rate of progress paled in comparison to theirs. Nevertheless, in comparison to his past self, Lizet had made substantial strides. The notion of doubling his combat power within a month had once been unimaginable. This transformation was likely a result of his previous battle, during which he had absorbed the essence of the spirit tree to its utmost limit. That experience allowed Lizet to transcend a personal limitation. Moreover, the benefits of that battle extended beyond mere physical prowess. The energy he absorbed from the spirit tree was ultimately returned to Earth, hence his combat strength did not experience a direct enhancement. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he could distinctly sense that the reservoir within him had expanded beyond its previous confines. For instance, in terms of explosive limits, he had once struggled to utilize a mere 20-fold power, but since that incident, 20-fold had become effortless. Now, even at 30-fold, with further enhancement of his battle power, he might well achieve 40-fold. While interacting with the spirit tree, Lizet had briefly and symbolically entered the realm of Super Saiyan prowess. Although the energy had been returned to Earth, his body retained the memory of that newfound strength. Thus, Lizet was now capable of withstanding the forceful surge in power that came with explosive limits. What do you think, Lord Kami? Is this not sufficient? In response to Yamcha's confident inquiry, Lizet shook his head. Given their current capabilities, with the right strategy, they could undoubtedly contend with Dodoria and Zarbin. At the very least, they would not easily suffer setbacks before the arrival of the Ginyu Force. Furthermore, with the potential awakening of the Namekian Elders' latent abilities, Goku and Piccolo would surely triumph over Dodoria. As for Frieza, to be candid, Lizet had relied on Goku from the outset. After all, Frieza's power level was astonishingly absurd. Having previously hovered in the millions, it had suddenly skyrocketed to over 100 million, rendering any complaints futile. While Lizet might reach such a level through the Elder's latent ability awakening, it would be far more prudent to depend on Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan. Thus, he had never expected Yamcha and the others to attain such heights. Indeed, demanding that of them would be an unreasonable burden. No, it is already sufficient. Everyone has performed admirably, growing so strong. The only concern remains Chaozu's battle power, yet defeating good should not pose significant trouble. In summary, the majority have met Lizet's expectations. Furthermore, considering the timeline, Frisia would be nearing Namek shortly. Time was of the essence. In other words, regardless of the circumstances, they had no choice but to rely on their current strength. To ensure a contingency, Lizet entrusted a capsule spaceship to Piccolo, guaranteeing an escape route for everyone. While he could not assure that Earth would remain unscathed after their departure, it was likely that Corinne or Mr. Popo would use telepathy to inform him. And Krillin carried Earth as communicator, which should suffice. All right, everyone gather around. Now, I shall pave the way for you to Namek. Lizet had already pinpointed the initial teleportation point, the village where Dandy resided. They would first transport to a location nearby to rescue Dandy. Afterward, accompanied by Dandy, they would proceed through the Gate of Heaven to meet the Grand Elder, requesting him to unlock the latent potential within the people. Lizet intended to refrain from engaging with Frisia's group for the time being, except during the rescue of Dandy. Consequently, it was possible that Vegeta might confront Frisia's faction for a while. Now, let the battle for the Dragon Balls on Namek commence. Chapter 44, The Gathering on Namek. The Namekians are a race endowed with formidable combat prowess and mysterious abilities, yet they harbor a profound aversion to conflict. They cherish peace, nurturing saplings in their quest to restore their planet's former beauty while leading tranquil lives. However, at this moment, several forces threatening their peace are converging upon this celestial body. So this is Namek, Mr. Sabo, Mr. Dodoria. Yes, the first to arrive on Namek is a colossal spaceship. Emerging from the vessel is a horned extraterrestrial seated in a single pod craft, flanked by a robust green-skinned giant and an unattractive pink-skinned man, with a regiment of soldiers arrayed behind them. Among these soldiers, none are weaklings. All hail from their respective home worlds, celebrated as the mightiest elites, with even the weakest boasting a battle power exceeding 1,000. As for the trusted aides Sabo and Dodoria, their battle power surpasses 20,000, while the cosmic overlord Frisia, positioned at the center, possesses a staggering battle power of 530,000. This being, known as a cosmic terror whose gaze spells doom, now descends upon this peaceful planet, accompanied by his subordinates, to satisfy his insatiable desires. Is this truly Namek? TCH, that rascal Frisia has already arrived. In stark contrast to Frisia's entourage, another spaceship has landed in the southern region of the planet. Stepping out of the craft is a humanoid figure with a peculiar hairstyle. His skin is dark, and he bears the distinctive tail of a Saiyan, reminiscent of a monkey. He is Dallas, one of the proud warriors of the Saiyan race, renowned for his exceptional combat ability. A faint smile graces his lips as he immediately sets his plans into motion. His initial target is the Dragon Balls. There is no need to collect them all. Securing just one will suffice to prevent Frisia from gathering the rest. Subsequently, he would rendezvous with the inevitable arrival of Kakarot, ensuring that both father and son would be brought under his command. At that point, with the strength of the Saiyans, he would decisively eliminate Frisia. Wait for it, Frisia. The last laugh will belong to us Saiyans. A haughty smile, devoid of any consideration for failure, adorns Dallas's face, proclaiming his victory well in advance. The Dragon Balls must not fall into the hands of that scoundrel Frisia. To the west of the planet, yet another spacecraft descends. Unlike the previous two, this is a small single-pod space capsule. As the hatch opened, a Saiyan prince of remarkable hairline, Vegeta, emerged, clad in battle armor akin to Frisia and Dor. He bore no trace of the iconic Saiyan tail. How curious that he had also brought along Zabon and Dodoria. A plan to seize the Dragon Balls must be devised. Vegeta's singular ambition was to dominate the universe and prove himself as the supreme being within it. To achieve this, Frisia was an obstacle he inevitably had to eliminate. Though his current fighting prowess was insufficient to vanquish Frisia, the prospect of acquiring immortality would tilt the odds in his favor. The opportunity would eventually present itself. Once that wretched creature ceases to exist, I shall reign as the universe's foremost entity. The entire cosmos shall be governed by me, Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans. As Vegeta envisioned the inevitable future, a smile crept upon his lips. Frisia, brace yourself. Your era is on the brink of termination. He mockingly mused within, and then set forth to claim the glory that was rightfully his. How strange, he thought. It felt as if this was not his first visit to this planet. As if distant memories from the depths of his soul were being stirred. To the east of the planet, a colossal spaceship also descended. A band of nefarious invaders, traversing various planets, transformed them into their own vessels. Just days prior, Their target had been Earth, with intentions to repurpose it, but their leader, Slug, abruptly altered the trajectory of their mobile fortress, arriving at Namek. Even Slug himself could not articulate the reason for the change. He merely felt it was the right course of action at the time. According to his subordinates, Slug was enveloped in a shroud of dark energy during that moment. Yet such details had become irrelevant. Slug firmly believed that this course correction was justified. Although this planet did not compare to Earth, its environment was quite agreeable, and he found the comfort it offered to be unparalleled. "Lord Slug, are you satisfied with this planet?" one of his demonic subordinates inquired. "Indeed," Slug replied, his mood buoyant. "This place is splendid. It shall suffice." He was convinced that this land was the most suitable for his residence. Immediately, he resolved to commence the transformation of this planet. "I have decided. This will be my next sanctuary." The genius, revered as a super Namekian, was blissfully unaware that he was on his home planet as he commenced the invasion of his own birthplace. Thus, from malevolent forces converged Frieza, Vegeta, Dor, and Slug. To fulfill their respective ambitions, they began their endeavors on the stage of Namek. This was undoubtedly a harbinger of nightmares for this peaceful planet. Upon arriving at Namek through Lizet's teleportation abilities, Goku and his companions instantly sensed the unusual energy enveloping the planet. "How strange. I can feel numerous formidable auras surging. Though the majority of them are formidable, they have yet to reach a level that can contend with the likes of us." However, among the 4 individuals surrounding them, 3 possess particularly peculiar auras. This presence is utterly terrifying. Could this individual be Frieza? "Father, I can also sense the aura of Dales, as well as Vegetas. This aura nearby, is it also from a Namekian like me? Yet, it carries an unmistakable malevolent essence." Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo gaze in different directions, seeking the source of these auras. 2 of these presences are familiar to them, undoubtedly belonging to Vegeta and Dales. The exceptionally powerful one must be Frieza. Moreover, there is another aura that rivals Frieza's, seemingly emanating from a Namekian. Clearly, this planet has transformed into a battlefield far more perilous than they had anticipated. Even Lizet did not foresee such a situation. Fortunately, the adversaries remain oblivious to our presence. Next, we must conceal our auras and proceed stealthily. The combat capabilities of the opposing forces are as follows. Frieza's first form, 530,000. Frieza's final form, 1, 2 billion. Dale's post-Earth battle, 2, 5 million. Dale's in Great Ape form, 25 million. Slug, 1, 56 million. Slug in Giant form, 4, 5 million. Vegeta post-Earth battle, 22,000. Chapter 45. The Bald Head Ratio of a Team. Before arriving at this planet, Goku and his companions had already concealed their auras as per Lizet's instructions. Given that Frieza and his entourage possessed detectors, even the slightest leakage of combat power could expose their location and potentially invite reconnaissance. To avert such a predicament, their foremost task is to obscure their strength and move like shadows. However, among the group, Goku is perhaps the least suited for such stealthy maneuvers. It seems Frieza and his minions are beginning to move. Everyone, quickly take cover in that cave. Lizet sensed the simultaneous shift of Frieza and his subordinates' auras. Judging by their trajectory, their target is likely the Namekian aura ahead. The dilemma lies in the fact that Goku and his companions are directly in their path. If they linger here, they will undoubtedly be discovered by Frieza and his allies, precipitating a confrontation. At this juncture, they cannot afford to confront Frieza head-on. Thus, Lizet determined that the most prudent course of action is to seek refuge for the time being. Following his directive, the group retreated into the cave. Goku, curious, attempted to peek outside, but was forcibly pulled back by Taba. Soon, the invading force passed by the cave entrance. The majority of the soldiers in the contingent exuded auras that were hardly intimidating. While they may have posed a threat 2 years prior to the present group, they were merely expendable. However, the 3 individuals at the center of the formation were an entirely different story. They emanated a powerful presence that even the significantly strengthened Goku and his companions found daunting, especially concerning Frieza. Even with Goku and Piccolo's current strength, they must remain on high alert. Among the group, the only one seemingly unfazed by Frieza's current state is likely Lizet. Who exactly is that individual? His aura is undeniably comparable to that of Dale's. Indeed, Frieza is a formidable foe. Yamcha and Tien's voices tremble, daunted by the immense power of the impending adversary. They are not alone. Gohan, Krillin, Dend, and even the recently awakened sense of Ki in Nappa quivers in fear. while Goku and Piccolo regard Frieza as a threat. They believe that by maximizing the output of the Kaioken, they might stand a chance, thus not reaching a state of utter terror. Where are they headed? Likely to the settlement of the Namekians. Approximately 14 kilometers ahead, multiple key signatures of Namekians can be sensed. As Lizet contemplates, he answers Gohan's inquiry. Frieza remains in his first form. Perhaps with his own strength, he could defeat him with ease. Given this, should he not consider launching an attack now? To eliminate him before he transforms? Even if Frieza does transform, should he shift to his second or third form, Lizet believes victory would still be within reach. However, the concern lies in the unpredictability of Frieza's transformations. There is no guarantee he will adhere to a sequential order. He might skip intermediate stages and directly assume his final form. Should that occur, it would spell doom for them. Additionally, the existence of that male and female demon duo looms. Though it seems unlikely they would interfere so far from Namek, one must always prepare for the worst. Thus, it appears prudent to prioritize the enhancement of everyone's latent abilities. After careful consideration, Lizet opts for a cautious approach, as a higher probability of success is always desirable. Lord Kai, may I venture to gather information? I wish to join as well. I must witness my fellow Namekians with my own eyes, Krillin, Gohan, and Piccolo assert, expressing a collective desire to visit the Namekian village. Rather than a mere suggestion, it feels as though a decision has already been made. After hearing their requests, Lizet gently nods. Very well, since we are numerous, let us split into two teams. One team will accompany Piccolo to scout the village ahead, while the other shall hasten to the other villages to safeguard the Dragon Balls and the villagers. What do you think? Indeed, dividing into two teams would enhance efficiency and mitigate the risk of total annihilation in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Tien and Nabo agree with Lizet's proposal. However, it is worth mentioning, might the proportion of bald heads in our group be somewhat excessive? With a total of 10 individuals, we shall divide into teams of 5. Nonetheless, I propose that Dumpling and I be placed in separate teams for the sake of telepathic communication. At this moment, there are 10 members present. Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin 10, Yamcha, Chaozu, Master Roshi, Nappa, and Lizet. Among them, Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin have already confirmed their participation in the reconnaissance team, leaving only 2 spots to be filled to complete the formation of the team. Given the likelihood of encountering Frieza ahead, I believe it is prudent to accompany them for their safety, since Frieza is present, even if immediate confrontation is unlikely. It is essential to include Lizet in the reconnaissance team to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Thus, we need to identify just one more member. I will also join. Does anyone have any objections? Nappa eagerly volunteers for the final spot. He is the only one with direct knowledge of Frieza and his inner workings, making him the most suitable candidate for the team. Naturally, no one raised any objections. The finalized team members are as follows. Reconnaissance team: Lizet, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Nappa. Protection team: Goku, Tien, Yamcha, Chaozu, Master Roshi. Now, we shall set off. Goku, the protection of the Dragon Balls rests in your hands. Very well, be cautious, Lord Kai. Lizet and the other 4 remain behind with Goku's group, beginning to suppress their energy signatures. They cannot fly, or they risk detection by the scanners, so they must proceed on foot. Although flying would have taken mere seconds, they walked for several minutes before finally reaching their destination. Krillin and the others immediately crouched on a nearby hill, completely concealing their energy, and began to observe the situation below. Lizet, maintaining a distance, stood in a position hidden from Frieza's sight, also suppressing his energy. Given Lizet's ability for long-range vision, there is no need for him to confirm with his eyes or to lie on the ground like Krillin and the others. Lord Kai, I think standing there won't allow you to see anything. Krillin expressed his concern for Lizet, but since Lizet assured them he was fine, he redirected his attention back to observing Frieza's group. Below the hill, Frieza and his minions behaved like demons. To force the Namekians into submission, they snapped the neck of a villager and then used energy blasts to kill another. 3 young men who had rushed to the village's aid fought valiantly, nearly defeating Frieza's henchmen, only to be slaughtered by the hideous pink-skinned Dodoria. Ultimately, Frieza, while promising not to harm anyone if they surrendered the Dragon Balls, immediately turned on the villagers and ruthlessly slaughtered them once he obtained the Dragon Balls. Witnessing such inhumane acts ignited Gohan's rage, which he could no longer contain. Ignoring Piccolo and the others' attempts to restrain him, he charged forward and kicked Dodoria away. Lizet thought to himself that he should not have kept his distance from them in the first place and swiftly took action to assist Gohan. Chapter 46. The Unfortunate Departure of Vegeta. You wretched creature, I shall vanquish you. Gohan, unable to endure the heinous acts of Frieza's minions any longer, unleashed a powerful kick that sent Dodoria sprawling, bellowing with every ounce of strength he possessed. Though his words may have sounded like mere bravado, Gohan's current battle power of 18,000 was not entirely outmatched by Dodoria's 22,000. However, the scenario shifted dramatically when faced with Frieza. Even if Gohan mastered the Kaioken, amplifying his power tenfold, he would still fall short against Frieza's might. Yet, in the throes of rage, Gohan paid little heed to such considerations. Consequently, the others were compelled to intervene. Just as Dodoria attempted to rise, Piccolo delivered a kick that sent him hurtling once again. The force of this strike far surpassed Gohan's. Dodoria crashed through the structure, rolling on the ground in a pitiful state, blood seeping from his mouth. Witnessing this, Frieza felt the need to take action. He swiftly raised his palm and unleashed a ki blast towards Piccolo. However, the attack was abruptly intercepted by the sudden appearance of Lizet, who radiated a brilliant white light from the culmination of his power, effortlessly neutralizing the cosmic tyrant's assault. Everyone, retreat, Lizet commanded, and the warriors safeguarding the Namekian children promptly withdrew from the scene. In the end, Lizet soared into the sky, leaving behind only Frieza and his entourage. Naturally, Frieza would not stand idly by as they escaped. Mr. Zabo, Mr. Dodoria, pursue them. Yes, yes, beautiful. Mr. Zabo, a humanoid alien, found his aesthetic sensibilities closely aligned with those of Earthlings. Lizet possessed a visage that could be deemed unparalleled among humanoid beings, instantly captivating Zabo, rendering him momentarily spellbound. This was an unprecedented humiliation for Zabo. For the first time in his life, he felt his heart ensnared by the beauty of another. He was genuinely entranced by Lizet's allure. Zabo was a warrior who harbored a profound appreciation for beauty while harboring disdain for the grotesque. He could neither tolerate those deemed ugly nor those whose beauty eclipsed his own. How could this be? I am mesmerized by another. Mr. Zabo, hurry and pursue them. I genuinely find him beautiful, far more than I see in the mirror. It is impossible that anyone in this universe could surpass my beauty. Mr. Zabo, no, I cannot accept this. I have never endured such disgrace. Whoever he may be, I cannot allow this to stand. The most beautiful in the universe must be me, Zabo. Mr. Zabo, please, temper yourself. Suddenly, a surge of murderous intent enveloped him. Zabo finally regained his composure, turning to behold the furious figure of Frieza, trembling with rage. It was only then that he realized, due to his excessive distraction, he had disregarded Frieza's orders. This was dire. He must pursue immediately, or he would surely meet his demise. For the first time, a fool dared to so brazenly ignore him. I shall pursue at once, Zabo exclaimed, hastily departing the scene as if fleeing. Even a moment's delay might have turned him into a silent corpse. Fortunately, luck was on his side. Upon catching up with Dodoria, although he did not encounter Lizet and the white-clad youth, he fortuitously stumbled upon Vegeta and Dodoria, poised to engage in battle. To be precise, the two had yet to formally clash, but Dodoria was evidently ambushed and could no longer evade combat. Ultimately, Dodoria failed to catch up with Lizet's group and found himself in Vegeta's sights. Having fought on Earth, Vegeta's combat power had reached 22,000, a figure that, even when facing Zabo or Dodoria, could yield victory if he could catch them off guard and draw the situation into a one-on-one confrontation. Thus, Vegeta had been patiently awaiting an opportunity for the two to act separately. Upon seeing Dodoria mobilize, he seized the moment to launch his attack. However, Zabo arrived just then. For Vegeta, this was the worst fortune, but for Zabo, it was a stroke of luck that could alter his future. By the way, Vegeta's increase in combat power was attributed to the Saiyan trait of significant strength enhancement upon revival from near death. However, due to Lizet's intervention, his previous injuries were not severe, making his power slightly lower than what Lizet had previously known of Vegeta. Nevertheless, discussing this matter now held little significance. Dodoria, Zabo, you finally arrived. Save me. TCH, it's Zabo. Upon seeing Zabo arrive, Dodoria breathed a sigh of relief, while Vegeta clicked his tongue in frustration. In a one-on-one scenario, he could manage, but against the two of them, Vegeta found himself at an absolute disadvantage. Zabo and Dodoria encircled him, cutting off any chance of escape, leaving Vegeta to attempt finding a verbal breakthrough. You still follow Frieza's orders, how pitiful. With the Dragon Balls, even lowly minions like you could conquer the world. We conquer the world? Faced with Vegeta's provocation, the simple-minded Dodoria immediately displayed signs of wavering. Dodoria had always been enamored with worldly power and was defenseless against authority. But just then, Sabo interjected, disrupting his thoughts. Dodoria, do not listen to his nonsense. Eliminate him quickly. Right. Dodoria growled, exasperated. Minutes later, Vegeta lay crumpled on the ground like a tattered piece of refuse. Even someone as formidable as Vegeta was helpless against their combined assault. Yet, unlike the triumphant Dodoria, Sabo's expression bore no trace of joy. The Dragon Balls, you say? The words spoken by Vegeta began to echo relentlessly in Sabo's mind. Chapter 47. The Betrayal of Sabo. Sabo never yearned for dominion nor aspired to be the strongest. However, the legend surrounding the Dragon Balls, which could grant any wish, stirred something inexplicable within him. With the Dragon Balls, he could attain eternal youth and possess beauty indefinitely. Eternal youth, eternal beauty. Such thoughts would rarely occupy his mind in earnest. The Dragon Balls were coveted by Frieza, and desiring them equated to betraying that formidable tyrant. Yet, in this moment, Sabo had already lost his sanity. Witnessing Lizet's beauty, which far surpassed his own, had fractured his pride and provoked an unprecedented assault on his self-esteem. To become more beautiful meant to ensure beauty's permanence. This long-buried desire within him had swelled to an uncontrollable magnitude. Dodoria, what is it, Sabo? I apologize, but you shall perish here. This was undeniably a manifestation of Sabo's complete loss of control. A fleeting desire for beauty propelled him toward the most heinous of actions. Strangely enough, there was no hesitation in Sabo's heart. What nonsense are you spouting, Sabo? Do you truly wish to betray Lord Frieza? Allow me to tell you now, Dodoria. Each day spent gazing upon your grotesque visage has been my greatest torment. However, from this day forth, that torment shall come to an end. No sooner had he spoken than Sabo launched himself from the ground, executing a preemptive strike against the still confounded Dodoria. His clenched fist struck Dodoria's face with tremendous force, sending the stout figure hurtling away. Despite having once been comrades, Sabo showed no hesitation, immediately unleashing a ki blast. The explosion illuminated the surroundings, sending a massive cloud of dust soaring into the air. Nevertheless, Dodoria was not so weak as to succumb to such an attack. He emerged from the haze and skillfully landed before Sabo using flight techniques. Sabo, you fiend. I'm quite resilient. Indeed, even a hideous creature retains its ugliness until the bitter end. The combat prowess of Sabo and Dodoria was roughly equal, implying that whoever could land a fatal blow first would dictate the outcome of their struggle. Yet, Dodoria had previously endured assaults from Gohan, Piccolo, and Vegeta. Even if Sabo refrained from engaging, Dodoria was already fatigued. Now, under Sabo's relentless onslaught, the disparity in their fighting capabilities became glaringly evident. Dodoria, don't get too cocky. I will slay you. The figures of Sabo and Dodoria vanished simultaneously. The battle instantaneously escalated into a velocity beyond the grasp of ordinary sight, their clashes rendering sound itself momentarily obsolete. The two figures intertwined repeatedly in the sky, the sounds of their impacts echoing belatedly. Subsequently, as they continued to shift positions while engaging in fervent collisions, they gradually receded into the distance. Ultimately, only the gravely wounded and abandoned Vegeta remained in that desolate place. Damn it, I refuse to die, he thought fiercely. The Saiyans' vitality was remarkably resilient. Even when the heart ceased to beat, there were instances of spontaneous revival. As the prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta possessed an even greater tenacity than his kin. Despite his injuries being fatal, he continued to writhe on the ground, desperately attempting to move. Yet, his situation showed no signs of improvement. He had arrived alone on Namek, devoid of any companions to assist him, with no means to heal his wounds. In other words, he had fallen into a dire predicament. Nevertheless, Vegeta persisted in crawling forward. Though it was improbable that an unutilized medical pod lay ahead, he clung to his belief that he could not perish in this place, struggling onward. However, even a Saiyan has limits. No matter how robust the body, if it suffers life-threatening injuries without treatment, it is ultimately doomed to demise, a fundamental law that applies to all living beings, including Saiyans. Vegeta's vision gradually dimmed, and the sensation in his fingertips faded away. Was he destined to die here? In his final moments, did he feel despair or rage? Whatever it was, it would become the last emotion of his life. The name Vegeta would soon fade into oblivion. Isn't that Prince Vegeta? Someone mused, witnessing his tragic state. Had he truly fallen to such depths, awaiting death? Had it not been for external intervention, Vegeta's fate would have concluded right there. Finally, he's dead. This fellow is remarkably resilient, remarked Sabo, standing on a small island at least 10 kilometers away, panting as he gazed at the motionless Dodoria. With Dodoria eliminated, the next steps should proceed more smoothly. His goal was to seize the Dragon Balls from Frieza, an endeavor fraught with peril, leaving him little time to concern himself with a character like Dodoria. After all, Dodoria would inevitably become an obstacle. Eliminating him now was the wisest choice. Eternal beauty is mine, Sabo mused, consumed by an unprecedented ambition. He had never contemplated escaping Frieza's tyrannical reign, yet the existence of the Dragon Balls magnified his latent desires. Eternal beauty, eternal youth. He resolved to make this yearning a reality by betraying Frieza and claiming the Dragon Balls for himself. First, I should report that I have defeated Vegeta, he decided. For the time being, he would continue to feign compliance with Frieza. With a smirk, Sabo turned away from his former comrade and flew off the island. In the following days, he would maintain the guise of obedience to Frieza, but that would be far from sufficient to fulfill his ambitions, even if he attained eternal youth. As long as Frieza lived, he would inevitably be hunted to his death. If one cannot preserve life, then eternity holds no significance. Therefore, Frieza must be vanquished. Without Frieza's demise, his ambitions shall remain perpetually unfulfilled. Only with his death can one truly liberate oneself from that dreadful dominion. Of course, at present, Sabo's strength is utterly insufficient to contend with Frieza, even with the acquisition of immortality, given the current disparity in their combat capabilities. He would merely become a punching bag for Frieza. Yet, it appears Vegeta has not contemplated this at all. In light of this, let those capable of slaying Frieza engage him in battle, allowing another's hand to eliminate Frieza. The path to actualizing this plan has long been conceived in Sabo's mind. The only ones capable of standing against Frieza are his kin. Thus, aside from summoning his brother, Cooler, to this planet, there exists no alternative. The allure of his beautiful ambition can no longer be contained. Even if this may bring further chaos to Namek, Sabo remains unfazed. All is for the sake of eternal beauty. Chapter 48. The Grand Elder of Namek. Namek knows no night. This is due to the planet's orbit around 3 suns. Consequently, there is no concept of morning or day, when to rest is entirely at the individual's discretion. This characteristic as a planet is not without its merits. Yet it is troubling in that this world is utterly unsuitable for covert operations. Were there night, one could at least estimate when Frieza, Dor, and others would retire for rest. However, it is perpetually day here, leaving one unaware of when they rest, and thus one cannot act recklessly. Even so, Lizet and her companions managed to conceal themselves in the shadows of the rocks to exchange information. Beside them stood 20 villagers from Zuno, brought over by Goku and others, all huddled together. If Lizet's memory serves her right, these individuals were those whose village was annihilated by Vegeta, and who remained unable to be resurrected due to the wish made on the Dragon Balls to revive those slain by Frieza's cohort. Speaking of which, do they truly trust us? Krillin stole a glance at the villagers from Zuno, acutely aware of the vast chasm between these earthlings and them. In their eyes, aside from Piccolo, they clearly appeared as a group of extraterrestrials. Moreover, even the pivotal Piccolo was not involved in persuading them. Yet they still chose to trust our words and followed us. This astonished Krillin. Indeed, I too am surprised by how easily they communicate. It seems the Namekians are remarkably gentle beings. Yet, they bear an uncanny resemblance to Piccolo. In truth, Yamcha, who had previously gone to persuade the Namekians, was recounting the gentle and kind nature that is entirely incongruent with their appearance, while Goku, glancing at Piccolo, interjected with additional remarks. However, this is quite understandable. After all, the only Namekians they were acquainted with were the original Demon King, Piccolo, and the former God of Earth. Among these 3, 2 were indeed Demon Kings. Consequently, it was inevitable that they would form a formidable and ingrained impression of the Namekians. Excuse me, esteemed guest from Earth. May I have a moment of your time? Elder Zuno spoke with an air of apology. Beside him stood Dondi, who had presumably informed them of the events transpiring in his village and on this very Namek. Initially, they appeared to harbor some doubts, but upon reuniting with Dondi, their trust in Lizet and his companions seemed unequivocal. Dondi has already shared with us the current situation on Namek. Therefore, we intend to visit the Great Elder to inform him of this crisis. Might we request one of you to accompany us? Certainly. But can everyone join? Ah, yes, of course. However, if all of us move together, it might attract too much attention. Elder Zuno's suggestion was indeed to Lizet's liking. Visiting the Great Elder to awaken latent abilities was an essential step in preparing to confront Frisia. Although Lizet was aware that this plan was calculated, he was certain that the others would not wish to be trampled by Frisia. Thus, he was confident that the Great Elder would awaken everyone's latent potential. Rest assured, the gate of heaven, Lizet smiled, opening a door in the fabric of space. Although Garlic too was an unassuming fellow, his technique proved highly useful. While this door lacked the emergency evasion capabilities of Goku's later instant transmission, it excelled in convenience. All right, everyone, please step inside. Master God, your technique is truly convenient. Indeed, it makes traveling so effortless. After Lizet opened the door, Goku was the first to step through, followed by Tien Shinhan. One by one, everyone entered, with the villagers of Zuno crossing the threshold with expressions of astonishment. Finally, the caster, Lizet, stepped in and closed the door behind him. Just like that, they accomplished a long-distance move that included everyone. On the other side of the door stood the entrance to the Great Elder's abode, where a figure remarkably resembling Piccolo awaited, displaying no signs of surprise. Lord Nail, welcome, Elder Zuno and esteemed extraterrestrial friends. The Great Elder is already aware of the situation. Please come in. Following Nail's invitation, they entered. With 20 villagers from Zuno, alongside Lizet's party in Dundee, the total number reached 31. When including Nail and the Great Elder, the count rose to 33, and given the Great Elder's notably large stature, the space was exceedingly cramped. They were packed in like dumplings in a steamer. I sincerely apologize. Esteemed Elder, please, those from Earth, Dandy, and Elder Zeno remain. The rest of you may wait outside. After ushering the villagers of Zeno outside, Lizet and her companions finally liberated themselves from the crowded environment and turned their gaze back to the Elder. He was remarkably tall, although he should have been seated. The Elder's stature exceeded even that of the tallest among them, Piccolo. If he were to rise, he might reach a height 3 times that of Piccolo, approximately 6 meters. He emanated an aura of authority that was immediately discernible as distinct from that of the other Namekians. Welcome, everyone. You must be from Earth. First and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude for rescuing my children. Thank you. Greetings, Elder. I am Lizet, the god of Earth. Lizet slightly bowed to the Elder, offering a smile, keen to convey her lack of hostility. In response to Lizet's salutation, the Elder kindly replied, Ah, hello. It is unfortunate that my children have diminished in number due to those rogues. Moreover, it appears that there are other formidable villains on the loose. The Dragon Balls were originally a testament to the wisdom and strength of this planet's inhabitants, a symbol of hope. It is truly regrettable that they have incited such calamity. The Dragon Balls were created for the well-being of the planet's residents, both on Earth and Namek. Ironically, it is the Dragon Balls that have drawn threats such as Frisia and Vegeta to our world. Acknowledging the Elder's tone filled with regret, Lizet did not resort to evasive language, but rather addressed the matter directly. If I may be so bold, could you entrust the Dragon Balls in your possession to us for safekeeping? We have journeyed great distances to prevent them from attaining immortality. We assure you that we shall thwart their efforts to gather all 7 Dragon Balls. Indeed, I find myself unable to leave this place, and even with Nero by my side, it is doubtful he could withstand that fiend named Frisia. It is far more prudent to entrust them to you than to leave them in my care. This Dragon Ball shall be yours. After speaking, the Elder handed the Dragon Ball, resting on the back of his chair, to Lizet. The Dragon Balls of Earth are no larger than a baseball, whereas the Namekian Dragon Ball was the size of a basketball. Truly, as the origin, its size was markedly different. That said, although you are Earthlings, you possess remarkable strength. While some among you may be slightly weaker, it is unfortunate that there remains untapped potential within you. Allow me to assist you in awakening this power. The Elder's enormous hand gently rested upon Lizet's head. Chapter 49. Unleashing potential for all. The Elder's colossal hand, lightly placed upon Lizet's head, made her ponder the potential complications of having her memories or past scrutinized. Thus, she had consistently set up defenses on a mental level, aware that a psychic could delve into the thoughts of others. In light of this, it is indeed not impossible to remain unread. At the very least, only those with a mental prowess surpassing that of Lizet can intrude upon his innermost thoughts. However, judging by the unchanging expression of the Grand Elder, it appears that he did not delve into Lizet's memories. Upon reflection, considering the Grand Elder's character, It is unlikely that he would invade another S mind without explicit permission. Lizet couldn't help but feel that the Grand Elder was truly a gentleman, a kind-hearted individual. As these thoughts crossed his mind, an overwhelming sense of composure vanished in an instant. It was power. He could distinctly sense an unprecedented wave of overwhelming strength surging within him. The intensity of this energy escalated sharply, leading him to mistakenly believe he had unintentionally activated his explosive limit. Was it a twofold increase? Or perhaps threefold? No. It seemed closer to a sevenfold surge in combat prowess. To claim he had not anticipated this would be a falsehood. In fact, one might assert that he had greater expectations for this latent ability being awakened than for the Dragon Balls, which is why he had come here. Yet, he never imagined the effects would be so profound. He could succeed, he could triumph, through the awakening of his latent potential. Lizet had acquired a strength that even he found astonishing. Coupled with years of gravity training, the spirit chains, and the pressure resistance honed from consistently utilizing his explosive limit, he was confident that, even if only for a short duration, he could withstand a staggering 40-fold increase in power. This meant he could briefly step into the realm akin to that of a Super Saiyan. The explosive limit, akin to the Kaioken, imposes a strain on the body. However, the ability to bear such strain not only hinges on combat power, but also on proficiency. For instance, Son Goku, if compelled to use it now, could endure the burden of a 10-fold Kaioken. In the original narrative, during this period, Goku indeed stated that he could manage even a 10-fold increase. Yet afterward, despite Goku experiencing a near-death breakthrough and achieving a significant power boost, his limit for the Kaioken remained at 10-fold. It is worth noting that his base power had leaped from 90,000 to 3 million. This disparity illustrates that Goku and Lizet operate under different foundational conditions. Undoubtedly, Goku's innate talent may surpass Lizet's, not to mention the disparities inherent in their racial characteristics. As a human, Lizet faces an insurmountable gap compared to Goku, a Saiyan. However, Lizet possesses the accumulation of long years, a wealth of experience that has been cultivated over time. This difference is directly reflected in the limits of power amplification he can endure. Furthermore, he had once absorbed the energy of the spirit tree, albeit temporarily, allowing him to experience a combat power reaching the billion-level threshold, which played a crucial role. That experience equipped Lizet's body to withstand the forces of this realm. In simpler terms, his physique had developed into a vessel capable of bearing the high output of explosive limits. He can indeed win. Lizet harbored no doubt about his victory in the battle on Namek. Although the absence of a detector was regrettable, he could still roughly gauge the disparity in strength compared to the current Frieza. When he unleashed his full potential by freeing himself from the shackles of energy restraint, his battle power was estimated to be approximately 11 to 12 times that of Frieza. Specifically, it equated to around 117 Frieza in his first form, translating to a combat level akin to 666 of the previous generation's deities. In numerical terms, this was roughly around 2 million. Should he layer upon this a 30-fold surge of power, it would soar to approximately 180 million. If he were to forcibly elevate it to 40 times, it could even exceed 200 million. Of course, such a 40-fold increase would impose a tremendous burden on Lizet and could not be sustained for long. Nevertheless, even with the reduction in output to a 30-fold or 20-fold increase, he would be more than capable of matching Frieza, if not gaining the upper hand. As long as he remained vigilant, victory was nearly assured. If his sole intention were to win, it would be effortlessly within his grasp. However, he pondered whether Goku would achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan under such circumstances. After all, Gohan would awaken to Super Saiyan in a fantasy, implying that dramatic buildup was not necessarily required. Ultimately, this was merely a narrative construct. Goku, as the protagonist, warranted such a grand awakening, while reality did not necessitate such theatrics. Given this, perhaps it would be best for him to promptly resolve the Frieza issue himself. As Lizet contemplated this, he soon recognized his hasty conclusions. No, it seemed he had become somewhat overconfident. Enveloped in self-satisfaction, he found himself intoxicated by the sudden surge of power, slipping into a reckless mindset. Entertaining thoughts that victory was assured as long as he remained cautious was, in itself, a form of negligence. He needed to regain his composure. At that moment, he finally comprehended that sentiment. It was akin to Piccolo exclaiming, "Now I have attained the ultimate power," or Vegeta unabashedly declaring, "I am Super Vegeta." Such embarrassing proclamations, or the youthful Gohan, upon awakening his latent potential, boasting, "You cannot defeat me. We're all too familiar." This rapid escalation of power was intoxicating, akin to a narcotic capable of ensnaring one's senses. In his 260 years of existence, he had never experienced such exhilaration. Upon reflecting calmly, the assertion of being able to win felt like a blatant flag of overconfidence. It appeared necessary to first temper his fervent emotions. Even if he believed he was thinking rationally in the present moment, his judgments could very well be clouded by fervor. "Thank you, Elder. Thanks to you, our chances of victory have significantly increased. If possible, I hope you can help others awaken their latent abilities as well. Is that feasible?" "Indeed, that is certainly no issue. The power of justice is best when it is abundant." After Lizet, Wukong, Piccolo, and others subsequently experienced the awakening of their latent abilities. At this point, everyone's combat power in their normal state had completely surpassed that of the Jinyu Force. This implies that as long as they remain vigilant against Jinyu's body-swapping technique, defeat is not an option. Now, both Wukong and Piccolo possess such formidable strength, rendering Dales no longer a threat. Undoubtedly, the situation is tilting in their favor. At this moment, Lizet genuinely sensed the hope of victory. Combat power of the Z Warriors. Lizet, 2 million. Sun Wukong, 680,000. Piccolo, 660,000. Sun Gohan, 250,000. Naba, 240,000. Tianjin Fan, 210,000. Krillin, 200,000. Yamcha, 180,000. Rabbit Boss, 170,000. Jiaozi, 150,000. Chapter 50, Dales and Vegeta Unite. Upon awakening, Vegeta found himself lying in a medical pod, receiving treatment. He did not rise immediately. Instead, he skillfully feigned sleep, showcasing his remarkable instinct. As he slightly opened his eyes, he carefully observed his surroundings while contemplating the reality that he had been defeated by Zarbon and Dodoria. Though it was humiliating, he had to first accept this fact. He was in the medical bay of a spaceship. The most plausible scenario was that he had been brought back by Zarbon and his associates for treatment. As there were no medical pods on Namek, such equipment was exclusive to the Frisia Force. The presence of a medical pod indicated that this spaceship belonged to Frisia. However, he could not comprehend the rationale behind their decision to save him. Having openly rebelled, they had no reason to aid him. And the internal structure of this ship was unfamiliar to him. Although the technology was similar and similarities could be spotted, the design was ultimately different. This was certainly not the spaceship Frisia commonly used. "Hey, how long are you planning to pretend to be asleep, Your Highness? I saw through you long ago. With a Saiyan S recovery ability, you must be awake by now." This voice belonged to Kakarot. At the moment he heard it, the image of that insufferable lower-class warrior he encountered on Earth immediately surfaced in Vegeta's mind. The tone and lines were laced with provocation. Yet the voice unmistakably belonged to Kakarot. Thus, the person outside the medical pod was indeed him. With this thought, Vegeta opened his eyes. The figure before him possessed the iconic hairstyle and unforgettable visage, yet his skin was bronzed, clad in a black battle suit with a white cape, and most notably, he wore a scouter on his face. Although his appearance was identical, his expression was entirely different. Devoid of the nauseating gentleness, it radiated a coldness, mirroring the Saiyan demeanor Vegeta himself bore. As Vegeta remained in shock, the liquid in the medical pod gradually drained, exposing him to the open air. What he first experienced was a sense of lightness in his body, coupled with an overwhelming surge of power. It appeared that after narrowly escaping death, he had grown stronger. At this moment, Vegeta's power level stood at 29,000. Yet, despite this newfound strength, he felt utterly incapable of defeating the individual before him, who bore a striking resemblance to Kakarot. "Who are you?" "You're not Kakarot. My name is Dales, a fellow Saiyan, much like yourself. Or is it that you cannot bear the sight of a lowly warrior such as I?" Dales, a name that resonated with Vegeta, was the captain of the Dales Corps, one of the factions under Frisia's command. He recalled that while the Corps was small in number, its members were formidable warriors with power levels exceeding 7,000. However, he had never considered that its captain might be a Saiyan. After all, Vegeta had long believed that apart from himself, Nappa, Raditz, and Kakarot, no other Saiyans had survived. Strictly speaking, there was one more, his brother Tarbal, whose weakness had led to the disgrace of losing his royal status. Yet, in Vegeta's eyes, Tarbal was merely a source of shame, and he refused to acknowledge him as a Saiyan. What is your true purpose in saving me? I have heard rumors of your betrayal against Frisia. And what of it? If that is the case, our goals align. What do you say? Shall we join forces? I see no need for that, you scoundrel. Vegeta grimaced, openly expressing his disdain. He was reluctant to admit it, but upon subtly sensing Dale's energy, he discovered that this individual likely possessed a power level inferior even to Frisia's. Yet, the fact that Dale's sought to recruit him raised suspicions. His thoughts were perhaps all too evident on his face, for Dale's grinned widely. You must understand, Frisia's power is merely the tip of the iceberg. What do you mean? Vegeta was taken aback. Frisia's power level of 530,000 was no secret among them. It was a staggering figure. To put it in perspective, the strongest among Frisia's elite, the Jinyu Force, had their leader Jinyu with a power level of merely 120,000. A power level of 530,000 certainly justified Frisia's title as the Emperor of the Universe. Yet, Dale's claimed that was not even Frisia's full strength. If someone with a power level of 25 million, like Dale's, could not surpass him, then such a statement was nothing short of a harbinger of despair for Vegeta. I once encountered Frisia's brother. Brother? Yes. On one occasion, he unexpectedly boarded Frisia's spaceship while I was stationed nearby on watch. To be honest, it startled me. I possess a certain instinct to perceive combat prowess. Yet his strength is on an entirely different scale. Even in my current form as a giant ape, I would stand no chance against him. His combat power likely exceeds a staggering 100 million. Madness, truly, yet despair is premature. The crux of the matter lies ahead. You may be unaware of the rumors that Frisia is an alien capable of transformation. In fact, his brother bears a completely different appearance. If Frisia can indeed transform into a form akin to his brother's, what do you suppose would ensue? A chill cascaded down Vegeta's spine. Although he had experienced a significant increase in his combat ability after narrowly escaping death, his power level hovers around a mere 30,000. Not only does Frisia's full strength dwarf this, but even the power he currently exhibits is vastly superior. If, as Dallas suggested, Frisia possesses a form with combat power exceeding 100 million, it implies that the strength Frisia is currently displaying is less than 1,200. Indeed, not 1, but merely 0.5. This indicates that for Vegeta to contend with Frisia, he must elevate his power at least 3,000-fold beyond his current capabilities. Hence, my urgent need for strength. You are the Prince of the Saiyans, and perhaps, in time, you may surpass me. Why not join forces and, with the might of the Saiyans, eliminate Frisia? It is disheartening, for despite my discontent, it is clear that I am no match for Frisia at this moment. Very well, I shall ally with you. But should you hinder my progress, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Ha! How fearsome. Yet it is precisely this spirit that renders you trustworthy. I look forward to your guidance, Prince Vegeta. Their shared objective is the head of Frisia, the nemesis of the Saiyans. For this purpose, two ill-tempered Saiyans have forged a temporary alliance, devoid of camaraderie, merely a mutual exploitation of one another's ambitions. However, this is not a manifestation of exceptional coldness. It is simply the nature of Saiyans, self-serving and egocentric. From this perspective, they embody the quintessential Saiyan spirit. Dallas, with a smirk, suddenly snapped back to focus, casting his gaze towards the ship's display screen. He refrained from disclosing to Vegeta that the issue extends beyond Frisia's might. In an attempt to slightly diminish the power gap with Frisia, he had planted a mental tree upon his arrival on this planet. Yet the tree, expected to sprout, remained utterly dormant. Cursed be whoever it is, besides myself, drawing energy from this planet. I yearn to eliminate that individual at once. Yet I have no time to contemplate matters beyond Frisia. What course of action should I take? Dallas's mind began to spiral into anxiety. Chapter 51. The Most Malevolent Namekian. Shrag, a super Namekian born of mutation, retains a combat power of 1,560,000, unmatched by any. It is noteworthy that the most powerful existing combat warrior among the Namekians, Neru, has a power level of merely 420,000. In contrast, one can grasp the extraordinary nature of Shrag. Yet, this is not the crux. The most significant aspect is his profoundly malevolent heart. In the bygone days when planet Namek was beset by extraordinary weather phenomena, Shrag was exiled to the frigid realm of Shragstar, where he succumbed entirely to the darkness of his demonic nature, transforming into an invader of other worlds. Since his inception, he had never encountered a worthy adversary. Not a single being could approach him, let alone match his might. Even in his initial form, His combat prowess far surpassed that of the fabled Frisia, known as the mightiest in the universe, and thus, the prospect of an opponent was utterly unattainable. Consequently, he harbored no sense of vigilance, nor an inkling of impending danger. This planet ignited within me distant memories. Yes, I recollect now. It is home to the miraculous Dragon Balls that can grant any wish. You seek the Dragon Balls, do you not? With their acquisition, I could attain eternal youth. Shrag's sole dread was the passage of time. Regardless of his immense power, he remained a biological entity destined to age and perish, a reality he could not abide. He considered himself so illustrious that he could not yield to the constraints of mortality dictated by fate. Yet, this planet harbored a means to shatter such limitations, offering liberation from the shackles of life itself. Thus, he had every reason to pursue it. Go forth, my subordinates. Bring the Dragon Balls before me. To Shrag, dispatching his minions to seek the orbs was a matter of course. He sent several formidable auras nearby, though none posed a threat to him. Perhaps a few of his underlings might fall, but he was resolute that ultimate victory would be his in a dire moment. He could simply unleash his true form as enormity. This arrogance, bolstered by strength, was not devoid of contemplation. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that several beings on this planet concealed powers far beyond his own. Lord Shrag, if I may speak candidly, the abundance of suns on this planet is rather overwhelming. For us demons, it is likely not a suitable habitat, voiced one of his subordinates, a man named Julian. Julian bore a semblance to humanity, yet sprouted 2 horns atop his head, his skin a striking orange, resembling a being from Earth-S folklore. With long red hair cascading to his waist, he donned little more than blue shorts, wrist guards, and shoes, complemented by a Y-shaped belt connecting from his neck to his shorts. Despite his peculiar appearance, he spoke with earnestness. These demons, or more precisely, the inhabitants of Shrag's star, had long adapted and evolved to thrive in the extreme cold, shielded from the sun's rays, rendering them acutely sensitive to sunlight. Mere exposure for even an hour would be fatal. Thus, the triple sons of planet Namek were anything but a hospitable environment for them. Shrag, originally a Namekian, found comfort on this planet, yet his subordinates could not fathom why he would desire such a world. However, Shrag offered no explanation, opting instead to silently unleash a key blast that struck Julian, silencing him forever. The unfortunate Julian's heart was scorched by the surging energy, rendering him unable to emit even a cry, and he succumbed to a frigid fate as a lifeless corpse. Inadequate. It merely requires modification, remarked Slag. Joshua, how many days will it take? Yes. 10 days, came the reply. How audacious to assert that transforming a planet would take a mere 10 days. This statement evidently did not sit well with Slag. Once again, a silent wave of energy was unleashed, and in an instant, Joshua was reduced to ashes. Kaguga, what about you? I can complete it in 3 days. He stammered. Then hasten to your task. The remaining scientist, Kaguga, instinctively reported an utterly impossible time frame in a desperate bid for survival. Upon hearing this, Slag spared him, and Kaguga breathed a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped death. Yet, no matter how one contemplated it, 3 days was utterly implausible, even less than half the time initially proposed by Joshua. With heavy footsteps, Kaguga returned to his workstation, his silhouette seemingly shrouded in a layer of despair. Near the stratosphere of Earth, there resided a temple. In the past, this temple would materialize when connected to Corinta via the Dragon Balls. However, now that the Dragon Balls had been retracted, the temple had once again retreated into another dimension. Furthermore, the temple's barriers had been reactivated, and without Lizet's permission, no one aside from the former deities could gain entry. Lizet believed that while these measures were stringent, they were also imperative. After all, this temple constituted the core of Earth's defense, serving as the final bastion. The chaotic energy of Earth was monitored from this very location, and under normal circumstances, the defense mechanisms should have been activated unless absolutely necessary. In the original narrative, the temple had never acted in such a manner. The Dragon Balls remained embedded within, and the barriers were perpetually deactivated, resulting in the effortless invasions by figures such as King Carrick II and the Demon Bu. By the time of Dragon Ball GT, even the likes of Pilaf, who should have had no chance, were able to infiltrate and utilize the ultimate Dragon Balls, leading to significant turmoil. Yet now, in this temple that was deemed impregnable, a congregation of Namekians had gathered, including the elder, Dandy Nuru, and all the villagers led by village chief Zuno. Lizet surmised that if they remained on Namek, they would inevitably fall victim to Vegeta or Frisia, thus deciding to relocate them to the sanctuary of the temple on Earth. While Lizet believed that with their protection, they could fend off all but Frisia, their presence would undoubtedly restrict strategic choices, rendering them a burden. However, relocating them to the safest temple on Earth would entirely eliminate the risk of their extermination. Lizet had briefly worried whether Dorius or Slag might inadvertently stumble upon this location, but upon recalling that both were currently on Namek, he felt reassured. He had hesitated over whether to leave Dandy, the healer, behind, but then reconsidered. Keeping Dandy would only serve as an encumbrance, especially with an ample supply of Senzu beans available to fulfill the healing function. As for the issue of how to wish upon the Dragon Balls once gathered, that dilemma was resolved with the presence of Piccolo, who at least could communicate in the Namekian tongue, thus negating the need to retain Dandy for that purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, this space may be somewhat cramped, yet I implore you to seek refuge here until the conclusion of the battle. Bobo, I entrust their care to you. Leave it to me, O Divine One. Lizet assigned the task of tending to the Namekian to Bobo, then reached into the gate of heaven and retrieved Karen. Although the probability of complications was low, it was prudent to have Karen remain here for security purposes. With these preparations completed, Lizet intended to return to Namek. But the Grand Elder halted him. Please wait, O God of Earth. This calamity was destined to befall my Namekians. Therefore, at the very least, allow Neru to accompany you. He shall undoubtedly be of assistance. The Grand Elder proposed that Neru join their ranks, and Lizet felt an inner eagerness at the suggestion. Setting aside Neru's inherent strength, his presence would enable Piccolo to merge with him, resulting in a Piccolo far more potent, potentially capable of contending with Frisia. Even now, with the Kaioken technique, Piccolo's combat prowess had already surpassed that of his counterpart from the original timeline. With Neru added to the equation, he would undoubtedly transform into a warrior formidable enough to face Frisia. Yet, Lizet harbored the belief that fusion, in several respects, is more brutal than death. This world possesses realms of the afterlife, heavenly abodes, and even the possibility of reincarnation. Death is not the ultimate end, but merely a transition to another path. However, once fusion occurs, there is no subsequent journey. The personality of the dominant entity absorbs the other, leading to the complete obliteration of the original Neru. Certainly, Neru does not perish, nor can he traverse to the underworld. Is there anything more cruel than this? The Grand Elder's suggestion was indeed tempting. Yet Lizet could not bring himself to force Neru into such a fate. This is my resolution, perhaps a manifestation of my compassion. No, Neru should be the key to your protection. I cannot entangle him in our conflict and condemn him to an unwarranted demise. After refusing the proposal for Neru to accompany him, Lizet finally set forth on his journey back to Namek. He was uncertain whether this decision was the right one. Perhaps it was precisely this uncertainty that would lead the unfolding narrative toward chaos. Nevertheless, he could not choose the path of erasing Neru for the sake of power. For the Earth's remaining personnel, Mr. Bobo, Potential Development 16, 500, 170, 000. Master Karen, Potential Development 16, 000, 160, 000. Chapter 52. The Cosmic Emperor begins to act. At the very moment Lizet and his companions were enhancing their combat abilities, Frisia had already sensed the presence of several restless individuals infiltrating this planet. Although he could not directly perceive their energy, he was acutely aware of the unidentifiable group that had suddenly emerged within the Namekian village, including Gohan, and the existence of Vegeta. Furthermore, there were those who were altering the temperature of this planet. Undoubtedly, he had no doubt that should he take action, all issues could be resolved, and he regarded these matters as mere nuisances. Thus, Frisia resolved to summon his most trusted subordinates, the Jinyu Force, to address the burgeoning troubles. This is grave news. Lord Frisia. At that moment, Sabo, who had been tasked with contacting the elite squad, hurried back. Although the loss of Dodoria was a minor setback for him, having successfully vanquished the bothersome Vegeta, he now approached Frisia with a countenance rife with anxiety. A traitor has infiltrated our ranks and has sent a message to Lord Cooler, claiming that Lord Frisia harbors treasonous intentions. What did you say? Who is responsible for this? It was a Pule. I've dealt with him. But the news had already reached Lord Cooler beforehand. That scoundrel Cooler seeks to usurp my quest for eternal power. I shall not allow him to succeed. Sabo, where's the elite squad? We must have sufficient strength to confront Cooler. Yes, they are expected to arrive in a few hours. Of course, it was unnecessary to articulate that the traitor was indeed Sabo himself. Realizing he could not match Frisia's might, he concocted a scheme of subterfuge. Only the strongest could contend with the strongest. He intended to summon Frisia's only fear, his elder brother Cooler, to incite a conflict that would lead to their mutual destruction. This was undoubtedly a perilous gamble. Should his plot be unveiled, he would likely find himself besieged by the united might of the Frisia brothers. Yet, Sabo resolutely chose this perilous path. To attain eternal beauty, one must traverse treacherous bridges. He had long ago resolved to do so. The beautiful ambition was relentless. Sabo danced upon the minefield, burdened as if with a nuclear bomb, sprinting towards the path of death with unwavering determination. As long as the eternal he sought lay ahead, he would harbor no hesitation. At this moment, Sabo had transcended the fear of death. Sabo, I must temporarily depart from here. I leave the ensuing matters in your hands. Understood, but where do you intend to go? It is of no consequence. I merely wish to eliminate the bothersome pests on this planet. Originally, I intended to have the Jinyu Force handle it, but circumstances have changed. It would be troublesome to have these extraneous nuisances interfere during the battle with Cooler, so it is better to eradicate them now. Fortunately, thanks to the scouter you seized from Vegeta, I am aware of their whereabouts. Sabo's reckless actions inadvertently triggered an unexpected situation. The scouter, which should have been destroyed by Vegeta, was recovered intact and ultimately fell into Frisia's hands. This meant that Frisia could now ascertain the hiding places of Lizet and her companions. Moreover, the scouter that Vegeta had previously utilized was a state-of-the-art model, capable of detecting even those with combat powers in the hundreds of thousands. Nonetheless, if Lizet and her allies unleashed their full power, the scouter would exceed its limits and detonate. Ironically, their habitual suppression of their energies would now serve to hinder them. Thus, the detector remains undamaged. And Frisia has successfully pinpointed the location of Lizet and her companions. The Emperor of the Cosmos, driven by the uncontrollable actions of Sabo, has decided to act sooner than originally planned. His destination is precisely where the Earthlings reside. Divine Lord, what shall we do next? After sending the elders to Earth, Tianjin Fan inquired of the returning Lizet. The collective battle prowess has significantly increased, and they have also rescued the surviving Namekians. Logically, there seems to be no choice but to engage in combat. However, a reckless assault could provoke an onslaught from other factions. Lizet, considering these factors, initially intended to adopt a cautious strategy, yet she anticipated that Goku would eventually be unable to restrain himself from acting impulsively. By the way, how are the Dragon Balls faring? I have stored them in a subspace of my own creation. As long as the adversary lacks the ability to interfere with space, even if I were to be killed, the Dragon Balls would remain secure. The prototype of the gateway to heaven is not fundamentally about spatial movement, but rather a technique that confines enemies within a space of one's own making. This indicates that Lizet possesses not only the ability to traverse space, but also the power to create it. As her proficiency with this technique grew, Lizet fashioned a realm accessible solely to herself, wherein she placed the Dragon Balls and various cumbersome personal belongings. This space resembles a simulated four-dimensional pocket. Even if Lizet were to perish or vanish, this space would endure, and as long as she refrains from extracting the Dragon Balls, no one else could touch them. Furthermore, upon mastering this ability, Lizet also transferred the 4 ultimate Dragon Balls stored in the Divine Temple into this subspace upon her return to Earth. With 3 Dragon Balls in the Room of Spirit and Time and 4 in Lizet's subspace, the quest to gather the Dragon Balls has become increasingly arduous. This is truly remarkable. So, at least for now, those individuals are utterly incapable of fulfilling their wishes, Yamcha said with an optimistic smile, recognizing that one of their objectives has been accomplished. From the moment the Dragon Balls fell into Lizet's possession, the struggle for them on Namek had lost its significance. No matter the actions of their adversaries, the Dragon Balls could not be seized, and Frisia and his cohorts have no chance of realizing their desires. We now have 2 paths before us. The first is to remain inactive and patiently observe the conflicts among the other factions, a cautious approach. The second is to take the initiative and actively eliminate our foes, though one might argue that this hardly qualifies as a strategy. Lizet surmised that, given their current combat strength, they could pursue either path without issue. Admittedly, there exists the risk of being besieged by other factions. Yet even so, if Goku and Piccolo handle Dales and Schlag, while Tianjin Fan and the others contend with the lesser foes, it would be more than sufficient. The crux lies in avoiding direct confrontation with Frisia for the time being. Moreover, given his current prowess, he harbors a reasonable chance even against Frisia, no longer burdened by fear. That said, a higher probability of victory is always preferable. The ideal scenario would involve Frisia, Dallas, and Shrag engaging in a fierce struggle, ultimately leaving Frisia as the sole survivor. While the victor would most likely be Frisia, Dallas and his companions should be capable of repelling adversaries akin to the Ginyu Force. However, this passive strategy of reaping the benefits from others' conflicts is unlikely to appeal to Goku. Chapter 53. Misfortunes never come alone. I would undoubtedly choose the second option. I certainly lack the patience to wait for our enemies to dwindle. I concur. Since we possess the strength to vanquish our foes, why hesitate? We should proactively advance and dismantle them. Goku and Piccolo instinctively favored the aggressive approach, although both understood the necessity of adaptability. Resorting to caution when faced with superior foes, they would eagerly seek combat whenever they held the advantage, a trait that can be quite exasperating. Immediately, Tien clenched his fists. Let us take action, Lord Kami. We are strong enough to crush them. If Tien intends to engage, I shall join as well. I will unleash my Wolfang fist and take them all down. Count me in. Having been bullied by them for too long, it is time for vengeance. Kaiatsu promptly echoed Tien's sentiments, while Yamcha and Nappa chimed in with voices brimming with confidence. Being martial artists, they were likely unable to contain their eagerness to test their newly acquired strength. Although Krillin, Gohan, and the others appeared less enthusiastic, they did not voice any objections. Lizet, somewhat resigned, contemplated the decision to launch a surprise attack. Yet upon reflection, this strategy might not be so flawed. At times, rather than feigning caution and being overly conservative, bold action can yield more favorable outcomes. Very well, let us first assault the factions excluding Frisia, and then turn our attention to him. Wait, let's not rush. This is... Lizet's expression grew serious as he conveyed to Goku and the others the situation he sensed through his awareness. It seems we have arrived a moment too late. Dallas has already commenced his actions. Moreover, judging by the energy signatures, Vegeta is by his side. What is that true? How could Dallas and Vegeta be together? They are both Saiyans. It is not surprising for them to unite. Krillin, who sensed the energy a few moments later, voiced his confusion, while Piccolo nonchalantly shared his hypothesis. In truth, Lizet had long realized that Vegeta and Dallas had converged, though he had not given it much thought. As Piccolo noted, it was not unusual for them to collaborate with a shared goal of defeating Frisia. Furthermore, it appeared that Frisia's destination was also here. Lizet had initially envisioned a scenario where Dallas, Shrag, and Frisia would engage in a battle among themselves. From this perspective, it is evident that Dallas, Vegeta, and Frisia are all converging upon this current state, which is undoubtedly far from ideal. Compounding the situation, a calamity does not come alone. Lizet has sensed a formidable aura approaching from the distant reaches of the universe, drawing ever closer to this planet, Namek. Moreover, through deeper perception, the reality unveiled by his foresight sends a chill down Lizet's spine. The silhouette bears an uncanny resemblance to Frisia's final form. Yet its coloration is a striking blend of purple and white. Without a doubt, it is Cooler. While the reasons behind this development remain unclear, it is indisputable that Cooler is indeed heading towards this planet. Notably, as Frisia's brother, Cooler's spacecraft exhibits performance that starkly contrasts with the mass-produced space pods, demonstrating an astonishing speed of movement. If this trajectory continues, Cooler will arrive in less than an hour. Why has Cooler come here? Could it be that Frisia has taken action personally because of Cooler's impending arrival? The reasons elude understanding, yet it is evident that an unforeseen circumstance has arisen. On the surface, Lizet maintains his composure, but internally, he is consumed by turmoil. Why would Frisia act personally? Given his disposition, he should have awaited the arrival of the Ginyu Force. Furthermore, even if he intended to act, it stands to reason that there should be no scouts present, as the Namekians had evidently destroyed all monitoring devices. How does he possess knowledge of our location? Lizet reflects inwardly, recognizing his earlier assumption that the enemy lacked surveillance tools, which led to his failure to order a complete concealment of their energy signatures. This was indeed a grave error. Regretting it now is too late. Of course, he had contemplated that Vegeta might locate this place through energy perception, but even then, it seemed inconsequential. When Vegeta eventually arrived, he could simply be defeated. He had even considered deliberately releasing some energy to lure Vegeta closer. However, he never anticipated that Frisia would act in concert with Vegeta. Nevertheless, thus far, there remains a capacity to respond to the situation. In the worst-case scenario, should he exert his full strength, he could vanquish them all. Yet, Cooler's arrival has utterly disrupted these plans. Why is he acting at this particular moment? Lizet cannot fathom the reasoning behind it. There must be someone manipulating events from the shadows. Could be those fiendish beings or other influences. Regardless, a decisive resolution must be made immediately. Judging by the speed of the approaching aura, Cooler and the Jinyu force will likely arrive within an hour. Before that moment, it is imperative to devise a strategy to incapacitate the opposing factions. Based on distance and velocity, it is likely that Dallas and Vegeta will reach this location first. Perhaps an alliance could be forged with them? As for Frieza, there seems to be no alternative but to confront him directly. This time, I shall personally deal with him. Frieza will likely approach in his first or second form. As long as he is not afforded the opportunity to unleash his full power, he can be swiftly eliminated. Now we must prioritize how to confront the formidable Cooler, who arrives later than Frieza, leaving us with no time to linger on Frieza himself. After all, Cooler has been at the pinnacle of Frieza's final form from the very beginning, rendering him an adversary that cannot be vanquished by the same methods employed against Frieza. Wait, perhaps we need not engage Cooler in battle at all? When Cooler's spaceship arrives, we could activate the Gate of Heaven and transport him to a distant corner of the universe, thus resolving the issue. Considering Cooler's speed and his capacity to survive in the cosmos, this approach may not entirely eliminate him, but it is certainly worth attempting. Oh heavens, what shall we do? They are already approaching. We shall stand our ground and first address the imminent threat of Dales. I fear that our objective of defeating Frieza aligns with his. And if fortune smiles upon us, we might even ally with him in our struggle against Frieza. Lizet swiftly made her decision. First, she would attempt to persuade Dales. And should that fail, she would immediately take him down. Next, while Frieza has yet to unleash his full power, they would eliminate him. Finally, they would devise a means to send Cooler's spaceship far away. Although time is exceedingly tight, this remains the only viable course of action. As for Shrag, he could be dealt with later. With her resolve firm, Lizet lifted her gaze to the approaching figures of Dales and Vegeta. Cooler 1, 5 billion. Cooler's final form, 4, 7 billion. Chapter 54. The weakest on the field, Vegeta. Hey Kakarot, it seems you've grown significantly stronger since our last encounter on Earth. Dales, appearing alongside Vegeta before Goku and the others, displayed an unexpectedly amicable demeanor. However, his intentions had been made known back on Earth, so perhaps there was little to be surprised about. He had previously stated his desire to join forces with Goku to defeat Frieza. At that time, Lizet had deemed Dales a threat and expelled him from Earth. Yet now, Goku and Dales found themselves reunited on Namek. Naturally, he would be eager to hear Kakarot's response to the invitation he had extended back then. In response, Goku remained composed and said to Dales, "I'm sorry, but we don't have much time. If you have something to say, please be quick about it. I know Frieza is on his way, right?" "Exactly. That's why I'm here to discuss a potential alliance. Don't you desire greater power? You mean to collaborate with us?" "Precisely." Dale's proposition to join forces felt like a timely boon. He had previously expressed animosity towards Frieza on Earth, indicating the possibility of collaboration against him from the outset. Furthermore, the Dales before them now exuded a more powerful aura than he had back on Earth. Even so, with Goku and Piccolo's current strength, they could still overcome him, though Dales possessed a tail. In other words, he possesses a trump card that allows him to transform into a colossal ape, amplifying his combat power tenfold. Once he employs this ace, Goku and the others will be unable to defeat him. Beside Dallas, Vegeta currently has a combat power estimated at around 30,000. However, if Lizet recalls correctly, after experiencing 2 near-death states, his combat prowess could vastly exceed that of Piccolo after merging with Nail, surpassing 1 million. From the perspective of growth potential, he can indeed be considered a formidable force. Don't trust him, Goku. He is certainly trying to deceive us. No, I beg to differ. This fellow is undoubtedly not a good person, but I can sense that his desire to vanquish Frieza is genuine, Piccolo remarked, filled with skepticism. Yet in this instance, Goku felt inclined to trust Dallas. This belief was not grounded in any concrete rationale. If pressed for a reason, he might only respond with a gut feeling. Perhaps it stemmed from the furious expression on Dallas's face when he heard Goku mention that forgetting the past might not be such a bad thing. Although Goku did not entirely comprehend Dallas, he was certain that Dallas held great respect for Goku's father, Bardock. Thus, Goku believed he could trust him. "Can I trust you? At least until we defeat Frieza?" "Yes," Dallas answered succinctly in response to Goku's straightforward inquiry. This single exchange sufficed for both of them. Goku extended his hand, and Dallas grasped it firmly. Their relationship could hardly be described as one built on trust, nor could it be deemed a partnership. However, at least until they achieved their common goal of defeating Frieza, they were not enemies. For the time being, that was sufficient. By the way, how did you end up with Vegeta? Oh, this guy? After betraying Frieza, he arrived on this planet, only to be severely injured by two of Frieza's subordinates. By chance, I found him and took him in. That is, keep your mouth shut. Do you wish to die before Frieza does? Vegeta bellowed, unabashedly expressing his displeasure. That is, while feigning fear with a casual, oh dear, how terrifying, showed no real signs of trepidation. This was only natural, given the vast disparity in their combat powers. Even if Vegeta provoked him thoughtlessly, the only one who would suffer defeat would be Vegeta himself. Unbeknownst to him, the gap between Vegeta and the others in terms of combat power had widened significantly, but Lizet paid little mind to it. After all, Vegeta, even if temporarily lagging behind, would undoubtedly engage in frenzied training and swiftly catch up to the forefront of combat power, leaving no cause for concern. Lizet even mused that Vegeta, in his current state, was still somewhat of a villain, and no one could predict whether he might launch a sneak attack from behind, making his slight weakness rather reassuring. Nevertheless, Lizet felt he might have been a tad excessive. Vegeta's face was etched with humiliation, as he was experiencing an unprecedented level of disgrace. No one mocked him, nor did anyone cast blame upon him. However, he was acutely aware that, at that moment, he stood as the weakest among them. As an elite Saiyan, Vegeta had long been accustomed to towering over others. Thus, this predicament was one he had never encountered before. The realization that he was unexpectedly the most feeble left him utterly perplexed. Vegeta, it has been quite a while. How have you become so feeble? Nappa taunted, his tone dripping with provocation. The power dynamics between Nappa and Vegeta had completely reversed. Now, no matter how fervently Vegeta struggled, he could not match Nappa's strength. The chasm between them had widened immensely. In response, Vegeta's face contorted with fury, while Nappa wore a mocking expression. Nappa, cease this at once. I understand there is a history between you and Vegeta, but we must focus on the matter at hand concerning Frieza. Yes, you're indeed correct, Lord Ko. Nappa conceded. The tension in the air was palpable, yet upon being restrained by Lizet, Nappa reined in his hostility. He might have had more to say to Vegeta, but with Lizet's reminder, he could only relent. In truth, it was imperative to redirect their attention to Frieza rather than Vegeta. Thus, Nappa chose to disregard Vegeta. It appeared that this would be a rather awkward alliance. Observing Nappa's demeanor, Lizet furrowed his brow and then shifted his gaze toward a shadow cast by a rock. Frieza alone was already a considerable nuisance, yet it seemed troubles continued to mount. Nonetheless, he felt it was indeed time to engage in conversation with them. Who was it lurking in the shadows? Lizet inquired, his keen perceptive abilities detecting an uninvited guest who had arrived even before Frieza. It was not Shrag. His energy signature remained far away. Moreover, this unique aura was familiar to him. Chapter 55, Two Uninvited Guests. Oh, you're quite perceptive. In response to Lizet's call, two figures emerged from the rocky shadow. One was a woman clad in a full uniform, accompanied by a taciturn man. It was unexpected that they had pursued all the way from Earth to the distant Namek. They were indeed elusive individuals. Likely, they possessed the same ability for spatial transfer as Lizet. After all, the prototype of the gateway to heaven, the Hell's Whirlpool, was originally a technique of King Cold. It was hardly surprising that beings of their kind could wield such capabilities. What is happening? Are you Frieza's subordinates? No. This energy, you are demons? Confronted by the sudden intrusion of the two, Krillin immediately adopted a defensive stance, while Piccolo, also a demon, quickly discerned their true identities. The pair of Demon Clan members offered no response, merely fixing their piercing gazes upon Lizet. It appeared that their objective was Lizet. Oh, deity of Earth, I have matters to discuss with you. What say you? This offered no advantage to me. Lizet was soon to confront the impending threat of Frieza. Moreover, the looming presence of Gula could not be ignored. It was imperative not to expend excessive combat strength against Frieza. Thus, Lizet's strategy was to swiftly eliminate Frieza and then concentrate all forces against the forthcoming Gula. However, lingering here entangled with these two demons would spell disaster for that plan. While there may be no immediate gain, I can forewarn you of the consequences of refusal. For instance, what if we intervened during your battle with Frieza? Upon hearing the woman's words, Lizet's expression grew grave. This was a threat, implying that compliance would ensure safety, while refusal would invite assistance to Frieza. Were they ordinary adversaries? Lizet could dismiss them with a mere be my guest and repel them. Yet, the prowess of these two remained uncertain. It was not beyond the realm of possibility for his companions to suffer harm. Thus, it became evident that Lizet had no right to refuse from the outset. Escape was one of the options available to Lizet. Utilizing the Gate of Heaven to flee with Goku and the others could allow Frieza, Gula, Dales, and Shrag to engage in mutual destruction, which could indeed be a strategy. In such a scenario, Gula would likely emerge as the victor, yet given his disposition, he might regard Earth as an inconsequential speck, indifferent to its fate. In a cinematic portrayal, he arrives on Earth only because Goku vanquished Frieza. Had that not occurred, he might not have ventured to Earth at all. Nevertheless, the predicament lay with these two demons. Current intelligence indicated they possessed three abilities: spatial movement or instant teleportation, manipulation of others' actions, and enhancement of others' power. This meant that even if Lizet fled to Earth, they could very likely pursue him with Gula or Frieza in tow. In light of this, despite feeling remorse for the Namekians, it was prudent to treat this now uninhabited planet as the battleground. Very well, I shall accompany you. Let us converse over there. Huh, you are quite astute, they replied. Lizet indicated a distant isle, and the two demons followed suit. At this juncture, it seemed Lizet would be unable to partake in the battle against Frieza. Should he swiftly dispatch these two, perhaps he could return in time. Yet, Lizet sensed that such an endeavor would not be simple. With his current strength, he was uncertain if he could contend with them. As he felt a pressure from the two demons that compelled such thoughts, Lizet beckoned Goku and conveyed the crucial points regarding the confrontation with Frieza. Now, all he could do was hope for Goku and the others to swiftly defeat Frieza. Goku, ensure Frieza does not unleash his full might. Strike swiftly while he underestimates us. Do you understand? Huh? Is he truly that formidable? I yearn for an opportunity to engage him in a full-fledged battle. You shall be defeated. Do not jest. Perhaps he has chosen the wrong messenger. However, it is likely that Bick and Darius have also heard, so there should be no cause for concern. Lizet could only offer himself this solace. He took flight from his position, with the two demons closely tailing him. As anticipated, even when Lizet quickened his pace, they effortlessly kept up. This alone was sufficient to indicate that one must not underestimate them. Gomos. During his flight, Lizet released the restraints of the spirit shackles that suppressed his power. The strength of these two individuals remained unknown, leaving no room for leniency. Once he was a sufficient distance from Goku and the others, Lizet descended, with the two demons landing a short distance away. Well, I shall be direct. Who exactly are you? You consistently interfere in various battles. What is your true purpose? How vexing. Do not speak so harshly. We merely seek a bit of amusement. However, the plans we painstakingly devised have been thwarted by you. That is precisely why I say you are meddling. The demon woman scrutinized Lizet. Her gaze seemed to appraise him. Yet her true intentions remained inscrutable. Nonetheless, she failed to see through him and merely murmured that something was amiss. How peculiar. I had assumed you were a member of the Time Patrol. It appears you genuinely do not recognize us. Was I mistaken? Regardless, you are an eyesore. Let's eliminate you here. The words exchanged were entirely incomprehensible to Lizet. Clearly, the adversaries had no intention of making themselves understood. Yet, one thing was abundantly clear to Lizet. They were preparing to strike. In an instant, the man unleashed a crimson aura, his presence surging dramatically. Lizet responded by unfurling his white wings. He activated a 20-fold power burst, and at that moment, his combat power soared to an astonishing 12,375,000, surpassing Frieza's power level of 100. At that instant, Goku and the others would likely be astonished by the immense aura emanating from Lizet. But he had no mind to concern himself with their reactions. Ah, I see. In this era, your prowess is indeed extraordinary. Huh. Even in the face of such overwhelming energy, the opponent remained unfazed. As Lizet pondered this, he charged at the man. He concentrated his energy into his fist and unleashed a flurry of strikes. Yet, the man effortlessly raised his defenses, remaining completely unmoved. What is the matter? If you dare to confront us alone, you must possess considerable confidence in your strength. Show me how powerful you truly are. In that singular exchange of offense and defense, Lizet profoundly sensed the chasm separating their abilities. Chapter 56. Lizet versus the Demon Man. Neither party exerted their full strength. Yet it was evident that the hidden capabilities of each were worlds apart. Lizet concluded that even if he were to unleash his full power as suggested, he would be easily overwhelmed. Thus, he must first disrupt the opponent's stance before launching an assault. Regardless of the circumstances, he must eliminate the adversary while they underestimate him. This was the conclusion he reached. Lizet seized the little finger of the man, who maintained a formidable defense. No matter how high one's combat prowess, weight does not increase accordingly. Utilizing the grip on the little finger as leverage, Lizet employed a technique reminiscent of Aikido to hurl the demon man, causing his head to collide with the ground. Typically, such an action would at least fracture the opponent's little finger. However, the man's body was extraordinarily resilient, showing not even a crack. Despite having his little finger grasped, the man still swung his other fist, but in that fleeting moment, Lizet twisted the little finger, disrupting his posture. Consequently, his punch went awry as if manipulated, and Lizet, capitalizing on this momentum, struck his face with the palm of his hand. Now is the moment. Seizing the opportunity presented by the man's unsteady stance, Lizet instantly maximized his explosive limit. He concentrated his energy into a tangible form, converting it into a fist that propelled from the ground, striking forcefully at the man's groin. Moreover, the condensed energy fist swiftly grasped the opponent's testicles, tightening its grip with all his might, twisting. That was indeed ruthless. Even for a demon man, the pain from such a strike elicited a scream, his eyes wide with shock. Regardless of a man's strength, the lower body remains an unavoidable vulnerability. The testicles, akin to exposed organs, are unprotected and conspicuously weak, dangling between the hips. Yet, it is true that those with greater combat power possess enhanced skin defense. Lizet intended to unleash his full strength to overwhelm the opponent, but not a single drop of blood was drawn. Lizet once more adjusted his explosive limit back to 20 times, not allowing the opponent time to regain his stance before executing a sweeping kick. He swung his leg like a whip, using the top of his foot to press against the back of the opponent's knee, forcibly compelling him to sit down. In simpler terms, it resembled a knee strike. Given that the knee can bend, applying a slight force can easily cause it to yield. The principle is quite straightforward. He did not relent in his kicking force, but instead spun his body. As he spun, his long hair brushed against the demon man's eyes, obscuring his vision. The eyeball is also one of the exposed vulnerabilities. Mira, be cautious ahead. The demon woman called out a warning. But Lizet offered no time for the opponent to react. Harnessing centrifugal force, he once again maximized his explosive limit. He concentrated his energy into a tangible form, affixing it to his right foot, rendering the kick as sharp as a blade. Direct impact. Blood sprayed from the demon man's forehead as he was sent flying, crashing into a distant rocky mountain. Lizet had initially aimed to sever his head entirely, yet ultimately, he merely inflicted a gash upon his forehead. The opponent's body was astonishingly tough. Binding. Lizet activated the material creation divine art on the limbs of the unsteady demon man. The act of creating substance from nothing is a fundamental skill of the divine, inherently devoid of any remarkable quality. Even the likes of Bic can conjure garments from an empty void. Conversely, Lizet manifests heavy objects using the same technique. In the original narrative, there exists a scene wherein Goku, burdened by a total weight of 4 tons during his training, is approached by the North Kai. Though the details are glossed over, he increases Goku's load to 10 tons. Ultimately, Goku, having transformed into a Super Saiyan, effortlessly moves, astonishing the North Kai. However, this is not the crux of the matter. There is a noteworthy point within this scenario. Even beings of Kai level can create weights sufficient to incapacitate Goku, regardless of his transformation. During this episode, Goku bears a cumulative weight of 40 tons. Assuming that the gravity of the Great King Planet is akin to that of the King Planet, which is 10 times that of Earth, Goku would be enduring a burden equivalent to 400 tons. In contrast, the weights that Lizet imposes upon the Demon Man are each a staggering 1,000 tons. This amounts to a total weight of 4,000 tons, effectively immobilizing his movements. With a swift motion, Lizet conjures a gallows, encircling the man's neck with a rope and utilizing telekinesis to suspend him in midair. The intent is unmistakable, to snap his neck. In terms of combat prowess, Lizet currently pales in comparison to this demon man. Yet, as evidenced by the example of the Kai's weights, it becomes clear that with adept use of substance creation, even a stronger adversary can be rendered motionless. Furthermore, the 4,000 tons pressing down on his neck inflicts far greater harm than any attack Lizet could muster. The man's neck creaks ominously, and his previously azure complexion deepens into a more pronounced shade of purple, a cause for concern indeed. However, while Lizet employs divine magic, his opponent is equally capable of countering with demonic sorcery. With a mere gesture of her staff, the restraints and gallows conjured by Lizet vanish in an instant. Yet, Lizet had anticipated this and immediately launched his next offensive. 1,000 blades descend. Without hesitation, Lizet raises his right hand. In an instant, a multitude of white swords materialize, densely filling the sky, all aimed squarely at the demon man. Without a flicker of doubt, the rain of blades is unleashed upon him, enveloping his form entirely. Yet, Lizet does not relent. He leaps into the air, unfurling his wings. The energy emanating from his wings disperses like feathers, and he crosses his hands above his head, gathering energy as if performing the Kamehameha, intertwining his wrists before thrusting them forward. Simultaneously, 2 orbs of light manifest around Lizet, swirling about him as their brilliance intensifies. Subsequently, he compresses all the gathered energy into his palms and releases it. Furious impact. This technique resembles the Kamehameha, channeling energy in a singular direction, tailored exclusively for Lizet. The emitted white energy stream manifests 2 orbs of light, transforming into a pink energy wave that spirals forward, merging with the central white energy wave. Akin to the magic cannon, this can be likened to an enhanced version of the Kamehameha, amplifying both penetration and impact. The full-force attack unleashed by Lizet not only eroded the planet's surface and shattered mountains of rock, but also engulfed the man within, piercing through the planet's stratosphere and striking a distant asteroid, obliterating it entirely. This represents the most formidable attack at my disposal. If this proves ineffective, then this is the utmost strike Lizet can currently muster. The potential damage this blow can inflict upon the opponent, or whether it can inflict any harm at all, serves as a clear indicator of the disparity in strength between the two. Of course, even in the face of such a gap in power, there exist methods of counteraction. One might seize the opportunity to retaliate, continuously execute slashes, or even combine the solar fist with a series of energy blade attacks. Yet, he still hopes to inflict at least some degree of damage upon his adversary, although there are ways to compensate for the disparity in strength. Achieving victory through these means is far from simple. As the dust settled, a figure emerged, unimpressed, proclaiming, "Is that all you can do?" How disappointing, utterly meaningless. The demon man, aside from a gash on his forehead, appeared unscathed. Chapter 57, The Anomaly. Everything has come to an end. Rest assured, I will make good use of your energy. Despite enduring Lizet's relentless assault, Mira remained unscathed, declaring this audaciously. The difference in power between the two was evident. From a moment Lizet launched a full-scale attack, yet failed to inflict even a hair's breadth of damage. The outcome was already determined. Should there still be a chance of victory, it would hinge upon severing the opponent's neck or torso with a slashing energy attack. Yet now, even with 1,000 blades raining down upon him, the adversary remained entirely unharmed, indicating the difficulty of this approach. At that moment, the previously silent female demon suddenly interjected. "Wait, Mira." Upon hearing her call, the man obediently paused. Despite sensing that the man's energy far surpassed that of the woman, it appeared her status was indeed superior. If only he could eliminate her first, Lizet contemplated. Yet before he could dwell on it further, she posed a question to him. "Tell me, do you have someone backing you?" "Backing?" "Indeed, perhaps someone with the ability to transcend time. It would be quite unnatural if someone weren't meddling, given the vast discrepancies between existing and non-existing timelines." "What on earth are you talking about?" As before, Lizet found himself utterly perplexed by the words of this demon woman. However, the keywords within the other's words were impossible to overlook. Their demeanor and actions exuded an essence as if they were acutely aware of the original timeline. That is, the canonical narrative of Dragon Ball. Who indeed were they? Lizet pondered. Were they akin to Cell or Trunks, hailing from the future? Or perhaps individuals like himself, possessing unique memories? Or were they entirely new characters, perhaps introduced in subsequent Dragon Ball sequels or spin-offs, of which he remained unaware? Surely, they could not be mere creations from fan works like Dragon Ball AF? It appears you're truly oblivious. Nonetheless, it matters not. Mira, let's spare him for now. Perhaps, through this individual, we might lure out those who stand behind him. Is it acceptable to let him go? What does it matter? To you, he is merely a weakling, hardly capable of providing any substantial energy, at least for the time being. The woman maintained a demeanor of effortless confidence, suggesting they temporarily release Lisa. In truth, the disparity in strength between Mira and Lisa was glaringly apparent to their eyes. Lisa was an opponent who could stir no significant trouble, even if left unattended. With a provocative smile, the woman turned to Lisa. "Thus, we shall permit you to live a while longer. However, should you dare to impede us, we shall make you vanish instantly." "You intend to release me? Oh dear, is that not a good thing?" Do you see us as your only concern? The woman spoke with a teasing tone, and in that very instant, Lizet sensed an anomaly. Frisia, who had been his first form, suddenly surged with power, instantly transitioning to his final form. How? How is this possible? Oh dear. Frisia has transformed into his final form in an instant. What in the world are you up to? Given Frisia's nature, he would never switch to his final form without reason. Yet, similar bizarre occurrences had transpired before, such as Vegeta transforming into a great ape despite not being cornered. This situation mirrored that past incident precisely. Although Lizet could not ascertain what had transpired, he was certain that it was the handiwork of these two demons. Furthermore, look, there is yet another development. Lizet then sensed new presences. Several powerful forces had already arrived on Namek. Among them were the Ginyu Force, the Gula Mecha Squadron, and even Gula himself. At some point, they had all come to this planet. I merely advanced the timeline slightly. What do you think? Isn't it beginning to feel rather intriguing? To put it plainly, I have simply brought them from the future, where they were destined to arrive, to the present. Now, let us proceed to the next era. Farewell, dear anomaly. Wait. Lizet hurriedly attempted to intervene, but the two demons were swifter, vanishing without a trace. As if they had never existed at all. He immediately initiated a search through his senses, yet he could no longer trace the presence of the two individuals. Not only on this planet Namek, but even within the surrounding light years that he could perceive, there was not a trace of their essence. If one were to believe their previous words, it seemed that the two had traversed into alternate points in time. This notion was utterly inconceivable, an alarming power that was difficult to accept. How could it be? Due to their intervention, the situation had completely spiraled beyond Lizet's control. Frisia had directly assumed his final form, and even Gula had arrived. The current predicament was far worse than even the bleakest of forecasts. Lizet was utterly lost, unable to discern the correct course of action. No, perhaps from the outset, in the face of the present circumstances, there was no such thing as a correct answer. What should be done? Yet, despite the confusion, time would not pause. In this rapidly shifting and chaotic scenario, Lizet was compelled to make a decisive move without delay. Meanwhile, the commander of Gula's elite mech squad, Shaviza, stood with arms crossed before their spacecraft, awaiting the return of his subordinates. Upon arriving at Namek, their first action had been to dispatch a messenger to inquire about Frisia's intentions, yet that subordinate had yet to return. In Shaviza's view, Frisia's rebellion was simply astonishing. Indeed, his master Gula and his brother Frisia could not be described as harmonious siblings, but they had never reached the point of open rebellion that could lead to mutual destruction. Moreover, both Frisia and Gula belonged to the Frozen Demon Clan, rulers of the cosmos. Should the two truly engage in a deadly struggle, it would amount to a disgraceful self-destruction, something King Cold would never permit. Thus, Shaviza believed this incident must be a misunderstanding. Frisia and Gula would ultimately exchange some barbs as usual, and the matter would simply fade away. However, the messenger sent had not returned, and instead, Frisia's trusted confidant, Zabo, appeared. You are Zabo? Where's the soldier I dispatched? Chapter 58, Gula approaches the battlefield. You are Zabo? Where's the soldier I dispatched? He has already been dealt with by Lord Frisia. I am here to inform Lord Gula of this matter. Had a common soldier uttered such words, Shaviza's reaction might have been entirely different. Yet, Zabo, being Frisia's confidant, carried a weight to his words that was incomparable. For Zabo to come specifically to report this to Gula was tantamount to a blatant betrayal of Frisia. This indicated that he had risked the possibility of being executed by Frisia to arrive here. Such a perilous endeavor could not be a mere fabrication, as it offered no benefit, only risk. But you were supposed to be Lord Frisia's confidant. Why come to report such news? Because I had no other choice. This was the only path to survival. Regardless of how formidable Lord Frisia may be, should he truly engage in a life-and-death struggle with Lord Cooler, he would stand no chance of victory. I have no desire to become a mere pawn in such a conflict, mused Shaviza. Indeed, if Frisia and Cooler were to transcend mere sibling squabbles and genuinely seek each other's demise, it is indisputable that Cooler would prevail. Not only do their respective combat capabilities reflect this, but even the strength of their loyal subordinates leans heavily in Cooler's favor. Although the Mecha Squad consists of only 3 members, each possesses power far exceeding that of the Ginyu Force. A team like the Ginyu Special Force, with combat strengths of merely 40 or 50,000, is hardly worth consideration. The only one who might offer a semblance of resistance is Ginyu himself. However, how could he possibly triumph against the trio of the Mecha Squad? Thus, Shaviza concluded that Sabo's choice was indeed prudent. Should a confrontation arise between Cooler and Frisia's forces, Sabo would undoubtedly be the first sacrificial pawn. In light of this, aligning with Cooler would certainly enhance his chances of survival. Yet at this moment, Shaviza remained ambivalent, unable to ascertain whether Sabo had genuinely betrayed Frisia. What transpired next was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune for Sabo. "Sabo, you scoundrel! How dare you? And more, Dodoria? You are still alive?" To his astonishment, Sabo discovered that Dodoria, whom he believed he had slain, was indeed still among the living. However, Sabo was undeniably fortunate. Had this incident occurred aboard Frisia's spacecraft, in Frisia's presence, he would have faced inevitable retribution as a traitor, likely sentenced to death. But here, before Cooler's ship, and having just fabricated a narrative of betrayal against Frisia alongside Shaviza, Dodoria's appearance inadvertently bolstered Sabo's position. "Curse that Frisia! Is he here to execute me, the traitor? Traitor! I shall show no mercy." What? So, Lord Frisia has truly conspired against us. The two confidants of Frisia exchanged accusations of treachery, with one acknowledging his own betrayal. This scene thoroughly misled Shaviza, leading him to believe that Sabo had indeed turned against Frisia to ally with Cooler. He mistakenly assumed that Sabo had previously ambushed Dodoria but failed to kill him, resulting in Dodoria being dispatched by Frisia to hunt Sabo down. Under Shaviza's absurd conjecture, a fierce battle erupted between Sabo and Dodoria, devoid of any pretense. For Shaviza, whose combat power reached an impressive 170,000, the skirmish seemed rather unremarkable. Nonetheless, he could clearly discern that both combatants were intent on annihilating one another. Ultimately, Sabo emerged victorious, submerging Dodoria beneath the depths. S.H. Shaviza, there is no time. Frisia is gathering a host of high-powered subordinates to collect the Dragon Balls. If this continues, he will indeed attain immortality. I understand. I shall report this matter to Lord Cooler at once. Previously, the notion of Frisia's rebellion seemed utterly unreal to Shaviza. However, at this moment, the event finally took on a vivid shape, causing Shaviza to become flustered. He failed to perceive the flaws in Sabo's words and took Sabo's claims about Frisia's treachery as undeniable truth. Unbeknownst to him, he had fallen entirely into Sabo's trap and hastily rushed into the spaceship to report to Gula. Upon receiving Shaviza's report, Gula harbored no doubts. "So, it is Frisia? You fool! How dare you confront me directly? Truly, you are beyond redemption." The already tenuous brotherly bond between Gula and Frisia had deteriorated to the point of utter distrust. Thus, he did not entertain the possibility of misunderstanding. Given Frisia's foolishness, such reckless behavior came as no surprise. In Gula's mind, Frisia had long since transformed into a mere traitor, an enemy. "Frisia and those dubious individuals will be dealt with by me. Shaviza, you must eliminate the Jinyu force. The rest are manageable, but Jinyu, with his body-swapping abilities, must not be allowed to reunite with Frisia, or it will spell trouble." Understood. After issuing the command for the mechanized squad to attack the Jinyu force, Gula ascended into the sky, his face devoid of any wariness, filled instead with the arrogance of a strong man, firmly believing that his participation would guarantee victory. Shortly thereafter, Shaviza and the others followed suit, leaving only Sabo behind. The plan unfolded smoothly. With this, neither Frisia nor Gula would return in the short term. Eventually, one of them would meet their demise. Moreover, the Jinyu force would be dispatched by the mechanized squad. This meant that Frisia's spaceship was currently unoccupied. An excellent opportunity to seize the Dragon Balls had arrived. He. It is close, very close. My eternal beauty shall soon be within my grasp. Sabo believed that everything was under his control. In truth, the chaos engulfing Namek was indeed orchestrated by him, and he momentarily held sway over the situation. Yet, Sabo was not without vulnerabilities. He had completely underestimated the existence of Lizet, which had rendered the Dragon Balls inaccessible. This meant that Sabo was, in fact, at an impasse. Since the Dragon Balls were unattainable by any means, the notion of eternal beauty was naturally out of reach. Furthermore, as long as either Frisia or Gula returned, his conspiracy would inevitably unravel, leading to his ultimate demise. The battlefield had already descended into chaos, with no one capable of truly controlling the situation. Chapter 59, Fierce Battle with Frisia. After delivering the false report to Shaviza, Sabo returned to Frisia's spaceship. His intentions were clear, to seize the Dragon Balls stored within the vessel. However, an unforeseen event transpired. He discovered that the Jinyu Force member, Gudo, who had been sent to aid Frisia, had remained behind to guard the Dragon Balls. You are Gudo. So it is you, Zabu. Do not frighten me with your presence, you insignificant creature, within the elite ranks of the Ginyu Force. Gudu is the sole member whose combat prowess pales in comparison to yours. His continued presence in the team relies solely on his ability to halt time. To be labeled as insignificant by such an opponent is undoubtedly a humiliation for Zabu. In response, Zabu almost instinctively retorted with unabashed disdain, "Silence, you foul seafood. Do not approach me with your filthy nose. What did you say? How dare you mention what I hold most dear? However, it seems you're the only guard here." "What do you mean?" For Zabu, the presence of a guard was unexpected, yet the fact that Gudu was the sole one provided a stroke of fortune. Had any of the other 4 members of the Ginyu Force remained, his chances would have been non-existent. However, facing Gudu was an entirely different scenario. Indeed, Gudu's superpower of time suspension is formidable. In a team battle, it can influence the tide of combat more significantly than mere physical strength. He can immobilize enemies with his binding technique and flexibly employ time suspension according to the circumstances. Yet in a one-on-one confrontation, Gudu is hardly a fearsome adversary. Zabu suddenly propelled himself towards the ground, launching a swift kick with a speed that left Gudu no time to react. Ugh! Perish foul seafood. Following this, Zabu delivered a powerful elbow strike to Gudu's head, pinning him to the ground. Without mercy, he unleashed a ki blast, striking Gudu's back and rendering him motionless, utterly silenced. Ultimately, Gudu's combat strength barely exceeds 10,000, making victory against Zabu an impossibility. If he had any chance, it would have been through a sneak attack with his binding technique, but Zabu had anticipated that. Thus, he opted for a surprise assault, denying Gudu any opportunity to retaliate. Whether it be Dodoria or you, you're all grotesque beings. I cannot tolerate those more beautiful than myself, nor can I endure your repulsive forms. Looking at you is like gazing at my own reflection. Zabu harbors an extreme obsession with beauty and ugliness, which fuels his inability to accept the existence of Gudu and Dodoria. Even the exquisite Lizet, whom he concedes might surpass him in beauty, is equally intolerable to him. Now, with 5 Dragon Balls in his possession, Zabu mused that the remaining ones likely lay with that mysterious group of individuals, which he cannot seize at this moment. It appears he must wait until Frieza eliminates them before seizing the opportunity to snatch them away. With the 5 Dragon Balls in hand, Zabu began to relocate. His immediate task was to find a hidden place where no one could discover the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions faced an unprecedented crisis, including Dales and Vegeta. Their group numbered 11. Even Vegeta, who once wreaked havoc as an enemy, had joined their ranks, making this a team that should inspire confidence based on sheer combat prowess. Yet all of this dissipated like a fleeting dream upon encountering Frieza. In comparison to the current Frieza, their powers were utterly insignificant. At this moment, Frieza's appearance was that of a remarkably simplistic and smooth alien, not particularly tall. Judging solely by his exterior, he might well be the least conspicuous adversary Goku and his companions had ever faced. However, his strength was overwhelming, terrifyingly so. How could this be? The words of the divine were indeed true. They should never have allowed this being to complete his transformation. Goku harbored a twinge of disdain, or perhaps arrogance, towards Frieza. Initially, Frieza exhibited a combat power of approximately 530,000, and with Goku's current prowess, he could easily emerge victorious even without utilizing the Kaioken. Thus, when Frieza began to transform, Goku did not exert all his efforts to prevent it. In fact, as the black energy enveloped Frieza, and he proclaimed that they would witness his ultimate form, Goku felt an unexpected sense of anticipation deep within. This might be a common flaw among Saiyans. Once they perceive themselves as vastly superior to their opponents, they cannot resist the urge to revel in the battle, even yearning for a contest that poses a slight challenge. Yet reality proved him wrong. As Lizet had stated, he should have decisively defeated Frieza, while he underestimated him. How could it be? He was strong to such an extent. Gohan trembled uncontrollably, while Krillin muttered hoarsely. Yamcha, Ten, Kairatsu, and even the typically aggressive Saiyans like Bardock and Vegeta found themselves quaking in fear, and Piccolo and Din wore expressions of grave concern. Now, let me show you a terror more fearsome than hell itself, Frieza declared as he slowly spread his arms, assuming a battle stance. In response, Goku and Piccolo launched their attacks first, only to be effortlessly repelled as if they had struck against an impenetrable wall. Both warriors held nothing back. Activating the Kaioken ×10 right from the outset, their power soaring above 5 million, surrounded by crimson aura as they charged at Frisia. Yet, Frisia neither retaliated nor appeared flustered, easily deflecting their subsequent onslaught. Special large Kamehameha. Energy sphere slash. Seizing the moment when Goku and Piccolo momentarily distanced themselves from Frisia, Yamcha and Krillin unleashed their most formidable techniques. Yamcha's massive Kamehameha, infused with all his strength, surged toward Frisia along a complex trajectory, while Krillin's energy sphere slash shot forth in a straight line. Still, Frisia effortlessly dodged the energy sphere slash, swatting away the Kamehameha as if swatting a fly. Kamehameha. Immediately afterward, Tien unleashed his Kamehameha toward Frisia. This attack carried significant risk. A moment's carelessness could lead to the depletion of his life force. Yet it was Tien's ultimate trump card capable of surpassing his own limits. Nevertheless, even this failed to inflict any harm upon Frisia. Unscathed, Frisia emerged from the smoke, his demeanor unfazed. Death Ball. How foolish. Prepare yourself. Dales concentrated a circular wave of energy between his hands and unleashed it, while Vegeta also released his full power. Nappa expelled a beam of destruction from his mouth. 3 torrents of energy surged towards Frisia simultaneously. Yet, Frisia merely flicked his wrist, dismissing these attacks effortlessly, standing unperturbed as if nothing had transpired. Tien, employing his supernatural abilities throughout, could not sway Frisia in the slightest. "Let us shake hands," declared Rabbit Leader as he approached Frisia, extending his hand in a gesture of camaraderie. Frisia, of course, offered no response. In silence, he swung his tail, rendering Rabbit Leader unconscious upon ground. Is that all? If so, it seems it is my turn to act. Everyone attack at once, commanded Piccolo, prompting nods of agreement from the others. Kamehameha, Kamehameha, Kamehameha. Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha unleashed the Kamehameha in unison. Eva d'Explosion. Special Beam Cannon. Piccolo and his disciple Gohan launched their techniques without delay. Dodon Ray. Tien and Kaiatsu released 2 beams of light, followed closely by Vegeta's Gallic Gun, Dale's Energy Halo, and Nappa's Beam of Destruction. A total of 10 formidable attacks surged towards Frisia. Yet, Frisia's smile remained unaltered, devoid of fear, as he strode directly into the oncoming barrage of energy. The outcome was inevitable. He emerged unscathed from the smoke, embodying the harbinger of despair. "I have an idea. Perhaps we should retreat and regroup with Kami?" Krillin timidly suggested. "I sensed Kami's energy earlier. His power should be sufficient to confront Frisia." Though Krillin's proposal seemed cowardly, it was at that moment the most prudent course of action. Despite Lizet being taken by those 2 mysterious demons, his formidable presence lingered palpably. Even taking into account Frisia's unspent strength, Lizet's power was likely superior. That aura was so potent it left everyone astounded. Had it not been for the interruption at a critical moment, Lizet would not have retreated. However, in contrast, the fact that those 2 demons could instill such wariness in Lizet, prompting his withdrawal, suggested they might be even more formidable adversaries than Frisia. "Fool! Sense the energy properly. He is already approaching us. And there's another ominous presence akin to Frisia's drawing near from a different direction," Piccolo retorted, remaining relatively composed in the face of Krillin's suggestion. Even if they did nothing, Lizet was already en route, but simultaneously, other troubles were closing in. The situation was not improving. It was only growing worse, a reality making Piccolo's expression particularly grim. "All right, now it is my turn to strike." Frisia pointed his finger at the crowd and unleashed a barrage of blinding flashes. "Be careful. He is coming." Among those present, only Goku, Piccolo, and Darius managed to react in time. Goku pulled Krillin aside, Piccolo shielded Gohan, and Darius rescued Vegeta. They exerted every ounce of strength to evade the lethal flashes. However, Tien, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Nappa were unable to escape the onslaught. The 4 fell to the ground, pierced through the chest. No one could ascertain their fate. Even if they were still alive, it seemed unlikely they would rise again. "Oh, you managed to dodge? More impressive than I anticipated." I barely saw it. There was just a sudden flash before my eyes. In just 1 round of attack, their numbers have been halved. Krillin and Gohan trembled uncontrollably, while despair filled Vegeta's eyes. He realized that he and Frisia were not even in the same league, and victory was utterly out of reach. Yet despair did not cease. Frisia determined that Goku was the strongest among them and instantly teleported in front of him, delivering a kick to his neck. Accompanied by an ominous crack, the fiery aura enveloping Goku dissipated, and he collapsed like a marionette with its strings cut. Goku, Dad, who will be next? The incident transpired so abruptly that Krillin and Gohan could hardly comprehend what had happened, only knowing that Goku had suddenly fallen, plunging them into chaos. Frieza approached them mercilessly. Not a chance. At that moment, Darius charged in from the side, launching a fierce assault on Frieza. The two engaged in a fierce exchange. Yet Frieza remained effortlessly in control. He even crossed his arms, responding to Darius' attacks with just his legs, ultimately delivering a kick that sent him flying. Darius traced a line of blood through the air, struggling to regain his footing as he landed, clearly winded and grievously injured. Damn it! Piccolo immediately joined the fray, teaming up with Darius to confront Frieza, but even their combined efforts proved futile against the tyrant. Frieza did not even lower his arms, a mocking smile gracing his face as he toyed with their desperate resistance. Aware that this stalemate offered no hope of victory, Darius leaped over Frieza, maneuvering behind him, and locked his arms around Frieza's body. Earthling, use your spirit bomb and cleave Frieza with me. What? Even if you're a villain, I cannot do that. You fool. Do you want everyone to die here? Darius' judgment was not incorrect. If they continued to linger, death awaited them all, and it was better to take a risk. Yet in Krillin's moment of hesitation, he unwittingly granted Frieza the opportunity to break free. Frieza struck Darius in the abdomen with an elbow, forcefully flinging him away. Darius struggled to rise, but his injuries were becoming increasingly severe. It is but a futile endeavor. Frieza wore a composed smile, his fingertips aimed at Krillin, evidently intent on eliminating the troublesome warrior capable of executing the energy sphere slash. Just as the onlookers believed the end was nigh, a colossal white fist surged through the air, instantly sending Frieza hurtling away. This formidable punch was familiar to Krillin and the others. They had witnessed it during the battle between Lizet and Vegeta, where Lizet had referred to it as the hand of the Celestial. The crowd looked up to the heavens. And indeed, there stood Lizet. Apologies for my tardiness. Lizet landed beside Krillin and the others, his gaze sweeping over their fallen comrades. Though they were not lifeless. They were on the brink of death and required immediate aid. Lizet reached towards the sky, extracting a bag from a rift in space, filled with the magical beans he had stored in his created subspace. He retrieved 6 beans and, with his extraordinary abilities, precisely delivered them into the mouths of his fallen allies. Thus, their lives were momentarily safeguarded. We're saved. Lord Celestial, I thought we were doomed this time, Krillin exclaimed, only to be drawn back into a state of tension by Lizet's response. No, Krillin, it is far too early to declare salvation. Just as Krillin sighed in relief, Lizet's words reignited the urgency. Indeed, the true climax of this chaotic battlefield was merely beginning. Lizet gazed into the distance, and Krillin followed his gaze. Upon a rock stood an alien, strikingly similar in appearance to Frieza, yet emanating a far more potent aura. At last, I have found you. My foolish brother Frieza, the one who has brought disgrace upon our family. Ah, so, it is you, my dim-witted brother Cooler. I never imagined you would venture to such a planet. It seems you are truly at your wit's end. It was evident that the brothers shared a tumultuous relationship, their mutual disdain palpable as they glared at one another, poised to engage in combat at any moment. For Lizet and his companions, should they erupt into infighting, it would be an opportune boon. Regardless of the victor, both would be left weakened, providing an opportunity to strike at the injured party subsequently. However, to their surprise, Cooler calmly surveyed Lizet and the others, speaking, if you wish to argue, then first eliminate these bothersome pests, provided you possess the capability. Do not speak to me in such a condescending tone. It is truly revolting. Once I have dealt with these fools, you shall be next. You had best prepare yourself. Ah, so you mean to be ready to slay your brother? Stop with the nonsensical chatter. It appeared that matters were not unfolding as Lizet and his allies had hoped. Cooler and Frieza seemed to have reached a consensus to dispose of Lizet and his bothersome company first. Perhaps in their eyes, even if the adversary was merely a minor player, they could not allow such nuisances to escape during their battle. Regardless, the situation is deteriorating toward the most dire outcome. Chapter 61. The Brutality of Gula. Let us begin with a thorough cleansing. We must swiftly eliminate this group of insignificant foes. Gula concentrated his energy into his hands, directing it toward Lizet and his companions. There was no hint of amusement in his demeanor, nor any sadistic delight in toying with these lesser beings. In stark contrast to his brother Frieza, Gula embodied an icy, merciless quality. Lizet was convinced that if this man were left unchecked, Goku and the others would soon face total annihilation. Thus, Lizet resolved that his foremost adversary was not Frieza, but Gula. While Frieza possessed a penchant for toying with his opponents, relishing the sight of their desperate resistance due to his overwhelming strength, Gula exhibited none of these traits. At this moment, the true menace was not Frieza, but Gula. Without warning, Lizet unleashed a ki blast aimed at Gula, propelling his body away. Piccolo, I shall confront Gula. I'll leave the rest to you. How easy it is to say, Piccolo replied. Lizet spread his wings and soared after the airborne Gula. In midair, Gula swiftly regained his composure, but Lizet seized this opportunity to launch a second assault. He struck at Gula's abdomen, narrowly evading a retaliatory punch, and followed up by slapping Gula's cheek. Subsequently, he seized Gula's outstretched arm with his left hand and delivered a powerful blow to his elbow with his right. A sharp crack echoed, yet Gula's joint remained unshattered. However, his body did not possess the same extraordinary resilience as Mira. Lizet twisted Gula's left arm, executing a wide arc that sent him crashing to the ground, further augmenting his attack with his superpowers and ki blast, propelling Gula downward like a cannonball. GUH's guy, prepare to receive my strike. As Lizet pursued the plummeting Gula, he manifested his ki, conjuring 5 divine warriors wielding long spears. He commanded the warriors to assault Gula. Encircling him, Gula would not remain passive, retaliating with punches against the divine warriors. However, the moment his fists made contact, the warriors detonated. This surprise tactic, capable of exploding upon contact, was nearly impossible to evade without prior knowledge. Seizing the opportunity, Lizet launched a ki ring to ensnare the staggering Gula. Immediately following up with his assault, he delivered a swift kick to Gula's unguarded abdomen, then combined his superpower with the ki blast to send Gula hurtling once more. Gula's body broke through the ocean's surface, soaring toward the horizon. Lizet promptly opened a portal, traversing subspace to arrive directly in Gula's path, manifesting a longsword. With a swing akin to striking a ball, he aimed a powerful downward slash at Gula's back. Cut cannot sever. Liza's conviction that this strike would surely sever his opponent was momentarily thwarted as Gula, at the instant of impact, managed to awkwardly twist his body, evading the critical blow. The blade, forged from concentrated energy, merely grazed the skin at the nape of Gula's neck and back, ultimately severing his tail before coming to a halt. Yet, Lizet deliberately maintained his poised stance, using the centrifugal force of his rotation to hurl the long sword towards Gula, who had traversed past him in flight. At that moment, Gula finally broke free from the confines of the energy ring, but in the next instant, the incoming sword pierced his side, causing blood to erupt from his mouth. With his neck cut, his tail severed, and his side impaled, Gula was likely experiencing pain of a magnitude he had never before endured. Lizet would not grant Gula a moment to recover from the agony and chaos. He raised his hand to open a rift to the subspace, unleashing a relentless barrage of energy waves. Concurrently, a portal materialized beside Gula, and energy waves poured forth, sending him hurtling through the air once more. This was far from a singular strike. Ahead of Gula's trajectory, another portal opened, propelling him even further with another wave of energy, followed by yet another portal. With wave after wave cascading upon him, Gula's body was sent flying like a marble, unable to stabilize his form. Just as Gula was barely beginning to acclimate to the rhythm of the onslaught, multiple portals suddenly erupted around him, unleashing a torrent of energy waves simultaneously. With no means of evasion, Gula could only curl up defensively, akin to a turtle, bracing himself against the onslaught. The explosive flames enveloped him, searing his flesh. Lizet provided no respite after the initial barrage. He immediately launched into the next wave of assault. Silently advancing, his agile hands slipped through the gaps in Gula's defenses. Delivering a powerful strike to his chin, guarding his head exposed his abdomen. Protecting his abdomen left his head vulnerable. Any attempt to counterattack would be met with a counterstrike. With a superior mastery of martial arts, Lizet's attacks breezed past Gula's defenses as though they were mere child's play. Even when Gula curled up to defend with all his might, Lizet would whip his arm like a lash, striking down upon Gula's arm. The shock of this blow was staggering, the pain beyond comprehension. It felt as though the skin were being mercilessly scraped away and nerve endings were being brutally stimulated. A fierce agony engulfing Gula's entire being in an instant. The torment of a whipping, a form of cruel punishment, is indeed unfathomable in its severity. Even a full-grown man would scream in agony under such a punishment, sometimes succumbing to shock or even death from the overwhelming pain. Lizet, in a state of near exhaustion, unleashed his palm strike, reminiscent of a whip, replicating the suffering of the lash upon Gula. Lizet had long been waiting. Her fingers shot into his ear in an instant, then pulled out coated in blood. "Gah! Aya!" Gula screamed, wildly swinging his fists in retaliation. But Lizet calmly blocked every attack and countered with precision. First strike, she dodged Gula's right punch aimed straight at her and slammed a palm in his face. Second strike, she lowered her stance to avoid the slightly rising left punch and struck his abdomen. Third strike, following the trajectory of Gula's descending right punch, she lifted her arm to block, while simultaneously striking his jaw. Fourth strike, no need to dodge. Ignoring the left punch aimed at empty air, she smacked his cheek. Fifth strike, Gula's unstable body threw a right hook. Lizet sidestepped slightly and shattered his joints with a single palm strike. Sixth strike, Gula steadied himself and delivered a massive heavy punch. Lizet ducked, closing the distance, and smashed her palm in his chest, bones cracking audibly. Seventh strike, unable to move his arms, Gula switched to kicking. Lizet lightly jumped aside and struck the back of his neck. Eighth strike, before he could act further, the strike to his neck forced him into violent coughing. Lizet didn't hesitate and launched another flurry of attacks. Strike, 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 strike. Her arms moved like whips, repeatedly tossing Gula around. One strike to the cheek sent him left, and the next struck him right. Exposed abdomen. Attack. Bent over. Jaw strike. Head. Attack. Seizing the moment when Gula's defense around his head faltered, Lizet condensed her chi into a blade at her fingertips and slashed, slicing, through his right eye. Having mastered multiple martial arts, Lizet displayed a near-perfect, ruthless offensive in close combat. Gula, racked with pain, sank into total chaos. What is happening? Am I being hit? No, not just hit. I'm being dismantled. Precise. Exact. Systematic. This bastard is methodically tearing me apart piece by piece. Who is this detestable creature? A seemingly fragile human. Yet each strike is harsher than anything he has ever experienced. This distance is too dangerous. Must create space escape? He actually considered running. What am I thinking? Escape? Defeated step by step, Gula's mind scrambled. I'm Gula, the strongest in the universe. This is absurd. Stop joking. Stop. Suddenly, his body began to glow. Chapter 62. Gula transforms. Gula's entire body emitted a radiant light. His form expanded, his head changing shape. His eyes blazed a crimson light. His tail, once severed, and his eyes, once slashed, regenerated fully, restoring him to a terrifying, renewed form. Lizet swiftly distanced himself, conjuring a long sword and hurling it towards Gula's nape. It failed to penetrate. The aura enveloping Gula deflected the blade effortlessly. Regardless of the sword's form, it ultimately remained mere energy. Upon encountering a more formidable force, it would be effortlessly neutralized. In that fleeting moment, Gula's transformation continued unabated. Ultimately, aside from the mask at his mouth, his metamorphosis was complete. Splendid. You've managed to push me to this extent, you scoundrel. Do you think you can meet your end with ease? You've transformed. I had intended to settle this before your transformation, but it seems that will not be so simple. Lizet wiped the sweat from his brow, calmly assessing the disparity in power between himself and Gula. Even if he were to unleash a tremendous burst of energy, amplifying his strength by 40-fold, Gula's combat prowess would still be approximately double his own. No, perhaps just shy of double, but the difference remained stark. While it was not a state of utter despair, turning the tide would not be a trivial endeavor. In the past, Goku and Piccolo had united to vanquish Raditz, whose strength surpassed theirs by threefold. Thus, the current gap, while formidable, was not insurmountable. The crux of the matter lay in time. Regardless of Lizet's might, maintaining a 40-fold burst would impose immense strain on his body, rendering prolonged endurance impossible. If victory were to be sought, there were generally three strategies to consider. The first, to spin the cutting energy blast at high velocity, utilizing a circular energy slash aimed at Gula's neck. However, a standard cutting energy blast would be futile, merely dissipating as the sword had moments prior. Should he attempt this, he would need to concentrate the energy to its utmost limit, unleashing maximum force to have any hope of severing Gula's neck. The second, at a critical juncture, to instantaneously elevate his burst to 80-fold, annihilating Gula in one fell swoop. Yet, doing so would leave Lizet immobilized. Currently, he was barely managing to sustain output that exceeded his limits through the fruits of his training and his body's self-healing abilities. Should he force an overload, Regardless of the strength of his recovery, he would sustain injuries severe enough to temporarily incapacitate him. With Frisia lurking nearby, such an approach must be avoided at all costs. The third, to banish Gula to a remote region of the cosmos using the Gate of Heaven. Even if Gula could survive in space, being cast alone into the void of dark nothingness, unable to discern direction, he would find it nearly impossible to return. Alternatively, perhaps he could be cast into the sun? Yet the challenge lay in how to compel him into the portal. Nevertheless, the specific method could be determined in the heat of battle. Thus, let the battle commence. Gula declared his readiness, the mask at his mouth once more concealing his visage. In that instant, his massive form loomed before Lizet. How swift! Gula surged forward, launching a powerful punch. The speed was indeed astonishing, yet for Lizet, he managed to respond just in time. He evaded the arms thicker than his own when, following his opponent's momentum, he struck a palm towards Gula's face. However, this blow had little discernible effect on Gula, who immediately launched a second wave of assault. Lizet dodged once more and countered, but his adversary swiftly pressed on with yet another offensive. Evade, strike, evade, strike, evade, strike. Gula's relentless attacks were met with Lizet's precise defenses, as he continuously countered. On the surface, the battle seemed no different from the previous one, but a crucial difference lay in the fact that Lizet's face no longer bore the calm demeanor it once had. Each of Gula's strikes was heavy and swift. While Lizet could indeed retaliate and inflict damage, these injuries were insufficient to disrupt Gula's balance. He remained unfazed and continued his counterattacks. It was not that Gula was impervious to pain. Rather, Lizet had previously struck him with such ferocity that he had grown increasingly numb to it. Moreover, Gula was currently blinded by rage, rendering any minor discomfort trivial. This cycle of evasion and striking repeated countless times. Just as Lizet's concentration was nearing its limit, Gula's tail suddenly swept towards his legs. Oh no, you've been caught. Gula's formidable arm finally grasped Lizet. Instinctively, Lizet leaped backward, attempting to minimize the damage. Yet he was still gravely injured. His body crashed against the rocks like a deflected ball, shattering several stones. Yet he did not stop. Ultimately, when he fell heavily to the ground, Lizet found it exceedingly difficult to move. His hands felt numb and lifeless, while excruciating pain surged through him as if his entire body were falling apart, radiating from his abdomen. Mem. If this continues, it will be the end. Enduring the agonizing pain, he summoned the last remnants of his consciousness to open a portal behind him, leaping into it as if plummeting. For now, he needed to find a place to recuperate his strength and retreat temporarily. He transported himself to a cave approximately 10 kilometers away, completely retracting his energy. This cave was the very refuge he had taken while evading Frisia. No matter where he found himself, he committed the terrain to memory. Gula's energy swiftly reached the spot where Lizet had just fallen, circling the area in search. From a distance, he relentlessly fired energy blasts, reducing the surroundings to utter chaos. That was close. Had I remained there, I would surely have been finished. How could I have been so thoroughly defeated in a single blow? Reflecting on the situation, Lizet mused, am I truly that fragile? Unlike Goku and the others, who could continue to fight even when faced with opponents far superior in strength during the films. Why is it that I crumble after just one hit? He initially believed that, facing an opponent whose combat power was merely twice his own, he could withstand a few punches. However, he did not anticipate such a dire outcome from a single blow. Ultimately, his fundamental physique remained that of an earthling, evolved to attain immortality and adapt to various environments. Yet his resilience to strikes could never compare to that of other races. Upon reflection, it was evident that even Tin, confronted by the formidable Nappa, had his arm shattered, and Piccolo was similarly incapacitated by a single hit from the same foe. This demonstrated the extraordinary durability of the Saiyans. Thus, he concluded that he must devise a strategy to evade his adversary's attacks. With that, the third round commenced. Regaining his composure, Lizet removed his shoes, took off his long gloves, and finally shed his cloak, relinquishing the heavy armor he had never before discarded. He activated a portal and teleported behind Gula, exclaiming, I'm here. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a key blast was unleashed. A fierce blaze erupted behind Gula, marking the resumption of the climactic battle on this planet. Chapter 63. Vegeta seeks to exploit a bug. Alright, who among you wishes to perish first? Before Frisia, Dallas, and Piccolo assumed their battle stances. Gohan and Krillin, however, distanced themselves from the two, tending to their unconscious companions. Regrettably, Their presence on the battlefield would only prove burdensome. The only course of action was to relocate their fallen allies to safety. Although their critically injured comrades had their lives preserved by the sins of beings, these miraculous beings did not restore consciousness. In other words, while their injuries had healed, Goku and the others remained in a state of unconsciousness. Thus, Dallas and Piccolo found themselves racing against time, awaiting Goku's revival. Meanwhile, Vegeta neither engaged in combat nor took action. He merely gazed at his healed yet unconscious comrades, lost in contemplation. Do we stand a chance? It's hard to say, but if Kakarot awakens, his power will undoubtedly increase. Every time we Saiyans return from the brink of death, our combat abilities significantly amplify. Although the exact extent of this boost remains uncertain, it is not without possibility. I see. Then, can we buy time for him to regain consciousness? I cannot guarantee it, but I'll strive to do so. As Piccolo and Dallas conversed, they remained vigilant, monitoring Frieza's movements. The foe seemed entirely disinterested in initiating an assault, appearing quite at ease. Yet, if the stalemate continued for too long, Frieza would inevitably take the offensive. In light of this, it would be wise to utilize the time at hand. Dallas concentrated his ki in his palm, merging it with the oxygen of Namek, creating an energy sphere and propelling it into the sky. Explode. Mirje. This temporary moon, artificially crafted from his own energy, would enable certain Saiyans to transform into great apes without waiting for a full moon, thereby unleashing their true power. Although Dales was once a lower-tier warrior, he has significantly enhanced his strength through the repeated consumption of the fruit from the spirit tree and has long since mastered this ability. It is imperative to declare in advance, do not approach me too closely, for I may lose my sanity. Are you unable to control yourself? Regrettably, such is the fate of a lower-tier warrior. A piercing light radiated from Dales's eyes, eliciting a reaction from his tail as the transformation commenced. His form began to swell, eventually morphing into a colossal ape towering several dozen meters high, completely devoid of rational thought. While elite warriors can maintain their composure during transformation, Dales is unable to achieve such restraint. Once transformed, unless his tail is severed or the moon vanishes, he will act solely on instinct, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. My warning to keep your distance is no idle threat. At this moment, even in the presence of allies, Dales may lash out. Roar. The monstrous ape emitted a deafening roar, its sheer might stirring up a tempest around it, akin to a storm ravaging the land. Yet, despite witnessing such overwhelming power, Frieza remained unperturbed. Although he could not conceal his disdain for the giant ape, he harbored no thoughts of impending defeat. Dales's massive fist lunged toward Frieza, who effortlessly sidestepped the attack. The miss resulted in a colossal impact with the ground, creating a deep crater. The giant ape flailed its arms wildly, each strike carrying the force of its most formidable techniques, sending shivers down the spine of even the distant Piccolo. The immense bulk of the giant was itself a source of strength, and such a vast physique also implied astonishing speed. The ape's fists shattered the earth, and its destructive energy beams could even alter the very shape of planets. This transformation is the hallmark of the warrior race, the Saiyans, and the key to their designation as the mightiest of clans. When Vegeta arrived on Earth, his battle power post-transformation could surpass that of Jinyu. Not to mention, Dales originally possessed a combat strength of 2.5 million, which multiplied tenfold upon transformation, bestowing him with the power to obliterate worlds. However, his opponent is the cosmic tyrant, Frieza. With a battle power of approximately 25 million, Dales posed no threat to Frieza. Ah, so this is the extent of your abilities. It seems it is time for me to strike. Frieza revealed a confident smile, dashing towards Dales's throat and delivering a powerful kick. This single blow sent Dales's massive form soaring into the air. Subsequently, Frieza whipped his tail, effortlessly disregarding the giant's considerable size, and sent him hurtling away. G.U.H. Dales spiraled through the air before crashing to the ground, only to spring back up, utilizing the momentum from his fall and his own weight to unleash a heavy punch. Yet, Frieza caught the blow with one hand and, in a fluid motion, hurled Dales once more. The giant ape crashed to the ground, causing the earth to tremble, while the diminutive alien maintained his composed stride. This seemingly absurd spectacle appeared entirely reasonable in Frieza's eyes. He was, after all, the victor, the conqueror. Regardless of how colossal or formidable the adversary may be, Frieza forever remains exalted. He descended upon Dales, who was struggling to rise. crossing his arms and forcefully kicking him upwards. As Dales attempted to lunge at him once more, Frisia retaliated with a swift kick. To Frisia, the great ape transformation held no significance. In his eyes, the great ape was merely a larger, more durable punching bag. No, this cannot be. He is simply no match at all. Too powerful. Krillin and Gohan, who could no longer join the fray, trembled in their voices. Despite having received the Elder's enhancement, it now appeared utterly futile. Dales, transformed into a great ape, undoubtedly possessed the mightiest combat capability among them. Yet he was still utterly incapable of contending with Frisia. The sole entity that might stand a chance against, or even defeat, Frisia was Lizet. However, he was elsewhere, engaged in combat with another formidable foe. The being known as Gula, whom the Supreme Kai was battling, exuded an increasingly terrifying aura. It felt as though one were ensnared in a nightmarish dream. Goku remained unconscious. Even if he were to awaken, Krillin harbored no illusions that the situation would improve. Frisia's power had transcended their understanding. At that moment, Vegeta, who had been lost in contemplation, suddenly addressed Krillin. Hey, bald head, do you still have those strange beans that healed Kakarot's injuries? Huh, you mean the Senzu beans? We each saved one, just in case. Why do you ask? One each, is it? Good. Listen, you inflict serious injury upon me. Then use all the Senzu beans on me. Upon hearing this, Krillin's first reaction was, has this guy finally lost his mind? Yet, Vegeta was neither insane nor irrational. He was calmly seeking a method to alter their dire circumstances. Dales had mentioned that every time a Saiyan survived the brink of death, their power significantly increased. As long as he repeatedly revived from a near-death state, he would surely be able to surpass Frisia. But what if, despite this, he still could not defeat Frisia? The Senzu beans would then be wasted, leaving no chance for healing thereafter. Fool! If we cannot defeat Frisia, don't even speak of healing. We will all perish. Stop wasting time, act quickly. If we run out of time, I won't be responsible for what happens. Krillin found himself in a quandary. Although Vegeta was currently allied with them, he was once an invader of Earth, and Krillin harbored a deep-seated reluctance to empower him. Yet, Vegeta's perspective held a kernel of truth. If they could not vanquish Frisia here, they had no future whatsoever. Thus, putting their hope in Vegeta might not be the wrong choice after all. However, the dilemma lay in whether, even if Vegeta did defeat Frisia, he would spare them once he became stronger. With no other recourse available, they had no choice but to take the plunge and give it a try. I understand. I will proceed. Krillin raised his hand toward Vegeta and unleashed a ki blast that pierced through his abdomen. Chapter 64. Gula in a desperate situation. In the stratosphere of Namek, two formidable forces clashed repeatedly. One was a colossal alien, enshrouded in violet flames, while the other was a youth enveloped in pure white flames. From an observer's perspective, the disparity in their powers was evident. Indeed, the giant's strength far surpassed that of the boy. Nevertheless, the youth, undaunted by the significant difference in prowess, engaged his opponent with remarkable skill. The sky seemed poised to shatter at any moment. As the two energies darted across the heavens of Namek at a speed beyond the grasp of the naked eye. Guided shot, manifest. Lizet concentrated his energy into the form of a spear and hurled it with great force. This was a derivative technique of a self-tracking energy projectile, which would relentlessly pursue its target until it struck true, although fundamentally a spear-shaped tracking energy. Its core advantage lay in its ability to autonomously assess direction and alter its trajectory to pursue the enemy. In essence, this was a spear-like phantom divine wind technique, boasting a tracking capability that far exceeded that of similar techniques employed by Krillin and Piccolo. As anticipated, Gula evaded the initial strike, but the spear immediately adjusted its course. Circling behind him, simultaneously, Lizet intensified his offensive. Thousand blades, manifest. With a guided shot at his back and a multitude of blades before him, Gula, caught in a pincer movement, clicked his tongue in impatience, aiming both palms at the spear and blades. Clever tricks. He unleashed an overwhelming wave of energy, intending to obliterate both the sword and spear. Yet, unbeknownst to him, unlike the blades, the spear autonomously tracked its target. Even enveloped by the energy wave, it deftly evaded Frisia's energy wave and struck fiercely at his shoulder. Ugh! Gula's defense was formidable. Although the spear found its mark, it did not penetrate deeply, leaving only a shallow wound. However, for Lizet, causing even the slightest pause in Gula was sufficient. He immediately grasped his sword and aimed for Gula's neck. The blade flashed, prompting Gula to retreat hastily, sustaining only a superficial cut to his neck. Yet, Lizet seemed to have anticipated this outcome, promptly advancing to apply further pressure. Lizet had devoted 2 centuries to mastering martial arts, excelling in various techniques. Apart from firearms, there was scarcely a weapon he could not wield. His combat was never confined to unarmed fighting. To him, the sword was merely one of many means of engagement, a singular option among a plethora of choices. The light of the blade flickered, each strike executed with utmost precision, devoid of superfluous movements. The swordsmanship he employed was not particularly extraordinary. It was simply the fundamental techniques honed to perfection, arguably a textbook style. Yet, through his exceptional prowess and astonishing speed, these fundamental strikes transformed into unavoidable lethal blows. As the basics were polished to their zenith, each attack became an embodiment of profound mastery. A series of blade lights continuously collided with Gula's body and arms, sparking brilliant flashes. In this fierce confrontation, the utilization of weaponry proved to be of paramount importance to Lizet, particularly in close-quarters combat, where unarmed strikes lacked the necessary potency. After all, his adversary, Gula, possessed nearly double his combat prowess. A bare-handed struggle would undoubtedly result in his fists and feet being effortlessly shattered. Thus, he would never engage Gula in unarmed combat, but would instead employ his weapon to parry the incoming blows. At the opportune moment when they created a slight distance, Lizet solidified his energy, conjuring a scythe that ensnared Gula's ankle. The blade embedded deeply into the flesh. Yet Lizet did not intend to topple Gula. He was fully aware that strength alone was not in his favor. Instead, he harnessed the force of the chain to propel himself toward Gula. "Fool, you willingly walk into your doom." Gula mused, perceiving Lizet's advance as a stroke of fortune. He swiftly unleashed a punch, only for it to strike nothing but air. In that fleeting instant, Lizet had already crafted a short staff in secrecy, thrusting it vehemently toward Gula's throat. Lizet had meticulously calculated the range of their engagements. He would never be so foolish as to clash fists with an opponent of Gula's considerable stature. The staff struck Gula's throat with brutal precision, inducing an involuntary cough. Lizet adeptly maneuvered the staff, wielding it with the finesse of an artist, swift and serpentine, relentlessly assaulting Gula. The staff transformed unexpectedly into a long whip, striking Gula's exterior, only to morph again into a nunchaku, landing a blow between Gula's brows before shifting into a pair of tonfa that forcefully elevated his chin. Finally, transforming into a cane, Lizet summoned all his strength and delivered a fierce kick to Gula's abdomen. Gula hastily attempted to block the subsequent strikes. However, his defense, which should have been steadfast, faltered under an unseen force. It was Lizet's foot. Having removed his shoes, he cleverly hooked his toes around Gula's arm, disrupting his defensive stance. Seizing the opportunity, Lizet plunged the blade toward Gula's eye. Instinctively, Gula turned his head to evade, but Lizet swiftly transitioned to a foot blade, piercing through his ear canal. Gah! Gula, beset by relentless attacks, thought to himself that he had never encountered such a tenacious opponent. Lizet's tactics were unpredictable. His weaponry Evercha the strike aimed directly at the spinal cord, yet it failed to diminish Gula's fighting capacity. Gula executed a mid-air somersault, retaliating with a punch. Lizet deftly evaded the force of the blow and landed a strike on his chin, swiftly seizing Gula's fingers. Utilizing the techniques of Aikido, he disregarded Gula's weight and size, flinging him with tremendous force, while simultaneously twisting his fingers, severely damaging his joints. Gula barely dodged the kick upon rising, but in the next instant, sand was unexpectedly flung into his eyes, obscuring his vision. It turned out that during the brief moment Gula was on the ground, Lizet had scooped up sand with his toes. Although using sand to blind an opponent may be considered underhanded, this primitive tactic proved surprisingly effective. For someone of Gula's strength, sand in the eyes was trivial, yet the instinct to close one's eyes in response to an approaching foreign object was unavoidable. This fleeting moment of vulnerability was more than enough for Lizet. He promptly concentrated his energy at his fingertips and thrust it forcefully towards Gula's throat. Continuing the assault, Lizet aligned his wrists and adopted a posture reminiscent of launching a Kamehameha, pressing his palms against Gula's chest and unleashing a sudden surge of power. The energy penetrated Gula's body, seeping into his core. No matter how formidable the exterior, the interior remained fragile. The energy erupted within Gula, causing blood to spill continuously from the inside of his mask. Yet, Gula disregarded the bloodshed and seized Lizet's right arm. "Don't get too cocky, you bastard." Gula locked Lizet's arm and then delivered a brutal knee strike to his abdomen, penetrating his defenses and causing Lizet to cough up blood. Gula was poised to launch a second attack, but inexplicably, despite having grasped Lizet's arm, his body lifted off the ground. The phenomenon of being thrown using one's grasp as a pivot seemed inconceivable, yet Gula had long ceased to be surprised after battling Lizet. He understood that if he were to be shocked by such occurrences every time, he would be ill-equipped to respond. In an instant, Lizet amplified his power to 40 times its limit, unleashing a key disc slash towards the airborne Gula. Although Gula attempted to block the attack with the sharp protrusion of his head, which was severed in the process, he nonetheless advanced towards Lizet, unleashing a flurry of punches. Lizet skillfully evaded and counterattacked, but Gula showed no signs of relenting. The disparity in their combat prowess and physical capabilities was insurmountable. However, in the next moment, the key disc slash that should have been evaded suddenly pierced through Gula's back, momentarily halting his assault. It turned out that Lizet had deliberately allowed Gula to evade the key disc slash, subsequently manipulating it from a distance, causing it to return like a boomerang for a surprise attack. The rapidly spinning disc of energy sliced through Gula's back, tearing through his armor-like skin, with blood splattering as the wound deepened. Don't get too pleased with yourself. Yet this time, it was Lizet who was astonished. The key disc slash, which should have severely injured Gula, failed to penetrate further. Gula had not employed any special technique. He merely tensed his muscles. This man had managed to block the key disc slash solely with his bulging muscles. I am distinctly different from that foolish brother, Frisia. A powerful aura erupted from Gula, striking Lizet with tremendous force. As Lizet staggered, Gula leaped into the sky, not fleeing but preparing for his most formidable assault. He raised his hand towards the void, conjuring a fiery energy sphere that rapidly expanded. I am the strongest in the universe. This technique, known as supernova, possesses heat and energy comparable to that of a star, serving as Gula's ultimate trump card, with destructive power capable of rivaling a supernova explosion. He was acutely aware of Lizet's threat. This individual could potentially undermine his esteemed title as the strongest in the universe. No, it had already been shaken. Thus, he must eliminate him here and now, utterly obliterating him. Not just him, but also that foolish brother on this planet, reducing them both to cosmic dust. This annihilating aurora, powerful enough to destroy a planet, ruthlessly descended upon Namek. Chapter 65. The Strongest Against the Strongest. There was no choice but to gamble everything. Faced with the colossal fireball hurtling towards Namek, Lizet resolved to elevate his energy to its maximum. No, to surpass that limit for a counterattack. He could have opted to open a portal, devouring the opponent's attack and rebounding it. However, creating a portal capable of consuming such a massive energy sphere required a brief moment of preparation. Though it would take less than a second, that fleeting moment would allow the fireball to collide with Namek, erasing Goku and the others from existence. At this moment, he needed an immediate means of counteraction. Maximum limit, 80 times. He doubled the current limit of 40 times, instantly catapulting his combat power to 80 times. The burden on his entire being reached an indescribable level. He could distinctly feel his veins rupturing, his heart pounding furiously, a pace maddeningly fast, and his chest was pierced with excruciating pain. His bones creaked under the strain, and blood continuously spilled from the corner of his mouth. Yet, Lizet disregarded it all, viewing it merely as a necessary sacrifice. Ah! He let out a scream mixed with blood, his body radiating pure, white aurora. The beam of light pierced the heavens, dispersing the clouds above Namek. He forcibly broke through his limits, extracting all the energy within him and concentrating it in his palm, transforming it into a dazzling light akin to a meteor. Shining meteor. Opposing the crimson supernova was a pure white comet. This was a grand move he had further enhanced from the shining impact he had previously utilized against Dr. Willow. A massive sphere of light, capable of rivaling Gula's supernova, was formed, and the collision of these colossal energies generated shockwaves that obliterated the surrounding area. Even a fleeting explosion of energy released by Lizet translated to a combat power value of an astonishing 495 million. This value surpasses the maximum combat power of 470 million possessed by Gula, and the pure white radiance, which embodies all power, also transcends Gula's supernova. The pure white energy orb gradually pushes back the crimson energy orb, advancing towards Gula. How? How could this happen? Gula exerts every ounce of his strength, attempting to rebound the energy orb with his own might. If he had chosen to retreat at this moment, the outcome might have been entirely different. Yet, As the embodiment of the strongest pride, he would never allow himself to do so. Rather, the mere ability to barely suppress such colossal energy with his physical form is an extraordinary feat in itself, deserving of commendation. However, despite possessing such formidable power, he is unable to repel the two forces, including the supernova he unleashed. Ultimately, he is propelled backward by the immense impact, soaring across the sky, breaking free from the atmosphere, and is swiftly cast into the vastness of space. Even in the cosmos, the momentum of retreat does not cease. Behind him looms one of the three sons of planet Namek. Gula finds himself ensnared, caught between the supernova he released, the radiant meteor of Lizet, and the assault from the sun. How? How could this transpire? Amidst unimaginable heat and agony, Gula continues to struggle. His body is engulfed by hellish flames that no mortal could endure, scorching even his marrow as his form slowly carbonizes and disintegrates. Despite this, he refuses to concede defeat in his heart. At this moment, it is not fear of death that surges within him, but rather a deep-seated hatred for his enemy. What he strives to uphold is not a desire for survival, but the dignity of the strongest. With this dignity as his anchor, he barely maintains consciousness amidst the flames. In that fleeting moment of life and death, fragments of the past flash through Gula's mind. Once upon a time, on the day Frisia annihilated planet Vegeta, Gula actually knew that Frisia had overlooked an escape pod. He should have known the destination of that escape pod. Was it a planet called Earth? Shoot it down. It doesn't matter. That was the consequence he himself had sown, a fate he must resolve. Frisia, how naive you were. Back then, Gula had deliberately spared that escape pod to make Frisia realize his own foolishness. Yet now, he realizes the folly of his own actions. Why did he not further investigate the whereabouts of that consequence? Why did he not even bother to learn about the planet Earth? At that time, he held himself in high regard, believing Earth to be merely a remote planet, incapable of harboring formidable beings, never considering that it might possess entities that could pose a threat to them. Yet had he conducted even a slight bit more investigation, or rather, had he directly struck down that little brat and utterly destroyed Earth, it turns out that it was not just Frisia who was naive. The naive one is myself. With this final thought and regret, Gula's body completely vanishes without a trace. Lizet stumbled, utterly drained, contemplating inwardly. Truly formidable, he is indeed a challenging adversary. Reflecting on this encounter, it marked his inaugural serious confrontation with an opponent who surpassed his own strength. In prior battles, regardless of who his opponent was, Lizet always maintained absolute dominance. Even in the rare instances of fierce struggles, he could secure victory with earnest effort, devoid of any suspense. However, this time was markedly different. The battle proved exceptionally arduous, and he continued to endure the painful aftershocks. Nevertheless, this experience was undoubtedly invaluable. Engaging in combat with an adversary who excelled him in key physical ability, physique, stamina, and intensity, this experience was an irreplaceable treasure that would surely prove advantageous in the future. Thus, with Gula defeated, he must now reunite with Goku and the others to confront Frisia and his minions. The formidable foe remained unvanquished. More precisely, the true crux of the battle on Namek was the confrontation with Frisia. Gula was merely an unexpected variable that had emerged. Therefore, he needed to persevere a little longer. This was the backlash following the breaking of his limits. Even with self-healing abilities, the ki extracted from surpassing his limits could not be easily restored. To assert that he was on the brink of death would not be an exaggeration. Goku, after unleashing the Kaioken at its maximum multiplier and executing the Kamehameha with full force, was still able to move normally, but that was because he was a Saiyan. Moreover, Goku harbored the latent ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, a potential that could be factored into his overall strength. This implied that he had the foundation to further exploit his power through the Kaioken. He was not drawing strength from thin air, but rather excavating it from his existing potential. In contrast, Lizet lacked such a foundation. His strength was forcibly conjured from nothingness. This was the price he had to pay. His body, having breached its limits, was rendered incapable of even moving a finger, and he collapsed helplessly to the ground. His heavy eyelids eventually obscured his vision entirely, and in his still youthful form, he silently fell to the earth. Oh, what is this? Someone is actually sleeping in a place like this? Ha ha ha. Time passed, though it was unclear how much, while Lizet lay unconscious on the ground. Three men appeared at the most inopportune moment. Chapter 66, The Confident Vegeta. and Kyra, Doladebo, and Mitamega. As minions of the malevolent Namekian slug, they were a band of nefarious fiends. Mitamega, chuckling, kicked the fallen Lizet, but he showed no response. He had not perished. He had merely lost consciousness. Hey, what should we do? Should we take him back? He could at least serve as a practice toy. Ha ha ha, if that's the case. Can I throw a couple of punches first? Had Lizet been awake at this moment, he could have effortlessly dispatched the 3 adversaries with a mere wave of his hand. For the disparity in their strengths was alarmingly vast. Oblivious to the peril, the demons continued their fervent discussions, reaching out to seize the defenseless youth. In an instant, the one attempting to grasp Lizet, Mitamega, was cleaved in two, his body subsequently shattering into countless fragments. Wait, Mitamega! The sudden and gruesome turn of events sent the remaining 2 demons into a frenzy. At that moment, a figure emerged, a striking young man with silver hair, clad in a black coat. He wielded a sword, and it was evident that Mitamaga's demise was the result of his extraordinarily swift swordsmanship. Stand back. Do not touch him. Who are you? Who cares? Just kill this brat, Doladebo. Angira and Doladebo launched a simultaneous assault on the youth from either side. Yet, in a heartbeat, the young man's aura surged dramatically. His silver hair stood on end, and his entire being radiated a silvery flame interspersed with pale blue sparks, exuding a pressure that rendered even Lizet and Gula insignificant by comparison. With a swift motion, the youth unsheathed his sword. In a flash, at least in Angira and his compatriot's perception, only that brief glimmer was visible. In reality, within that fleeting moment, the young man had executed over 100 slashes. Oblivious to the barrage, they remained unaware that their bodies had been rendered into disarray. By the time they comprehended their fate, their lives had already been extinguished. Such was the staggering chasm of power between them. After dispatching the 3 minions, the youth sheathed his sword, his aura diminishing. Phew! Thankfully no one witnessed that. If someone had seen me, Lord Time Kaioshin would have lectured me again. Exercising caution, the youth attuned himself to the surrounding energies, ensuring he was alone. Before lifting Lizet and hastily retreating to a nearby cave, where he laid down his coat on the ground, gently placing Lizet atop it, he was enveloped in a radiant light, his form vanishing in an instant. Suddenly, the earth trembled as a colossal ape fell with a thunderous crash. Dallas, who had been valiantly battling Frisia, ultimately succumbed to the latter's relentless onslaught. Given the disparity in their strengths, Dallas's ability to endure until this moment could be deemed an extraordinary feat. Frisia seized Dallas by the tail, swinging him violently before hurling him away. Immediately thereafter, he unleashed an energy blast that obliterated the moonlight sphere, reverting Dallas to his original form. Consequently, the already slim chance of victory dwindled to near insignificance. Even without this alteration, his odds would have merely shifted from 1 in 10 million to 1 in 100 million. Fundamentally, there was no real difference. Creatures like apes are hardly worthy opponents. They are merely an eyesore due to their grotesque appearance. Restored to his humanoid form, Dallas found himself devoid of the strength even to retort to Frisia's mocking remarks. Bruised and battered, his body had reached its limits, leaving him without any surplus power. Frisia, indifferent, did not spare him a glance, and instead gazed up at the sky. The familiar expanse of Namek's sky met his eyes, yet moments ago, he had indeed witnessed a fireball resembling a second sun. Undoubtedly, it was Gula's supernova, which sent a shiver down even Frisia's spine. Fortunately, the fireball did not obliterate Namek, prompting an inexplicable sigh of relief from him, an unusual sentiment for Frisia. He had never anticipated Gula's defeat. This was hardly surprising. Even if Frisia held no affection for Gula, he had to concede that Gula possessed formidable strength. He could not fathom Gula's downfall. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that Gula had ceased his assault out of concern for the Dragon Balls. For Frisia, this was indeed favorable news. At least for now. It appeared that Gula would not immediately annihilate the planet or damage the Dragon Balls. It seemed this was the end of the skirmish, which could be deemed a decent diversion. Frisia clapped his hands before raising one toward Dallas. Just then, a key blast hurtled in from the side, prompting him to instinctively deflect it. Following the sound, he beheld Vegeta standing there, an inexplicable confidence etched across his face. Moments ago, he had been trembling, yet now he appeared remarkably triumphant, piquing Frisia's interest. Vegeta, despite having witnessed such a stark disparity in power, he dared to provoke. It seemed he was truly courting death. Better relish this moment while you can, for before you stands a Super Saiyan you dread the most. Super Saiyan? Huh. You still delight in boasting. In response to Frisia's derisive grin, Vegeta returned a similarly cold smirk. His countenance radiated the confidence of a Saiyan prince and an unwavering belief in victory. As his energy surged, causing the surrounding air to tremble. After several near-death breakthroughs, Vegeta's power now surpassed that of Dallas, instilling a sense of dread even in Krillin and Gohan, who were sheltering at a distance. There was no need for Kakarot to intervene. Vegeta leapt forward, closing the distance to Frieza. Frieza, arms crossed, vanished in an instant, but Vegeta immediately tracked his movement. An increase in combat power also heralded a rise in speed. At this moment, he was able to keep pace with Frieza. I can see you. Vegeta lunged forward, executing a knife hand strike. Yet, his attack met only air. Frieza had vanished once more, and Vegeta's strike had missed. The scenario mirrored their earlier encounter, save for the difference in Frieza's speed. What had once been a distinguishable movement had now entirely slipped from his sight. Is it merely a slight increase in speed that you cannot keep up with? Is this what you call a Super Saiyan? That monkey rolling on the ground just now is far superior to you. At this moment, Vegeta's combat power, if measured by Scouter, has long surpassed 3 million. However, this is merely the limit he can achieve through a near-death breakthrough. Vegeta is unaware that this particular trait of the Saiyans essentially serves as a preparatory wheel for certain transformations. The 3 million combat power is the prerequisite to reach the threshold of transformation. Once it exceeds 3 million, this preparatory wheel loses its efficacy, and the combat power will hardly increase any further. There's a saying that a true genius is one who can surpass barriers that no other talented warrior can cross. At this moment, Vegeta stands at this barrier, at the threshold of 3 million combat power. Regardless of how unremarkable a Saiyan may be, as long as they repeatedly experience death and resurrection, they can ultimately reach this realm. However, from this point onward, everything changes drastically. Crossing this barrier requires more than mere near-death experiences. Special barriers necessitate special means for their transcendence. Techniques such as the Kaioken and Great Ape Transformation can temporarily surpass this limit, yet Vegeta possesses neither. In his pursuit of strength, Vegeta has exhausted all his Senzu beans, repeatedly enhancing his power through near-death breakthroughs. But in truth, once his combat power surpassed 3 million, all of this became futile. He was merely enduring the agony of near-death in vain, wasting Senzu beans. Could it be that this is all I am capable of? Is this truly my limit? No, it cannot be. I have clearly become a Super Saiyan. I am a Super Saiyan. Vegeta cannot accept reality, roaring in defiance, proclaiming himself a Super Saiyan. Chapter 67. The Crumbling Heart of Vegeta. Vegeta's misfortune stems from a life spent in battle. He is a warrior with an insatiable thirst for combat. Immersed in slaughter and bloodshed, cruel and cold-hearted, a quintessential Saiyan. He is worthy of the title of Prince of Saiyans, embodying the perfect essence of his race. Unlike Goku, who is naive and gentle, Vegeta has been in a constant struggle for survival since childhood. Yet, this very aspect becomes the insurmountable obstacle for him. No one knows the awakening mechanism of the Super Saiyan. Why can Saiyans transform into Super Saiyans? This is intricately linked to the S cells hidden within their bodies. Only when the number of S cells in their bodies exceeds a certain threshold can a Saiyan step into the next stage. 3 million combat power is the qualification to stand at the threshold of transformation, while S cells serve as the key to unlock that door. Vegeta has attained the qualification and now stands before the gate to legend. However, he lacks the key. The number of S cells in his body is undoubtedly insufficient to support his transformation. The S cells must be nurtured through the cultivation of a gentle disposition. More precisely, without such a gentle mindset, the S cells cannot flourish. This presents an ironic trap for the battle-hungry Saiyans. To aspire to be warriors consumed by combat and slaughter, while simultaneously seeking the exact opposite trait of gentleness, is perhaps the greatest irony of all. Thus, for ages, no Saiyan has awakened to the Super Saiyan form. Neither Vegeta nor any other Saiyan has any affinity for the notion of gentleness. Only by first fostering a gentle heart can the number of S cells increase, and then, triggered by intense anger, can one unlock the gateway to legend. Only in this manner can a Saiyan truly become the Golden Warrior. Of course, exceptions exist. In exceedingly rare instances, akin to a miracle that occurs once in a millennium, a Saiyan child may be born with a vast abundance of S cells. They are the natural candidates, the chosen ones who have unlocked that door from birth. This is the legendary Super Saiyan, yet Vegeta, is not among them. Furthermore, if the parents are awakened Super Saiyans, their qualities may also be inherited by their offspring. A child endowed with a sufficient number of S cells, even if their combat prowess has not yet reached the requisite level, may easily transform into a Super Saiyan due to a spark of rage ignited by trivial matter. However, Vegeta does not fit this description either. Had Vegeta possessed even a modicum of gentleness during his upbringing, the outcome might have been strikingly different. To harbor even a shred of compassion for his foes, to cherish friends and allies, and to learn to maintain inner tranquility. Had he merely contemplated these notions or embraced a touch of tenderness, he might have successfully cultivated a multitude of S cells. If he could confront his own weaknesses and limitations and feel anger towards this frailty, he might indeed have shattered the barriers of limitation and awakened as a Super Saiyan. In such a case, he might have been able to defeat Frieza. At the very least, he fulfilled the condition of eligibility, and the possibility once existed. Frieza. Yet he chose to evade reality. Unwilling to acknowledge that this was indeed his limit, he deliberately turned away from the truth. Consequently, he could not truly ignite his anger, and naturally, he could not acquire that final key. The S cells could not possibly increase as a result. He stood at the threshold of eligibility, yet he never discovered the location of the key, nor did he even initiate the search due to his avoidance. If he could not even face the keyhole, how could he comprehend the existence of the key? He had once possessed the qualifications, but that was all. Vegeta unleashed a desperate energy blast, a manifestation of his avoidance, which plummeted toward the surface of Namek, causing panic among Krillin and the others. Yet Frieza merely leapt lightly and, with a single kick, sent the energy blast back. In that moment, Vegeta's heart shattered completely. This marks the first instance in his life when he felt an overwhelming sense of fear, utterly submerged by a profound sense of defeat. Tears, born from terror and despair, streamed down his face, an unprecedented occurrence in his existence. At this moment, Vegeta had irrevocably lost his will to fight. Although he once possessed the potential, he had even forfeited the desire to open the door to his limits, and thus, everything seemed to have settled into dust. Ultimately, Vegeta was unable to push through that threshold of extremity, voluntarily relinquishing his attempts. Clearly, your fighting spirit has been extinguished, Frieza remarked. Though it may be somewhat premature, allow me to send you on your way. He aimed at Vegeta and unleashed a lethal beam of death. Vegeta lacked even the strength to evade, and all present anticipated his imminent demise. However, a figure suddenly dashed in front of Vegeta, intercepting the beam and standing resolutely before Frieza. Do not underestimate the Saiyans. It was Nappa, who had risen from the brink of death. This near-death experience had catalyzed a remarkable surge in his combat prowess. While he still fell short of Vegeta's current strength, he had transformed into someone entirely different. Surpassing 1 million in power, sparks of energy danced around him, and the pressure of his aura distorted the very air. Vegeta, what are you dawdling for? The person I know is not this cowardly, he shouted at the crumbling Vegeta before charging at Frieza alone. He was acutely aware that his power was woefully inadequate to contend with Frieza. Nevertheless, buying time was not devoid of significance. If they could endure until Lizet returned after dealing with Frieza's brother, Cooler, there still remained a glimmer of hope. Holding out until that moment would equate to victory. Thus, even if it meant sacrificing himself as a pawn, he resolved to buy time and protect his comrades. With this determination, Nappa transformed into a shield, deliberately placing himself in front of Frieza. It seems you have forgotten the fear you once held for me, he quipped. Nonsense. I never had much sense to begin with. Unimportant matters fade from my memory in an instant. I have resolved to protect, no matter the cost, to safeguard these companions. He vowed never to allow his comrades to be harmed or killed. At long last, he discovered his rightful place, a sanctuary where he could proudly declare, "This is where I belong." Such a precious refuge could not be taken from him by Frieza without consequence. With this conviction, Nappa swung his arms, as sturdy as timber, launching a barrage of punches, yet not even grazing the hem of Frieza's attire. Moreover, Frieza retaliated with a single kick, distorting Nappa's body grotesquely. Accompanied by the ominous sound of breaking bones, Nappa fell heavily to the ground, landing in a deep pit. No matter what, it seems you're merely a braggart. Frieza sneered. The courage of Dorius, the dignity of Vegeta, and the resolve of Nappa all appeared to Frieza as inconsequential as dust, failing to stir even the slightest ripple in his heart. He wields absolute power to trample and annihilate all that stands before him. It is precisely for this reason that he is deemed the Emperor of the universe. Chapter 68. It seems I must personally take action. The ground is strewn with corpses. Those casually discarded bodies, if seen by discerning eyes, would surely evoke shock and horror. After all, those who lie there are fearsome warriors, notorious throughout the cosmos. They belong to the Jinyu Force, the right hand of the universe Emperor Frisia, renowned for instilling terror and regarded as the elite among elites. Yet now, for members of this formidable squad lie lifeless, exposed for all to see. Who could believe such a scene? The cause of this devastation is the Gula Mecha Squad. They are of equal renown to the Jinyu Force, perhaps even more so, and though they are but a trio, each member surpasses the strength of the Jinyu captain. When these two long-standing rival factions finally confronted one another, the outcome was remarkably decisive. To put it succinctly, the combat capability of the Jinyu Force members hovers around 50,000. Such strength is inadequate to defeat even one from the Mecha Squad, even against the somewhat formidable Jinyu. A mere duo from the Mecha Squad could easily subdue him. Jinyu's ability to swap bodies is indeed unique, yet once foreseen. It poses no threat. If he is denied the opportunity to utilize it, everything becomes straightforward. Historically, Jinyu stood no chance against Goku, whose combat power reached 180,000, ultimately relying on his body-swapping ability to secure a narrow victory. Therefore, when a Mecha Squad possesses three members whose strength rivals that of Goku, and are aware of the body-swapping secret in advance, the Jinyu Force has no hope of triumph. Such a conclusion was predetermined from the outset. Of course, the Jinyu Force was not entirely devoid of opportunity. Had they included Guldo, with his time-stopping and immobilization techniques, they might have successfully executed a body swap. If they could continue fighting through such an exchange, the Jinyu Force would not be without chances. It would not be entirely inaccurate to assert that both squads are evenly matched, but this holds true only when considering a complete roster of 5, including Guldo. A quartet lacking him stands no chance whatsoever. Thus, the long-standing rivalry between the two squads concluded in a manner almost farcical. The Mecha Squad, having slain their arch-nemesis, departed the battlefield to investigate an anomalous energy signature detected by their sensors. However, they too would not escape fate. In a distant location, they had already succumbed to the cold embrace of death. Two fierce battles rage on planet Namek, one between Frisia and the Saiyan Legion, and the other with Gula facing off against Lizet. The Mecha Squad did not engage in either confrontation. Instead, they pursued an unusual combat power signature, leading them to an area where they ought not to have ventured, marking the tragic beginning of their downfall. In that place, they encountered a Namekian, intending to capture him and extract information about the Dragon Balls. However, they were unaware that this Namekian was fundamentally different from ordinary ones. He was an evil Namekian, a member of the demon race. The trio of the Mech Squad mistakenly perceived him as a frail old man and, underestimating him, approached carelessly, ultimately falling victim to Shrag's effortless slaughter, their lifeless bodies now rolling aimlessly on the ground. A bunch of worthless fools. Do they think they can obstruct my path? Shrag muttered under his breath as he surveyed his surroundings from his throne. The three subordinates he had dispatched for reconnaissance had yet to return, and he had not even caught a glimpse of the Dragon Balls. Given that the assailants who had just attacked him were aware of the Dragon Balls, it was evident that a fierce contest for them was unfolding on this planet. Thus, among those engaged in battle in the distance, it was likely that someone possessed the Dragon Balls, while his three subordinates had probably met their demise without having proven useful, a most reasonable conjecture. The remaining soldiers had also been utterly annihilated. He had painstakingly concealed the entire planet beneath layers of clouds, but not long ago, a beam of light had shot into the sky, dispersing the clouds entirely. Although Shrag, being a Namekian, was not afraid of sunlight, his subordinates could not withstand it for even an hour. Watching his trembling subordinates scurry back in panic from the sunlight, Shrag bellowed, "How dare you call yourselves my subordinates?" He then unleashed a ki blast, erasing them all, including that incompetent Kagaya, who could not even block the light with the clouds. Humph. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Shrag mused heavily as he slowly rose from his seat. He had always held a sense of superiority, believing himself to be the strongest and a natural ruler. This arrogance was not without foundation. His power indeed far exceeded the ordinary. The Jinyu Force was a collection of the universe's elite warriors, while the Gula Mech Squad possessed strength that even surpassed that of the Jinyu Force. It was Shrag himself who could effortlessly obliterate the Mech Squad. Yet, there are always greater powers beyond one's imagination. Even if he considered himself at the pinnacle, at times, He merely stood at the threshold of a higher arena. Shrag was no exception to this. He had never tasted defeat, nor had he encountered an opponent capable of challenging him. However, in the current battlefield on Namek, his strength could at best be deemed mid-tier, far from the likes of Frisia or Gula. The chain of death never ceases. Those who misjudge their own strength and that of their enemies invariably fall first. It may merely be a matter of time before Shrag becomes the next sacrifice. Deep within a cave, Lizet slowly opened his eyes. His head felt heavy, and he could not immediately discern his circumstances, only acutely aware of the intense pain coursing through his body. He attempted to move his fingertips, but found himself unable to lift even a single finger. The portal was no longer usable. It seemed he had no strength left even to activate the portal. If it were possible to open the subspace, he could utilize his extraordinary abilities to retrieve the celestial beings stored within and consume them. However, now that he cannot even activate a portal, he must patiently await the natural restoration of his body. Perhaps it was a minor oversight not to have used the celestial beings during his final clash with Gula, but the beings should not be squandered frivolously. Discerning the opportune moment for their use is indeed a challenging endeavor, and this remains an undeniable truth. His abstention was not merely due to regret, but rather stemmed from a more pragmatic consideration. People often focus solely on the restorative properties of the celestial beings, easily overlooking another significant trait. Consuming just one bean can stave off hunger for 10 days, providing an immensely strong sense of satiety. For a race like the Saiyans, known for their prodigious appetites, consuming several beans in a single day might pose no issue. Yet for Lizet, one bean suffices to fully satiate him, rendering him incapable of consuming a second within a short span. For him, ingesting more than 2 beans in a day would be the absolute limit, and could even be deemed an act of madness. While it is true that consumption leads to recovery, the overwhelming sense of fullness would inevitably induce nausea, rendering him unable to engage in battle. This implies that should Lizet misjudge the timing of his celestial being usage, he would be deprived of their power for a considerable duration thereafter. Thus, he had resolved to employ the beings solely in life-threatening situations, yet it is evident that he miscalculated this time. Had he consumed a celestial being, while simultaneously unleashing an 80-fold burst of power, perhaps he could have endured. Reflecting upon it, this was the first occasion he had pushed his limits to such an extent. In the past, when Goku had reached his limit with the Kaioken at 10 times, he had forcibly utilized 100 times. Since Goku could achieve this, Lizet presumed that with even a slight surpassing of his own limits, he would still have the capacity to consume a celestial being. Yet, the outcome was his immediate unconsciousness. In contrast to Goku, his endurance was shockingly feeble. This experience may serve as a valuable lesson for the future, albeit at a steep cost. At this moment, all Lizet could do was lie still, sensing the energy around him, maintaining his breath, and contemplating strategies, nothing more. On the current Namek, there were no ordinary Namekians left. Only his companions and the merciless enemies remained. He speculated whether Yamcha or Krillin had come to rescue him, unable to engage in the main battlefield. However, he sensed that his companions' energies remained stationary, showing no signs of movement. Surely, they would not abandon their strongest combatant in the cave, leaving him without even a celestial being? Using his distant vision, Lizet surveyed the battlefield. As the last glimmer of hope, Goku remained in a state of unconsciousness, while Dallas had already fallen. Though Vegeta's battle power had surged to approximately 3 million, the outcome appeared unchanged. He was still being mercilessly battered by Frisia, akin to a punching bag. It seemed Frisia had succumbed to his old habit of toying with his prey, despite possessing the capability to annihilate them all in one swift motion. He chose instead to savor their suffering. Ironically, this sadistic pleasure afforded them a precious reprieve. Though feeling a twinge of sympathy for Vegeta, Lizet silently hoped he could endure a little longer. He resolved to attempt a mental link with Goku. Even though his body was paralyzed and his energy nearly depleted, he still possessed the strength to convey a telepathic message. Lizet decided to send a mental signal to the unconscious Goku, striving to awaken him. At this moment, only Goku's awakening could alter the course of events. If this continued, Frisia might grow tired of tormenting Vegeta and decide to annihilate planet Namek, which would spell doom for everyone. Lizet might survive by sheer luck, but given his current injuries, he would likely succumb to the planet's explosive demise. Thus, he had to rely on the protagonist. Only Goku could shatter the current stalemate. Just then, he witnessed Slug's sudden appearance, shouting at Frisia to hand over the Dragon Balls, only to be struck down in a single blow. Lizet couldn't help but wonder what this character was truly after. He had also grown larger, and his power had intensified, yet he was still obliterated in an instant. Despite his increased size, Slug's combat prowess barely exceeded 4 million. He was merely a larger punching bag. Unfortunately, his timing for entering the fray was abysmal. Had he arrived earlier, he might have posed a formidable threat. But on the current planet Namek, he could only be considered a somewhat capable opponent. Wait, perhaps there was a way? Lizet suddenly realized that Slug might indeed have some utility. After all, he was a super Namekian. With that in mind, perhaps he could achieve that particular task. His compatibility with Piccolo should be adequate, potentially making him the key to breaking the impasse, even if the method was somewhat unscrupulous. It was precisely because of the extremity of the approach that he had initially rejected involving Nail. However, since Slug was an adversary, the circumstances were different. Alright, having made this decision, the first step was to Chapter 69, The Temporary Return of Demon King Piccolo. Piccolo clenched his fists, filled with humiliation. He was even enraged by his own weakness. After training under Lizet's guidance, he had believed his strength had grown, following the Elder Namekian's unlocking of his latent potential. He had reached new heights. Yet what was the reality? He lacked even the qualifications to challenge Frieza, forced to watch helplessly as Frieza tormented Vegeta. Did he care about Vegeta's suffering? Not particularly. Vegeta was the enemy of both Earth and Namek, and his fate was of no concern to Piccolo. What truly gnawed at him was not his inability to save Vegeta, but the paralysis induced by fear. He could vividly envision that no matter from which angle or at what moment he launched an attack, he would ultimately be countered and slain. Although a Namekian named Slug had recklessly charged in moments ago, his fate was all too clear. Piccolo knew that if he stepped forward, he would meet the same unfortunate end. At this moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Piccolo, can you hear me? Is that you, Kami? Where are you now? I apologize. I have exhausted my strength in the battle against Gula and am unable to assist you at this moment. What do you mean? Among the current ranks, Lizet was the only one capable of defeating Frieza, yet he claimed he was incapacitated. Piccolo found this utterly absurd. If this delay continued, everyone would perish, and this planet would be obliterated. However, since Lizet had initiated the telepathic communication, he must have been prepared. He had devised a method to turn the tide. Therefore, you must buy us some time. If I could buy time, I would have done so already, but do not worry. There is a solution. If you can assimilate with Shrag, you may acquire strength comparable to Frieza. Assimilation. Piccolo was not fond of this term. He was a complete Namekian, later divided into good and evil. To him, assimilation signified a reunification with the previous Kami, a notion he resolutely rejected. Even if the subject of assimilation was Shrag, a strong sense of revulsion surged within him. Stop joking. I only wish to be myself. I will never accept a process that could merge my personality. As long as you remain the core, your personality will be preserved. The assimilated party merely exists as a foundation. Is that true? As long as I express any dissatisfaction, I can expel him immediately? Yes, that is correct. Unable to endure his own weakness, Piccolo yearned for power at this moment. He understood clearly that if this continued, his companions and Gohan would all be slain by Frieza. To prevent this outcome, he was willing to embrace the taboo of assimilation. However, there is one issue. Assimilation requires the subject to place their hand on the other person, while the assimilated party must willingly cooperate and release all their energy. This step necessitates the other party's compliance. That is simple. Lizet was still pondering how to persuade Shrag to cooperate, clearly being overly lenient in an unnecessary situation. Since Shrag was already an enemy, there was no need to seek his consent. Piccolo directly approached the fallen Shrag, crouched down, and placed his hand on Shrag's chest. Hey, you're searching for the Dragon Balls, right? Then you are our enemy. Given that you are an adversary, you have no grounds to complain, even if I were to kill you. Wait a minute. If you want me to wait, there's a condition. What condition? Very simple. Assimilate with me. If we can defeat that Frieza afterward, I may spare your life. But, do not worry. I do not wish to remain assimilated with someone like you forever. Once this matter is resolved, I will expel you. The method employed by Piccolo was rather straightforward. A threat. Compliance meant survival, while defiance equated to death. Though it was merely a simple dichotomy, its effectiveness was striking. Furthermore, Piccolo spoke not in lies. Should he triumph over Frieza, the assimilated slug would indeed survive. Lizet silently marveled at Piccolo's eloquence. Moreover, Piccolo's assertion of expulsion was not mere rhetoric. He genuinely contemplated this course of action, drawing from the precedent of the former deity and the Demon King split. Separation was far from impossible. If all else failed, the Dragon Balls could serve as a resolution. Slug possessed telepathic abilities, enabling him to perceive Piccolo's honesty with clarity. Are you truly sincere? You will indeed spare my life. Yes, I do not lie. Very well. I shall lend you my energy. At that moment, Slug's thoughts were simple. Survival was paramount. He resolved to cooperate with Piccolo to preserve his life, intending to devise a means to restore his state later. Piccolo astutely capitalized on this stroke of luck. Take it. This is all my energy. Slug's entire being radiated light as energy surged into Piccolo through the hand pressed against his chest. Thus, under the pretext of future separation, Piccolo and Slug completed their assimilation. However, neither anticipated that, post-assimilation, Piccolo's character would undergo an unforeseen transformation. Piccolo had not lied. He indeed intended to expel Slug after their merging and was prepared to honor the agreement. Yet, he did not foresee that the fusion would distort his own character. Although Piccolo had grown gentler than before, he remained fundamentally the embodiment of evil birthed from the deity's division, while Slug, though a Namekian, was a pure manifestation of malevolent super-Namekian essence. The amalgamation of two embodiments of evil could hardly yield a warrior of virtue who honored commitments. The answer was unequivocally negative. After the assimilation, a cold smirk crept across Piccolo's lips as he spoke in a mocking tone. Ha ha ha, fool. Did you truly believe I would adhere to such an agreement? Despite being rooted in Piccolo's persona, the absorption of Slug's power caused Piccolo's already benevolent inclinations to regress to the era of the Demon King. The glint of ambition flickered in his sharp eyes, reminiscent of the ferocity he exhibited during his battles with Goku. The pitiful Slug, from that moment forth, was utterly extinguished. Neither in this realm nor in the afterlife would his presence linger. He merged with Piccolo, ultimately serving as nothing more than a stepping stone for Piccolo's power enhancement. Completely obliterated. Ha ha ha, it has returned, all of it. The power of evil is finally restored to me. I can win. I cannot lose. Now, I have mastered the ultimate power. As Piccolo reveled in the surge of energy post-assimilation, his heart brimmed with astonishment. Was this the power of assimilation? It was astonishingly formidable. I can achieve it. Such power is undoubtedly capable of contending with Frieza. His heart brimmed with conviction, his gaze fixated upon Frieza. There was no need to await Goku's awakening. He intended to personally slay Frieza here. Afterward, he would return to Earth to settle matters with Goku, eliminate the Supreme Kai, and seize dominion over the world. He aspired to succeed his father, King Piccolo, and establish a flawless realm of malevolence. Uncle Piccolo. Just as he teetered on the brink of complete malevolence, Gohan's voice pulled him back. In that fleeting moment, memories of the past year spent training with Gohan flashed through his mind, the image of Gohan relying on him with pure eyes. No matter how much his fusion with Slug inclined him towards evil, Piccolo could not revert to being wholly wicked. For now, he held something far more significant than King Piccolo's mission, a desire to protect those entrusted to him, including Gohan. As Gohan came into view, the ferocity on Piccolo's face gradually faded, replaced by the calm demeanor of his former self. Observing this transformation, Piccolo could not help but chuckle inwardly. The darkness within him was dissipating, and the obsession of the Demon King was fading as well. What remained was not King Piccolo, but simply Piccolo, a Namekian who merely wished to safeguard Gohan. I'm sorry, father. It seems I can no longer return to the visage of the Demon King. Even after absorbing Slug, the embodiment of evil, Piccolo ultimately did not succumb to malevolence. While grappling with his own disappointment, he gently ruffled Gohan's hair. Do not fear, Gohan. I shall not depart. Whether leaning towards evil or good, Piccolo shall always be Piccolo. I will not forsake what I wish to protect, nor can I afford to. Conquering the world or exacting revenge upon Goku could wait for another time. At this moment, he simply desired to fight for those he intended to protect. Resolute, he enveloped himself in crimson flames and charged directly at Frieza. Simultaneously, as if summoned by Piccolo's aura, Goku slowly opened his eyes. At last, all the pivotal characters had assembled, and this battle had officially entered its final confrontation. Chapter 70, Goku and Piccolo unite once more. Frieza ensnared Vegeta by the neck with his tail, while simultaneously delivering a punch to his back. Considering the disparity in their combat abilities, such a blow could easily prove fatal. Vegeta remained alive solely due to Frieza's restraint. Frieza found it far too mundane to effortlessly slay Vegeta. He sought to make Vegeta acutely aware of the folly in resisting him, intending for him to perish in fear and despair. He seized the crab clinging to Vegeta's back and swallowed it whole before launching another assault. This was an excessive attack on an opponent who had long since lost their fighting spirit. Yet at that moment, someone rushed in. Frisia was not entirely unprepared. He had anticipated the possibility of an unexpected intruder. However, the speed of this assailant far exceeded Frisia's expectations, landing a powerful kick squarely on his face. Gah! Frisia relinquished his hold on Vegeta, propelled backward by the force of the blow. He was helpless as he shattered and pierced through several rocks in the trajectory of the attack, soaring over numerous islands, still hurtling away. The assault was abrupt, laden with tremendous power and astonishing velocity. Before Frisia could regain his composure, the attacker had circled to his front. It was Piccolo. Piccolo delivered a swift kick, sending the still receding Frisia soaring into the air. The onslaught did not cease there. Piccolo pursued the airborne Frisia, overtaking him to unleash a double hammer strike, striking fiercely at Frisia's head and driving him downward toward the earth. The pursuit continued unabated. Piccolo plummeted rapidly, launching a punch at Frisia. Yet, Frisia managed to rise and evade the strike at the last moment. The missed punch crashed into the ground, cleaving the land in two. There's no escape. Piccolo unleashed a powerful energy wave toward the leaping Frisia. The high-output energy wave drew near, prompting Frisia to hastily block it with one hand. Yet, even Frisia could not effortlessly nullify such force, and the energy wave gradually pushed him back. Nevertheless, as the Emperor of the Universe, he would not be easily subdued. With all his might, Frisia finally managed to fend off Piccolo's formidable energy attack, glaring down at him with eyes ablaze with fury. That Namekian, that really hurt. Enough chatter. In the air, Frisia and Piccolo collided with a resounding crash. Their fists and feet intertwined at breakneck speeds, the sound of their impacts resonating only moments later. Their figures flickered, and in the next instant, the space around them seemed to erupt. The sky echoed with the sound of multiple explosions, sweeping away and obliterating everything in the vicinity. The two appeared intermittently in combat, alternating between attack and defense at a velocity so rapid that Krillin and the others could scarcely perceive them. Yeah. Arms clashed against arms, legs collided with legs. Knees met knees, and elbows struck elbows. They employed every available part of their bodies in a fierce exchange of blows, engaging in a relentless cycle of offense and defense. Amidst the battle, Piccolo emitted beams from his eyes, but Frisia abruptly arched backward to evade. He spun, striking Piccolo's chin with his tail. Yet Piccolo quickly stabilized himself in midair, extending his arm to counterattack. With a swift motion, Frisia unleashed an attack akin to a keyblade, a deadly frisbee that severed Piccolo's outstretched arm. However, Piccolo showed no fear. He approached Frisia with one arm, extending the side that had lost its limb. In that fleeting moment, his arm regrew. Seizing the opportunity while Frisia was caught off guard, Piccolo grasped Frisia's face. He held Frisia firmly, unleashing a blast of energy at point-blank range. The energy blast struck Frisia's face with tremendous force, and then Piccolo, seizing the moment, propelled him downward, crashing him into the ground. Another expanse of land lay in ruins, yet the battle persisted as the two plummeted into the ocean. Extricating himself from Piccolo's grasp, Frisia engaged in combat beneath the waves, seemingly undeterred by the resistance of the water. As their hands locked in a test of strength, Frisia swiftly kicked Piccolo upwards, elevating the battlefield back into the sky. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted as they exchanged blows at close quarters. The shockwaves cleaved through the sea, shattered the earth, and conjured a tempest, sending ripples that threatened to engulf Krillin and Gohan in the distance. In a fleeting moment of vulnerability, Piccolo seized the opportunity and landed a punch on Frisia. The relatively diminutive Frisia was sent hurtling away, careening directly towards Krillin and Gohan, who hastily dodged. Frisia zipped past them at breakneck speed, with Piccolo hot on his heels. As Piccolo pursued the fleeing Frisia, he crossed his arms and struck down with ferocity. However, Frisia accelerated once more to evade him, stabilizing midair before delivering a powerful kick that sent Piccolo flying. Yet Piccolo remained undeterred. He spun in the air and unleashed another beam of energy from his eyes, but Frisia skillfully dodged once again. Remarkable. Piccolo is astonishingly powerful. Could assimilation enhance his strength to such an extent? Truly incredibile. Oncle Piccolo. Krillin and Gohan, now fully transformed into commentators, were awestruck by Piccolo's sudden surge of power. While a sense of disappointment lingered from their earlier distance, it was overshadowed by the burgeoning hope of victory. Yet, another development was quietly unfolding. No, if this continues, Piccolo won't be able to hold on. Frieza is still stronger. Gohan exclaimed, "Goku, are you awake?" At last, Goku, who had remained unconscious since his neck was broken, stirred from his slumber. However, his time in repose had not been in vain. Upon recovering from the brink of death, a Saiyant's strength surges dramatically. Goku's power now transcended his previous self, radiating an overwhelming aura. "Thank you for your patience. Fear not, I'm ready to join the fight," Goku declared as he soared into the air, joining the confrontation between Piccolo and Frieza. He positioned himself beside Piccolo, clearly intent on collaborating in the battle. Though Goku had contemplated a one-on-one duel, he understood that against an adversary like Frieza, such notions were futile. Thus, the priority was clear: to vanquish Frieza and return home together, regardless of the path taken to achieve that goal. As for the disparity in strength, it can be compensated through diligent training. When encountering similar foes again, one must rely solely on oneself to prevail. "Son Wukong, you have finally awakened. Apologies for the wait. However, allow me to join the fray." Must we once again ally? Though it is distasteful, it appears to be the most prudent course of action. Piccolo and Wukong assumed their battle stances. Their adversary's power vastly surpassed theirs, and the fate of the entire universe hinged upon this confrontation. Should they fail to vanquish Frieza here, countless planets would face annihilation, and billions of lives would be extinguished each day. Such an eventuality is utterly intolerable and must never come to pass. Thus, they willingly set aside their martial aspirations at this moment. "By the way, Piccolo, you seem somewhat different to me. Or perhaps you have reverted to your former self? There's an aura reminiscent of our battles from years past. A prickly sensation all about you. It was merely a matter of having enjoyed too much comfort for too long. Remember, son Wukong, once we dispose of that foe, it will then be your turn." "Huh." I awaited eagerly. The two exchanged light-hearted banter. Once destined rivals, they now donned serious expressions, their gazes fixed upon their common enemy. Piccolo, 66 million. Piccolo S. Kaioken X 10, 66 million. Chapter 71, The Offering of Krillin. Yoa, just a mere monkey and that Namekian. Piccolo and Wukong simultaneously soared into the air, because they had once been bitter enemies. They understood each other's techniques better than anyone else. Coupled with their prior experience of working together against Raditz, their cooperation was remarkably harmonious. To bridge the gap in strength, Wukong and Piccolo alternated their assaults, while Frieza adeptly countered each one. Yet, despite their efforts, the scales of battle still tipped in Frieza's favor. As it stood, victory remained elusive against Frieza. Viewing Piccolo as a formidable opponent, Frieza had unleashed nearly 70% of his power. He retaliated against the two with a swift elbow strike, turning to unleash a wave of energy. The duo hastily evaded, only for Frieza to pursue, appearing before Piccolo. Naturally, Piccolo launched a counterattack, kicking out, but Frieza ducked, low to evade, simultaneously sweeping Piccolo's legs. Wukong charged at Frieza from behind, but was sent flying with a flick of Frieza's tail. TSK. Piccolo raised his index and middle fingers to his forehead. He assumed the stance required to concentrate his energy into a single point, preparing for the Demon God's light cannon. Although this technique suffers from a lengthy charging time, if successfully charged and executed, even a stronger adversary can be felled. Piccolo placed his hopes for victory upon this move, gathering energy to the point where his face was nearly obscured, barely managing to fend off Frieza's onslaught with one hand. 20-fold KO Ken. Wukong forcefully transcended his own limits and charged towards Frieza with maximum power, delivering a powerful blow to his unsuspecting cheek. With a swift kick, he sent the retreating Frieza even further away, thus creating distance between himself and Piccolo. "Well done, son Wukong. Buy us some time." As Piccolo gathered energy, Wukong unleashed an even greater surge of power, focusing his energy into his palm. The Kamehameha wave erupted forth, surpassing his own limits, and hurtled towards Frieza, only to be narrowly evaded by the latter. However, with a deft rotation of his arm, the Kamehameha wave changed direction, pursuing Frieza once more. Clever trickery. Frieza, realizing that fleeing was futile, raised a hand to block the Kamehameha wave. Yet, even someone as formidable as Frieza could not easily dissipate this immense force. The wave scorched his palm while continuing its advance. However, in the end, victory belonged to Frieza. He shattered Wukong's desperate Kamehameha wave and charged at him. A devastating headbutt sent Wukong flying, followed by a spin in midair, where Frisia's tail struck Wukong's head. You insolent monkey, do not underestimate the might of Lord Frisia. Guh! Cough! I shall finish you. Frisia raised his palm, poised to deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, two attacks, the Kamehameha wave and the special beam cannon, suddenly struck Frisia, colliding directly with him. Following this, a barrage of energy blasts, Kamehameha cannons, and successive waves relentlessly bombarded Frisia. While these assaults did not inflict any harm upon him, they provided much-needed time for Piccolo, whose energy was now growing stronger. A bunch of rubbish. Is this never-ending? In Frisia's eyes, these fighters were mere fodder. However, their sheer numbers became a nuisance, and while they may not wound him, they could certainly provoke his wrath. The attacks launched by Yamcha and the others, having awakened from their unconsciousness, failed to inflict any injuries on Frisia, but successfully captured his attention. Once his focus was diverted, it became a fatal vulnerability. As Frisia was momentarily occupied by Yamcha and the others, Dallas struck from the side with a powerful right hook, sending Frisia flying. Nappa had already maneuvered to the front and delivered a kick that propelled Frisia into the air. Dallas swiftly followed up, kicking Frisia down, while Nappa seized Frisia's right arm. Dallas promptly coordinated with Nappa to grasp Frisia's left arm, the two Saiyans working in unison to restrain Frisia's movements. It is worth mentioning that Bunny Boss did not partake in this assault, though he had also revived with the use of the Dragon Balls. He believed he could not contribute meaningfully, and after transferring his energy to Dallas and Nappa, he collapsed once more. Now is the time. Kill him! Nappa and Dallas shouted. Piccolo would certainly not let this opportunity slip by. Special beam cannon. A straight flash of light streaked through the air, accompanied by a swirling spiral of energy. This technique, a lethal strike infused with dual energies, soared towards Frisia at a speed surpassing lightning. Success seemed imminent, or so everyone thought. Yet, Frisia's power extended far beyond expectations. With astonishing force, he flung aside Dallas and Naba, instinctively twisting his body. However, he was ultimately a moment too late. The energy beam pierced through his abdomen, though it did not strike a fatal blow. This undoubtedly inflicted severe injury. It did not slay Frisia. This critical oversight became the opportunity for Frisia's counterattack, as he unleashed a death beam that pierced through Piccolo's chest. The moment one believes victory is at hand is often the most perilous. It is precisely then that one must remain most vigilant. Piccolo had forgotten this lesson, and as blood gushed from his mouth, he plummeted to the ground. Piccolo, you worthless trash. I shall spare none of you. Frisia's vitality defied all logic. It was merely a hypothesis, but as long as he retained consciousness, Frisia could survive even with only his upper body intact. His brother, Cooler, was so formidable that he could live even if only his brain were cast into the depths of space. A mere puncture to his abdomen could not possibly be lethal to Frisia. He might feel pain, and indeed, he had sustained grave injuries, yet he could not be utterly extinguished. Frisia unleashed another death beam. If the target had been Goku, perhaps Goku could have reacted and evaded. However, this time the target was Krillin. Perhaps due to Krillin's ability to execute slicing attacks, Frisia regarded him with heightened caution. Regardless, this was an ill-fated moment for Krillin. Once Frisia set his sights on him, Krillin stood no chance of retaliation. The flash penetrated Krillin's head, incinerating his brain. His body slowly crumpled to the ground. But Frisia launched a relentless pursuit. With his telekinetic powers, he lifted Krillin's lifeless form, seemingly to display it for Goku's eyes. What are you doing? Look closely. This is the fate of those who defy me. Krillin was dead, motionless forever. Yet, Frisia appeared unsatisfied. He exerted even greater pressure on Krillin's floating body, shattering it into pieces. In that instant, Goku's mind went blank. Despair, anguish, and shock surged within him, but a more potent fury consumed his reason entirely. Krillin had been slain. It took Goku several seconds to comprehend this reality, and once understood, an uncontrollable rage ignited within him, searing through his very being. Krillin had died once before, revived only by the Dragon Balls. This meant he could never return again. This truth pushed Goku's fury beyond its breaking point. You. I will not spare you. How could you? How could you? Once, Wukong experienced a tempestuous fury. This occurred during his childhood, when Krillin was slain by Dambalin, a minion of the demon king Piccolo. In that moment, he too was consumed by this irrational rage, disregarding Master Roshi's counsel and charging towards Dambalin. However, there was one significant difference from that time: Wukong's combat prowess. Now, he possessed the formidable qualification of strength. Life on Earth had bestowed upon him a gentleness absent in Saiyans, a gentleness that granted him the key known as S-cells. Ultimately, this intense anger fully stimulated and activated the S-cells within him. Combat strength, a gentle heart, and fury at this moment. The qualifications and keys to unlock the legendary door were gathered. Thus, Frieza bore witness to the birth of the legendary warrior he dreaded most. The transformation was evident. Wukong's hair stood upright, enveloped in a golden radiance. His pupils lost their sanity, leaving only the whites of his eyes, exuding an aura of ferocity unimaginable in his usual demeanor. This was the ascended Super Saiyan state, the phase on the brink of unlocking the legendary door. Wukong emitted a primal roar, and through the fury of losing Krillin, he fully opened the door to possibilities. After transitioning through the ascended Super Saiyan phase, his Saiyan raised on Earth finally reached the true legend. His black hair turned golden, and his pupils re-emerged within the whites of his eyes, now a striking green. Though his expression regained rationality, it bore a chilling severity unlike his usual self as he gazed up at Frieza. What is happening? His transformation is... Saiyans can only become gorillas. How is this possible? What has Kakarot done? No, it cannot be. How could he, just a low-class warrior, achieve this? Wukong's metamorphosis left Frieza utterly astounded, while in the distance, Vegeta trembled with a mix of fear and awe. The aura emanating from Wukong had completely surpassed Frieza. In an instant, under Vegeta's watchful gaze, Wukong teleported before Frieza, seizing his arm with a vice-like grip. Enough! You monster! You have relentlessly killed the innocent, even Krillin. Guh! Frieza struggled desperately to break free, creating distance between them. Yet, the pain radiating from his captured arm was overwhelming. For the first time, he felt genuine fear in the face of such overwhelming power. Why do you possess such strength? Could it be? The very existence he feared most now stood before him. Frieza found it impossible to accept this reality, his body trembling uncontrollably. No, it was not just him trembling. Vegeta quaked in shock, while Dallas trembled in joy. He had finally done it, indeed. What a fallacy the classification of low-class warriors is. It is utterly unreliable. Darius and Naba knelt on the ground, exchanging grateful smiles. As Saiyans, they felt a sense of reluctance, yet their hearts brimmed with joy. At this moment, they were witnessing a legend, the boundless potential of the Saiyan race. Kakarot had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Upon hearing Darius's words, both Vegeta and Frieza turned in disbelief, their faces etched with astonishment. As if to answer their shock, the fury of the Golden Warrior shook the very heavens and earth. I am furious. Frieza. Shortly thereafter, Goku's fist crashed violently into Frieza's face. Son Goku, 3 million. Super Saiyan Goku 1, 5 billion. Chapter 72, The Accidental Gathering of Dragon Balls. Krillin's energy had vanished. Lizet lay in the cave, slowly closing his eyes. Through his foresight, he had been observing this battle, anticipating a twist of fate halfway through. The significantly empowered Piccolo and Goku not only matched Frieza's might, but also inflicted severe damage with a special beam cannon. This led Lizet to believe that even without the Super Saiyan transformation, victory was within reach. However, judging by the outcome, Piccolo fell and Krillin was shattered to pieces. Perhaps, in the quest to alter destiny, they had ultimately fallen short. Nevertheless, it was not an entirely disheartening result. At the very least, the awakening of the Super Saiyan he had long feared had come to pass, and Krillin could be revived with the Dragon Balls of Namek. All that remained was for Goku to defeat Frieza, and there would be no further issues. It seems there are still a few problems. Speaking of which, the crucial Dragon Balls had yet to be gathered. In the original story, after the destruction of Namek, the Dragon Balls would transfer to Earth. But Lizet was uncertain whether they would still shift if in someone else's possession. Although he had provided everyone with spaceships, for safety's sake, he felt it was best to return his companions to Earth himself, and if he possessed the ability to prevent Frieza from annihilating planets, he ought to intervene. It appeared there was still much to be done. Fortunately, his body had recovered somewhat, though he could not move freely. Opening a space portal and utilizing his superpowers was still feasible. This was enough. To him, it felt almost indistinguishable from a complete recovery. Lizet first opened a subspace, using his powers to retrieve a senzu bean and place it in his mouth. Instantly, his torn muscles and ruptured veins were mended, and his energy returned to its peak state. He couldn't help but marvel once more how excessively advantageous these beings were. Next, he retrieved the cloak he had removed before battling Gula from the subspace, draping it over himself once more, deliberately refraining from donning his original boots and long gloves. Although Gula was no longer present, increasing his burden was ultimately not a wise decision. Very well. At this moment, Lizet was fully restored. He does not possess the ability to draw strength from the brink of death like a Saiyan. However, subjectively, he feels a semblance of increased power, albeit merely an illusion. He retrieves the Dragon Ball radar to ascertain the location of the Dragon Balls and is pleasantly surprised to discover that 5 of them are converging in the same vicinity. Thus, he resolves to collect these Dragon Balls first. He perceives no formidable energy, or rather, the presence he senses belongs to Sabo. Lizet tilts his head in confusion. How is Sabo still alive? Well, it matters little. Regardless, an opponent of Sabo's caliber makes no significant difference, whether present or absent. Lizet opens a subspace, extending his hand within and creating an exit at the location indicated by the radar. He reaches in and indeed finds them. The Dragon Balls are there. Using his psychic abilities, he draws the 5 Dragon Balls into the subspace before retracting his hand. To Sabo, it might appear as if an unexpected hand emerged from the void to seize the Dragon Balls. Next, Lizet unfurls his white wings and amplifies his explosive potential to 20 times, given the risk of Frisia's sudden annihilation of planets. He must possess the reaction speed to respond instantaneously. Considering this, he aims to maintain an explosive limit of at least 20 times, equating to a battle power exceeding 120 million. Finally, he folds his black coat, laying on the ground, into the subspace. Truth be told, he has little recollection of this coat, but it was a gift from an unknown benefactor, so he decides to keep it until their reunion to return it. Well then, it is time to depart. Lizet gently leaps into the air. In the next moment, his figure vanishes, transforming into a streak of white light that sweeps across the sky of Namek. The ocean he traverses parts in two, and the distance of 60,000 kilometers between Goku and his companions instantly dwindles. Within a minute, Lizet captures the figures of Goku and Frisia in his sight. Halting before them, he does not position himself directly between them. Rather, he maintains a triangular formation at a respectful distance. Both Goku and Frisia are taken aback by Lizet's presence, though Goku's expression carries a hint of relief. Lord Kami, judging by your appearance, it seems the situation over there has been resolved. Indeed, Goku, it appears that you have also succeeded at last. You are aware of the Super Saiyan? I have only heard rumors. It is my first time witnessing it in person. To be candid, Lizet's heart swells with emotion at this moment. After all, this is the Super Saiyan. Although many similar imitations exist in various contemporary works, the Super Saiyan remains the original golden transformation in shonen manga. On the other hand, Lizet's emergence stirs a sense of agitation within Frisia. He knows that Lizet had been engaged in battle with Cooler, yet he did not anticipate that the one returning would be Lizet and not Cooler. His presence here signifies that Cooler has been dealt with, implying that he possesses strength rivaling that of a Super Saiyan. Are you prepared? Though it is a 2-on-1 scenario, we shall show no mercy. Lizet aura ascended. Enveloped in pure white light. Faced with such odds, he harbored no sympathy for his opponents, nor did he entertain any notions of dishonor. Despite possessing martial skills akin to a divine warrior, Lizet identified not as a martial artist but as a practitioner of the art. He did not constrain himself to notions of fairness or righteous combat. His foremost principle was to seize victory whenever the opportunity arose. However, another held a differing perspective. Wait, Lord God, allow me to handle this one. Truth be told, I anticipated you would say that. But Goku, this is no game. If we merely injure him and leave him alive, the very fate of Earth hangs in the balance. He has slain Krillin. Krillin was my dearest friend, a truly good soul, yet that fiend reduced him to ashes. Krillin can never return. I must avenge him. The rare display of heartfelt rage from Goku caused a tremor within Lizet. He understood well that Goku's fury reached this intensity not by mere chance. It was precisely because of his usual jovial disposition that this moment of wrath felt profoundly authentic. They exchanged glances for a brief moment, and ultimately, Lizet chose to yield. Remember, do not squander your compassion. When it is time to strike, you must strike decisively. Understand? Yes. I apologize, Lord God. Entrusting everything to Goku indeed bore numerous risks. First, the potential annihilation of Namek. Second, there was a likelihood that Goku might not completely vanquish Frisia, leading to the latter seeking vengeance on Earth. Moreover, no one could guarantee Goku would return alive. In the original narrative, Goku's survival was a narrow escape. A slight misstep could spell doom. Worse still, the current circumstances had deviated significantly from the original tale, with unpredictable variables emerging, leaving the outcome shrouded in uncertainty. I shall return everyone to Earth. Goku, you must survive. Rest assured I will. Even so, Lizet resolved to leave the battlefield to Goku. Though anxious, he did not look back. He would utilize his farsight ability to monitor the battle, ready to intervene at the first sign of peril. Yet before that, he wished for Goku to resolve this feud personally. Thus, Lizet soared towards Gohan and the others, confirming their presence before opening a spatial portal. Huh, Lord God? What are you planning? Goku hopes to engage Frieza in a one-on-one duel. Let us return to Earth first. Present were Gohan, Piccolo, Tin, Yamcha Kaiatsu, Nappa, King Kai, Dorius, and Vegeta. The absence of Krillin cast a shadow of sorrow, yet at least the survivors had gathered. Lizet was secretly astonished that Vegeta had survived. Given the disparity in their combat powers, to have been repeatedly battered like a punching bag, yet still endure, was a testament to his resilience. Truly, he was the prince of the Saiyans. Had it been him facing such an assault, he would surely have perished. Wait, hold on. Are you really going to leave Goku alone? If Lord Kai and Goku were to join forces, they could undoubtedly vanquish Frieza with ease. In response to Yamcha's objections, Lizet remained composed. This is Goku's will. If I intervene recklessly now, it is possible that even I might become a target of his wrath. Of course, this is not a blatant falsehood, but merely a speculation with a very slim probability. Even if Goku were to be consumed by rage, he would never strike at his comrades. After all, he is a gentle soul who even shows compassion towards Frieza. This kindness is both his greatest virtue and, paradoxically, a flaw as a warrior. Let us proceed. Rest assured, if it truly comes to a dire situation, even if he were to attack me, I would rush in without hesitation. I believe in you. Lizet understood that without such reassurances, Yamcha and the others would never acquiesce. He ushered everyone through the spatial portal, being the last to pass through himself. From this point onward, he could only place his trust in Goku, believing in his inevitable victory. Trust you? That is something I should have said. Truly, I believe in you, Goku. I have faith that you will prevail. Lizet murmured to himself as he closed the spatial portal. Chapter 73, The Destruction of the House of Time. After the group safely escaped to the Heavenly Temple, the injured Piccolo, Nappa, Dorius, and Vegeta were tended to by Dandy. Although the Saiyans recovered from their grievous wounds, their battle power remained unchanged. Lizet realized that even resurrection from the brink of death has its limits in enhancing strength. It was no wonder that after the Frieza saga, no one utilized this method to bolster their power anymore. However, it seemed that Cell had once significantly increased his strength through similar means. But he was not a Saiyan. Perhaps he had merely adeptly inherited their advantages. The Namekians finally had a moment to breathe as the elders stood nearby, conversing with the former Earth Kai. Evidently, the former Kai had sensed the presence of his kin, prompting his arrival in the heavens. As he spoke with his brethren, a look of profound relief graced his features. Lord Kai, you have returned. It is such a relief to see you safe. Yes, I apologize for causing you concern, Bobo. By the way, Lizet comforted Bobo with a few words, then cast a puzzled gaze around the temple. A portion of the temple had collapsed, particularly where the House of Time was located, as if it had been struck by a powerful energy blast, leaving it severely damaged. What on earth transpired here? Well, after Lord Kai departed, a man who bore a striking resemblance to Goku appeared. A likeness to Goku? Lizet instinctively glanced at Dorius, suspecting him. Dorius merely shrugged, indicating it was not he. Lizet was well aware that it was not him. He knew Dorius had remained on Namek. That man declared that this room should not exist, and then he destroyed it. I was unable to stop him. I am truly sorry, Lord Kai. Only the House of Time has been destroyed, correct? Yes. That is of little consequence. Although it is somewhat regrettable, what truly matters is that you are safe. Lord Deity. Bobo's eyes glistened with emotion as Lizet offered him a reassuring smile, then fell into contemplation. The destruction of the House of Time brought to Lizet's mind a man resembling Wukong, the masked man who had previously attacked Tova and his companions. This man appeared to be in direct opposition to Tova and Mira. But who could he be? He was neither Dales nor Wukong. If there were anyone else who bore resemblance to Wukong, it could only be Wukong's father, Bardock. Yet, how could it possibly be him? Bardock had long since passed away. Even if he had somehow survived, there would be no reason for him to specifically destroy the House of Time. The events of the Bardock chapter could not have occurred in this world, even if they had. Bardock had been transported to a primordial era and could not have lived to the present. Saiyans may enjoy prolonged youth, but their lifespan is not significantly different from that of Earthlings. Bobo, is it possible to repair the House of Time? It cannot be done. The House of Time was originally constructed utilizing the natural time-space distortions of this place. However, those distortions have now vanished, making it impossible to transfer consciousness to the past. Nonetheless, if one merely wishes to view past images, it may still be feasible to utilize the residual energy with great effort. Time-space distortions, you say? Such phenomena occasionally occur in the universe, sometimes drawing individuals from different eras into the future or the past. However, excessive occurrences of this nature can lead to chaos. I have heard that there exists a time deity, superior to the Kai, who specializes in eliminating these distortions. I see. So, the House of Time was destroyed upon being discovered by this time deity? A time deity more powerful than the Kai? Lizet had never encountered such a being. There was no mention of it in the original work. Could it be akin to the deity resembling Kame Sunin from Dr. Slump? Lizet could not help but indulge in whimsical thoughts. Perhaps it is futile to ponder. Mr. Bobo, please endeavor to restore the House of Time. Even if consciousness cannot be transferred, it could still serve as a repository of knowledge. Understood, Lord Deity. Bobo complied with Lizet's request and approached the damaged House of Time, followed by several warriors who offered their assistance. After watching them depart, Lizet approached the Elder. Though the House of Time had been destroyed, the present moment required greater attention than the past. The ultimate battle against Frisia had been entrusted to Wukong. Yet this did not imply that there was nothing left for him to do. Preparations must be made, and first, he needed to obtain the Elder's permission. Elder, may I trouble you for a moment? Of course, what is it? I would like to inquire whether the Dragon Balls of Namek impose any limitations on resurrecting the deceased. For instance, are there certain methods of death that cannot be reversed, or is there a limit to the number of resurrections? I see. It seems that the Dragon Balls of Earth indeed have a limit on the number of resurrections. Moreover, considering the absence of two of your companions, it is likely that one or both have passed away and cannot be resurrected by the Dragon Balls of Earth. Rest assured, as long as the death was not natural, the Dragon Balls of Namek can revive the deceased an infinite number of times. Of course, these questions and their answers are already known to Lizet. However, he felt compelled to inquire, for if he had demonstrated knowledge of the distinction between the Earth and Namekian Dragon Balls from the outset, it would have seemed illogical. This was merely a deliberate circumlocution to avoid contradictions. Hearing your words put my mind at ease. Ah, by the way, I have another request. May I borrow the Dragon Balls of Namek? Certainly, you are benefactors of Namek. However, the Dragon Balls can only be summoned using the Namekian language. I will have Dandy accompany you to assist in conveying your wish. Lizet successfully secured the Elder's permission. Yet, he was acutely aware that time was of the essence. The Elder's lifespan was dwindling, and once he passed, the Dragon Balls would vanish as well. With a wave of his hand, Lizet retrieved the Dragon Balls from subspace and arranged them neatly on the ground. Gohan and the others looked on in astonishment, clearly curious about when this divine being had gathered the Dragon Balls. Lizet beckoned Dandy over and explained the situation. I understand. I shall summon Shinron immediately. Thank you. And also, Vegeta, do not attempt to interfere with the wish. Lizet stood beside Dandy, subtly exerting a measure of intimidation toward Vegeta. Vegeta was well aware of the disparity in their powers. As long as Lizet was present, he could not seize the wish or threaten Dandy for immortality. Thus, Krillin would be revived. All that remained was to await Goku's victory. Ah, by the way, I apologize, but I have one more question. Feel free to ask. I will do my utmost to answer you before my time runs out. Previously, when Namek experienced unusual climatic conditions, the former Guardian traveled to Earth aboard a spaceship. There was also a Namekian named Slug who fled to Slugstar for the same reason, later succumbing to evil. I would like to know, aside from them, were there any other Namekians who sought refuge aboard spaceships? What Lizet truly wished to confirm was whether there were other compatriots in the universe apart from the Namekians present. This matter, seemingly trivial, could greatly influence the trajectory of the world. After all, if Namekians possess the ability to create Dragon Balls, the existence of malevolent Namekians could lead to continuous wrongdoing with the Dragon Balls, potentially giving rise to an evil dragon. Should such a situation arise, it would be a cosmic-level crisis, and Earth would not remain unscathed. In response to this inquiry, the Elder smiled gently and reassured him. Indeed, there are other compatriots. However, rest assured, they are all kind-hearted members of the Dragon Clan and will never descend into evil. Even in the unlikely event of an incident, they would pose no threat to you. However, concerning the Dragon Balls, there is no need for concern. The Dragon Balls are miracles that can only be manifested by those with just hearts. Individuals harboring malevolence are incapable of creating them. Indeed, the Demon King Piccolo you mentioned, although a member of the Dragon Clan, cannot summon the Dragon Balls. Can he? The Elder Namekian has explicitly stated that the scenario of evil Namekians misusing the Dragon Balls, which Lizet fears, will never transpire. No one understands the Namekians better than the Elder, and with his assurance, Lizet finally set his worries aside, realizing that his apprehensions were unfounded. Yet, it seems that Namek is destined to face misfortune. The former Supreme Kai spoke in a somber tone, lamenting for a homeland he had never seen. Although Namek still exists, it has become a battlefield for super Saiyans and cosmic tyrants, and it is likely to be unable to preserve itself. Nevertheless, the Elder smiled brightly, gently proclaiming, "Do not speak so. As long as we all live, we can start anew anywhere. Thanks to your successor, my children have saved quite a few, and if Namek possesses a spirit, it would surely understand." The Elder appeared to have anticipated the fate of Namek long ago. Yet, he continues to believe that as long as everyone is alive, there remains hope for a new beginning. His children will undoubtedly find a new home. Upon hearing these words, the former Supreme Kai smiled quietly.